But the teachers are alive. They're not books. They are the very living essences of nature itself.
What a strange person.
Unbelievably powerful supercomputer that's running our reality, and we don't have a clue as to how to operate it.
So when maybe you or somebody else creates an AGI system and you get to ask her one question, what would that question be? What's outside the simulation?
Say in your mind, say to yourself, I am more than my physical body, because I am more than physical matter. I can perceive that which is greater than the physical world.
Do not know all the answers to the questions about reality. Do not claim to know the ultimate truth about life. I see that which has been made hidden as a part of a family of explorers of consciousness. I'm a void off.
Welcome to Lighting the Void.
Broadcasting live from Daytona Beach, Florida. This is Lighting the Void. And hold on, let me fix my sound. And I'm your host, Joe Root, and we're live on thefringe.fm. That was weird, wasn't it? And tonight it's Friday night open lines, so I told you yesterday we're going to get into psychic attack. So if you're a little, I don't know, if you're a little squeamish when it comes to the occult, the scary stuff, I'd say tonight you might want to tune out. But if you're not, we're going to get into this. Now, I had it where I was going to do this myself, but I figured there's a classic text that we can get into about this, and it's pretty scary. And I'm going to read the end of this text, but the way you guys know the way I do this is not, it's not like a freaking audio book where we stop and talk about stuff and then we take phone calls if people want to call in and talk about it. Here's what I want to happen though, because this is, I mean, this stuff gets a little scary, right? So if you've had an experience that we're going to talk about, and I'm going to save this for each Friday night until we're done with this, and then put it up for later play. Some of you have already had experiences or know what I'm about to get into. But the nature of a psychic attack can be purposeful and it can be accidental. And before we get into the show real quick, I want to thank Robert Carlos for grabbing some swag from the LTV store. And I also want to thank Henry for making a donation to the station. Thanks, Henry. I got your message. Now, the nature of a psychic attack can come from all different versions, but there's a Bible when it comes to this stuff. Now, let's just put magic to the side, even though magic is going to be discussed. And there's no way we can do this whole thing in one show. But I want to talk about the reality of this because over the past few years, interviewing people like Tom Zissner, and if you guys don't remember who Tom Zissner was, he was the guy that was from soulcenteredhealing.net. He had a PhD in psychology and a clinical psychologist and therapist and hypnotherapist. And he would go into children and people to try to remove, I guess you could say, psychic blocks. And these entities would come out and stop him. It was a very scary thing I looked into. I read his books, the 3 books. But all of you, if you're worried about protecting your psyche, and I would say, like, if you're going to be dabbling with the occult, thinking about the occult, or just for all around purposes of feeling better, right? I would say that this would be the original Bible. It's called Psychic Self-Defense by Dion Fortune. It gets a little freaky, but this woman makes a lot of good points. And what she talks about is the mind side of nature, the unseen realms that are not necessarily evil, the causes of rending what they call the veil, and the signs of a psychic attack. Things like fear and oppression, nightmares, hypnagogic visions between sleeping and waking, nervous exhaustion, wasting and loss of strength, changes of your temperament, projection of thought forms, materializations, hauntings, vampirism, repercussion, evil odors. Evil odors. There's some stories in here that are actually accounted for and true, like precipitation of slime, phantom footprints, the astral bell. If you guys remember, I talked about that. Monroe talked about that. There's a version of someone talking about the astral bell and the emerald tablets of Thoth, poltergeist phenomena, outbreaks of fire, the possibility of a natural explanation, deliberate fraud, and an open mind essential. So I want to get into this, and I'm not going to try to bore you guys here, but it's time that we get into this, because everybody's into the occult now. Everybody's into magic. Everybody's playing with stuff and crystals and astrology and doing rituals and things like that. And we don't know the power of our minds. We don't know the power of our aura. So I think it's time that we understand this. So it goes like this. So if we look at the universe around us, we cannot fail to realize that there must be some overruling plan coordinating its infinite complexity. If we take into our hands and examine minutely and every living thing, however simple, equally, we must realize that the order of its parts is built upon a determining framework, and we have decided that that is something that has to do with sacred geometry. Science has sought in vain for this organizing principle. It will never find it on the physical plane because it's not physical. It's not in the inherent nature of atoms, which cause them to arrange themselves in the complex patterns of living tissues, but the driving forces of the universe, the framework upon which it is built upon, and all its parts belong to another phase of manifestation other than our physical plane. This is what all metaphysicians believe, that having other dimensions than the three to which we can see or we are living in are perceived by other modes of consciousness than those to which we're accustomed. We live in the midst of invisible forces whose effects alone we perceive. We don't see them, we just perceive a lot of the effects. We move among invisible forms every day whose actions we very often do not perceive at all, though we may be profoundly affected by them. In this mind side of nature, invisible to our senses and tangible to our instruments of precision, many things can happen that are not without their echo on the physical plane. There are beings that live in this invisible world as fish live in the sea. Think about that for a second. That's pretty freaky, right? There are men and women with trained minds or special aptitudes who can enter into this invisible world as a diver descends into the ocean bed. So, the other day I was on Nate Garcia's YouTube channel, and we were discussing that. He said, well, if you can get out of body and people can do this stuff, or they can get to the astral realm, are there people that are trained up to do this? And if they can, have they been taking it through lifetimes, etc.? Like, of course there are. There are men and women with trained minds or special aptitudes who can enter into the invisible world as a diver descends into the ocean bed. There are also times when, as happens to land, when the sea dikes break and the invisible forces flow in upon us and swamp our lives. I would say COVID was probably one of those. Normally, this does not occur. We are protected by our very incapacity to perceive these forces. There are 4 conditions, however, in which the veil might be rent and we may meet the unseen. We may find ourselves in a place where these forces are concentrated, and we may meet people who are handling these forces. We may ourselves go out to meet the unseen, led by our interest in it, and get out of our depth before we know where we are. Or we may fall victim to certain pathological conditions which rend the veil. So I was going to talk about anxiety and panic attacks and stuff like that, because I dealt with that when I was in my 20s and stuff, where you just start freaking out for no reason. They say it's a psychological condition, but I beg to differ. I think there's more to it. Now, this is Dion Fortune's words. The threshold of the unseen is a treacherous coast on which to bathe. There are potholes and currents and quicksands. The strong swimmer who knows the coast may venture in comparative safely, in there safely like a swimmer in currents, but the non-swimmer who takes counsel of nothing but their own impulses may pay for his temerity with his life. So these people believe that a hard enough psychic attack can kill you. I'm not saying that that's real, okay? I'm just saying, and all these books, especially the Bible of Psychic Self-Defense, they talk about this. That there are people that are cruel enough to attack your psyche, they will try to kill you. But we must not make the mistake of thinking that these invisible forces are necessarily evil and inimical to humanity. In other words, they're just there. They are no more harmful in themselves than our water or fire, but they are potent. If we run counter to them, the result is disastrous for us. I talk about all this time on the show, like you have to go with natural law. Don't go against it. For we have broken natural law, but they are not out to attack us any more than we are out to attack them. We must face the fact, however, that men and women with knowledge of these things have both in the past and in the present have used that knowledge unscrupulously, and that we may find ourselves involved in the results of their actions. It may safely be said that the unseen is only evil and inimical to humanity when it has been corrupted and perverted by the activities of these unscrupulous men and women who initiates call the adepts of the left-hand path. Black magicians, ooh. We must consider the outward and invisible signs of psychic attack. Visible signs of psychic attack before we are in a position to analyze the nature of such attacks and indicate their source of origin. It's a fundamental rule that diagnosis must precede treatment. There are many different kinds of psychic attacks, and the methods that will dispose of one will be ineffectual against another. The most common form of psychic attack is that which proceeds from the ignorant or malignant mind of the fellow human being. We say ignorant as well as malignant, for all attacks are not deliberately motived. The injury may be as accidental as that inflicted by a skidding car. This must always be borne in mind, and we should not impute malice or wickedness as a matter of course when we feel we are being victimized. And this is natural to us, by the way, when we start to feel like we're coming under psychic attack, that the most evil force in the world is out to get us. But in fact, the persecutor or the person that is attacking you may be a victim themselves. We should not accuse a man or woman of malice. If we had linked hands with him and he had stepped onto a live rail, nevertheless, we should receive at his hands a severe shock. And I talked to you about this guy's vibration. A lot of times, you can get out of character if you put yourself in a place of, let's just say it, different. You don't have to say low vibration, but let's just say it's different from yours. And you stay there long enough, it will affect you. You'll start to become it. Same thing it may be with an occult attack. The person from whom it emanates may not have originated it. Therefore, we should never respond to an attack by an attack, thus bringing ourselves down to the moral level of our attackers, but rely upon more humane methods, which are in reality equally effectual and far less dangerous to handle. Lots of people come into touch with the unseen through the influence of places. Someone who is not actually psychic, but who is sufficiently sensitive to perceive the invisible forces subconsciously, may go to a place where they are concentrated at a high tension. And normally, although we move in the midst of these forces, we are oblivious to them. These same forces that sustain our universe are very subtle, and we don't see them or sense them. or they are concentrated, however, unless we are very dense-minded, we begin to be dimly conscious of something that is affecting us and stirring our subliminal self. This will happen a lot of times when you'll go to a place and you won't feel right. Something doesn't feel right. Or there's what, like, I guess you guys call them energy vortexes is what y'all call them, right? It may happen that the barrier between consciousness and subconscious is dense in some people. They're calling you dense. And they are never able clearly to realize what's going on. They merely have the sense of oppression and general malaise, which lifts when they go away to another place. And consequently, the condition may never be detected and lead to years of ill health and misery. So let's get into like the more definite psychic attacks. So more commonly, however, if there is a definite psychic attack of sufficient force to make itself noticeable at all, there will soon to begin appear characteristic dreams. A dream is the first inclination of a psychic attack, depending upon its components. These may include a sense of weight upon the chest, as if someone were kneeling on the sleeper. If the sense of weight is present, it is certain that the attack emanates locally, for the weight is due to the concentration of the etheric substance or ectoplasm. Isn't ectoplasm something that they talked about in Ghostbusters? If you've had a weight upon your chest, or you feel like you've ever had a weight upon your chest in your sleep, which we know is a form of sleep paralysis, just listen to this. You can call in too at 1-800-588-0335. For the weight is due to the concentration of the etheric substance or ectoplasm, and is sufficiently tangible to press down the scale of a balance when it is possible to capture it for a measurement. A great deal of research has been done with materializing mediums upon the nature of this tangible, subtle substance, and the reader is referred to the books on the experiments conducted by Crawford with the Gallagher Circle at Belfast. So apparently they did experiments on people that were under psychic attack, and they can measure this pressure that was coming upon people's chest, I guess. Couldn't see it, though. And in Paris with Eva C. by other experimenters, for further information and evidence on the subject, it may be noted that Crawford eventually committed suicide for no known reason. I want you guys to think about all of the stuff that happens in the United States or in the world. People lose their minds, shootings, people think their phones are talking to them. I'm not saying it's not like a government conspiracy or anything like that, but if people know how to work in these realms, they could easily victimize someone. I'm just saying that. Read Ben Rose trilogy first before we get too crazy with this. I'm not trying to scare anybody. Try not to be dense, Cat. That's right. A sense of fear and oppression is very characteristic of an occult attack, and one of the surest signs that herald it. It is extremely rare for an attack to make itself manifest just out of the blue. We're not in our normal state of mind, body, and circumstance, and then find ourselves suddenly in the midst of an invisible battle, which, well, that's pretty much what a panic attack feels like. An approaching occult influence casts its shadow on consciousness before it makes itself apparent to the non-psychic. The reason for this is that we perceive subconsciously before we realize consciously, and a line of creeping shade indicates the penetrating of the subconscious sensor from below upwards. As the attack progresses, nervous exhaustion becomes increasingly marked. You just get exhausted from being nervous, or your nerves are shot, right? And there may be, under certain conditions, which we will consider later, be such wasting of the tissues that the victim is reduced to a mere bloodless shell of skin and bones lying on the bed, too weak to move, and yet no definite disease can be demonstrated. I've never heard of that, but this sounds like some stuff in Constantine, doesn't it? Such a case is an extreme example, proceeding unchecked to its illogical conclusion. Other issues are possible, however. The resistance may be good, in which case the attack is unable to gain a foothold on the physical plane and is limited to the borderland between matter and mind, which we perceive upon the threshold of sleep. And the other night I was talking about that, the hypnagogic state, the twilight state. This is a very terrible experience, for the victim is afraid to sleep and cannot awake indefinitely. Worn out by fear and lack of sleep, mental breakdown soon supervenes. Nervous exhaustion and mental breakdown are the commoner results of astral attack among white people. It's getting racist up in here. For in Europe, at any rate, it is not often that an attacker is able to bring the attack to a conclusion in the death of the victim. There are, however, damn, Stonecock. That looks awful, yeah. It is not often that an attacker is able to bring the attack to a conclusion in death of the victim. There are, however, records of cases where the victim has died of pure fright. Kipling's terrible story, called The End of the Passage, gives an account of such an occurrence. But in addition to the purely subjective phenomena, there will also be objective ones if the attack has any degree of concentration. The phenomenon of repercussion is well known, and the phenomenon wherein that which befalls the subtle body is reflected in the dense body, so that after an astral skirmish during sleep, bruises are found on the physical body, sometimes bruises of a definite pattern. I've seen, I'll check this out, man. I've seen the print of a goat's hoof and the ace of clubs marked upon the skin, as well as defined bruises, passing from blue to yellow and dying away in the course of a few days, as bruises will. Before I continue this text, it's going to get freakier, I'm just telling you guys, but Dion Fortune was an original member of the Golden Dawn, and she got out of the Golden Dawn and started her own organization in England before she passed away. So you'll see a lot of books by her and Gareth Knight and things like that. If any of you guys have ever had any of this stuff that I'm talking about, I would hope that you would call in. You don't even have to say your name if you don't want to. Also, another occurrence are evil odors, are another manifestation of an astral attack. The characteristic smell is of decomposing flesh, and it comes and goes capriciously. But while it is manifesting, there is no doubt whatever about it, and anyone who is present can smell it, whether they are psychic or not. I have also known a frightful stench of drains arise when a ritual belonging to the element of earth was being incorrectly performed. That's definitely probably a Golden Dawn ritual, if they're just doing elemental rituals. Another curious phenomenon is the precipitation of slime. Here we go back to Ghostbusters again. We got slime and ectoplasm. Matter of fact, I think Ghostbusters was pretty revealing. I've not actually seen the slime myself, but I have firsthand information upon good authority of one such case. The marks are sometimes as if an army of slugs have been marching in ordered formation, and sometimes there is a broad smear of slime, and at others distinct footprints, often of gigantic size. In the case to which I refer, of which I heard from an eyewitness, the marks were like the footprints of an elephant, enormous tracks on the floor of the drawing room of a bungalow situated near the sea. Odd footprints appearing from nowhere and leading nowhere are sometimes observed when there is snow about. I have seen them on 2 occasions on the roof of an outbuilding. They alighted upon the edge of it as if the walker had stepped off an aeroplane, went straight across, and ended abruptly at the wall of the main building upon which the lean-to abuts. They did not return. A single line of footprints came from nowhere and ended inside of a wall. A similar happening took place on a very extensive scale in Devon some 50 years ago, and an account of it is to be found in the very curious book, y'all write this down, Oddities by Commander Gould, Gould. In this case, however, the prints were non-human, but were those of what was apparently the hoof of a donkey, proceeding in a single line and going straight through the walls and over roofs and covering the best part of a couple of 100 miles in a single night on both sides of an unabridged estuary. Those who want confirmatory evidence would do well to consult Commander Gould's book, where the incident is given in detail. All right, so we're already at the first break. They're only 4-minute breaks, so don't sue me, right? But so we know some signs of the astral attack, right, are first nightmares and things of dreams, and then you get the sleep paralysis, then the nervous stuff, and then it starts working on the body. But when we come back, Dion Fortune is going to talk about the astral bell, the bell of the hounds. It's been called many, many things for astral travelers. That wicked bell sound in the astral realm is also part of a psychic attack. We'll be right back. LTV movie night. I'm working on that. That Night Stalker brought that up one time. We can do there's a system called Cast with a K where you can watch movies like in Discord. It's way better than Discord, by the way, as far as movies are concerned. All right, so we might do that. Yeah. So we're getting into what's a psychic attack, stories of real psychic attacks, how to prevent psychic attacks here with Dion Fortune. We're pretending like Dion Fortune is here talking to us while going through a book. That's what I'm doing. And it's creepy, right? So this stuff freaks you out on a Friday night. Like, I can't help it. I think it needs to be talked about. I will tell you that some of this stuff does resonate. Not too long ago, I kept having dreams of cobras or snakes, things like that. And I did a few things from this book and some other things that I was taught and some other things, other prayers. And then I had a dream that I crushed the necks of these snakes, right? So that's why I say it's important to journal this stuff too. Now we're going to talk about the astral bell, the bell cry in the astral realm. There's a curious phenomenon known to occultists as the astral bell. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle makes use of it in one of his Sherlock Holmes stories. The sound varies from a clear bell-like note to a faint click, and I've often heard it resemble the sound made by striking a cracked wine glass with a knife blade. It commonly announces the advent of an entity that is barely able to manifest and need not necessarily be a herald of evil at all. It may simply be a knock on the door of the physical world to attract the attention of the inhabitants to the presence of one who stands without and one who would speak with him. If, however, it occurs in the presence of other symptoms of an astral attack, it would give strong evidence and confirmation of the diagnosis. Inexplicable outbreaks of fire are also sometimes seen in this connection. If you guys remember, if you remember Nineveh Shadrach, who I had on, he talked about the jinn, and he wrote books and talks about jinn magic and how powerful they are, and had several occurrences he discussed where things would heat up and catch on fire. These indicate that elemental forces, not human, are at work. Poltergeist phenomena also occur in which objects are flung about, bells rung, and other noisy manifestations take place. Of course, there may be multiplicity of phenomena, more than one type appearing in the same case. Needless to say, the possibility of some natural material explanation must never be ignored, even in cases where the supernatural element appears most obvious. It should always be diligently sought in every possible direction before any supernormal hypothesis is considered worthy of attention. But on the other hand, we should not be so committed to materialistic theories that we refuse to take a psychic theory as a working hypothesis if it shows any possibility of being fruitful. After all, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. And if, working on an occult hypothesis, we are able to clear up a case which has resisted all other methods of handling, we have a pretty good evidence in support of our contention. I think the Catholic priests would concur that too, right? We must also bear in mind that the element of deliberate fraud may enter into the most unexpected places. I've seen a drug addict successfully pass himself off for a considerable length of time as the victim of an occult attack. A recent writer in British Medical Journal declared that whenever he came across a case of bell ringing, knocks, or the dripping of water and oil from ceilings, and other untoward happenings, he always looked for the hysterical maidservant. Occultists would be very well advised to do likewise before they begin to worry about the devil. But on the other hand, the wise man, whether occultist or scientist, will not insist upon the hysterical maidservant unless he can catch her red-handed, as he surely will do sooner or later if she is the guilty party. Because occultists always find out the truth, right? The wonderful and terrifying shadow people. I've not dealt with them in a while and don't want to. I think I've only dealt with them once Elf. Let's see. The acceptance of an explanation should rest upon the weight of evidence in its favor, not upon one's dislike of its alternatives. I plead that the possibility of a non-material explanation should be investigated in cases where the materialistic hypothesis does not yield results. Not in diseases of the brain and nervous system, nor the ductless glands, nor in repression of the natural instincts shall we find the explanation in all cases where the mind is afflicted. There is more to man than mind and body, and we shall never find the clue to the riddle of life until we realize that man is a spiritual being and that mind and body are the garments of his manifestation. So we're going to get a little bit more. Now, this is called the analysis of the nature of a psychic attack, and I think we're going to get into a little vampirism here and epilepsy. The essence of a psychic attack is to be found in the principles and operations of telepathic suggestion. You guys really want to, I really want you to pay attention to this part. Because if you studied NLP or anything like that, whether you're listening to commercials or you're talking to somebody or whatever, you'll be able to pick this up when people are doing auto-suggestion on you to implant something in your subconscious. Usually they'll do it emotionally or something like that, but it gets easy to spot. If we put together what we know of telepathy and what we know of suggestion, we shall understand its modus operandi. Suggestion is of three kinds: autosuggestion, conscious suggestion, and hypnotic suggestion. You're getting very sleepy. The distinction, however, is not as fundamental as the first sight appears, for the goal of all suggestions in the subconscious mind is the same, and they do not become operative until it is reached. Suggestion is distinguished from threats and appeals to reason by the fact that these aim at a mark in the conscious mind, and if they succeed, they owe their success to the acquiescence of the conscious personality, whether coerced or voluntary. But suggestion does not make its appeal to consciousness, but aims at laying its hands upon the springs of action in the subconscious and manipulating them from there. This is why it always tricks us, right? Because when auto-suggestion or things are suggested to us, we consciously say, oh, I know what you're doing. But it doesn't really matter because it still buries its seed in the unconscious. We might compare these two processes to the operation of pulling at the bell knob outside the front door and taking up a floorboard and twitching the bell wires themselves. The result will be the same in both cases. The bell will ring. Threats and argument pull the bell knob with varying degrees of emphasis, from the persistent tinkling of moral cessation, of the resounding peal of the blackmailer, suggestion twitches the wires at various points in their course. So when someone blackmails you, even though you're going to say, look, you can't bully me, right? It doesn't matter if you're consciously saying, I know what you're doing. The blackmail itself still plants its seed inside your mind. Autosuggestion is given by one's own conscious mind and one's own subconscious mind. Now you may ask, why can I not give orders to my subconscious mind directly without having to resort to the paraphernalia of suggestion? The answer to the question is very simple. The subconscious mind belongs to a much earlier phase of evolution than the conscious mind. In fact, to a phase prior to the development of speech. To address it in words, therefore, is like speaking to a man in a language he does not understand. In order to deal with him, we must resort to sign language. So it is with the subconscious mind. It is no use to say to it, do this or don't do that. We must make a mental picture of the thing we want done and hold it in its consciousness till it begins to sink into the subconscious. The subconscious mind will understand the picture and act upon it. So this is simple, right? That's a really long explanation of autosuggestion. Like when I say, don't think about a hairy pink elephant. Well, regardless, your mind doesn't hear the word don't. I mean, your unconscious mind. It doesn't hear the word do or don't. It just pictures the pink elephant. A hairy one at that. The actor who wishes to cure himself of stage fright will fail to do so if he says to his subconscious mind, "Don't be frightened." For a nod is as good as a wink to a blind horse. Equally, if he makes a mental picture of stage fright and says to his subliminal self, "Now, don't do that," the result will be disastrous. For the subliminal self will see the picture and omit the negative because the word "not" means nothing to it. In order to handle the subconscious mind effectively, we make a mental picture of the thing we want done and hold it in our mind by repeated applications until the subconscious begins to be influenced and takes up the task of its own accord. This is the end result of all suggestion, and the different kinds of suggestion are distinguished not by the difference in the end result, but by the gate through which they enter the subconscious mind. Autosuggestion originates in our own consciousness. Waking suggestion originates in the mind of another and is conveyed to our mind by the ordinary channels of the spoken or written word. Hypnotic suggestion enters into the subconscious mind directly without impinging upon consciousness at all. Hypnotic suggestion, which means literally suggestion made during sleep and is to some extent a misnomer, is of three kinds. Firstly, true hypnotic suggestion made when the subject has been rendered insensible by magnetic passes or fixation of the eye on a bright object. Secondly, suggestion given during normal sleep, as Covey advises, should be done with children, in my opinion, a most undesirable proceeding. And thirdly, telepathic suggestion. All of these modes of suggestion enter the mind behind the sensor, that is to say, they are independent of consciousness, which is neither asked to cooperate nor has the power to inhibit them. That kind of freaks you out, right? Because you don't, how do you stop yourself from being auto-suggested if that's the case? In most cases, suggestions made in this way are never recognized as coming from outside, but are only discovered after they have matured in the subconsciousness and are beginning to take effect. So this is the nature of some psychic attacks. You don't even know the seed has been planted, and you won't even feel the effects until the tree has grown. Only master manipulators know how to do these things. We do not see the invisible seed that has been sown in our mind by the mind of another. But in due course, germination takes place and the strong growing shoot appears above the threshold of consciousness as if it were a native growth. And the skillful suggestionist always aims at making his suggestions harmonize with the bias of the personality. For if they do not, the established subconscious complexes will expel them before they have time to strike root. And all he can really do is to reinforce and stimulate the ideas and impulses that are already there, though perhaps latent. He cannot plant an entirely alien seed. He cannot graft a rose shoot on a lilac bush, for it will merely wither and die. So if you've ever met like a master, like say manipulator, in other words, they'll take parts of your personality and plant a seed over and over again into your mind, attach energy to it, and by the time that seed is grown in your mind and it lays fruit, and you start to bear the characteristics of the seed they planted, it doesn't look like it's anybody's fault but yours. You see? It's pretty crafty. It has been said, and not untruly, that a person cannot be hypnotized into doing anything which is contrary to his real nature. But what is the real nature of each one of us? Have we all overcome the ape and the tiger? Are they merely caged? Suggestion can unbar the cage of all our secret temptations and let them loose upon us. None but the saint is naturally immune. It is impossible to reduce anybody to anything provided suggestion has unchecked scope for a sufficient length of time. The purest woman can be made a harlot and the noblest man a murderer under certain conditions. Knowledge is necessary to protect, and it is that knowledge which I intend to give in these pages. Let us now consider exactly how a psychic attack operates. In the realms of the mind, there is neither time nor space as we understand them. I do not propose to argue this statement philosophically, but state it as a fact of experience, which anyone who is accustomed to operating on the inner planes in the astral realm will have shared. If we think of one person, we are indeed in touch with that person. If we picture them clearly, it is as if we were face to face with them. If we picture them vaguely, it is as if we saw them in the distance. Being in the mental vicinity of a person, we can create a thought atmosphere by dwelling upon certain ideas in connection with him or her. This is how spiritual healing is done. The affirmations of Christian Science are used in order to get the mind of the healer into a certain emotional state, and his or her condition effectually influences the mind of the patient with whom he or she has put himself in rapport. The power, however, can be used for evil as well as good. The founder of Christian Science was wise enough to put her teaching in such a way that her students would not readily discern the second edge of the sword, as long as the word in general was ignorant of the powers of the mind. It was better that nothing should be said by those who knew, because the knowledge, if spread abroad indiscriminately, might do more harm than good, giving information to those who ought not to have it. But now that so much is generally known and even practiced concerning the powers of the human mind and the occult, it is as well that the real fact should also be known and the whole matter brought out into the open. Amen to that. And as far as lies in my power, I'm prepared to talk about this and to do it. Any message to the subconscious mind must be couched in very simple terms, because subconscious thought is a primitive form of mentation, developed before spoken language was known to mankind. The primary aim of suggestion is to create a mental atmosphere about the soul of the person, whether that person is to be attacked or healed, until a sympathetic response or reaction is elicited within the soul itself. Now, I use the term soul here to include both the mental and emotional processes, but to exclude the spiritual ones. Once the reaction is achieved, the battle is half over, for the gate of the city has been opened from within and there is free ingress. The telepathic suggestion of definite ideas can now proceed rapidly. It is in this point which is the critical one in any occult attack. Upon this point, the defender has the advantage. If he has sufficient knowledge, the knowledge I hope to make available, he can, without any undue exertion, retain the advantage indefinitely and wear his attackers down, even if unable to meet them on their own ground of occult knowledge. There is nothing in this world or the next that a hypnotist can do with the person who keeps his nerve and won't pay attention. It's pretty, it's pretty freaking freaky, man. All right. There are two gates, and only two gates, by which the attacker can gain entrance to the city. You guys, listen to this, okay? There are two gates, and only two gates, by which the attacker can gain entrance to the city of a man or woman's soul. And these are the self-preservation instinct, that's your moon power, and the sex instinct, that's your sexual energy. Hello, I've been talking about this forever. The hypnotic appeal must be couched in terms of one or both of these if it is to be successful. How does the attacker proceed? He has to create an atmosphere about the soul of his victim on the inner planes. He can only do this by creating that atmosphere within his own consciousness while he thinks of his victim. If he wants to perform a psychic murder, he must fill his own soul with the rage of destruction until it overflows. If he wants to perform a psychic rape, so to speak, he must fill his soul with lust and cruelty. The cold rage of cruelty is essential to effectual operations of this nature. Now, what happens when he does this? He has sounded a ringing keynote in the abyss. It will be answered, and all beings who have this keynote for the basis of their nature will respond. Dark Uriel and Azrael and Ammon on the wing, and will join in the operation, but they do not operate direct upon the victim. They work through the operator. It is like the old game of Nuts and May, in which the one who is sent to fetch her away is gripped round the waist by the leader of a chain of supporters. The real pressure comes on his own abdominal muscles, as anyone who has played the game will remember. I've never played Nuts and May. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. Does sound like COVID, doesn't it? Sounds like how we all got COVID. It's just one big damn psychic attack from a freaking cold. And when the magical operation is over, what then? Will the operator be left to enjoy his victim in peace? it is likely. This is the mystical basis of the story of Faust. The devil might be not only willing but anxious to enable Dr. Faustus to win Margarita, but he came for his soul at the appointed time. We may also remember that if Margarita had not responded to the lure of the jewel song, she would not have fallen a victim. The weak spot in the defense was, after all, in her own nature. So think about what she's saying. Like, Dr. Faustus knew Margarita's own nature, knew she loved jewels, played a song about jewels, roped her in, found her weak spot, and bam. That's how it works. We have considered the modus operandi of telepathic suggestion in detail because it forms the real basis of every kind of occult attack. Whether it be a discarnate entity, a being of another order of evolution, a demon from the pit, or merely the panic-stricken soul of a selfish friend, clinging to the life of form of regardless of consequences. In all cases, the opening gambit is the same. Until the aura is pierced, there can be no entrance into the soul. The aura is always pierced from within by the response of fear or desire going outward towards the attacking entity. People can only attack you with fear or desire. If we can inhibit that instinctive emotional reaction, the edge of the aura will remain impenetrable and will be as sure as a defense against psychic invasion as the healthy and unbroken skin is a defense against bacterial infection. It happens sometimes, however, that a rapport has been formed with the attacking entity in a previous incarnation, and therefore it holds, as it were, the key to the postern. Such a problem is a very difficult one, and an external assistance is needed for its solution. The difficulty is increased by the fact that the victim is often disinclined to allow the break to be made, being bound to the attacking entity, whether disincarnate or incarnate, by bonds of fascination or even genuine affection. This is what I was telling you about this twin flame thing, right? Like, I think the twin flame thing is an excuse for people to psychically attach themselves to people and not be responsible for their own actions. That's what I think. A case with which I was acquainted throws so much light on various aspects of psychic interference by incarnate souls operating out of their bodies that is of value to quote it at length. All right, here we go. Here's the trippy story. Shoot, it's the top of the hour. Y'all are going to trip on this story coming up that she tells about the case of a psychic attack in the summer of 1926. This went down, and just remember, like, the fundamentals, though, right? Desire and fear are the only ways people can get you. And I'm saying desire is a bad thing, but it's something that you have to, like, really, I've also learned this too, that you really have to test. But fear is a definite thing that you don't have to participate in, no matter how much people want to force you to. All right, we'll be right back. If you ever experienced any of this stuff, you can tell why I don't trust anybody now, all right? Because she blatantly talks about how people can attack you. Think about this, right? Like, if you've gotten so full of hate and vitriol and you've pictured somebody in your mind, you're psychically attacking them. If you've had a sexual connection with that person or any type of desire connection, shit gets chaotic. And you blatantly know you're doing it or you don't, right? So this is why I say to try to focus on love and fear. And then I talk about energy protection a lot, but if we don't know how to do it, what's the point in talking about it, right? Because we don't believe that we're made up of subtle forces, but we have to start believing in this. So here she goes telling this story, right? In the number of 1926, I saw in the papers a short paragraph describing the death of a certain man and his wife, which took place within a few hours of each other. A couple of years previously, I had been consulted by a friend of the wife who was deeply perturbed about the state of affairs and suspected psychic interference. The wife, Mrs. C, we will call her, had begun to be troubled by nightmares, waking up in a state of intense fear, hearing the echoes of menacing words ringing in her ears. At about the same time, the husband, Mr. C, developed what at first sight looked like ecliptic fits. A careful diagnosis by specialists, however, determined that although epileptiform, they were not truly epilepsy. Epilepsy is due either to a congenital tendency whose nature is not fully understood by medical science, or to some injury or disease of the brain. In congenital epilepsy, the disease shows itself early in life in fits due to the disease. Other symptoms are present which can be detected by a physical examination, such as changes in the eye that are revealed by I guess it's called the ophthalmoscope. The diagnosis can therefore be definitely established. Moreover, there is one sure sign by means of which an epileptic fit can be distinguished with certainty from a hysterical or psychic seizure. In true epilepsy, the urine is involuntarily voided in the course of the fit. This is a sure sign, and when it is absent, we are safe in saying that the fit is not epileptic. Whatever else it may be, this is a useful point for those who have to deal with the pathologies that afflict the psychic temperament. For they will see plenty of seizures, and a sure method of distinguish those that are of organic origin is very useful. We must not, however, conclude that all cases of such incontinence are epileptics, for there are many other causes, both organic and functional. Back to the story. In the case of Mr. C, this cardinal symptom was lacking. The attacks, moreover, always took place in sleep, and it seemed as if they were more of the form of severe nightmares, verging on, somnambulism. It was a curious factor in the case that Mrs. C's nightmares usually heralded Mr. C's attacks. She had the nightmare, he had the attack. These occurrences showed a certain cyclic regulatory, occurring about once a month. In the case of a woman, this would naturally be referred to the 28th day cycle of her nature. But in the case of a man, no such explanation was forthcoming, and we therefore had to look for another 28-day moon cycle to explain his periodicity. The only other cycle of this period is that of the phases of the moon. We were then confronted by a correlation of epileptiform attacks, which had no organic basis, the nightmares of a second person, and the phases of the moon. Now, just so you guys know, back in the day, Dion Fortune and all these people were called upon for help, and so were their friends, because they were all occultists when, medicine wasn't working. Some theory had to be found which would resume these three and explain their inner relationship. Now, as I've stated before, a dream is commonly the first way in which a psychic manifestation makes themselves known, the subconscious perceptions being reflected into consciousness in this form. It is held by many occultists that congenital epilepsy, as distinguished from that due to tumors of the brain, has its roots in the operations of black magic or witchcraft, in which the sufferer participated in a past life, whether as practitioner or the victim. The fit being an astral struggle with a disincarnate entity, reflected on the physical body, means of the well-known phenomena of repercussion. The moon plays a very important part in all occult operations, different tides being available at different phases of her cycle. Persephone, Diana, and Hecate, all aspects of Luna, are three very different persons, and therefore appeared probable that as the physical investigation had drawn blank, a psychic investigation might yield some fruits, and one was performed, and with the following results. Nothing at all was discerned within regard to Mrs. C. She was merely what lawyers call an accessory after the fact. But the psychic trail of Mr. C. was soon picked up and followed, and it appeared that in his last incarnation he had been associated with two women, mother and daughter, who had practiced witchcraft on his benefit. The younger of the two women had been for a short time his mistress. Mother and daughter had paid the penalty for their crimes, but their male partner had escaped. The diagnosis was as follows. It is the younger witch that is at the bottom of the trouble. It is her astral visage which caused the seizures of Mr. C. and the nightmares of Mr. C. and they correlate with the phases of the moon because certain phases are favorable for the operation she performs, and she therefore takes advantage of them. The question now remains, is this woman an incarnation or not? That is to say, is the midnight visit paid in an astral body projected from a living human being, or by an earth-bound spirit which has succeeded in evading the second death? Think about that for a minute. How many times have you heard these astral travelers talk about they meet people that are stuck between lives? Just saying. Mrs. C had by now been taken into the confidence of their mutual friend who was concerned for her welfare, and lent a ready ear to the suggestion that some psychic influence might be at the bottom of the trouble. For this explanation coincided with her own intuitions in the matter, an intuition she had not dared to divulge for fear of ridicule. When asked if she could identify anyone in the circle of her husband's acquaintances who might prove to be the younger witch, she replied immediately that she could without any difficulty identify both women, and told the following curious story. The older witch she identified as her husband's mother, an aged lady who occupied a suite of rooms in their house. For this inoffensive old creature, Mrs. C had always had a peculiar horror and repulsion, although admitting there were no rational grounds for it, and honestly endeavoring to do her duty by her. So great was her horror of the old lady that she would never remain in the house after her husband had left for his office in the morning, but went out herself to her club if she had no other engagement. So she couldn't stand this lady so much that if her husband was around, she wouldn't go around the house. When you have that anxious, scared feeling in your own house about a person, that ought to tell you there's some karmic bullshit going on. Back to the story. Among the frequenters of the house was an intimate friend of the elder Mrs. C, a woman of peculiar psychic temperament, who was always called the old lady mother and was singularly attached to her. She was also very attached to Mr. C, but her feelings never exceeded, outwardly at any rate, the bounds of propriety, and Mr. C, who was sincerely attached to his own wife, never paid the slightest attention to her, looking upon her as his mother's friend, and as such to be tolerated. Mrs. C unhesitatingly identified Mrs. X, as we will call her, as the younger witch. Inquiries were then made regarding her history, and a very curious story began to unfold. As a young girl, she had become engaged to a man who, soon after the engagement was announced, had developed galloping consumption and died after a short illness with a violent hemorrhage. Soon after this, Mrs. X's sister also became engaged, and by a strange fatality her lover shared the same fate, dying as died the other man in a flood of his own blood. Years went by, and Miss X became engaged again. Soon the second lover fell ill, not this time with galloping consumption, but with a more lingering form of the complaint, in which hemorrhage was the principal symptom. He seemed to linger on from hemorrhage to hemorrhage, and this went on for years. Miss X, a woman of considerable private means, took a house, installed an aunt as a chaperone, and took her fiancé to live there and be nursed by her. Soon, the aunt developed symptoms of illness. She appeared to be drained of all vitality, and for days at a time would lie unconscious, but to no specific cause was ever discovered for her illness. This peculiar menage continued for years, and Miss X living in her big house with these two moribund creatures lingering on from attack to attack. So here we have a lady not only marrying people, but attaching herself to her family, and everyone around her seems to fall dead while she's just gathering, the houses and all kinds of stuff. Isn't that convenient? She was a constant visitor at the home of the C's, both during the lifetime of Mr. C's first wife and that of his second, the friend of my friend. On the death of Mr. C's first wife, she had great hopes. It was observed that his attentions would turn towards herself, but they did not. Nevertheless, she swallowed her chagrin, and succeeded in maintaining her foothold as an intimate friend of the family. When the new Mrs. C came to preside over the household, now she's a lingerer. You see what I mean? She's done killed everybody. Now she's lingering. Certain methods of protection were used or were suggested to Mrs. C, which helped her considerably, but it was not possible to exclude Mrs. X from the house owing to her intimacy with the old lady. In due course, however, old Mrs. C was gathered to her fathers, and then young Mrs. C put her foot down and said she would have no more to do with Mrs. X. Mr. C concurred in this, as he had always had a repulsion for Miss X and had only tolerated her for his mother's sake. Soon after this, Mrs. C began to feel unwell. The indisposition slowly progressed until finally, although she had no definite symptoms, she was obliged to consult a doctor on account of her steadily increasing weakness and sense of malaise. A diagnosis of a rapidly growing cancer of the womb was made. An operation was performed which gave temporary relief, but it was not expected to do any more, and she went downhill steadily. Towards the end, she lapsed into unconsciousness, and at the same time, Mr. C also became unconscious, apparently having one of his seizures in sleep from which he had never awakened. They died within a few hours of each other. Mrs. C's first wife had also died of cancer of the womb. About this time, Mrs. X's aunt and fiancé died within a short time of each other, and the last that was heard of Mrs. X was that she had been removed to a nursing home in the country with a severe mental breakdown. Taken separately, any of the incidents in this strange, eventful history can be explained away, but taken together, they make a curious story, especially when it is remembered that without any previous information, a psychic investigation had spotted the existence of a person with abnormal faculties who was interested in Mr. C. Cancer is a disease upon which certain occult hypotheses throw a good deal of light. It is believed to be a disease of etheric doubles, not only of the physical body, and that cancer elemental is the ineffective factor. And if you want reference to that, I can send you a link to a show where I talked to a doctor that also believed in the same thing that I interviewed. Now, that's a pretty freaking scary story. That's a vampire, whoever that chick was, whether she knew it or not. Mrs. X retained subconsciously the knowledge and the powers that had been hers during the previous life when she was implicated in the witch cult. She also retained her passion for Mr. C, a passion which was obviously unrequited. She employed her power of projection of the astral body to visit Mr. C at night, during his sleep, and in the absence of details, it is impossible to decide definitely whether the fit of Mr. C was a struggle or an embrace. It might be either, or it might be both, an initial struggle ending in an embrace. The dreams of Mrs. C obviously related to the same astral visitant who caused the seizures of Mr. C. There is, unfortunately, no record to show at what phase of the moon these attacks took place, but presumably at the Hecate phase, which is the period of evil witchcraft. The condition of Mrs. X, fiancé and aunt, and the death of her first lover point markedly towards vampirism. It is difficult to believe that a consumptive would continue for so many years without his disease either being checked or making definite progress. It is difficult to say what the connection, if any, might be between Mrs. X and the death of her sister's lover. But it is a curious thing that 3 men associated with this ill-omened household as a prospective husbands should lose their lives in the same way. This, together with the mysterious illness of the aunt, are very suspicious. And as noted before, any one of these incidents could be explained away, but taken together they call for thought. It is also curious that Miss X should keep her fiancé in her house and yet not marry him. From every normal point of view, an arrangement with many drawbacks and no advantages. On the other hand, if her feelings were fixed upon Mr. C and were obtaining satisfaction by astral visits, she would naturally not want to break her rapport with the man she loved by giving herself to the man she did not love. If she were a vampire, her motive for keeping the aunt and lover in her house and their condition would be readily explained, and also her breakdown, which followed immediately upon her deaths, or upon all their deaths. So look, you got to watch out for this stuff, man, because some of these people are like playing out karma through their past lives and stuff too. And if I don't know if you guys have ever like been around anybody like this. I have in my family one person that was kind of like this, but I haven't met anybody that's totally like this. But when people are dropping like flies around a certain person and that person seems to just collect everything they need in life, especially if there's like unrequited love or, you know, I guess you could say third party situations, things like that, you got to watch out for that stuff. The fact that Mr. C's first wife died of cancer of the womb does not in itself call for remark, but it is a curious thing that he should lose his second wife from the same disease. Cancer is not as common as all that. In any case, there are many available sites beside the womb. On the other hand, Diana, one of the aspects of the moon or Luna, of whom Hecate, the goddess of witches, was another, presides over the female reproductive organs. The illness of Mrs. C began to show itself soon after Mrs. X was excluded from the house. Finally, what shall we say concerning the deaths of the three people most intimately associated with Mrs. X? Within a short time of each other, and her immediate breakdown. In the absence of details, any conclusion must be guesswork, but we have good grounds for supposing that Mrs. X's magical operations were intended by some mishap. It may be said that such a theory is the wildest improbability and does violence to all the laws of evidence. Let it, however, be borne in mind that 2 years before these matters eventuated, the work of a witch in connection with Mr. C's epileptiform attacks was suspected, and the nature of her relationship to him was indicated, and the subsequent inquiries revealed the curious facts in connection with Mrs. X, history, and menage. Let it also be noted that the happenings which subsequently occurred are such as have been recorded in many accounts of witch trials. It is a scientific maxim that the power to foretell the course of phenomena is a good indication of the truth of a theory. Ooh. Now, remember this, folks. If you're a kind person, if you're just a genuine, kind, loving person, you can verily be taken advantage of in this life, psychically, mentally, physically, however you want to put it. If it's true what she's saying, then a person could be doing things to you in their life without even knowing that they're working out karma from a past life. So how do you step away from it? How do you guard your energy? Every single one of you that listen to the show, if you're religious, do your prayers all the time and pray protection over you and your family, and you'll be fine. If you're like a seeker of truth and you're diving into things more deeper than that, I highly suggest you pick up this book first. There's a few other books I'd recommend, but let's see. A Case of Modern Witchcraft. So in this section, Dion Fortune talks about an effect of witchcraft in previous incarnations, a case of an occult attack by an ex-witch, antipathy of animals to her, nightmares of the other occupants of the house, psychic discernment of danger, maniacal attacks, methods of handling the cases, the use of the pentagram, its effects, the incident of magnetized crosses, and the dread of sacred symbols in her confession. I told y'all it was going to get weird. The part played by the ex-witch in occult attacks is very marked, and again do the investigations of independent psychics point to witchcraft in a previous incarnation when trouble of this sort is afoot. The motive is nearly always vengeance or revenge, but there is also good reason to believe that the projection of the astral body takes place involuntarily during sleep and is not deliberately willed by the offender. So what she's saying there is if you have some karma to work out from a past life with somebody, it can start to be worked out in the astral realm without you even knowing you have a connection to that type of connection to that person. Very many people who are at present psychics and sensitives got their training in the covens of medieval witchcraft, and For this reason, experienced occultists are very weary of the natural psychic, as distinguished from the initiate with this technique of psychism, where psychism and mental imbalance are found conjoined with a malevolent disposition. There is strong presumption that the cult of Diabolus is not far to seek. A curious set of happenings in which I, myself, was one of the actors throws a good deal of light on this by no means uncommon occurrence. It was in the early days of my interest in occultism when I was still buying my experience by the expensive but effectual method of running my head into obstacles. I made the acquaintance of a woman who was interested in psychic matters. She was a person of the most extreme sensitiveness to anything unclean or ugly. So you sensitive people that know you're sensitive, listen to this. Fastidious to a degree in her personal habits, living almost exclusively on uncooked vegetarian foods, even refusing eggs as too stimulating. Although not an animal lover, she was morbidly humanitarian, reading with gusto those papers which give lurid and detailed descriptions of vivisection experiments. Had I been older and wiser, I should have recognized the significance of her ultra-cleanliness and ultra-sensitiveness as a marking of the abstraction of a sadistic temperament. Sadism, being a pathology of the emotional nature, in which the sex instinct takes the form of an impulse to inflict pain. Not having learnt then many things I now know, I looked upon her characteristic as indicative of an exalted spirituality. So here Dion Fortune meets this woman, and I'm really interested in this story, by the way, who was so sensitive and so, like, loving and sensitive that she didn't eat eggs or meat or anything. It was sensitive to everything. And I think we're going to find out that that comes with a certain type of temperament. And I'm not saying, look, if you're vegetarian or you're sensitive, everybody's this way, but I've met my share of veggies, and they are very, very damn angry people for the most part. Don't get mad at me. I'm just saying what I observed. I haven't met all of you. I love you. Anyways, you can call in at 1-800-588-0335. Interrupt the story at any point in time if you've had any experiences with this. I want to know. We're live on the Fringe FM Friday night here, June the 17th on into the 18th. We're getting closer to the launch of the Rogie Report. I'm sorry. It's not the Rogie Report. It's the Jess Rogie Show. We'll be here Monday night after this show. We'll be right back. We're talking about vibration here. We're talking about the nature of psychic attack, and we're telling Dion Fortune's story in her book, The Psychic Self-Defense. All of these book readings and talks that we do will be in the member section, so if you become a member, we'll all have those in there. But the regular shows will still be for free. We're going to get through this book on Friday night. First, we're just discussing what's a psychic attack with Dion Fortune, the nature of it, and eventually we'll get into how to defend it. I can tell you that Dion Fortune has made some good points, that not everybody is out to psychically hurt you. Sometimes it just happens through their own malice or through their past life stuff or through their own traumas, right? The only thing that's going to heal that, right, is love, but you can't. For instance, when she was talking about the tracks, that made me think about something, right? So you could naturally be a good person, meet another good person that's naturally a good person. Maybe you both have trauma or whatever. But if you are surrounded by negative vibrations, let's say, eventually that's going to wear off on your person, as it would with friends, family, etc. So this stuff can get transferred through all kinds of ways. It's really strange. And I've had my own experiences with it too. And I'm sure we have all been attacked or have been the attackee, either by, most of the time, means of really not knowing what the hell we're doing unconsciously. That's all really there is to it. So we're going to get into the modern witchcraft story here, where Dion Fortune is talking about how she met a lady. This is her personal story, who was a vegan, and I'll repeat this part again. Also, Stuncock made a pretty good thing in the chat room. He said, when I had cancer, I'd always had premonitions that my parents' house was trying to consume me. There might have been some past life karma stuff there, dude, that you were working through. I only had waking nightmares as a kid, was monsters coming out of the walls trying to eat me. Later, when I was 16, mushrooms, the walls of my parents' basements turned into mouths mashing their teeth. Damn, yeah. That sounds kind of like something going on there. Trippy, brother. All right, so let's see. How do we pick up? Okay. Here we go. So she met this girl. Had I been older and wiser, I should have recognized the significance of her ultra cleanliness and her ultra sensitiveness as a marking of the abrogation of a sadistic temperament. Sadism being a pathology of the emotional nature in which the sex instinct takes the form of an impulse to inflict pain. I've had my own experience with this a few years ago, and it's, you think you meet this really sensitive, sweet person, and they got some shit going on. Anyways, I don't want to talk about that, but not having learned then many things I know now, I looked upon her characteristic as indicative of an exalted spiritual person. At the time I knew her, she was verging on a breakdown, which was alleged to be due to overwork, and she was very anxious to get away from cities and back to nature. I was just leaving London to take up my residence at an occult college, which was hidden away in the sandy fastness of the Hampshire Barrens. In the innocence of my heart, I suggested that she might come down there and help with the domestic duties. The suggestion was acted upon, and a few days after my own arrival, Miss L, as we called her, joined us. She seemed quite normal, made herself agreeable, and was well liked. One incident, however, in the light of subsequent events, was significant. On getting out of the ancient fly in which she had driven from the station, she immediately went and patted the still more ancient horse that drew it. That beast usually sunk in all apathy, from which he was with difficulty roused when actions was required of him, galvanized into life at her touch as if she had stung him. So she's petting this horse, and the horse just freaks out, and he usually is like a really malaised, like shitty horse, is what she's saying. He threw up his head, backed, snorted, and nearly turned the equipage over in the ditch, to the amazement of his Jehu, who declared he had never been known to do such a thing before and viewed our visitor with disfavor. So she already flipped the horse out. Miss L, however, appeared quite normal, made herself agreeable, and was given a friendly reception by the humans at any rate. And that night I was awakened by a nightmare, a thing to which I am not usually subject. I struggled with a weight on my chest, and even after consciousness had fully returned, the room seemed full of evil. I performed such simple banishing formula as I knew, and peace was restored. At breakfast next morning, an assembly of blear-eyed people met together, complaining of having past disturbed nights. We compared notes and found we had all had, some 6 or 7 of us had similar nightmares, and proceeded to exchange experiences. The effect of this upon Miss L was curious. She squirmed up in her chair as if it had suddenly become red hot, and said with much emphasis, "These things should not be discussed. It is most unwholesome." So you see this, as soon as the people started to be on to the energy of her, she's starting to flip out, right? She's getting anxious. Don't talk about this stuff. It's not positive, or whatever, right? There's your sign right there. Red flag number 1. Out of the deference to her feelings, we desisted. In other words, they were being nice, so they stopped talking about it. But presently, up to the open window came another member of our community, a woman who slept in an open-air shelter at some little distance from the house. We inquired after her health as usual, and she had replied that she was not feeling very well, as she had slept badly, and proceeded to recount the same nightmare as the rest of us. Later on in the morning, another lady who had a house a little way down the road arrived, and she in her turn told of a similar nightmare. These nightmares continued on and off for the next few days to afflict different members of the community. They were vague and nebulous, and there was nothing we could pitch upon for diagnostic purposes, and we put it down to the indigestion caused by the village's baker's version of war bread. Then one day I had a quarrel with Miss L. She had conceived a crush for me. Oh, here we go with the sexual stuff. I have a constitutional repulsion for crushes and give them scant politeness, and she complained bitterly of my lack of responsiveness. Whatever may be the rights and wrongs of the case, I had roused her resentment in good earnest. And that night I was afflicted with the most violent nightmare I'd ever had in my entire life, waking from sleep with terrible senses of oppression on my chest as if someone were holding me down or lying upon me. I saw distinctly the head of Miss L, reduced to the size of an orange, floating in the air at the foot of my bed, and snapping its teeth at me. It was the most malignant thing I'd ever seen. Still not attaching any psychic significance to my experiences and being firmly convinced that the local baker was responsible, I told no one of my dream, thinking it one of the things that are better kept to oneself. But when the members of the community came to talk matters over in the light of the subsequent events, we found that 2 other people had similar experiences. A night or 2 later, however, as it came to bedtime, I was overcome with a sense of impending evil, as if something dangerous were lurking in the bushes around the house threatening attack. So strong was this sensation that I came down from my room and went all around the house, testing the catches of the windows to make sure that all was secure. You guys ever do that when you're alone? You start feeling freaked out and you got to run around and start checking all the windows and the doors? Something ain't right, I'm telling you. Miss L heard me and called out to know what I was doing. I told her of my feelings. "You silly child," she said, "it is no use latching the windows. The danger's not outside the house, but in it. Go to bed and be sure and lock your door." That's a freaky thing for someone to say, isn't it? She would give no answer to my questions except to reiterate that I should lock my door. This was the first night I had slept in that house, previously having been in a cottage on the opposite side of the road. I did not lock my door because the night was intolerably hot and the room and the window were small. I compromised, however, by putting an enamel slop pail at a strategic spot in the fairway, trusting that any intruder would fall over it and give the alarm. Nothing happened, and I slept quietly. The next morning, however, a storm broke, and Mrs. L and I were peacefully at work in the kitchen when she suddenly caught up a carving knife and started after me, as mad as a March hare. Fortunately for me, I had in my hands a large saucepan full of freshly boiled greens, and I used this as a weapon of defense, and we danced around the kitchen table, slopping hot cabbage water in all directions. We neither one of us made a sound. I fended her off with the hot and sooty saucepan, and she slashed at me with an unpleasingly large carving knife. What the hell? At a psychological moment, in walked the head of the community. He took in the situation at a glance and handled it by the tactful method of scolding us both impartially for making so much noise and telling us to get on with our work. Miss L finished whatever she was doing with the carver. I dished up the cabbage, and the incident passed off quietly. Come on, Dion Fortune, this lady attacked you with a knife. You should have, handled that shit. After lunch, Miss L experienced the reaction from her excitement and went to her room completely prostrated with exhaustion. I was somewhat perturbed, although I was used to mental cases, and therefore not as disturbed by the recent fracas as anyone else might have been. I did not relish the prospect of being the housemate of a dangerous lunatic who was under no sort of control. The head of the community, however, said there was no cause for alarm. He would soon have the case in hand. He went up to the bathroom, filled a soap dish with water from the tap, made certain passes over it, and dipped his finger in the water, proceeded to draw a 5-pointed star upon the threshold of Mrs. L's room. Mrs. L made no attempt to leave her room until 48 hours later, when he fetched her out himself. So the dude put his finger in soapy water, put a pentagram over her door, and she didn't come out for 2 days until he had to go in there and get her. As he had promised, he soon had her in hand. He had several long talks with her, at which I was not present, and at the end of the few days, a very chastened Miss L began to go about her household duties again. There were relapses, and there were struggles, but in the course of a few weeks, she became comparatively normal, and when I met her again some 18 months later, there had been no relapse. 2 curious incidents occurred during the period of her treatment at the hands of this man, an adept, if ever there was one. I wonder if she's talking about Samuel Mathers. That's what it sounded like. The house in which she had a room was a very old one. and the front door exceedingly massive. It was secured at night by 2 enormous bolts that extended right across, a chain that could have moored a barge, and a huge lock with a key of the size of a trowel. When the door was open in the morning, it acted as an alarm clock for the entire village. It creaked, it groaned, and it clanged. Yet night after night we came down in the morning to find the door standing open. We all slept with our doors open onto the small landing, and to go down the ancient creaking stairs was like walking on organ stops. The black door was a modern affair which could have been opened easily. The 2 windows were modern casements of the most grimmick description. Who opened that heavy door, and how and why did they do it? We exchanged recriminations several mornings at breakfast as to who had left the door open the night before, but no one could ever be convicted of the blame. Finally, the matter came to the knowledge of the head of the group. I will soon put a stop to that, he said, and each night he resealed Mrs. L's room with the pentagram. So now he's back to putting pentagrams on her door again. We had no more trouble with the front door coming open after that. While he was dealing with Miss L, he made a practice of sealing the threshold of his own room in the same way, only in this case he drew a pentagram point outwards to prevent Miss L from coming in, whereas when he sealed her room, he put his point inwards to prevent her from coming out. She did not know this, nor was it likely to reach her ears indirectly, for he was very uncommunicative. I only knew that he was sealing his room because I chanced to see him doing it. So, this is pretty trippy. So some magic wars going on in this little occult house, right, with this crazy chick. Nevertheless, one day I heard a knock at my door, and there was Miss L, with her arms full of clean linens. She asked me if I would be good enough to take it into the room of the head of the community and put it away. She's trying to sneak something in there. I asked her why she did not do it herself, for I knew he was out, and it was her work to put away the linen. She replied that she had been to his room for that purpose, but there was a psychic barrier across the threshold that prevented her from entering. She also asked me on several occasions to put inside my frock out of sight a little silver cross that I had habitually wore. So now she's telling Dion to, put away her cross, as she said she could not bear the sight of it. The cross I had purchased just before coming to this occult college, and had taken it to a priest of my acquaintance to be blessed, for I had not been altogether easy in my mind concerning the nature of the group I was joining, and during the early days of my association with it was poised on tiptoe, as it were, ready for an instant flight. So, dude, this has to be when Dion Fortune went to the Order of the Golden Dawn. It has to be, because she's talking about getting her a cross blessed by one of her priests, and she's talking about how she wasn't sure about this order, and she was scared a little bit of the occult, right? Naturally, I'd kept my own counsel concerning the psychic precautions I had taken against my new friends, and no one was aware that the cross had been specially magnetized against psychic attack. Nevertheless, the woman who would have attacked if she could felt its influence and feared it. That's pretty rad. Autosuggestion and imagination play so large a part in so-called psychic impressions that one is chary of accepting confirmatory testimony from a psychic who would know what is expected of him. But a spontaneous reaction is, in my opinion, evidential. When the treatment of Miss L had progressed some way towards her final recovery, much interesting information was elicited. She told us that she had distinct memories of dealings with black magic in her previous lives. This, she said, had been confirmed by several independent psychics, and I would certainly have been willing to add my testimony to theirs had I been asked. As a child, she used to daydream that she was a witch, wielding the death or misfortune of those who annoyed her, and she also averred, though whether this was true or not I cannot say, that her wishes were so effectual that she was frightened and tried to abandon the practice. She also volunteered that she was in the habit of visualizing herself standing before people she was angry with, scolding them and projecting malignant forces at them. This, of course, would explain our nightmares. She also said that she had been in the habit of attacking her mother and sister in this way, and had made her sister very sick, so that they now refused to have her in the house. This statement was later confirmed by the mother. She told us that she felt as if she were two distinct persons, her normal self, being spiritually minded, intensely compassionate and idealistic, and her other and lower self, which came to the surface when she was crossed, upset, overtired, or being intensely malicious and subject to paroxysms of hate and cruelty. Ooh, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, crazy girl. These characteristics had been particularly marked when she was little, but as she grew older, she recognized the wrongfulness of them, and her lofty idealism represented her endeavor to rise above them. This endeavor was, I am convinced, an honest one. Unfortunately, it was not always successful. She referred to the incident in which she told me to lock my door, and she said that she had done so in the hope of affording me some measure of protection against the astral projection in which she knew she was tempted to indulge in. At first sight, her case had looked like one of obsession, and had been so diagnosed by one or two members of the community, but wise handling revealed otherwise. This case reveals another interesting point, in that, true to the witch tradition, she had a horror of sacred symbols. She would not occupy a room where there was a picture of a religious subject. Nothing would induce her to wear any piece of jewelry in the form of a cross, and it was impossible for her to enter a church. This case has many points of interest, especially in the fact that wasn't apparently a case of a well-marked insanity was cleared up by occult methods. Oof. Damn. Okay, that's pretty trippy, right? And I've had experiences with this too, and I'm sure maybe some of you guys have, where in the field of like occultists and mystics or whoever, you come across these people in your life that claim to be ultra sensitive. Now, a lot of people think they're ultra sensitive, but you can measure them based on how they act, right? Are they really ultra sensitive, or is it just an excuse? But I've only met one person that was kind of like that a few years back, actually. I remember her too saying that, like, she put her hands up above her eyes and said that certain symbols were blinding her and hurting her face and stuff. It was weird. So the next part of this book is called Projection of the Etheric Body. And it talks about etheric projection, experiences with the projected etheric body of an adept, repercussions, artificial elementals, experiences of accidental projection of a werewolf, and method of its destruction. Huh. Now, all this stuff sounds crazy. I know it does. Probably to the layman or, the skeptic, it sounds absolutely mad. But if it's true about elementals and the astral realm and any conscious void walker, traveler, or anybody that doesn't take a side here, that does conscious exploration or even out-of-body experimentation, will tell you that a lot of this stuff is true. Or could be true. And I hope some of this stuff is kind of ringing true with you. Like, if you've been in these communities for a while and you're probably at least, I would say, late 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, you probably have had some kind of experiences like this in your life with people. But I think it's more important that we probably investigate ourselves so that we don't become bad things in other people's lives too. Like, do past life regression, study your astrology, learn about yourself, etc. Kind of do that kind of stuff. I can tell you what I do personally is I simply pray and I do certain rituals every day. But as far as like cleansing stuff goes, I think salt water is amazing. It's amazing how, like, I'm naturally prone to depression sometimes, right? So when I feel depressed and it doesn't seem like it's going to go away, I used to take baths and put, like, blessed salt in the water. But now that I can go to the beach, I can jump in the ocean. It feels the exact same way, if not better. It's like the air is charged as soon as you jump in the water and you get out. It's almost like a switch. But we'll get into some of that stuff too as we keep going through this book. If you want to jump ahead in the book and not wait till every Friday, I guess. The book is called Psychic Self-Defense. You can get it on Audible. You can get it on Amazon. It's a classic occult text, probably one of the first occult texts when it comes to psychic self-defense that explains psychic and occult attacks for real and how to defend them. And I love you guys. Say your prayers tonight. And make sure that you have sweet dreams. Thank you guys for hanging out, especially y'all in the chat room. Thank you for your donations. Thank you for buying stuff from the store. And thank you for becoming a member. We'll see you guys Monday night when we welcome Jess to the late night here on the Fringe Late Night. Y'all have a good weekend. Night, sweet dreams. The pathology of non-human contacts. And yeah, since you ask about it so freaking much, we're going to talk about the risks incidental to magic. And we're going to do that with Dion Fortune. But tonight is something to celebrate, right? Because tonight is the first night of the Jess Rogie show. And she's asked me to be a guest on her show to kick it off. And so because I've spent most of my time in my studies with astrology, tarot, and hypnosis and stuff like that, and helping Jess and doing other things, I figured that this would be the best thing to do, is to get through this text, because it answers a lot of questions. Now, you can still call in any point in time at 1-800-588-0335 if you want to call into the show if any of this stuff has happened to you. I get so many questions that either it doesn't matter what you are, Christian, non-Christian, religious, spiritual, interested in magic or the occult, whatever. And I've always told people to dig into this book, right? I always say, hey, dig into this book, but it might be more fun if we just dig into it together. And we started doing that Friday. We talked about the signs of a psychic attack and how to analyze one. We heard some stories from Dion about a case of modern witchcraft. And we left off before we even started talking about the projection of the etheric body. And this is what we're going to get into tonight. Now, I'm very passionate about this subject. I'm fascinated with the works of, Tom Zinser, who I've had on the show, who told me that he would, he was a licensed therapist, psychologist, or psychiatrist, and he developed this method of soul healing that I'm fascinated with, which I've also been studying. Look, I'm never going to quit radio. Radio is always going to be in my heart. But I got to tell you, for the past 2 years, I've been sitting around and I've felt this weird calling to something that I don't know what it is. And I'm starting to figure it out, just to let you know. And I am going to implement it into the show. But just since the beginning of the broadcast, it's just as always. Most people plan out their shows and their guests and things like that, and they want to, I guess, fascinate your mind. But me, I just want you to go on this ride with me, if that's okay. And we're going to talk about projection of the etheric body. Now, I don't know if Dion Fortune is talking about the astral body or the etheric body that Dascalos is talking about. I have no idea, but we're going to find out. So we're going to discuss etheric projection experienced with the projected etheric body of what's called a magical adept, the repercussions, experience of accidental projection, and methods of its destruction. Now, some of this stuff is going to sound freaking wild, and if it freaks you out or you're about to go to bed, then turn the channel. I'm sure there's some politics and stuff you can listen to. But this is the stuff that I'm fascinated with, and I know you are too. Again, if this stuff has happened to you, 1-800-588-0335, you don't even have to tell me your name. You can remain anonymous if you want to. You're welcome to interrupt the broadcast at any point in time. So let's jump into this. I don't think I have any announcements other than stay tuned to after this broadcast, where things are going to get real fun in the late night here on the Moon Day night. and Jess Rogie's new show. And I have the coffee pot on. So if you can't sleep, this is perfect. So before you can leave the subject of an attack by incarnate human beings, we must consider the subject of etheric projection. In this case, not only is the mind at work, but also something which is pretty nearly physical, sufficiently physical at any rate, to leave bruises on the flesh of the victim. It throws, we've seen videos of this too, throwing furniture about or at least make a considerable amount of noise. That's what people call these poltergeists, right? So Dion says, where such manifestations take place, it's obvious that we're dealing with something more substantial than the mind. For although mind can influence mind, and through it the body, to an extent to which in the present state of our knowledge, it is difficult to set limits. Our mind cannot manipulate matter directly, that is to say, you cannot smash a window by means of a thought. Well, I don't know. Some people have proven that to be wrong, but there must be some physical vehicle that can be manipulated by the mind if effects are to be wrought on the physical plane. The living body is such an instrument. It is manipulated by the mind every time a voluntary movement takes place, and the operations of spiritual healing are simply an extension of this principle to the involuntary muscles and physiological processes not ordinarily directed by the etheric double, as it's called. The etheric double is called the mortal mind of the Christian scientists. Have any of you Christians ever heard of that before? Because I haven't. I grew up Christian. I never heard that. Of course, I never heard of a Christian scientist either, but whatever. We may not unreasonably conclude that when physical action is produced at a distance by occult means, it is done by employing this etheric double. The etheric double is primarily a body of magnetic stresses in the framework of whose meshes every cell and fiber of the physical body is held as in a rack. But intermediate between this and the dense physical body as we know it, there is what may be called the raw material out of which dense matter is condensed. This was called by the ancients tile for the first matter, and by the moderns ectoplasm. Now we're back into Ghostbusters again. It is this projected ectoplasm which produces the phenomena whenever physical manifestations are in question. It may be projected as long as rods, which will operate up to a distance of a dozen feet or so, or it may be projected as a nebulous cloud, connected with a medium by a tenuous thread. This cloud can be organized into distinct forms, having the semblance of life and acting as a vehicle for conscious wills. That is freaky, man. Do you guys remember when I told you that I came out of body the second time and I got halfway out and there was these little black blobby looking cloud things that pushed me back in? It's making me think a little. There is a great deal of information available on this subject in the literature of spiritualism, to which reference may be found in the bibliography at the end of this book. The adept who was head of the occult college to which I have previously referred, this woman is talking about Samuel Mathers, I think. I'm just guessing here. Who was the head of the Golden Dawn, and from who I received my first training in occultism, was able to perform this operation, and I have many times seen him do it. He would go into a deep trance, and after a few convulsive movements, somewhat like a slowly tetany, a slow tetany, and would then lose about 2/3 of his weight. I've many times helped to lift him off, even him single-handed, when he was in this state, and he weighed no more than a child. That's freaking crazy, man. A man can fake many things, but he cannot fake his weight. I've lifted him single-handed from the floor onto a sofa when in this state. It is quite true that being rigid as a board, he was much easier to handle than the ordinary limp, unconscious human form, but there's a certain ratio between the weight of a grown man and the strength of a woman of average physique. So Mathers, or whoever she's talking about, would go into a trance, and all of a sudden he would weigh half of what he did weigh. And she said she witnessed this because he was projecting an etherical form. What became of the missing weight on these occasions, I found out one night. He had been ill with some delirium, and the lion's share of the nursing, especially the night work, had fallen to my lot. Dion, why can't you just simply say, I had to do most of the work that night? These old school occult writers, they like to make things sound so crazy and distinct and proper. It's confusing. There came a time, however, when we decided that he was so far recovered that it was unnecessary for anyone to sit up with him. So to bed we all went, and for the first time for several days, we finally got some sleep. I shared a room with another member of the community, and it was a comparatively small cottage we were in, and our two beds were close together, side by side, right under the uncurtained open window. It was that time of the full moon, and I remember that I had no need to light a candle in order to see or to undress. I fell asleep at once, and for I was very tired. I could not have been asleep very long, however, when I was awakened by the sensation of a weight upon my feet. It was as if a good-sized dog, say a collie, had jumped up and lain down on the bed. The room was flooded with moonlight and as bright as day, and I clearly saw, lying apparently asleep across the foot of my bed, the man whom we had left safely tucked up for the night in the room below. It was a somewhat embarrassing situation, and I lay still taking thought before I did anything. I was wide enough awake by now, as may well be imagined. I concluded that Z, as I will call this man, had either had a return of the delirium or was sleepwalking. In any case, I was very anxious to get him safely back to the bed again without a fuss. My companion had a bad heart, and I did not want her to get a shock, and neither did I want him to get a shock in this weak state. I was afraid that if I asked my roommate first, she might scream and wake up Z. Up with a start with disastrous consequences, so she thinks he's sleepwalking, maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out, does she think he's sleepwalking, or is this his etheric body here? I decided, therefore, to wake him gently as being the worst case of the two and let her take her chance. Having cogitated these matters for several moments at least, I finally took action. Sorry, that gets on my nerves when they don't just say plain English. I sat up in bed and leaned quietly forward with the intention of touching him gently on the shoulder and so arousing him. In order to lean forward, I had to withdraw my feet from under him, for they were pinned by his weight, which until now had rested upon them, for I had been careful not to stir while thinking out my plan of campaign. Z, as we're calling him, was plainly visible in the moonlight, clad apparently in his dressing gown, or so I took the muffling folds of material to be that swathed him about. So she can see this guy in the moonlight. She feels the weight of him on her feet. She can see the visible, I guess you could say, outline of this guy in the moonlight. Both his face and wrapping appeared gray and colorless in the moonlight, but there was no question in my mind as to his solidity, for not only could I see him, but I could feel his weight resting upon my feet. But the moment I moved, he vanished, and I was left staring in amazement at the smooth fold of the blankets over the end of the little clamped bed on which I lay. It was then, and only then, that I realized he had appeared all gray and colorless, more like a shaded pencil sketch than a human being of flesh and blood. All right, so if there is anybody, and I'm not doubting Dion Fortune or what she's saying or anything, like maybe she did meet someone that can do this. If there is anybody out there, please call in and tell me if you've experienced this. You can also email me at contact@lightingthevoid.com. I'm really skeptical of this, but this is creepy. I asked him about this incident in the morning, but he said he had no recollection of it. He had been dreaming the uneasy, broken dreams of a sick man, but could not recall them. This, of course, was in no way an occult attack, but rather the visit from a friend who had come to lean upon me in the course of his illness, and instinctively came to me for consolation when out of his body, in trance, at a time when his weakened condition prevented him from retaining its normal control over his psychic activities. Nevertheless, it serves to illustrate what could be done. If the etheric form that visited me had been energized by a malignant will, it may explain the nature of the sense of weight that oppresses the victims of a certain type of nightmare. I have heard from more than one case wherein bruises resembling finger marks were found on the throats of people who had been victims of an astral attack. I've never actually seen such bruises myself, but I've been told of them by people who have either had them themselves or seen them. It is a well-known fact that if an occultist functioning out of the body meets with an unpleasantness on the astral plane, or if his subtle body is seen and struck or shot at, the physical body will show the marks. I myself have many times found curiously patterned bruises on the body after an astral skirmish. The mechanism of the production of such marks must, I think, be the same nature as which produces the stigmata of saints, and the curious physical marks and swelling sometimes seen and hysterics the mind. Powerfully stirred affects the etheric double, and the etheric double acts upon the physical molecules held in its meshes. I dare to prophesy the next advances in medicine will be bound up with the knowledge of the nature and function of the etheric double. Ooh, this is trippy, man. So the etheric double, according to Dosklos, is a real thing. And any people that have witnessed a ghost could be seeing, and I've always said this too, could be seeing somebody's astral form. But she's also saying people that have bruises, any type of marks on their body or anything like that could as well be someone's etheric body. And I find this, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Listen. If you read Robert Monroe's books, he also, he never talked to these people, and I know he didn't read Dion Fortune's book, but you will find both the books of the old books of the magicians and the books of the astral travelers talking about the same things, calling them different things in different scenarios. For instance, Robert Monroe talked about a guy that was still trying to sleep with a woman. He had a sex addiction to a woman, and he was, I guess his energy had gotten him stuck between lives, and Robert Monroe witnessed this guy pretty much trying to attack this woman at night. Now, imagine if this woman was still physically alive, she would probably feel that if that was his etheric double. I don't know. And we've had many, many people on several shows, not including this show or network, talk about these types of things too. Am I still skeptical about it? Absolutely. Like, I've had an out-of-body experience, but I'm pretty sure nobody saw me, so I don't know if there's a different body. But I do know that Dosklos talks about an etheric double. So this is all kind of weird to me. Ask Joe all the tough questions. Oh, great. All right, here we go. The next type of psychic attack, which we must consider, is that conducted by means of artificial elementi. These are distinguished from the thought forms by the fact that, once formulated by the creative mind of the magician, they possess a distinct and independent life of their own. Though strictly conditioned as to nature by the concept of their creator, the life of these creatures is akin to that of an electric battery. It slowly leaks out by means of radiation, and unless recharged periodically, will finally weaken and die out. The whole question of the making, charging, recharging, or destruction of these, let's just call them artificial elementals, is an important one in practical occultism. Oh, see, okay, I got to pause again. So Dr. Stylianos Ateshlis, Dosklos, talks about this too, that we create elementals all the time, unknowingly. If an occultist knows how to do this, they can create these thought forms or elementals in the astral realm. But I'm pretty sure, I'd have to go back and read it again, that Dosklos said that they don't die out, but here Dion Fortune is saying that if they're not recharged, they will. So I don't know. It could all be bullshit, right? The artificial elemental is constructed by forming a clear-cut image in the imagination of the creature it is intended to create, ensouling it with something of the corresponding aspect of one's own being, and then invoking to it the appropriate natural force. This method can be used for good as well as evil, and, quote, guardian angels are formed in this way. It is said that dying women, anxious concerning the welfare of their children, frequently form them unconsciously. I myself once had an exceedingly nasty experience in which I formulated a werewolf accidentally. Unpleasant as the incident was, I think it may be just as well to give it publicity, for it shows what may happen when an insufficiently disciplined and purified nature is handling occult forces. I had received serious injury from someone who, at considerable cost to myself, I had disinterestedly helped, and I was sorely tempted to retaliate. I'm lying on my bed, resting one afternoon. I was brooding over my resentment, and while so brooding, drifted towards the borders of sleep. There came to my mind the thought of casting off all restraint and going berserk. The ancient Nordic myths rose before me, and I thought of Fenris, the wolf whore of the north. Immediately, I felt a curious drawing out sensation from my solar plexus, and there materialized beside me on the bed a large wolf. It was a well-materialized ectoplasmic form like Z. It was gray and colorless, and like him, it had weight. I could distinctly feel its back pressing against me as it lay beside me on the bed, as a large dog might. All right, this is getting a little crazy, right? So let me break down for layman's term, whatever you want to call it, for the dumb people like me, what she's trying to say, and for you, even though I know you're not dumb. She's saying that she got pissed off once because she helped somebody that she didn't want to. It made her mad, and as she was falling asleep, she took these emotions with her, and in her mind, I guess, maybe, she formed this Fenris, the wolf whore, and through the energy of her solar plexus, created this etheric werewolf. That's an elemental. I'm just breaking it down for you. Believe it, don't. Moving on. I knew nothing about the art of making elementals at the time, but had accidentally stumbled upon the right method. The brooding highly charged with emotion, the invocation of the appropriate natural force, and the condition between sleeping and waking in which the etheric double readily extrudes. Here we go, right? So we've discussed this before. She says the brooding highly charged with emotion, so she charged her emotions. She invoked the appropriate natural force. That could be elemental, planetary, or whatever. The condition between sleeping and waking, she was either in a state of trance or, like she said before, she was falling asleep, in which the etheric double readily extrudes. That's the place to create astral images. Twilight. Pretty trippy, man. I was horrified at what I'd done, and I knew I was in a tight corner and that everything depended upon me keeping my head. I had enough experience of practical occultism to know that the thing I'd called into visible manifestation could be controlled by my willpower, or by my will, provided I did not panic. But that if I lost my nerve and it got the upper hand, I had a Frankenstein to cope with. I stirred slightly, and the creature evidently objected to being disturbed, for it turned its long snout towards me over its shoulder and snarled, showing its teeth. I had now got the wind up properly, but I knew that everything depended upon me getting the upper hand and keeping it, and that the best thing I could do was to fight it out now, because the longer the thing remained in existence, the stronger it would get, and the more difficult to disintegrate. So I drove my elbow into its hairy ectoplasmic ribs and said it out loud. "If you can't behave yourself, you'll have to go on the floor," and pushed it off the bed. And down it went, meek as a lamb, and changed from wolf to dog. To my great relief, the northern corner of the room appeared to fade away, and the creature went out through the gap. I was far from happy, however, for I had the feeling that this was not the end of it, and my feeling was confirmed when the next morning another member of my household reported that her sleep had been disturbed by dreams of wolves, and she had awakened in the night to see the eye of a wild animal shining in the darkness in the corner of her room. Alrighty. So, in the beginning of the text, she said that this astral realm is where we're all connected, and therefore you can psychically attack anybody because all of our minds are connected in this place. And if you don't notice, she did also talk about last time that when people psychically attack you, they have to deal with the things that they use to attack you. So here she's given an example of how she had to deal with her own creation and use her will to make it obey. It's pretty trippy stuff, man. I know one of you have had an experience like this. Let me know. I'll be right back. Or at least been visited by one. We're studying the depths of a psychic attack by one of the original members of the Golden Dawn from 1888, Dion Fortune. We've talked about etheric doubles. What else have we talked about? The nature of a psychic attack, how to figure it out, all this stuff. Now, if you want to look into this further, I mean, because this is some old school stuff here, so I imagine it's been studied and checked upon. But I need to check and see what the chaos magicians say about this, because those guys have pretty much tried all this stuff. Now, I know Frater Xavier has a course on what's called thought forms, so maybe there's something real to this. So we're talking about here how Dion Fortune says that she projected this animal and called it an elemental. She didn't mean to, I guess. She was going to sick it on somebody, and she got rid of it. But she said, I had a feeling that this wasn't the end of it, and my feeling was confirmed when the next morning another member of the household reported that they had a dream of wolves. And she had awakened in the night to see the eye of a wild animal shining in the darkness in the corner of her room. So it goes on from here. Now, thoroughly alarmed, I went off to seek advice from one whom I've always looked up as my teacher. And I was told that I had made this thing out of my own substance by revengeful thoughts, and that it was really a part of myself extruded, and that I must, at all costs, recall it and reabsorb it into myself, at the same time foregoing my desire to settle accounts with the person who had injured me. Curiously enough, just at this time there came an opportunity most effectually to settle with my antagonist. So she's having a little astral battle here with somebody she doesn't like. And if you're a Christian, you know, there's a verse that says, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. If you're a Kabbalist, then you just let justice happen through the pillar of severity, or Gabora, right? In other words, this stuff kind of works its justice on its own, because according to Scripture, all that is hidden will be revealed, right? So the worst thing that we can do is feel like we need justice or feel resentment towards people, because we might accidentally create elementals, right? Things like this to attack them in their sleep, I guess. Fortunately for all concerned, I had enough sense left to see that I was at the dividing of the ways, and if I were not careful, would take the first step onto the left-hand path. She's scared she's going to become a black magician. If I availed myself of the opportunity to give practical expression to my resentment, the wolf form would be born into an independent existence, and there would be the devil to pay, literally as well as metaphorically. I received the distinct impression, and impressions are important things in psychic matters, for they often represent subconscious knowledge and experience, that once the wolf impulse had found expression in action, the wolf form would sever the psychic navel cord that connected it with my solar plexus, and it would be no longer possible for me to absorb it. So I think Dion Fortune is kind of teaching us here how to create an elemental. That's pretty scary. I hope it's not real. The prospect was not a pleasant one. I had to forgo my dearly loved revenge and allow harm to be done to me without defending myself, and I also had to summon and absorb a wolf form, which, to my psychic consciousness at any rate, looked unpleasantly tangible. Nor was it a situation in which I could either ask for assistance or expect much sympathy. However, it had to be faced, and I knew that with every hour of this thing's existence, it would be harder to deal with, so I made the resolution to let the opportunity for revenge slip through my fingers, and at first dust summoned the creature. It came in through the northern corner of the room again. Subsequently, I learnt that the north was considered among the ancients as the evil quarter. It's also the black direction in the Golden Dawn, too, or the earthly direction, and presented itself upon the hearthrug in quite a mild and domesticated mood. I obtained an excellent materialization in the half-light and could have sworn that a big Alsatian was standing there looking at me. It was tangible, even to the dog-like odor. All right. So this is getting weird, right? But what she's saying here is, magically, she created this elemental, and her teacher told her that in order for this thing not to be loosed into the astral realm and wreak havoc on anybody, she had to reabsorb it. And for her to reabsorb it, she had to go by herself, summon this thing back into her energy, which is going to cause her all kinds of hell. I mean, this stuff just gets weirder, trust me. But before you say it's crazy, and if any of you guys are fans of Monroe, remember this. I know I go back and forth between the astral travelers and the magicians, but I do that for a reason. Remember that Monroe had many tussles with things like this. He got attacked in the astral realm by something that was so crazy that he said he was crying and screaming and needed help. So, I don't know. The only thing that we can do to figure this stuff out, guys, is if you call in. You can call in at any point in time. So 1-800-588-0335. You can email me at contact@lightingthevoid, or you can leave a message in the Discord chat. So she continues. From it to me stretched a shadowy line of ectoplasm. One end was attached to my solar plexus and the other disappeared in the shaggy fur of its belly. But I could not see the actual point of attachment. I began by an effort of the will and imagination to draw the life out of it along this silver cord. Masons talk about silver cords, as if sucking lemonade up a straw. The wolf form began to fade, the cord thickened and grew more substantial. A violent emotional upheaval started in myself. I felt the most furious impulses to go berserk and rend and tear anything and anybody that came to hand, like the Malay running amok. I conquered this impulse with an effort, and the upheaval subsided. The wolf form had now faded into a shapeless gray mist. This too absorbed along the silver cord. The tension relaxed, and I found myself bathed in perspiration. That, as far as I know, was the end of the incident. I had a sharp lesson and a highly instructive one. It may not be convincing to other people owing to the lack of corroborative evidence, but it was exceedingly evidential to me. And I put it on record for what it was worth to those who, having personal knowledge of these things, can see its significance. It is a curious point that during the brief 24 hours of this thing's life, the opportunity for an effectual vengeance presented itself. So there you go. Don't do that. Look, guys, I mean, if we want to talk about magic and get into the depths of it, let's do it, right? Like, these are the originals here. So the next part is vampirism. Now, you hear about this stuff a lot on YouTube and throughout the world. Psychic vampires, energy vampires, all the stuff. What does Dion Fortune have to say about it? Now, vampirism is supposed to have died out, but I don't know. She's going to talk about the effect of the same persons upon electric batteries, morbid reports, the Oedipus complex, psychic parasites, descriptions of a case of vampirism, necrophilia on the Western Front. Oh, I can't wait to get into this. This is not your average late night program. The alleged vampire has always been a popular character in tales of mystery and imagination. There's a considerable literature concerning his doings, from the famous novel Dracula to serious studies of the medieval witch trials, for which the readers referred to the bibliography at the end of this book and these pages. However, I do not want to avail myself of second-hand evidence, nor of incidents which took place in other centuries and under primitive conditions. For it might be argued that, with the passing of such conditions from our midst, the problem of vampirism, like the problem of typhus, has gone too, and need not trouble us. From my own experience, I am of the opinion, however, that this is not so, and that the peculiar condition which the ancients called vampirism may account for certain forms of mental disturbance and the physical ill health associated therewith. When psychoanalysis was first introduced into England, I took up the subject, and I became a student, and eventually a lecturer at a clinic that was founded in London. We students were soon struck by the fact that some cases were exceedingly exhausting to deal with. It was not that they were troublesome, but simply that they took it out of us and left us feeling like limp rags at the end of a treatment. Someone happened to mention this fact to one of the nurses engaged in the electrical department, and she told us that the same patients equally took it out of the electrical machines and that they could absorb the most surprising voltages without turning a hair. All right, so she goes to London, studies psychology, and finds that she's just drained energetically from trying to help these patients. And people are saying, yeah, they do that to the machines too. That's weird. At the same place in the course of my psychoanalytical work, I came across a number of cases where a morbid attachment existed between two people, most commonly mother and daughter, or two women friends, sometimes also between mother and son, and in one case, I met socially between a man and a woman. It was always the negative one of the pair who came for treatment, and we were able to benefit them considerably by psychotherapeutic means. Have you ever noticed that? Like, have you ever talked to a couple, right? And there's always like a more positive-minded person out of the two. Check it out sometime. They always showed the same symptom complex: a sensitive temperament, pallid complexion, wasted form and general debility, a sense of weakness, and were easily fatigued. They were also invariably highly suggestible and were therefore easy to handle. Consequently, we were usually able to get good results pretty quick in such cases. Now, before I keep going, she only mentioned that a couple was one case. Most of these were women, friends, or mother and daughter things, right? She's talking about attachments between two people. Where did I stop here? Okay. The curious point, however, was that the breaking of the morbid rapport caused a marked disturbance and even semi-collapse of the dominant partner in the alliance. We found it necessary to insist upon a separation if a cure were to be effected, and the separation invariably disagreed very actively with the dominant partner. At the time, I explained everything in terms of psychology, but even so, I could not help being struck by the curious effect a separation had upon a person who was not supposed to be sick. And as the one went uphill, the other one would go downhill. It's kind of like that movie, Hancock. You guys seen that? Or is it in Florida? Okay, here we go. A lot of sound stuff happening in Skinwalker Ranch. I hear there's another place like Skinwalker Ranch in Florida. I'm in Florida. If you find out where that place is, dude, let me know. I'll go check it out. Stuncock. I am the opinion, let me start here. So you guys, so at the time I explained everything in terms of regular psychology, but even so, I could not help being struck by the curious effect a separation had upon the person who was not supposed to be sick. And that, as the one went uphill, the other went downhill. Okay. I am the opinion that what Sigmund Freud calls an Oedipus complex is not altogether a one-sided affair, and that the soul of the parent is drawing upon the psychic vitality of the child. Man, I've seen that happen, actually. I'm just saying, she's not wrong here. It is curious how aged Oedipus cases always look, and what little old men and women they are as children. They never have a normal childhood, but they're always mentally mature for their years. I persuaded various patients to show me photographs of themselves as children, and was much struck by the elderly, worried expression of the childish faces if they had known all of life's problems and burdens. Knowing what we do of telepathy and the magnetic aura, it appears to me not unreasonable to suppose that in some way, which we do not as yet fully understand, the negative partner of such a rapport is shorting onto the positive partner. It's like shorting out the circuit. There's a leakage of vitality going on, and the dominant partner is more or less consciously lapping it up, if not actually sucking it out. All right, so if you guys are really interested in this, again, you should go study Dr. Stylianos Ateshlis, or get on YouTube and listen to him talk about what he calls etheric vitality. And then go out into the world and just do some case studies, right? Like, experiment or just research couples, I wouldn't even say couples, maybe mother-daughter scenarios here. Two people that are really attached to each other. There's always, if you listen to them talk, there's always a dominant one, right? There's always one that actually affects the other. And a lot of times when you hear, let's say, mother-daughters speak, a lot of times, say, for instance, a daughter will speak as if she's the dominant one, but you'll actually see the effect of the mother onto the daughter. So what you should look for is who's the one that is being convinced, or I guess you could say submitting, no matter who's acting dominant. You'll be able to tell what I'm talking about. And then they'll start like screwing each other all up. Such cases are by no means uncommon and clear up rapidly when the victim is separated from the vampire. Whenever there's a record of a close and dominating bond between two people with the devitalization of one of them, it is a good plan to recommend a temporary separation and observe the results. So is one person like being drained and the other one not? I don't know. Such cases as these, however, may more justly be described as parasitism than vampirism. Such psychic parasitism is exceedingly common and explains many psychological problems. We will not pursue the subject in these pages, however, as it is outside the scope of our present inquiry and is merely mentioned for illustrative purposes. Vampirism, as generally understood, is very different, and we shall do well to reserve the term for those cases wherein the attack is deliberate, applying the term parasitism to the cases wherein it is unconscious and involuntary. In my opinion, true vampirism cannot take place unless there is power to project the etheric double. All the records of vampirism that we have given account of something much more tangible than a haunting. In Western Europe, the occurrences seem to be comparatively rare in modern times, but in Eastern Europe and in primitive countries, it appears to be by no means uncommon, and innumerable well-authenticated cases occur in books of travel. Commander Gould, in his exceedingly interesting book, Oddities, gives an account of vampirism among the Berbalangs of the Philippine Islands. His account is based on a paper printed in the Journal of the Asiatic Society, volume, looks like, I don't know what that is, 37? That's not 37. What is that? Whatever. 1896. These unpleasant people, according to Mr. Skirchley, the author of the article which Commander Gould quotes, are ghouls and must eat human flesh occasionally or they would die. When they feel a craving for a meal of human flesh, they go away into the grass and, having carefully hidden their bodies, hold their breaths and fall into a trance. What the hell is he talking about? These unpleasant people, according to eat flesh occasionally or they would die. When they feel a craving for a meal of human flesh, they go away into the grass and, having carefully hidden their bodies, hold their breaths and fall into a trance. All right, that's crazy. Anyways, their astral bodies are then liberated. They fly away and, entering a house, make their way into the body of one of the occupants and feed on his entrails. The Berbalangs may be heard coming as they make a moaning noise, which is loud and distant and dies away to a feeble moan as they approach. When they are near you, the sound of their wings may be heard, and the flashing lights of their eyes can be seen dancing like fireflies in the dark. Mr. Skirchley declares that he himself saw and heard a flight of Berbalangs pass by, and visiting next day the house he saw them enter, found the occupant dead without any sign of external violence. This is freaking trippy, man. Compare Mr. Skirchley's account of the Berbalangs lying in the long grass and throwing themselves into trance with Mr. Muldoon's account of the projection of the astral body, with which every student of occultism ought to be familiar, for it's undoubtedly a classic of occult literature, being a practical account of occult experiences and detailed instructions on how to go and do likewise. I got to get these books she's talking about. I got to look this stuff up. This is crazy. But to return near home, in the course of my experience of the byways of the human mind, which from the nature of my work has been like Sam Weller's knowledge of London, extensive and peculiar, I have only known one case of genuine vampirism, according to the sense in which I used the term, and this was not one of my own cases, though I knew the persons concerned, but was handled by my original teacher, whom I have already referred to in connection with the case of the good lady who chased me with a carving knife. I've made use of the facts of this case as a groundwork for one of the stories in The Secrets of Dr. Tavener, but the actual facts are such that they were unsuitable for a work supposedly designed to amuse. At the time, I was doing the tutorials in abnormal psychology at the clinic I have spoken of, and supervising the work of the other students. One of them took counsel with me concerning a case that had come to her in private practice, the case of a youth in the late teens. One of these degenerate but intellectual and socially presentable types that not infrequently crop up in old families whose blood is too blue to be wholesome. Blue bloods. This lad was taken as a boarder in a flat which the student shared with another woman, and they soon began to be troubled with curious phenomena. About the same time, every evening, the dogs in a neighboring mews began a furious outcry of barking and howling, and a few moments later, the French window leading to the veranda would open. It did not matter how often they got the locksmith to do it, nor how they barricaded it. Open it would come at the appointed time, and a cold drought swept through the flat. This phenomenon took place one evening when the adept, Z, was present, and he declared that an unpleasant, invisible entity had entered. They lowered the lights and were able to see a dull glow in the corner he indicated, and when they put their hands into the glow, felt a tingling sensation such as is experienced when the hands are put into an electrically charged water. What is the mystery? I mean, if this is the Golden Dawn, I don't know, maybe it's not the Golden Dawn, but these people, when they get together, man, they're having some crazy experiences, right? It's pretty freaking weird. This is weird. Now, if something comes to your mind, chime in. 1-800-588-0335. Also coming up, the very first show, the Jess Rogie show, which I'll be the guest on, and we're going to have fun. Stay with us as we head deeper into the Fringe Late Night here on the Fringe FM. It's 1 a.m. here on the East Coast. Be right back. Tonight we're talking about Psychic Attack with Dion Fortune, and we're in the section of vampirism as she goes into these stories that, I think it's important that we discuss this stuff. And the reason why I'm doing this is because for the past few years, people have reached out to me and asked about these things. And to me, the best way to figure this out is always to experience this stuff through conscious exploration on your own. But if you don't want to do that, you can always go back and look at the original members of the Golden Dawn and what they've been through. And Dion Fortune was one of those members. Or study the Astral Travelers, Robert Monroe, William Buellman. These are some of my favorite people to study. Robert Bruce. And you'll notice that they're talking about a lot of the same things. And people that call in or contact the show have had a lot of these same experiences. So, I mean, a skeptic as you have to be about this stuff, some of it seems a little creepy, right? And stay tuned, too, as we go deeper into the late night. We still got a few more hours of this stuff going. If you're listening on the Fringe FM app, download it. Leave us a shout out. Fill out make sure you fill out the surveys on there so we know how to better serve you. It's weird, right? When you download the survey, you can scroll and pick subjects, but there's nowhere where you can see to scroll, so I'm going to have to fix that. Call number tonight, 1-800-588-0335. Don't be afraid, even though this is a weird subject. Hope it doesn't give you nightmares. But perhaps if you make it through this book with me, I don't know if I'm going to make it through the book, but if you make it through this book with me, in the end, she talks about methods to defend all this stuff, so have no fear. There's ways to get around it. All right. So we're in the section of vampirism, and she's talking about this boy. She said this lad was taken as a boarder in a flat, which the student shared with another woman, and they soon began to be troubled with phenomena. About the same time every evening, these dogs would bark at the same time and howl, and one of the French windows would blow open. No matter how they barred it, it would just keep blowing open. And it took place on the evening when the adept Z, who I think she's talking about Samuel Mathers, but it could be, there were several magical adepts at the time, so it could be somebody else. But He declared that an unpleasant invisible entity had entered, and they lowered the lights and were able to see a dull glow in the corner, he said, and when they put their hands into the glow, they felt a tingling sensation, such as experienced when the hands are put into an electrically charged water. It's kind of something, it sounds like something out of like the movie Constantine, doesn't it? They began a mighty spook hunt up and down the flat, and the presence was finally cornered and dispatched in the bathroom. I have staged the incident somewhat more picturesquely in my story, but the essential facts are the same. The result of the dispatching of this entity was a marked improvement in the condition of the boy patient and the elicitation of the following story. See, this is why I wanted to go to school to become a therapist. I still kind of do, but I think I'm too old to go to school now. The boy, whom we will call D, was in the habit of going to sit with a cousin who had been invalidated home from France, suffering from alleged shell shock. This young man was another scion of a worn-out stock, and it transpired that he had been caught red-handed in the unpleasant perversion called necrophilia. Jesus Christ. Sorry, that's disgusting. According to the story elicited from the parents of D, whom we'll call this boy, this vice was not uncommon on certain sections of the front, as were also attacks on wounded men. The authorities were taking drastic steps to put it down. Owing to family influence, the cousin of D was able to escape incarceration in a military prison and was placed in the care of his family as a mental case. And then they put him in the charge of a male nurse. It was while the male nurse was off duty that the unfortunate young D was misguidedly employed to sit with him. It also came out of the relations between D and his cousin were of a vicious nature, and on one occasion he bit the boy on the neck just under the ear, actually drawing blood. D had always been under the impression that some ghost attacked him during his crisis, but had not dared to say so for fear of being thought mad. So he didn't want to say, like, oh, I'm crazy. That's why I'm biting people. It's a ghost. What may have been the exact percentage of the neurotic taint vice and psychic attack is difficult to say, nor is it easy to decide which the predisposing cause that opened the door to all the trouble, but one thing stood out clearly to all the beholders, that with the dispatch of the psychic visitant, not only did D's condition clear up immediately, but after a short, sharp upheaval, the cousin also recovered. The method of dispatch used by the magical adept Z was to pin the entity inside a magic circle so that it could not get away, and then absorb it into himself through compassion. As he completed the operation, he fell over backwards unconscious. It was in fact the same method that I was instructed to use in dealing with my werewolf, but it was much more formidable to task, absorb, and transmute the projection of another person than to absorb one's own, and could only have been accomplished by an initiate of a very high grade, which Z was. So now this kid that had been a part of necrophilia, crazy, biting people or whatever, they take him to the cottage of these magical adepts and cured him through pinning this thing in a magic circle, and then through compassion, the adept absorbed it. Doesn't that sound absolutely stupid? I mean, she was studying psychology, but this stuff happened, right? I'm very, very skeptical of this. I wouldn't be if it had not for me if I hadn't read Dostolos, right? And I know I keep talking about the same people, but this guy was really something else. And I know that these people haven't met and they haven't talked to each other, and yet they're talking about the same thing. Dostolos talked about healing people with his etheric body, also healing people by absorbing things through love and compassion, which is pretty crazy. So back to the magical adept that she's calling Z. His opinion concerning the case, though there was no means of obtaining independent confirmation of this, was that some Eastern European troops had been brought to the Western Front, and among these were individuals with the traditional knowledge of black magic, for which Southeastern Europe has always enjoyed a sinister reputation among occultists. these men getting killed knew how to avoid going to the second death. That is to say, the disintegration of the astral body, and maintain themselves in the etheric double by vampirizing the wounded. Now, vampirism is contagious. See, I can't pass this up. I can't just keep reading after I hear something like this. So in the Bible, you hear about the second death, right? We have the death of our bodies, our individual natures. And then what they're calling, or what Dion Fortune is calling the second death, is the death of the astral body, or independent etheric, I guess, astral entities or whatever. And she's saying that a lot of these soldiers, I guess, they had knowledge of black magic, and they knew how to avoid having their astral bodies die by using vampirism on the wounded. It's weird. Now, vampirism is contagious. The person who is vampirized, being depleted of vitality, is a psychic vacuum, himself absorbing from anyone he comes across in order to refill his depleted resources of vitality. He soon learns by experience the tricks of a vampire without realizing their significance. And before he knows it, this is weird, man. I'm having a hard time reading this, actually. And before he knows it where he is a full-blown vampire himself, vampirizing others. The earthbound soul of a vampire sometimes attaches itself permanently to one individual if it succeeds in making a functioning vampire of him, systematically drawing its etheric nutriment from him. For since he is in his turn is resupplying himself from others, he will not die from exhaustion as victims of vampires do in the ordinary way. I keep hearing that song by the Lost Boys in that 80s movie. Join us. Come on, Michael. Z was of the opinion that Dee's cousin was not the primary vampire in the case, but was himself a victim. Being a youth of unstable morale, he speedily acquired the vampire tricks, and the earthbound soul of some magi magician exploited him. Through his act of biting and drawing blood from the neck of his cousin, this entity became transferred to young D, preferring pastures new to the depleted resources of its previous victim. Probably it alternated between the two, for it was constantly with D. Exactly what Z, the magician, did, we do not know, for he was exceedingly secretive concerning his methods. But in the light of subsequent knowledge, I should imagine that he absorbed the etheric energy of the earthbound soul, and thus deprived it of its means of resisting the second death, merely to drive the resisting soul out to the judgment hall of Osiris would have involved leaving behind an astral corpse, which for some time would have continued to give trouble. I thought she said that they trapped in a magic circle and she knew exactly what happened, so now she's saying she don't? I don't know. It may be interesting to note, in connection with this case, that during the time Miss L was, remember Miss L, the crazy one that attacked her? During the time Miss L was at the occult college in Hampshire, we had some rather curious happenings. There was an outbreak among us of exceedingly bad mosquito bites. The bites themselves were not poisonous, but the stabs were of such a nature that they bled freely. I remember waking up one morning to find a patch of blood the size of the palm of my hand on the pillow. It had apparently come from a small puncture just behind the angle of the jaw. Several others had similar experiences. I've never seen anything like it, either before or since, nor did it occur again after Miss L left. I did not tell the adept Z about it at the time, and later, when I was reminded of the incident and mentioned it, the opportunity for investigation had gone by. He expressed the opinion that it was a vampire at work, and cited similar cases which he had met with in the course of his experience. He said he had seen cases in Africa where the victim had been so bloodless that it was with difficulty that a specimen of blood could be obtained for examination, for it could hardly be induced to flow from the debilitated tissue. Might also explain some of the cattle mutilations or whatever during those, I guess, UFO things that were happening where cows were found and animals were found with absolutely no blood in them. Nothing can be done for such cases by medical science. They are dying by inches, and yet no organic disease can be demonstrated. Nevertheless, their appearance is that of a person sinking from repeated hemorrhages. When vampirism is suspected, the thing to do is go over that person's body inch by inch with a powerful magnifying glass, and search will probably be rewarded by the discovery of numerous minute punctures, so small that they are not discovered by the naked eye unless they reveal themselves by becoming infected and suppurating. When they are usually mistaken for insect bites, they are bites right enough, but not of an insect. The places to look for them are around the neck, down the inner surface of the forearms, on the lobes of the ears, about the tips of the toes, and in a woman, upon the breasts. It is said that a person with vampire tendencies develops abnormally long and sharp canine teeth, and I have myself seen one such case, and a curious sight it was. The two canine teeth, the pair that come between the incisors and the double teeth, were half as long again as the others, and terminated in points of needle-like sharpness. True vampirism in Western Europe appears to be rare, but Z was of the opinion that many obscure cases of tropical debility in which anemia played a prominent part might be attributed to this cause. All right, so that's vampirism. Enough of that. The next section is hauntings. So we're going over all the methods of psychic attacks. Vampirism is supposedly rare, but some of that stuff is weird. So we're going to do hauntings. Sorry, guys. You asked for it, though. There are two forms of haunting which have to be considered. The one which is due to a disincarnate soul who interferes with a particular person, and the one which is due to the conditions prevailing in a particular place and which affects any person sufficiently sensitive who happens to go there. Except in the case where the influence is exceptionally strong, the insensitive person is immune. To perceive a haunting, one needs a general rule to be slightly psychic. It is for this reason that children, Celts, and colored races suffer severely from such interferences, and the stolid Nordic type is comparatively immune, and to a lesser extent the lively, materialistic, and skeptical Latin. Let us consider first of all the question of interference by a disincarnate soul. It will be noted that I use the term interference and not attack. The disturbance need not necessarily be an attack, any more than the drowning man who clings to his rescuer and drags him under is motivated by malice. The entity that is causing the trouble may be a soul that is itself in distress in the astral planes and is too ignorant of post-mortem conditions to know that harm or what the harm it is doing by clinging so desperately to the living. It is for this reason that the wide dissemination of spiritualistic teaching is of value, for it helps to relieve the tension between this world and the next. So according to Dion here, a lot of hauntings happen because when we die, if we're babies or we don't know how to handle the death experience, some of us are clinging to life. Our astral bodies are clinging so hard to life that we cause hauntings. As far as my experience goes, I'm inclined to think that the deliberate malevolence is rare. But this panic-stricken clinging is not uncommon, and explains why the survivor of a pair sometimes goes through very unpleasant experiences after the death of a partner. There are also cases, though rare, wherein a soul who has the same occult knowledge but is bound strongly to earth by sensual desires uses a curious form of rapport in order to gratify those desires through the physical body of another. What in the hell are you talking about, Dion Fortune? There are cases that are rare where a soul who has some magic knowledge, who loves sensual desires, uses a curious form of rapport in order to gratify those desires to the physical body. So she's saying some of our astral ghosts use people's bodies to like have sex with other people. Like, what the hell is she talking about, man? There are innumerable instances of both these types of astral interference in occult and spiritual literature, but as I am confining myself to cases within my own experience, I will not cite them. but limit myself to listing the literature of the subject in the bibliography. Well, I guess I'll have to look that up. Someone of my acquaintance lost, after a long illness, her husband to whom she was much attached, but whom most people would have thought she was well rid of, as for many years he had been addicted to drinking and died finally after a long illness during which he was kept under morphia for prolonged periods, taking enormous quantities. He was a man of intensely malignant and selfish disposition, and he died unrepentant. Okay, so he was a drunk, and he was selfish. She, however, during the course of his last illness, when being bedridden, during the course of his last illness, when being bedridden, he could do no more harm, elected to idolize him, and as soon as he was safely dead, canonized him into the family saint. Of course she did. All of these women love their abusers and their saints after they die. She was interested in occultism and in the habit of practicing meditation and invoking the masters. In spite of all counsel to the contrary, she began to try and get into psychic touch with her husband, invoking him as her guide. Like many other men of sensual disposition, he had clung desperately to life, remaining in, what is she saying here? Articulo mortis for days. Fortunately for all concerned, it had been possible to persuade her to have his remains cremated, but despite all persuasion, she brought all his belongings from the nursing home where he had died and kept them in her bedroom and made a little altar around his photograph and used it as the focus of her meditations. Holy shit. That's weird. I mean, look. There's all kinds of love out there, man, and I'm all for deep, intense, romantic love and lifelong love. Let's see what happens here. Made an altar around his photograph and used it as a focus for meditations. Okay. The last illness had been a long and trying one, and she had been living at the end of a telephone wire in a state of constant anxiety for weeks, but had no physical strain. So there was nothing physical to account for the serious illness which ensued after the strain was over. Yeah, well, she was having anxiety because she was in a codependent relationship for years, and he's gone. Now she's freaking out. It soon became noticeable that she, who had previously had a very lovable and gentle disposition, was gradually changing, so that not only in temperament but in facial expression she was growing like her late husband. Next, a curious thing ensued. Her husband had died of an inflammatory spinal lesion, which caused no pain at the site of the trouble, but intense pain in the nerves that issued from the spine at the point, so that the pain was referred to a particular distribution in the hands and arms, more upon one side than the other. The lady developed a severe neuritis that exactly corresponded in its distribution to her late husband's symptoms. Another illustrative case is that of Miss E., whose fiancé was killed during the war. She says in a letter written to the person whom she consulted with regard to her problem, and here's her letter. I was able to rise above the loss and separation at the time, but 6 months later I suffered a nervous breakdown. From this time I have been troubled with weak nerves. For the last 2 months I have been having very extraordinary experiences which are causing me much perplexity and rendering me unfit for work. It is a night experience and has not once occurred during the day, and after I have composed myself for sleep, I find that gradually my body is losing all sensation. It feels as if I was being slowly frozen stiff. I don't know how else to describe it. At this stage, I can sometimes rouse myself and overcome it, but I cannot always do this. My efforts to rouse myself are in vain, and although fully conscious, I feel unable to move or call. She's having sleep paralysis. Usually after this, I sink into some kind of sleep. I have all kinds of experiences. Sometimes I visit strange places and talk with people I don't know. Sometimes my experiences are beautiful beyond description, and sometimes I'm threatened with the danger of drowning or falling, but in these cases I always rise in the air and travel for miles, it seems to me. Sometimes I feel that I'm just floating in the air. How long the dream lasts, I can't tell. When I wake up, however, I have great difficulty in moving for some time. But gradually I retain the power to move about, and after a lot of stinging sensation in the limbs, I get up. Usually feeling very tired and unrefreshed, but sometimes I feel none the worse for the strange experience. But it is undermining my health and happiness, and it cannot be good. End of the letter. On this conversation, she amplified the statements in her letter and said that during the experiences described, someone, she thought it was her fiancé, was trying to prevent her from getting back into her body again after these nocturnal expeditions. This case was entirely cleared up in 1 week by means of telepathic treatment. The notes on the manner in which the work was done are of considerable interest. And when we come back, we're going to talk about that. Apparently, there's that word again. Jeez, that's cool. That's weird. Stuff is weird, but I mean, we're talking about a book about psychic attacks. This whole book is called Psychic Self-Defense, and I mean, listen, guys, if you're that selfish and you don't want your woman to return out to her body because you're in the dead realms, I mean, come on, man. That's weird. A little skeptic. We'll see what happens. Stay tuned. We still got the first edition of the Jess Rogie Show coming up here shortly. Ed's Weight Control Center. Eat all you want. All right. So we're back into this psychic self-defense stuff. I can't believe no one's called in about this stuff. And I could understand why, because you sound like a complete lunatic, wouldn't you? So this lady was so attached to her husband, she believes that when she was leaving her body at night, her dead husband, was trying to prevent her from going back to her body. She was so freaking paralyzed from the start to the end. Ladies, if you're a woman listening to this and you, I don't have to say, right? Like if you are with someone that's completely self-centered and selfish, and you think when they die that you're going to get some kind of break, apparently that doesn't happen. I'm just saying. There's that word apparently again. So after she read the letter about what was happening to her, Dion goes to say this. In conversation, she amplified the statements in her letter and said that during the experience described, someone she thought it was her fiancé was trying to prevent her from getting back into her body again after those nocturnal expeditions. You know, most people that talk about astral travel, by the way, they always say, yeah, it's perfectly safe. You don't have to worry about anything. It's fine. Don't worry. But you know why you never hear the stories of the people that don't come back, right? It's because they're gone. They can't tell you the dangers. So think about that. The case was entirely cleared up in 1 week by means of telepathic treatment. The notes on manner in which we're about to talk about. The treatment was given to the entity that was causing the trouble, not merely to the patient. And it was the release of the obsessor from his plane of work and helping him heavenward that gave freedom to his victim. In the other types of hauntings, that in which it is the place which is the focus of a manifestation, not a special person. We must distinguish between the earthbound entity, which remains attached to a particular spot, and the thought atmosphere, which is left behind after violent emotions have been experienced there. Let us consider first the question of thought atmosphere, of which I can give a very illuminating example. A friend of mine who was a student at a school of dramatic art consulted me concerning an attack of stage fright she'd just had, which left her rather nervous as to its recurrence. She was an experienced student, in fact, a pupil teacher, and she was having some extra tuition from the head of the school. Wait, and she was having some extra tuition from the head of the school? I don't know. Whatever. Going for her lesson one afternoon, she found that her teacher had just finished taking the junior students for their end-of-term examination and elocution. She went on to the stage and stood beside the small table which had been placed there for the convenience of the examiner and commenced to recite the piece on which she was to have het lesson. She herself had no occasion for nervousness, as had already been noted, she was an experienced speaker and teacher. Moreover, nothing of importance hung upon this lesson. It was merely one of a series. Nor was she usually nervous or self-conscious. But as soon as she tried to start, she experienced a complete dry-up and stood paralyzed, unable to utter a word. A little prompting soon started her off, however, but she had experienced a nasty attack of stage fright, and it shook her nerve. So what, Dion? That's not a big deal. It happens. From the psychic point of view, the explanation was not far to seek. She was standing in a mental atmosphere created by a series of girls who had gone onto the platform for an examination upon which a good deal depended for them, and who had all been correspondingly nervous. She herself, being sensitive, had been affected by this atmosphere, which induced in her a similar mental state by means of what is called sympathetic induction, a phenomenon well known in electricity and in acoustics, but equally valid in psychology. Well, that's the first time I've heard about it. Sympathetic induction. Have you guys ever heard of that? No doubt the unfortunate examinees themselves were infecting each other, and it may well be that the microphone panic, so well known to broadcasters, is caused by the thought atmosphere generated by a succession of nervous people who had stood upon the same spot. Well, how the hell does that, I mean, that's just like that's the Hermetic law of vibration, right? So this girl, basically, she's saying, goes up there, she's very confident, never nervous, but as soon as she gets around a bunch of girls, because she's sensitive, picks up on the vibration of the nervousness and just has like a dry up. I don't know. I don't see how that is evidence, but whatever. An experience of my own may be of interest in this connection. I took a bed-sitting room in a hostel, and as soon as I came there, I found myself afflicted with the most intense depression. I am not usually subject to the blues, being normally a cheerful soul, but as soon as I entered this room, which was a sunny and pleasant room, the cloud descended upon me, but lifted again as soon as I went out of it. Whether into the dining room of the hostel or out the doors, I soon recognized that there was something that needed to be dealt with, and inquired as to the history of the room. I was told that it had previously been the bedroom of the last owner of the house, who had been addicted to drink and had gone bankrupt. It is a curious fact that drunkards and drug addicts make very evil psychic atmospheres. I will repeat that statement. It is a curious fact that drunkards and drug addicts make for a very evil psychic atmosphere. Whereas a person who is a common criminal, however bad, is not nearly so noxious, and his atmosphere fades rapidly. Now, I got to tell you, struggling with addiction my whole life, I know there's some truth to what she's saying, because I pick up on stuff like that too. When I came into this studio here on A1A in Daytona Beach, to me, it looked like a dream studio, right? Like it's across the street from the beach. It's tiny, but it's cool, right? But I kept waking up, like she's talking about, with depression day after day after day. I'm like, what the hell is going on? Well, I found out before I moved here that the people that lived here were heroin addicts, and they'd been hauled out of this house twice to the hospital, at least once, Once to the hospital, once I think it was just the police or whatever. So I had to do some cleansing. Anyways, let's continue. In these two cases, there was no question of an entity, disincarnate or incarnate, being concerned in the matter. There was merely an unpleasant mental atmosphere generated by some powerful and painful emotion that had been experienced over a considerable period at that spot. Such a concentration, if very strong, will linger almost indefinitely. The structures that saw the concentration may have been pulled down and new ones built. Doesn't matter. The forces are still there, like a previous exposure of a photographic plate, and sensitive people are affected by them. The insensitive may escape comparatively scatheless. It is altogether an easy matter to determine whether the disturbance is due to the atmosphere alone, or whether an earthbound entity complicates the situation. Where an entity is present, it will usually be sooner or later. Moreover, it will usually be heard as well as felt. This latter sign, however, does not invariably indicate the presence of an organized entity, for I know of a case where in a room that had been used as a lodge of ritual initiation, was subsequently partitioned into an office and 2 bedrooms after the lodge was moved elsewhere, and the bedrooms were practically uninhabitable owing to the din of cracks, bangs, and thumpings that went on at night. In such a case, there was no reason to suspect the presence of an entity, for the rituals had not been of an evocative type, nor was the influence evil. It was merely a force in a state of tension. It was sheer physical noise that made the disturbance, as I can testify, for I have slept, or rather tried to sleep there. A lot of the ritual magicians say that too. The more you do ritual work, the more you light yourself up in the astral realm, the more paranormal occurrences happen. Where a ghost is seen, it is usually also heard, because for a form to be sufficiently substantial to be visible, there must be a modicum, at least, of ectoplasm in its composition. This is ectoplasm. We got to get into this ectoplasm thing. An ectoplasm is capable of exercising force on the physical plane in some degrees, at least. Where a ghost is both seen and heard, we may be sure there is an actual haunting. Where it is seen but not heard, it may be possible be that a person with psychic tendencies is perceiving the images and the reflecting ether, the photographic plate of nature, and there may be no actual entity present at all. Where the disturbance is heard but not seen, it may be due to astral forces set in motion by ritual magic and which continue for a while after the original impulse is withdrawn. These may be perfectly harmless, save that they disturb the sleep in the same way that a rattling window would do. On the other hand, if powerful evocative rituals have been performed and the clearing of the sphere has not been properly done, profound disturbances may result and the whole situation be exceedingly unpleasant. Examples will again help to make the problem clear. As an instance of a non-ritual haunting, I may cite the case of a friend of mine who went to live in a block of modern mansions. From the first, she was not happy there. And as the time went by, the oppression and distress strengthened. Coming into her drawing room one evening at dusk, she saw in the half-light a man standing with his back to the room, gazing intently out of the window. She switched on the light and found that there was no one there. On several occasions, her maid saw someone walk down the passage leading to this room. Moreover, the hall door had a knack of coming open on its own. My friend's depression deepened until finally, when standing herself at the drawing room window one day, she had a sudden impulse to fling herself out. What the hell? And then she realized that things were serious and that the liver pills and a weekend at the seaside would not put them right. Being an occultist, that's what they used to do back then. I just need to take my liver pills and go to the seaside. Put some tussin on it. I won't jump out of windows then. Being an occultist, she understood the significance of the happenings that had been going on in her flat, and she made inquiries concerning the history of the square in which this block of modern mansions had been built. She learned that it was the site of an old madhouse of sinister reputation. The form that she and her maid had seen was probably that of some unfortunate patient of suicidal tendencies who had succeeded in giving effect to his impulses on a spot corresponding to the situation of her room. The terrific emotional forces generated by his brooding and last desperate act were photographed on the atmosphere, as it were, and suggested to her mind thoughts of self-destruction, just as the ill temper or depression of a companion will induce a similar mood in ourselves without any word spoken. Right there, she just nudged another little hint, right? She's like, if you have a companion that has an ill temper or is depressed, they will induce that mood upon you as well. Another example within the sphere of my experience, although it was not actually my case, is of much interest in that it combines an example of a very definite poltergeist haunting with vampirism. I was once consulted by a mental healer to whom a very curious case had been brought. Some charitably disposed people had raised funds to found a home for unwanted babies, and a suitable house had been purchased on the outskirts of a village not far from London. The house had been a conspicuous bargain, and they were very pleased with it. Soon, however, they began to be disturbed by some curious phenomena, and also by inexplicable illnesses and seizures among the babies. One child, in fact, actually died, and its death was not satisfactorily accounted for. Then one of the nurses, an Irish girl, began to be affected also. Celts are notoriously susceptible to psychic influences and are always the first to be affected by them. It will be observed that the babies went down first under the attack, their resistance being low compared to that of an adult, and then the most sensitive of the adults was affected, the Irish Celt. On several occasions, the sound was heard of a cart and horse coming up the drive, but when the maid went to the door to open it, there was nothing to be seen. Soon, the ghost became even more energetic and took to shoveling the coal from side to side of an outhouse. It would shift several tons of coal in his way in a night. It would shift several tons of coal in this way in a night, and the occupants of the house lying shivering in their beds while lumps of coal thudded and rumbled against the side of the bunkers. As to why or wherefore this particular manifestation should take place, I can offer no suggestion. Well, then how do you know that? Do you just know that based upon their accounts, I guess? On several occasions, different people saw a strange man crossing the hall, and immediately afterwards, children were taken ill. Finally, in addition to all other troubles, mysterious fires began to break out all over the house. A basket of clean linen in an empty room was found to be on fire. Curtains were found to be smoldering. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Irish nurse went from bad to worse, lying in bed too weak to stand up and rapidly going off her head. It will probably be suggested that some mischievous or demented person was at the bottom of the trouble, but it is difficult to know what human agency either could or would shovel a truckload of coal across a shed single-handed during the night. The superintendent of the home was interested in mental healing and knew enough of the mind side of things to realize that something abnormal was happening in the house under her charge. She consulted a mental healer, who in her turn consulted me. I made a psychic diagnosis of the case and reported that, in my opinion, the house had at some time been occupied by someone who had knowledge of magick, and who, being upon the left-hand path, black magic, objected strongly to going to face his portion of purgatory after death of the physical body, and that he was maintaining himself in an intermediate state as an earthbound spirit by drawing upon the vitality of the unfortunate children, and had accidentally drawn too much from one, thus killing it outright. That, I hope, is not a true thing, don't you? It's pretty dark. Working on this hypothesis, the healer undertook to give the case absent treatment. Needless to say, the officials of the home were not taken into our confidence. The result of this treatment was that the manifestations immediately ceased. No more children had seizures, and the Irish nurse rapidly recovered. The superintendent was then told the hypothesis upon which we had worked. She was greatly interested and made inquiries in the village as to the history of the house and learned that it was notoriously haunted. Of course it was. Which was the reason they had obtained it so cheaply. It appeared that no tenant could stop there long, and that there was a constant record of these exhausting and mysterious illnesses. It also transpired that about 60 years previously, the house had been occupied for a long period by a man who was viewed askance by his neighbors as an eccentric and mysterious personage, and was reported to be engaged in some sort of research which necessitated the use of a laboratory into which no one was ever allowed to go, and in which he worked at night. This is weird, man. I feel like I've seen this in a movie, though, right? I forget the name of it. It is interesting to note that neither the mental healer nor myself ever visited the house or were within 20 miles of it, for it shows in what way these unseen forces can be manipulated from a distance. A final example, taken from the Confessions of Aleister Crowley, will serve to show the nature of a haunting produced by ceremonial magic, in which the forces invoked are not adequately dispersed. This is quoting Aleister Crowley. The demons connected with Abramelin do not wait to be invoked. They come unsought. One night, Jones and I went out to dinner, and I noticed on leaving the White Temple that the latch of its Yale lock had not caught. Accordingly, I pulled the door too and tested it. As we went out, we noticed semi-solid shadows on the stairs. The whole atmosphere was vibrating with the forces we had been using. We were trying to condense them into sensible images. When we came back, nothing had been disturbed in the flat, but the temple door was wide open. The furniture disarranged and some of the symbols flung about the room. We restored order and then observed the semi-materialized beings were marching around the main room in almost unending procession. Keep in mind, the rumor is that Aleister Crowley never finished the Abramelin ritual and let loose a bunch of demons and stuff. So it's kind of cool to hear about this. On with what Crowley says here. When I finally left the flat for Scotland, it was found that the mirrors were too big to take out, save by the way of the Black Temple. This had, of course, been completely dismantled before the workmen arrived. But the atmosphere remained, and 2 of them were put out of action for several hours. It was almost a weekly experience, by the way, to hear of casual callers fainting or being seized with dizziness, cramp, or apoplexy on the staircase. It was a long time before these rooms were relit. People felt instinctively the presence of something uncanny. You guys got to watch that movie, A Dark Song. You'll see it doesn't really show what actually happens in the Abramelin ritual, but that is a very long ritual to do. Days and days. It is well known to all psychics that the sites of ancient temples where mystery rituals have been worked are always potently charged with psychic force. This force need not necessarily be evil, but it has a powerfully stimulating effect upon the psychic centers and stirs up the subconscious forces, and as the majority of civilized people suffer in a greater or lesser degree from what Sigmund Freud calls repression. Such a stirring of the subliminal mind produces a feeling of profound disturbance. We should not unquestioningly attribute evil influence to a place or a person that causes us discomfort if it merely be that psychic force at a greater tension than we are accustomed to, disturbing the balance. We're going to have to leave off there because Jess's show is coming up. I think a lot of this stuff is interesting. It's definitely corresponds with a lot of what the astral travelers talk about, but man, there is some really weird stuff in the life of occultists, and me being an occultist myself, I would call myself an occultist, I guess. Other than some paranormal activity that's happened to me and some out-of-body experiences, that's about it. But I've never went as far as in depth as some of these people have. So we'll pick up with the hauntings maybe tomorrow night. Not sure how we're going to do this. Anyways, I'll talk about it on Jess's show. What you need to stay tuned for that's coming up deeper into the late night right here live on the Fringe FM. We'll be taking phone calls if you want to call into our show for the first time. Same number, 1-800-588-0335. I think she's going to do it on StreamYard and video and stuff too, so maybe it's live. I don't know, but I'll be on there with her coming up. You guys, if you want to hang out, join the Discord chat, the Fringe FM, and thanks for listening to this really crazy book with me. Like Halloween time and stuff. But since we've been talking about psychic self-defense and we've been diving into this book, I'm addicted to this thing. I can't help it. It's freaky. So, if you get freaked out, you probably want to turn the channel because this stuff gets freakier. However, as we get deeper into this thing and we continue the discussion, that you can call in at 1-800-588-0335 and chime in at any time. You can also join our Discord chat if you want to. If you just go to fringe.fm and click on Discord. Okay. Make sure you download the Fringe FM app as well, too. So it's the solstice. I hope you did your Christian and pagan rituals and all the stuff that offends everybody today. I hope you did. And enjoyed the sunshine because it's the longest day of the year. And we're going to kick off the summer continuing in this book. But, hey, we got a long summer. It doesn't end until September the 22nd. Later on this week, we're going to have Juan Ayala and Thomas from Paranoid American back on the program. 2 of my favorite people down here in Florida, by the way. And we're going to talk a little conspiracy. But tonight, we're going to continue in the hauntings, talking a little bit about Crowley, the nature of psychic attacks. Are they real, or is this balderdash? For the most part, I would say that they're real. And some question has been coming out when Mary Ducina is supposed to be back on. That's the 28th, when the moon wraps new again. Always remember that. New moon. We've been doing this for like 3-4 years now almost. It comes around every new moon. I mean, get a moon calendar. Don't you download it? Don't you have a moon app or something like on your phone? You should. For sure, especially if you're keeping a dream journal or whatever. So anyways, I want to jump into this because this stuff, the more I ramble, the less we learn. Well, the last time we left off this book, though, we went from vampirism to psychic attacks to the nature of the projecting the etheric body. All of this talked to us by Dion Fortune in her book, Psychic Self-Defense. And then we had to stop the program when she was talking about the Abramelin ritual that Aleister Crowley did in Scotland. So there's a lot of rumors about what happened there, but Crowley himself says what he says in this book. He says that the demons connected with Abramelin do not wait to be invoked. By the way, this is why they said Loch Ness happened. All the stuff happened after Crowley did this. And I don't know, he's talking about Jones. I think he's talking about George Cecil Jones, but he said, one night Jones and I went out to dinner, and I noticed leaving the White Temple that the latch of its yell lock had not caught. And accordingly, I pulled the door and tested it, and we went out, and we noticed semi-solid shadows on the stairs, and the whole atmosphere was vibrating with the forces we had been using. We were trying to condense them into sensible images. When we came back, nothing had been disturbed in the flat, but the temple door was wide open. The furniture was disarranged, and some of the symbols flung about the room. Paranormal activity, obviously. We restored order, and they observed that the semi-materialized beings were marching around the main room in almost unsending procession. So according to Crowley, him and George Cecil Jones witnessed these demons that they invoked during the Abramelin ritual. They had thrown all the symbols around the room. They moved the couches around the door. The door was open. He said, when I finally left the flat for Scotland, it was found that the mirrors were too big to take out, save, by the way, the Black Temple. This had, of course, been completely dismantled before the workmen arrived, but the atmosphere remained, and 2 of them were put out of action for several hours. It was almost a weekly experience, by the way, to hear casual callers fainting or being seized with dizziness, cramp, or apoplexy on the staircase. It was a long time before the rooms were relit. People felt instinctively the presence of something uncanny. So, just so anybody, I said this last on the broadcast too last night, but look up the Abramelin ritual. It's Abramelin the Mage. Just look it up. See how long it is, how daunting it is, and things like that. They kind of made a movie about it called Dark Song, which we've discussed on the broadcast many times. The ritual they perform in that movie, in that house, isn't anything like the Abramelin ritual, but as far as what you might go through during a ritual, it's in that movie. And who said that the other day, that we should do movie night? I'm with you on that. What's up, Cat, Stunkhawk, Sylvain? What's going on? All right, so let's get into this. It is well known to all psychics that the sites of ancient temples where mystery rituals have been worked are always potently charged with psychic force. This force need not necessarily be evil, but it has a powerfully stimulating effect on the psychic centers and stirs up subconscious forces. And as the majority of civilized people suffer in a greater or lesser degree from what Sigmund Freud calls repression, such as a stirring of the subliminal mind produces a feeling of profound disturbance. We should not unquestionably attribute evil influence to a place or a person that causes us discomfort. It may merely be the psychic force at a greater tension than we are accustomed to is disturbing our balance. The site of monasteries, y'all listen to this, the site of monasteries that were disbanded with persecution at the time of the Reformation are also frequently badly haunted by psychic forces. The group mind of a religious community is a very potent thing. And when it is disturbed by the corporate emotion of its members, the forces thus let loose are not readily dispersed. Moreover, the monks, initiates of the mysteries of Jesus, would not be likely to hand over their sacred places to the despoilers with any goodwill. It has been reported again and again that a curse rests on those who profited by the spoliation of church lands. This is too well known to require discussion in these pages. There is another fact in connection with church property, however, which may not be so well known, that it is the frequency with which psychic happenings are reported in connection with vicariages. Now, I don't know about that. I've heard of some weird stories happening on church properties, but me, myself, I've never experienced that. In inquiring among friends and fellow workers for data in connection with the research that has gone to making of this text, I've been astonished how frequently a vicariage has been mentioned in connection with the phenomena of which I've been told. The rituals of the church are, of course, ceremonial magic. I'm going to read this again. This is from Dion Fortune saying the same thing. The rituals of the church are, of course, ceremonial magic, as admitted by even such an orthodox authority as Evelyn Underhill. The average clergyman is not conversant with the technique of occultism and has therefore little or no understanding of what he is doing, what influences he brings to the altar, and what forces he takes away therefrom, must therefore be an open question in each individual case. A man whose consciousness has been exalted by ritual and who does not know how to seal his aura and return to normal is liable to be under psychic invasion. Hello. I need a little sound button. Hello. I'm working on that. Objects associated with any form of ceremonial operations are invariably highly charged with magnetism and intimately linked with a force whose uses they have served. I remember many years ago, when I had but little knowledge of occultism and no pretensions to all or at all to psychism, that two friends and myself were amusing ourselves by turning over each other's trinket boxes. I picked up a handsome amethyst cross from one of them and immediately said, "There's something extraordinary about this cross. It feels as if it were alive." "That was the cross that was given to me at my first communion," replied my friend, "and it was originally a bishop's pectoral cross." Her sister was greatly interested and immediately brought her own jewel case to me and asked me if I could pick out her first communion cross also. For, like her sister, she was a Roman Catholic. I told you the Catholics were doing magic. These crosses that were given them as presents on the occasion of their first communion had been specially blessed by the priest. I was greatly interested to observe that from 3 or 4 ornamental crosses, I was able to pick one which felt warm and living and electric to the hand, and pass it across to her saying, "This is your communion cross," and it was. I remember once, as a small child, picking up a dying rook. The creature lay motionless on my knee for a few minutes and then gave a flutter and died. I'd never seen death before, but I needed no one to tell me that I saw it now. The feel of the creature, before and after the flutter, was different. I can only compare the feel of the magnetized and the unmagnetized cross to the difference between the living and the dead bird. But the Christian is not the only religion that can magnetize its ceremonial instruments. There are other, now she's going to talk about this later in the book, so you guys can use this stuff to help you to guard from psychic attacks. So note there that she said Christians magnetize things or their ceremonial instruments. There are other ritualistic religions, and some of these are debased. We ought to use much caution before we place about our rooms as ornaments objects with which have been associated with cults whose nature we do not understand. Many of them, of course, belong to the Brummagem cult, and are dedicated to no more desperate deity than Mammon. But the genuine curio is a different matter. I had an example of this once in the British Museum. I was visiting the room in the basement which contains a collection of plaster casts of famous statues of antiquity, the originals being elsewhere. Suddenly I became aware of a sense of magnetic power. I turned towards it and saw a small altar. Reading the label, I found that this was not a cast but the original. It was a very interesting test of psychism to sample the atmosphere of the different rooms of the British Museum. The benign and brooding peace of the Buddhist room is a thing to be remembered. The flavor of the ethnological room is a thing to be got out of the mouth as quickly as possible. To me, at any rate, the Egyptian is disappointing. The mummies seem neither malignant nor benign, but merely cynical. And perhaps I should feel differently. However, if I spent a night with them, magnetism, which is dispersed during the day, charges up again in the silence and darkness of the night. I remember visiting Stonehenge amid a crowd of trippers and charabancs. I don't know what some of these words mean, sorry. I know what trippers are, though. We got some of those. And thinking that the glory had departed. But it was a very different affair when I visited it in desolation of a bleak spring day after its long winter solitude. It had charged up again, and was as formidable as anybody could wish. I should hesitate, therefore, to say that because the mummies and I never struck sparks when we met in the British Museum, that their reputation is groundless. At the time that Tutankhamun's tomb, Tutankhamun, I think that's what that says, tomb was being opened, I said to myself, if the mummy's curse does not work in this case, I shall lose my faith in occultism. We all know how it has worked, even into the third and fourth generation. No novelist, deriving from his ideas of ancient Egypt from an encyclopedia article on Egyptology and some photographs, would have dared to stretch the long arm of coincidence anything like as far. The Egyptians attached great importance to the preservation of the physical body. The tombs of great men, as is well known, were protected by means of what are properly called spells. And the power and scope of Egyptian magic are things that very few people realize. The modern student of occultism who reads Iamblichos on the Egyptian mysteries will have a surprise. In most cases, however, the purchaser of Egyptian curios has nothing to fear. The worst that they will yield to psychic investigation is a vision of labor disputes in a mass production factory. I have, however, heard of a very wonderful psychometric reading which was obtained from a mummy, which when subsequently unrolled was found to consist entirely of French newspapers of recent date. I've always been greatly amused by the indignation of Egyptologists against tomb robbers. After all, is there any distinction between the earlier and later visitors to a tomb, save that one lot worked by day and the other by night? And the view of the people who made the tomb and spared nothing to render it inviolate and preserve the peace of their dead, the workers by night would probably be preferred, for they merely robbed and did not strip and expose the nude bodies to the public gaze. Well, who cares? I mean, you're wasting our time here, Dion, if it doesn't do anything. I'm going to have to skip past this. There was a terrible outcry recently with some bodies were moved in a village churchyard to make room for the monument chosen to decorate the grave of a famous public man. And even the people whose religious feelings were not outraged by this act of sacrilege regarded it as in shocking bad taste. Yet nobody proposed to strip the grave cloths from the body of someone's wife or mother and photograph it stark naked. When it comes to the question of the mummy's curse, I'm afraid that my sympathies are entirely with the mummy. So basically, she's saying the mummy's curse is bullshit. Moving on. The initiate is strictly counseled that he should never blaspheme the name of which another knoweth his God, for it is the same force that he himself worships represented by another symbol. The ways to God are as many as the breasts of the sons of men, says the old Arab proverb. We should have enough sympathy with the struggles of another soul towards the light, not to desecrate the things that are sanctified by his hopes and endeavors, even if, by nothing else, the Father of us all may understand their significance better than we do, and by his acceptance consecrate them forever. I think what Dion Fortune is doing here is telling us not to desecrate any items, any church items, any sacred items, whatever, right? Like, hopefully you don't do that. I don't think you would. Most of us are adults. We don't desecrate things like that. I hope not. I mean, but hell, if you do, call in, let me know, right? I'd like to hear about it. It'd be an interesting story, to say the least. Pretty stupid, though. There are many Europeans who have a great affection for the Buddha and have his statue in their rooms, though sometimes they confuse it with the Chinrisi, the stout and beaming god of good luck. That the influence of the great being, the light of Asia, is noble and benign. I would be the last to deny, but the statues of the Buddha are a different matter, and need to be approached with a caution if genuine. Some of the worst black magic in the world is a debased form of Buddhism. That's not a joke, man. Like, well, I don't even want to talk about that. You guys remember I did a show and this guy sent me a book of, like Asian magic. It was pretty dark and I had to get rid of it. I mean, it was really dark. I always felt weird when I opened that book. To say this is not to insult that venerable faith, for it is only lack of opportunity that prevents the black mass from occupying that dubious eminence. In the Tibetan monasteries of the Dugpa sect, there are temples, each one of which contain literally thousands of statues of the Buddha. On various occasions, one or another of these monasteries have been raided, either by rival religionists or Chinese troops, and its curios scattered. To be the possessor of one of these Buddhas, magnetized by Dugpa rites, is not a very pleasant thing. So this is what I tell people, like when you go buy statues or someone gives you like a statue or anything as a gift or whatever, and Frederick Xavier will tell you this stuff too, like everything has energy, it holds energy, so you don't know where it's been, what has happened to it. Someone sends you stuff in the mail, like best thing you can do is clean it and consecrate it or get rid of it most of the time. I'm just saying. I had a curious experience with a Buddha upon one occasion. It was an archaic soapstone statuette, some 9 inches high, and its owner had dug it up herself on the side of a Burmese city that had fallen in ruin and been swallowed by the jungle. It was placed on the floor at an angle of the stairs and served as a doorstop upon occasion. I had a flat on the top floor and had to pass the melancholy little Buddha each time I came into that flat and then went out. And to me it seemed a desecration to see the sacred symbol of another faith treated this way. I tried to point this out to her and asked her how she would feel if I saw a crucifix utilized, but without result. In other words, someone gave her a gift of a Buddha statue or something and she used it for a doorstop. It's pretty rude. Meanwhile, the little Buddha sat there patiently, getting the carpet sweeper pushed in his face and receiving libations of slops. One day, passing upstairs bearing a bunch of flowers, I was prompted to throw before him one of the traditional marigolds of Indian devotion. Immediately, I was conscious that a link had been formed between myself and the little statue, and that it was sinister. A night or two afterwards, I was returning home rather late, and as I passed the Buddha, I had a feeling that there was something behind me, and looking over my shoulder, saw a ball of pale golden light about the size of a football separate itself from the Buddha and come rolling up the stairs after me. Thoroughly alarmed and disliking this manifestation very much indeed, I immediately made a banishing gesture, and the ball of light returned down the stairs and was reabsorbed into the Buddha, who, needless to say, got no more marigolds from me and received a very wide berth until I left the flat shortly after. Skeptical of this, Dion, just a little. The experience was a singularly unpleasant one, and was a sharp lesson to me not to meddle with the sacred objects of another system unless I knew exactly what I was about. I learned subsequently that some of these statues are consecrated with the blood of human sacrifice. So don't assume every time you see a Buddha or get a Buddha, I guess, as a gift, that it is, that it's nice. That's really weird, though. It's the first time I've ever heard anything like that. What is going on with the phone system here? Somebody just tried to call in, and it went across 3 lines. I don't know. Call back, 1-800-588-0335. I do not mean to imply that all Buddhist statues have been so treated. I should imagine comparatively rare, but I think no one who has a knowledge of the facts will deny that they occur, even as one might occasionally come across a crucifix, which have been used upside down in a black mass. It is not every case of psychic disturbance, however, which originates externally. It is a well-known cosmic law that everything moves in circles, and whatever forces we send out and whatever thought forms we extrude from our auras, unless absorbed by the objects to which they are directed, will return to us in due course. One of the most effective and also one of the most widely practiced methods of occult defense is to refuse to react to an attack, neither accepting nor neutralizing the forces projected against one, and thus turning them back on their sender. We must never overlook the fact that a so-called occult attack may be evil thought forms returning home to roost. There are certain types of insanity in which the lunatic believes himself to be the victim of an attack by invisible beings, who threaten and abuse him and offer base or dangerous insinuations. He will describe his tormentors or point to their position in the room. A psychic who investigates such a case can very often see that the alleged entities just where the lunatic says they are. Nevertheless, the psychologist can come forward and prove beyond any reasonable doubt that the so-called hallucinations are due to repressed instincts giving rise to dissociated complex of ideas in the patient's own subconscious mind. Does this mean that the psychic is mistaken in thinking that he perceives an astral entity? In my opinion, both psychic and psychologist are right, and their findings are mutually explanatory. What the psychic sees is the associated complex extruded from the aura as a thought form. A great deal of relief can be given to lunatics by breaking up the thought forms that are surrounding them. But unfortunately, the relief is short-lived, for unless the cause of the illness can be dealt with, a fresh batch of thought forms is built up as soon as the original ones are destroyed. All right, so that's the end of the hauntings, right? So what have we, so we're on page, what is this, 83? So we've talked about vampirism, we've talked about, we haven't talked about the parasitic stuff, I don't think, but we've talked about projecting the etheric body, magnetizing objects, all kinds of weird stories, the energetic combinations between connections and karma. But Dion has still yet to give us any type of means to protect ourselves from these things, but that is coming up. I don't know if we'll be able to get into that tonight, but, you know, if we're going to get into the weird, let's get into the weird, right? I'm Joe Roop. This is Lighting the Void. Short break here, and stay with us. Don't go anywhere. You stay tuned in for any upcoming events or anything that we got going on. Take the survey, the Talk Topic survey. Leave us a shout out or call into the show at any point in time at 1-800-588-0335 as we head deeper into the fringe late night here on Lighting the Void. Also stay tuned for the Jess Rogie Show late night. So now we're going to get a little bit more. We got to get weirder and weirder, right, before we start. Hey, what do I do to prevent psychic attacks? So now we're going to get into the pathology of non-human contact. I don't know if this is about aliens or what, but we're going to find out. Kat says Elon Musk is said to be a cyborg. He hooked his brain to Neuralink. Don't do it. Okay. I don't plan on doing it. So here we go. There are other forms of life, as well as ours, whose sphere evolution impinges upon Earth. In the realm of folklore, we constantly meet the idea of intercourse between the human and the fairy kingdoms, of the marriage of a human being with a fairy spouse, or the theft of a child by the fairies, an impish changeling being left in its place. We shall be rash if we assume that an extensive body of folk belief is entirely without foundation. In fact, let us therefore examine these old and crude beliefs and see whether we can find any grounds for them, and if so, what the real nature of the facts may be, and whether they throw any light upon modern psychic phenomena of the kind we are considering here. There are many of us who have met people who might well be described as non-human, soulless, and that the ordinary human motives are not operative with them, nor do the ordinary human feelings prompt or inhibit them. Listen, this is a big thing for me. I'm really skeptical about this too. If you have ever met somebody that you think is soulless, and I'm not talking about Elon Musk, that you don't think has a soul, I need to know about it. You can call in or email me at contact@lightingthevoid.com. We cannot love them, for they have great charm, but we cannot dread them as well, for they spread an infinitude of suffering around them. Although seldom deliberately evil, They are singularly detrimental to all with whom they come in contact. They, for their part, are unhappy and lonely in our midst. They feel themselves to be alien and uncompanioned. Every man's hand is against them, and in consequence, it all too often happens that their hand is against everyone, and they develop a puckish malevolence, though there is seldom calculated evil doing. Gratitude, compassion, good faith, morality, and common honesty are utterly foreign to their natures. I mean, I think she's just talking about like a sociopathic narcissist here. I don't know about if it's a changeling. As far as beyond their conception as the differential calculus. They are not immoral, however, but simply non-moral. On the other hand, they possess the virtues of absolute sincerity and great courage. In terms of human ethics, they are undesirables, but they have an ethic of their own to which they are loyal, and that is the beauty which is truth, and that is all they know, and as far as their life is concerned, all they need to know. In appearance, they are usually small and slight, possessing unusual physical strength and endurance, but very liable to nervous exhaustion and brainstorms. I mean, I've met some people like that. I don't know if they're soulless or not. That's weird. In social relations, they take violent likes and dislikes. They show a facile and demonstrative affection towards those they like, but quickly forget them. Gratitude and pity are unknown to their nature. Towards those they dislike, they are pettily malicious, and in all relations of life, they are utterly irresponsible. One cannot describe them better than to say that they resemble nothing so much as a blend of Persian kittens and pet monkeys. They have the beauty and aloofness and a charm of the cat, and the amusing, mischievous destructiveness of the monkey. Many human beings hate them at sight. Others are fascinated by them because they bring with them a sense of unearthly beauty and quickening of the life forces. I have been able to investigate the history of two such beings, and it is interesting to note that both of them were conceived while their mothers were under the influence of drink. There is a very great deal of information available concerning the occult aspect of incarnation of souls, but not much of the knowledge concerning the actual facts of conception has ever found its way into print. I have given a little in my book, The Esoteric Philosophy of Love and Marriage. I cannot enter into the subject deeply in these pages, for it would be too much of a digression. Some points, however, it is essential to touch upon for a comprehensive survey of our subject. Ooh. You think Dion Fortune hooked up with a narcissist or something? Maybe one or two in her day? And she thinks they're soulless beings or changelings? Little short, stocky bastards, huh? At the moment of sexual union, a psychic vortex is formed resembling a waterspout, a funnel-shaped swirling the towers up into other dimensions. As body after body engages, the vortex goes up the planes. In all cases, the physical, etheric, and astral bodies are involved. The vortex, therefore, always reaches as far as the astral plane. A soul upon the astral plane may be drawn into this vortex if it is ripe for incarnation, and thus enter the sphere of the parents. If the vortex extends higher than the astral plane, souls of a different type may enter the sphere, but such extension is rare, and therefore it is said that man is born of desire, for few are born of anything else. I hope you guys paid attention to that. Think about if that every time you had sex, that actually did happen, right? We can't see that, but as every time that you had an intercourse, it formed a vortex, like a water spout, a funnel swirling shaped thing that went into other dimensions. And all three of your bodies, your physical, your etheric, and your astral body get involved. And that's sometimes when souls decide they're going to come here, right? Like, I don't know, man. That sounds kind of wild. But if it were true, would it make you think about a little more about who you slept with? I think it would, probably, if it was true. But we don't know. This could be crazy. But this vortex may not only extend vertically up the plane, speaking metaphorically, but it may also, under certain conditions, be deflected, as it were, out of the normal human line of evolution, so that it opens and extends into the sphere of evolution of another type of life. Under such circumstances, it is theoretically possible for a being of a parallel evolution to be drawn into incarnation in a human body. Occultists hold that this occasionally occurs and explain certain types of non-pathological abnormality which are occasionally met with. These non-humans are either adored or hated by their human associates. They have a peculiar fascination for certain types of temperament, the types that psychologists call the unstable. In these types, the subconscious comes very near to the surface, deep calls to deep, and they are instinctively drawn towards the elemental kingdoms. There is nothing more disastrous than marriage with a non-human, for they have nothing in their nature that can satisfy the normal human yearnings for affection and sympathy. The one saving feature in such a union is that the grounds for divorce are variably readily available, for the morals of the non-human are those of the barnyard. I really think, all right, so I'm not trying to laugh at Dion Fortune here. I just think that she probably hooked up with somebody, a dude probably, that was really selfish and stupid and crazy and a drunk and did not care about her at all in the least little bit. And now she thinks it's a non-human, right? I don't know. Let's continue and see what's going on here. What's intercourse? That's right? Stonecock says it sounds like fetal alcohol syndrome. They kind of look like Down syndrome people. Maybe she's right. Maybe that's what that is. I don't know. That's weird. I don't know, man. Let's see. There's nothing more disastrous than marriage with a non-human. I've never met one. If you have, let me know. The power of non-humans to injure their enemies is comparatively small, for they are aliens in a strange land when incarnated in human form and cannot avail themselves of any of the ordinary human resources of mischief. They are, in fact, singularly defenseless and helpless, and themselves suffer acutely at the hands of society. It is otherwise, however, in their relations with their friends. They seem to have an infinite capacity for inflicting hurt on those who love them, not deliberately or maliciously, but like a child pulling flies to pieces out of the idleness, not realizing what it's doing. Obeying only the laws of their own nature, they are destructive to beings of the human evolution. Yet what other laws can they obey? For them to submit to our standards is to deny their deepest instincts. The effect they have upon those who love them constitutes such a well-marked syndrome among the psychic pathologies that we must consider it in detail. The person who forms a rapport with a non-human becomes deeply stirred by the elemental forces that find ingress to our sphere through the channel of this wandering and alien soul. He becomes, as it were, drawn away from the normal human things and set wandering upon the confines of the fairy kingdom. And yet he can find there no rest for his foot and no sustenance for his soul. The story of the handsome fisher lad and the mermaid is indicative of this condition. She loves him, draws him to her, and he drowns, for he cannot live in the element of water. The explanation of the curious power, both of fascination and destruction, which is exercised by non-humans, may lie in the fact that they belong to one element only, whereas in man all four are combined. You know something? Now that I'm reading this, Eliphas Levi talked about this, that there are these elemental beings walking around that are like made of one element, and it's really strange. Any elemental contact is stimulating to us because elemental beings pour forth in abundance the vitality of their own particular sphere, and this vitalizes the corresponding element in ourselves. But if a four-element creature is drawn into the sphere of a single element, he is poisoned by an overdose of the one element in which he finds himself and starved of the other three. Well, I mean, so just hear me out here. What if you met someone, like say you have a balanced astrological chart, kind of elementally, right? And then you meet someone that has like all 9 planets in, I don't know, Pisces or Scorpio or something. Well, of course there's going to be a massive unbalance of like water and you're going to be caught up in their shit forever. But does that mean they're non-human? I don't know. Do they look weird? I want to see what they look like. It is for this reason that mortals in the fairy kingdom are always said to be enchanted or asleep. They are never living normally in full possession of their faculties. So they have problems, apparently they have problems with life on their own. An equally difficult problem is set to the non-human who is drawn into our midst. A single element creature is bidden to control and assimilate an additional 3 elements for which it has no equipment for experience, and the result is disastrous. But it is not enough that we should merely describe the conditions and state the problems here. Our aim is essentially practical. What, then, can be done when a non-human has to be faced and dealt with? It must be clearly realized that any mating between a human and a non-human is a hopeless proposition. In the first place, it can only be the preamble to a divorce because non-humans are promiscuous in their sexual habits. And, secondly, there is nothing in the nature of a non-human that can satisfy the higher aspirations of a human. We must not allow the human form to mislead us as to the existence of a human soul. All right, so let's live the rest of our lives. Every time we see a human form, we're going to pretend like that doesn't mean they have a soul. Check. A non-human is a pet animal, not a fellow creature. That, frankly, is the only possible ground upon which they can be approached. If we expect no more of them, then we should be of a pet bird. If we manage them as we should manage a kitten, we have got as near to the solution of the problem as we are ever likely to get until the dark angel mercifully restores them to their own kingdom. A mercy seldom long delayed, for non-humans do not make old bones. What in the hell is she talking about, man? Human beings may also come into touch with elemental beings by themselves, venturing into the spheres of elemental life. Such contacts need not necessarily be harmful to either kingdom, provided those who enter into them know what they are about. In fact, such associations are frequently entered into by occultists in the course of their work and researches, but it is an undertaking for the advanced initiate only, not for neophytes. There are cases, however, where such an association may lead to harm. The human partner in the association may be ill-equipped or ill-adapted for the undertaking. He may have ventured out beyond his depth, having picked up a formula from some more experienced occultist and used it without proper preparation. Or again, it is not uncommon to find people who have brought through from previous incarnations as a natural aptitude for getting into touch with elemental kingdoms. This is getting weird, man. In such cases, it may occur that an elemental who has had experience of relations with human beings may deliberately get into touch with them. This is in every way undesirable. For the elemental has not got the knowledge of human conditions necessary to enable it to avoid injuring its new friend. In any case, elementals have got a one-way intelligence, and it is not well that they should be senior partners in any alliance with human beings. The whole question of elemental contacts, an exceedingly fascinating one, is too extensive and intricate to be entered upon in these pages. It has been necessary to refer to it, however, for certain cases of psychic difficulty may be due to inexpert operations on both sides of the veil. Well, give us a book to read about it, because now I'm sold. These elementi, or nature spirits, are quite different to the controls with whom spiritualistic circles come into touch. The spiritualistic movement is highly organized on the inner planes, and promiscuous controlling is not permitted. Controls have, in fact, to sit for development in just the same way that mediums do, and there is invariably some inexperienced entity within call who can come to the assistance of the circle if all is not going well. Western occultism was thoroughly disorganized and broken up by centuries of persecution. Its inner plane conditions consequently present many tangles and gaps even to this day. It is nothing like as well organized as the spiritualistic sphere. The great orders have their definite contacts and work strictly within them, keeping a firm hand on neophytes. Outside the orders, there is a good deal of chaos and banditry, and it is unwise to venture far save in the company of an experienced occultist who understands the technique of the methods employed. Okay. There are many people from whom the Deva kingdom, as the sphere which the elementals share with the nature spirits is sometimes called, has a great fascination, and they try by mediation and ritual to get in touch with it. In my opinion, it is decidedly risky for a person who is not an initiate to attempt this work. It is exceedingly apt to lead to mental unbalance, if not to actual obsession. Not that the nature contacts are evil, but they are profoundly disturbing to the human consciousness because they stir those They stir those atavistic depths with which the psychoanalyst aims at laying bare by means of his technique. Anyone who is acquainted with the literature of practice of psychoanalysis knows that the abreaction is an important factor in this system. It is a crisis and can, for the time being, at any rate, upset the patient pretty thoroughly and exacerbate all his symptoms. When we touch the elemental contacts, we get the same reaction that is caused by psychoanalysis when the center is being penetrated. Man, look, I've studied a lot of literature and been practicing magic for a while. I've heard of elementals, and I know, there's elemental beings that govern the elemental realms, but I've never heard of non-human elementals or fairies or stuff that look like humans that have no soul that we shouldn't be, relating with. This is a new thing to me. And I don't remember, NPCs, maybe. Yeah, maybe you guys are right. But I don't remember reading about this the last time I read this. So maybe I skipped over this. 4 minutes here. Persons in whom the subconscious mind is near the surface, such as the artist, the crank, the unstable, and for the matter of that, the genius in any walk of life, love the elemental contacts because they stimulate the elemental forces in their own nature, which are to them the springs of their power and inspiration. But the average citizen, whose mental content is organized largely on a basis of repression and compromise in order that he may be a citizen at all, takes his place in organized society, is upset by the elemental contacts according to the proportion of repression to compromise in his makeup. See, she could really simplify this by saying, look, if you meet these elemental beings, whether it's a fire being, a water being, earth being, fairy, whatever, they're going to mess with your psyche because you have 4 elements in you, and you have a lot of repressed things and emotions because you're a normal human. They're going to bring out the best and the worst of you and give you all kinds of psychological problems and energetic problems. Which, sounds like I might have met a few non-humans in my life. What about you? Compromise is the normal lot of humanity. Regression is the pathology of compromise. The person who has managed to effect a working compromise between the different elements of his nature can afford to allow himself a holiday with the divas without doing anybody any harm. But the person who is repressed will find that they disagree with him actively because they are having the same effect upon him that a drastic psychoanalysis would. We hear sometimes of the tragedy that results from taking the last dose in a bottle of tonic, of which arsenic is one of the ingredients. This is due to the fact that the bottle has not been thoroughly shaken up each time a dose has been taken, so that the arsenical sediment has all collected in the last dose and reached a poisonous concentration. So it is with the elemental contacts that they are a potent tonic, but they can reach a poisonous concentration under unsuitable circumstances. I have never come across or heard of a case of pathology due to the fascination of the element of earth. It is not an element that usually attracts the amateur experimenter, though the initiate appreciates its value and importance. I have come across a case, however, of sensitive people dwelling in a mountainous country, especially in the narrow gulches where there's a paucity of sunlight, who have become obsessed with the fear of the mountains. They do not fear so much that the mountains will fall upon them as they will close over them, as the cave closed upon the children who followed the Pied Piper of Hamelin. The psychiatrist will, of course, recognize this symptom as belonging to the well-known psychoneurosis of claustrophobia. This, however, does not invalidate my statement, for in my opinion, we may find that in a more intimate knowledge of the elemental kingdoms, we shall come upon the clue to both claustrophobia and agoraphobia. I had agoraphobia once, I think. I don't think I was around anybody but myself, though. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's weird. Okay. Mountaineers also know this peculiar terror, which the great hills can obsess mankind. It is neither giddiness nor mountain sickness, but a curious oppression of the spirits by the overwhelming grandeur of nature. The same force, when not at a poisonous concentration, inspires the passionate love of the hills or of the sea that Kipling has celebrated so gloriously in one of his poems. Yeah, this is weird. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit more about elementals. I think this is weird. I've never met a non-human contact, fairy, or non-human soul ever in my life that I've ever, at least that I know of. But some of the reactions and I guess you could say psychological reactions that she's talking about, or psychic reactions, I've had some experience with. Is any of this ringing a bell to you? Have you ever met a non-human soul or someone that you think didn't have a soul before? And don't call up here and say your ex-wife either. 1-800-588-0335. Top of the hour here. We're getting into the nature of psychic attack here at the top of the hour. We're going through Dion Fortune's book, Psychic Self-Defense. And I read this 3 or 4 times, but I remember skipping over some stuff too. And I'm pretty sure I skipped over this part because she's talking here about soulless human beings, to not be fooled by people that have human bodies and think they have souls, and is giving hints to the natures of these type of people. Heavily based in one element, as most of us humans are, and I'm assuming I'm a human, are pretty well balanced for the most part in the 4 elements that make us up, earth, water, fire, air, spirit, the pentacle thing. But these elementals or non-human beings are heavy, one-sided beings with no souls, and for some reason can't live on their own, but are very enticing. That's all I've gotten from all this so far. I don't know about you. Some of the people in the chat, you can join us too in the chat at fringe.fm. Click on Discord. They're talking about hybrids. I've heard of them. I'm not sure. Usually what I'll do is I'll pull an astrology chart on most people I meet. I try to. And, if it's really heavy in like one element, you're kind of in for it a little bit. But I've never looked at it like this, though. So let's get into this. Let's see if this is a real thing or this is just... Now, you got to remember, Dion Fortune probably wrote this about the time she was getting out of the Golden Dawn or whatever. Here we go. Sorry, I'm rambling. The pathologies of the element of water may be a fascination so great that a man will walk out into the sea until he drowns. Think about the siren or the mermaid, right? Swinburne had this peculiarity and has immortalized it in several of his poems. Strike out. Wait a minute. Let me make sure this is working. Okay. Strike out as the heart in us bids and beseeches a thirst for the foam. On one occasion, he was picked up by the open sea by a blatant fishing smack, swimming tirelessly, many miles from the land, borne on the sea by currents, but oblivious of his danger. Being rescued, he sat upon the deck with his mane of red hair drying in the wind, chanting sea poems to his rescuers, a spectacle that one would have given much to witness. Another curious case of water pathology I knew personally was a very level-headed woman, a school teacher who was obsessed by a horror of rough waves. She always declared that if she went out on the seafront to watch a storm, the waves made a dead set at her. She lived at a seaside place, but so great was her dislike of the waves that she did not care to walk on the promenade when the tide was in. She was cured of her fear in a curious way. She took an initiation into co-masonry and found to her surprise that from the day forth she was free from her fear of the sea. Co-masonry existed back then too. That's pretty cool. I am not a co-mason and speak subject to correction, but I believe I am right in saying that co-masonry differs from other forms of masonry in that elemental invocations have been introduced into it. The element of air, as all occultists know, is a very tricky element to deal with. More initiates turn off the path in the grade of air than any other, and it is rare to see a ritual of air worked without something being dropped or knocked over. It is a quarrelsome element. When it is being worked, the operators are apt to bicker and squabble. It's also intimately associated with sex, as is revealed by its symbolism. If an occultist is making a magic circle and for any reason wishes to seal it with the cherubim of the elements instead of the archangels, as is more commonly done, and feels himself unequal to the task of drawing a presentable eagle, the symbolic form of the cherub of air, he will use the zodiacal sign for Scorpio. I thought that was water. That doesn't make any sense. The evolutionary connection between the snake and the bird is well known to biologists, but long ages before Darwin, initiates used the serpent and the eagle to represent the unsublimated and sublimated aspects of the life force. The scorpion connects with the serpent through the dragon. I had a very curious experience myself in a connection with the element of air. I am betraying no secrets if I say that certain grades of initiation refer to the elements, for the fact is too generally known and too obvious for it is to be any more mysterious than the Queen of Spain's legs. Well, yeah, I mean, you can read all of this stuff about how they do their initiations and all this stuff in any book on the Golden Dawn, by the way. So none of this is really, it used to be secret, but it's not anymore. To begin with, I have an exceptionally bad head for heights, and as the abyss of heights belong to the element of air, I obviously had no natural affinity with it. The ceremony went exceptionally badly even for an air ritual. Two of the principal officers, husband and wife, helped to maintain its reputation as a continuous element by having a family jar in the middle of the proceedings, and the usual upsets and smashings occurred on a generous scale. For the next fortnight, I lived in the midst of a cataclysm of crockery. I smashed my way through 2 entire tea sets and all the mantelpiece ornaments. Okay, let me just stop right here for people that aren't familiar with magic. The old ceremonial magicians, when you went through the initiations of the 4 elements that you see on the magician's card in the tarot, you would invoke the element, and you'd probably work with this element for 6 months to a year. When you invoke an element into your life, it's so that you can balance out that element, but it also kind of unbalances you in a way while you're dealing with it, so crazy stuff happens in your life. All right, moving on. The ornaments just fell off the mantelpiece one by one of their own accord. I actually saw 2 of them do it. I did not know at the time that the element of air had this sinister reputation. I had realized that something queer was afoot, however, and asked my teacher about it. She was much amused, but I was not, because it was my crockery that was supplying the raw material for the phenomena. She advised me to get into sympathetic touch with the sifts, as the initiation had evidently not been altogether successful. I tried to do this, but I was in London at the time and met with no success, for the elemental contacts, with the exception of fire, cannot be worked successfully in a city. The smashing went on, and I was reduced to a tin mug and a tooth glass, for I saw it was useless to get any more china until things had gotten settled down. Then I went away for my summer holiday and found myself on the summit of a high and isolated hill on a day of bright sun and high wind. I was very conscious of the nearness of the elemental kingdoms. The air seemed full of silver sparkles, which is always a sign that the veil is thin. There was no one present save some friends who were sympathetic. I faced into the wind and raised my arms in invocation. Suddenly we saw below us a figure bursting through the hedges and leaping ditches and running wildly towards it. We presently recognized it as another one of our friends, and when he joined us, he told us that he had felt the sudden rush of power while in the valley, and on an overpowering impulse started for the hilltop. Then all of us, without any suggestion of leadership, began the dance of the elements, whirling like dancing dervishes upon the hilltop. Fortunately, nobody was about, but I do not know that it would have made very much difference if we had been, for we were caught up out of ourselves, and the air seemed full of rushing golden flames, lying level in the wind. For days afterwards, we seemed charged with elemental energy by that extraordinary dance. You ever wonder if this is all like psychosomatic? You know, I don't know. It's kind of like when I was telling you guys, I went to high school and people would pass out those sweet tarts with the little like wet dots in the middle. and they would tell you that it was acid, but it really wasn't. So everybody would act like they were tripping. You know, you never know. Just saying. It may be interesting to note that we danced with a circular movement, each revolving on our own axis at the same time, and that we both danced and resolved diaso, that is, with the sun. All this occurred spontaneously, the tide of the elements catching us up and away, and I've never known a more glorious experience. It was indeed the divine inebriation of the mysteries. After this were no more smashings of crockery. I had already noted my exceptionally bad head for heights. I have found that it is considerably mitigated temporarily at any rate by the invocation of air. I am of the opinion that the curious impulse which causes people for no reason whatsoever to commit suicide by throwing themselves from heights may be due to the same impulse that causes people who are obsessed by the element of water to swim out to sea. I have recorded of Swinburne. These apparently causeless suicides by water and air are, in my opinion, a form of union with the God, which is one of the ideas underlying human sacrifice. There are two types of human sacrifice, the willing and the unwilling. The unwilling sacrifice, the prisoner struggling or drugged into passivity, is used not to propitiate the God, as is usually thought, but in order that his vital forces may serve as a basis of manifestation. Sounds like the Wicker Man. I believe in, you remember that movie where they're burning him? I believe in Jesus Christ. And they're burning. That was a crazy movie. I remember the first time I saw that, I started freaking out. The willing sacrifice, in which the victim will be either a priest or a devotee of the god, has for its motive the idea of divine union, not altogether unknown to Christian mystics who seek its achievement by a living death, whereas the adherents of juggernaut escape with one brief pang. The European belief of one man, one life, has imbued us with the idea of death as the supreme evil. Therefore, the European very often does not go to his death when he unites with the elements, but his higher self withdraws from incarnation, leaving his body ensouled by a curious kind of intelligent automation, which deteriorates rapidly. Whatever may be the status of the soul that withdraws, that which is left behind is not nice. I feel, therefore, it must seriously delay and distort the evolution of the human monad if it turns aside into the sphere of the Deva evolution. So this is still her talking about, beware of elemental forces, pretty much. It may well be that some of the creatures whom at first sight we might classify as non-humans are really humans who have had a Deva phase in their karmic record. There is a very interesting field of research awaiting the person who systematically investigates the past lives of the weak-minded and the mentally deranged. Yeah, just reading that whole thing about the element of air, I feel more confused when I started than when we ended it. I don't know about you. See if we can get through the element of fire here. The pathologies of the element of fire are also rare, though it may be that the aimless incendiary and pyromaniac belongs to this class. Fire. I've never personally had any opportunities of investigating this type of case. Algernon Blackwood writes of one in his very interesting story, The Regeneration of Lord Ernie, which is published in his volume of short stories entitled Incredible Adventures. Indeed, this author is exceedingly fond of drawing his inspiration from the Deva kingdom and has some most interesting studies of the subject scattered through his books. Any organic geographical unit develops something of an oversoul, and where the differentiation is marked, and the oversoul may become a very definite entity. If there are among the inhabitants of the district of any who are sensitive to the unseen, they may form either an affinity or a repulsion to this oversoul. A great forest has a very marked personality, and there are few white men who can resist its influence, becoming markedly changed and dehumanized if exposed to it for long periods without the companionship of others of their race. Natives, on the other hand, seem to enter into it and be a part of it. That's racist, Dion Fortune. This is an old book, so y'all don't get mad at me, but basically she's saying like white people disappear in forests, natives have no problems. Missing 411, there you go. It is well known how often trees are objects to worship in all parts of the world. They have very marked personalities and strong magnetic fields. In the spring, when the sap is rising, even non-psychics can often see the aura of a tree. It can be best seen by getting a distance of a couple of 100 yards and looking at the sky beyond the top of the tree. The aura will then be perceived as a whitish cloud, like a patch of lighter colored sky surrounding the top of the tree, and usually swaying gently from side to side. There's a curious antagonism between elms and humanity. And about orchids, all sensitive persons agree there is something sinister. Tropical vegetation as a whole is overpowerful for humanity. Under the tremendous stimulation of solar fire, the elemental forces are concentrated to a poisonous strength. I am not personally acquainted with the west coast of Africa, but from what I can gather, I am the opinion that the elemental forces in the atmosphere made by juju rites are between them more responsible than the climate for earning that part of the world its sinister reputation as the white man's grave. There are other spots where the climate is equally hot and humid, Burma, for instance, but there is no other spot that produces the same loosening of moral fiber. The only place that is all comparable to it is the Caribbean Sea, which produces not so much a demoralization as a fierceness and violence quite alien to the racial characteristics of people who go there. Oh, my goodness. That was a rough one, wasn't it? So, in short, in theory, non-human entities exist, according to Dion Fortune. There are human bodies walking around with no souls. Elementals, I guess you could say. Very tipped to either water, fire, air, or earth. She didn't really go into all of it. Who can just wreak havoc on your psychic nature and chaos. Or if you decide you want to play with elements and start invoking them and stuff, as you do in the beginnings of ceremonial magic, these things are going to happen. Stonecock says, there was a case in Europe where people started dancing themselves to death in a mass. What? In July 1518, residents of the city of Strasbourg, then part of the Holy Roman Empire, were struck by a sudden and seemingly uncontrollable urge to dance. The hysteria kicked off when a woman known as Frau Trophée stepped into the street and began to silently twist, twirl, and shake. That's weird, man. I need to look that up. That's insane. So nobody listening has came in contact with a non-human being, right? Because you hadn't called in. So apparently none of us have experienced that yet, or that we know of. Moving on. The risks incidental to ceremonial magic. If the problem of psychic self-defense is to be adequately dealt with, we must have an understanding of a subject upon which very little has been written, the nature of the forces of intelligent and organized evil. The great faiths of the ancient world all had their evil gods as well as their beneficent deities, and they did not call these evil gods devils. In Hinduism, we have Shiva and Kali. In the Egyptian system, we have Set and Bes and Typhon. In the Grecian pantheon, there are Pluto and Hecate. All other faiths also have their angelic choirs, their archons or builders, and all the hierarchy of heaven. Protestant Christianity alone has forgotten its archaeology. The Creator has to be both architect of the universe and bricklayer, forming man from dust of the ground without assistance. If we refer to Paradise Lost, however, we shall find that Milton was familiar with both divine and infernal hierarchies, and that these were graded and charted according to a definite system. Anyone who is acquainted with the Kabbalah will recognize that in Milton he meets a fellow Kabbalist. Yeah, you can Qliphoth. You can go down that tree, and there's all kinds of devils down there with all kinds of names. In the Kabbalah, we find the esotericism of the Old Testament. I propose to use the Kabbalistic terminology to explain the esoteric theory of evil because, firstly, it is the one I am most familiar with, and secondly, it forms the basis of Western occult thought, and all medieval magic is based upon it, together with much modern magic. Thirdly, it is, in my opinion, singularly lucid, coherent, and comprehensive. And being a system consecrated by antiquity, I cannot be accused of romancing or fabricating my own system. In order to render my concepts clear, a brief explanation of Kabbalistic doctrine must be given. As it is not possible to enter into an exposition of this vast system, I will state certain axioms dogmatically and explain them by illustration instead of argument, thus obtaining the maximum clarity for the minimum expenditure of space. See, this is stupid, Dion. Just say, look, I'm going to try to tell you about the Kabbalah as effective as I can in the smallest amount of time. Done. But if any of you guys are interested, she did write a book called The Mystical Kabbalah, too. So, the initiate recognizes two kinds of evil, negative evil and positive evil. Negative evil is the polarizing opposite of good. Let us try and make this clear by an illustration. Every action gives rise to a reaction. The forward drive of the bullet is equated by the recoil of the gun. Everything which moves has to have an equivalent of a thrust block against which to push, something firm under its feet from which to take off. It is difficult to walk on a slippery surface because it offers no resistance. We must have something for the foot to grip, to push against, and give us the forward impulse at each step. Negative evil is the thrust block of good, the principle of resistance, of inertia, that enables good to get a purchase. But negative evil is more than this. We might call the principle of resistance the negative aspect of negative evil, for it is also a positive aspect, the principle of destruction. I got a clip I'm going to play for that. We can best explain the cosmic function of the principle of destruction by calling it by its esoteric name, the scavenger of the gods. Its function is to clear up behind the advancing tide of evolution, removing that which has become effete so that it may not choke the clog of evolving life. We now find the answer to the eternal riddle as to why God tolerates the devil. The devil is the cosmic thrust block and scavenger of the gods. It is this aspect of evil which is given a more detailed symbolism in the pantheons of other faiths, having its Shiva and Kali or its Pluto and Hecate. We can now see why these resistive and destructive forces are classed as gods and not as demons, for they are reactions according to cosmic law, not anarchical and chaotic forces. We now come to the consideration of positive evil. This again has a negative and positive aspect. Its negative aspect is pure chaos, unformed substance, and uncoordinated force. It has been aptly called the cosmic abortion. To drift into the sphere of negative positive evil is like being caught in a psychic quicksand. We are now ready to consider the sphere of positive evil. The demons themselves are the Qliphoth, as they are called in the Kabbalah. In order to understand their significance, we must make a further excursion into Kabbalistic philosophy. The Creator is conceived of as bringing the universe into manifestation through a series of divine emanation, 10 in number, and these are called the 10 Holy Sephiroth, and I've talked to you guys about this, and are represented in a diagram as arranged in a particular pattern. This is the famous tree of life, the key to all symbolism. The Sephiroth were not emanated independently, each from the divine source, but overflowed, the one from the other. As soon as one Sephiroth is emanated another. These two are said to be in equilibrium, compensating each other. But there is a period during the emanation of a Sephiroth when the force is not yet in equilibrium, but is pushing out unsupported, like an incomplete arc. It is the uncompensated force emanating during this epoch of unbalance and never subsequently absorbed after the establishment of the new sphere, which constitutes positive evil. There are, therefore, 10 kinds of positive evil, just as there are 10 divine emanations. To these spheres go accordingly to their kind all the evil imaginings of the heart of man that are not neutralized by repentance or compensated by the overplus of good in other members of the same group soul. There is a deep occult doctrine here which we cannot enter upon now. It must suffice to state it's dogmatically an explanation of the Kabbalistic conception of the Qliphoth. When we consider all that must have been poured into these 10 sinks of antiquity since the days of Atlantean magic, through the decadence of Babylon and Rome, down to the Great War, we can guess what rises up from them when their seals are broken. Not only do influences emanate from them which tempt and corrupt our souls, each according to its susceptibility, but time has served for the formulation of evil intelligences. These probably originated through the workings of black magic, which took the essential evil essence and organized it for purposes of its own. The beings thus formulated assumed an independent existence, developed, and multiplied their kind. They appear as dreams and hallucinations and may produce a considerable degree of objective phenomena such as noise, deposits of slime or blood, balls of light, and above all, stenches or an amazing pugnancy. Balls of light are evil? So if you guys ever seen an evil ball of light, just because you see a ball of light doesn't mean it's cool, apparently. The 10 divine emanations are personified as archangels, and the 10 infernal emanations are personified as archdemons. It is these which are the names of power and magic. Each Sephirah then has its obverse side and the corresponding Qliphoth demon. The initiated adept always gains control over the demonic force before he attempts to utilize the angelic force, which by the appropriate means can be contacted in each Sephirah. If he does not do so, he contacts them both simultaneously. Moreover, the planets, the elements, and the signs of the zodiac are intimately connected with the Sephirah, being arranged upon the tree of life in a pattern known only to initiates. That pattern is the flaming sword, by the way. We've talked about that. The initiated adept is exceedingly careful what he does when he is working with these potencies because he knows that he has always got the Qliphoth in the background. The uninitiated occultist goes ahead gaily, juggling with such names of power as he picked up from the innumerable books on the subject, now available for general readers, thinking that if he does not invoke the demons, he will not get them. But he forgets that every planet has a Jekyll and a Hyde, and consequently, ceremonial magic has got a bad name owing to the unpleasant frequency of untoward results, just as surgery got a bad name before the days of Lister. It is the imperfect technique that is the trouble. I once was doing some experimental work with geomancy, which is a method of divination belonging to the element of earth. Now, all divinations, when performed according to the esoteric formulae, always begin with an evocation of the genius that presides over the particular operation. The genii of geomancy are not of a very high type, and I was imperfectly familiar with the method and was trying to set up my prick figure on a piece of paper instead of using a tray of wet sand as I should have done. Things began to go wrong, and the room was filled with the most terrible stench of drains. The appropriate banishing ritual was immediately performed, and the air cleared. But there was not much doubt about the objectivity as the phenomena while it lasted. A very interesting case is given to the Occult Review of December 1929 and a letter to editor signed H. Campbell. And I think this is someone else that was doing the Abramelin rituals and stuff. So, hey, you guys asked for it, right? Like, is magic safe? Well, here, look, Dion Fortune talking about the worst kinds of things that can happen. And according to her, if you go around invoking elements, zodiac signs, planets, Sephiroth, and all that stuff, you're going to get the Qliphothic demons with them. So did you not know that? Did you not know that you're going to get the positive and negative sides of everything that you invoke? Something to think about. Or maybe just don't play with it to begin with. I don't know. Don't ask me. We're still in the void here in the last half of the show. Coming up is the Just Rogie Show as we head deeper into the late night here on the Fringe FM. Stay with us. You guys ever wonder why I don't talk about the nature of magic and why we don't delve into the deeper realms of it? It's for this reason alone. The more books I read about ceremonial magic, I can tell you the benefits of doing the banishing rituals, the middle pillar, and all the basic stuff are amazing, right? Especially for your psyche, or if you're alone and you're living your life alone, they're amazing. But delving deeper into this stuff, the more I read about it and the more I study this stuff, I don't think any of these people knew exactly what the hell they were doing. So, I don't know. What do you think? Coming up shortly, the Just Rogie Show here in just a bit. as we head deeper into the Fringe late night live. The call-in numbers as well on my shows. Her show's 1-800-588-0335. So back into this, right? Dion Fortune continues. Desiring some information, which I could not get in any ordinary way, I resorted to the system of Abramelin, and to this end prepared a copy of the necessary talisman, perfecting it to the best of my ability with my little stock of knowledge. The ritual performed, I proceeded to clear my space of working. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing. If my ritual was imperfect, and I only rendered the talisman useless without, in a way, impairing the activities of the entity invoked. This looks like nothing else than gross carelessness on my part, and to a certain extent this is true. But the point I wish to make is this, that my knowledge of this particular system and therefore my ritual were imperfect, and in any case, I have been shown no method of combating this particular entity when once aroused. Here are the results. Well, that's what you get for messing with why are you doing it? Anyways, here she goes. Unfortunately, I have no account of the date when these occurrences began, but the first hint of trouble must have come on or around March 3rd, 1927. I can guess the date with fair accuracy because I was to learn the manifestations were always strongest about the new moon, and after I had gone to sleep. Upon this occasion, I can remember waking up suddenly with a vague feeling of terror oppressing me. Yet it was no ordinary nightmare terror, but an imposed emotion that could be thrown off by an effort of the will. This passed almost as soon as I stood up, and I thought no more about it. Again, on April 2nd, or thereabouts, I was troubled by the same feeling, but regarded it as nothing more than a severe nightmare, though the fact that my sleep was distorted toward the time of the new moon had occurred to me, while as full moon drew on, the nights were peaceful again. The new moon of May the 1st brought a recurrence of the trouble, this time very much more powerful, and necessitated an almost intolerable effort of will to cast it off. Also, it was about this time that I first saw the entity which was rapidly obsessing me. It was not altogether unlovely to look at. Its eyes were closed, and it was bearded, with long flowing hair. It seemed a blind force slowly waking to activity. Now, there are 3 points which I must make quite clear before I proceed. In the first place, I was never attacked twice in the same night. Secondly, when I speak of physical happenings, the smashings of glass and voices, they were never, with one absolutely inexplicable exception, actual but pure obsessions. And this leads to the third point. Not one of these incidents happened while I was asleep. Always, I found myself awake with the terror upon me and struggling violently to cast off the spell. I've had nightmares before, but no nightmare that I've ever had could hold my mind in its grip for minutes at a time as this thing did, or send me plunging through a 10-foot-high window to the ground below. The first indication I had these visitations were absolutely out of the ordinary course of events came on May the 30th, about midnight. I was suddenly awakened by a voice calling loudly, "Look out!" And at once I became aware of a red serpent coiling and uncoiling itself under my bed and reaching out into the floor with its head. Just as it was about to attack me, I jumped through my window and came to the earth among the rose bushes below. Fortunately, it was no more damage than a badly bruised arm. Damn, man. So her first nightmare, she actually jumped out the damn window of her place. After this, there was absolute peace until June the 30th, when the real climax came. I had seen the thing again on the night of the new moon and had noticed considerable changes in its appearance. Especially it seemed far more active, while its long hair had changed into serpent heads. The night after I was awakened by a violent noise and jumped out of bed. I then saw the noise was caused by a great red obelisk which crashed through the west wall of my room and leaned against the wall at the east end, smashing both that and the window to pieces but missing my bed, which was in an alcove to the left of its path. In its transit, it had smashed all the mirrors, and the foot and top of my bed were strewn with broken glass and fragments of wood. This time the obsession must have lasted some minutes, and I dared not move for fear of cutting myself and to reach the matches wherein I knew lay safety. I had to lean across the bed and again risk the glass. Yet in my heart I knew that all of this was false, but had no power to move. I could only stand there, and capable, looking at the shattered room in a state of hopeless terror. So is she saying that when she had the nightmares, this stuff actually like broke crap in her room? Anyways, moving on here. I can't tell if it's in the dream or whatever. And now comes the most extraordinary part of the whole business. When I had finally mastered the obsession, I went to bed again tired, and I know that the only sound I made that night was jumping to the floor. Also, my room is at least 100 yards from the rest of my family. Yet next morning at breakfast, I asked what was the terrible noise in my room during the night. I was asked, excuse me. And after that, I realized that the game was up. I had not taken these occurrences lying down, but I knew that it was impossible for me to try and control the force which I had set in motion. In desperation, I turned to a good friend. I was aware, knew much of these things. She did not hesitate, but came at once to my assistance. And from that day to the present, the trouble has absolutely gone from me. Such is the case, and I only hope it may warn those who are contemplating my folly to treat with the greatest of care any printed system of magic, and not to use them at all unless they have the fullest control over the entities invoked. So there's Dion Fortune's warning about magic, y'all, so there you go. Among the general public who do not dabble in occultism, the results of a magical mishap are never seen, and the only doctors who ever see them are fellow initiates who happen to be medical men, and they naturally keep silence. The catastrophes are of varying degrees of severity, ranging from a bad fright to a death. I cannot say much upon these subjects, for they are among the most secret paths of occult lore. Enough must be hinted, however, to reveal what, under certain circumstances, may be experienced. I do not think, and the least likely, however, that the Qliphoth demons will be encountered, save through the use of ceremonial magic. They are rare as anthrax in England, but it is well to know the manner of their manifestation, so that when encountered, they may be recognized. Stop playing with demons, y'all. The great majority of dabblers in occultism are protected by their own inaptitude. They fail to get results, and consequently come to no harm. But if they should succeed in getting results, they would find that they had their hands full. The serious student, unless he is working under skilled guidance, may also find himself in difficulties, and for various reasons. He may be insufficiently inexperienced in the operation he has undertaken, for in magic theory is one thing, and practice is another. A student of occult science will often take a formula out of a book and try to use it. He might just as well study the instructions in a book on surgery and try to operate. Most formulae are incomplete. There's always unwritten work, and some of the barbarous names of evocation which the uninitiated use as words of power are really the initial letters of a mantric sentence or formula. I told you guys this too, and I think I talked to Stephen Skinner about this. A lot of the grimoires are written by people that were dabbling into magic, and if you read the same grimoires that are practiced by different magicians, they all put kind of like different instructions in there. So I'm not saying don't do this stuff, y'all. Do whatever you want to, but I don't mess with it. Not the demonic or grimoire stuff at all. I just don't trust it, to be honest with you. I came across an invocation once in which the words of power was Tagatu. On investigation, this turned out to be the battered remains of the great architect of the universe. Even an experienced occultist may get into difficulties if he attempts magical work when he is in bad health, overtired, or has had a moderate amount of alcohol, for very little is too much when the invisible forces are being handled. Equally, does this apply to each of his assistants. A chain is no stronger than its weakest link, and if one of the team cannot handle the forces, everyone's going to suffer. A magic ritual lodge is no place for the well-meaning ineffectual. There's an immense amount of dabbling in occultism going on today. Yeah, and this was back in the 20s. She has no idea. Most of it is innocuous because it is totally ineffective. But there is never any knowing when one is going to strike a live wire. Take, for instance, the advertisers in various occult papers who offer to supply charms that work. One of the two things is certain. Either they do not work at all, in which case one is wasting one's money on them, or they work by means of some power of which they have been charged. What is the nature of that power? And did the person who made the charm or talisman really know what they were about? Did they take the precaution to bind the baser aspect before magnetizing with the higher aspect? These are the elementary precautions of a practical occultist who has been properly trained. Did the maker of the talisman know them? Again, one buys secondhand books on magic. Who was the previous owner, and for what purpose were these books used? Or one buys a new book which has been brought out by some occult school for propaganda purposes. Those books are often magnetized before they are sent out and so form a magnetic link between the purchaser and the order which caused them to be issued. Or someone may join a group who has previously been associated with another occult group whose contacts were debased. And unless the proper precautions are taken, the person will bring the psychic contagion in with him, and his fellow members may have unpleasant experiences. I remember it being said to me by an occultist of great experience that two things are necessary for safety in occultism: right motives and right associates. We lull ourselves into false security if we believe that good intentions are sufficient protection. My advice to the would-be student is to invoke the master to send him an initiator, and to refuse to attempt any practical work until he is fully satisfied that the initiator has been found. Invoke the master. In other words, pray to, if you want to get into the mysteries, pray to God that he sends you someone that can actually teach them, that knows what they're doing. I cannot here enter into either precautions to be taken against untoward happenings in practical occult work, nor the remedies to apply if they take place. I will merely indicate the signs by which such an eventuality may be recognized. In other words, I'm not going to tell you to mess with it. I'm not going to tell you not to. I'm just going to talk about some of the stuff that happens. This is all that can be done and all that is necessary in this text. The initiate knows what to do without need of guidance from me. The non-initiate cannot do anything and must seek assistance. It is enough for him if he knows when such assistance is needed. If things go wrong in the course of a magical ceremonial operation, the power shorts and someone, it may be the operator, or it may be the weakest person in the team, gets knocked out, as if he had received a punch from an invisible pugilist. When picked up, he will be very dazed and badly shaken, and will certainly be some days, possibly weeks, before he gets over it. He will be in a state of complete prostration and considerable mental confusion, which will gradually wear off. Unless there is some organic defect such as hereditary mental instability, a bad heart, or hardened arteries, there will be complete recovery. Given time, but naturally it is a bad outlook should one of these conditions be present, and those who have them should not take part in occult experiments. You know, all these, this is the same thing Manly P. Hall does. He talks a ton about magic, and then he's got this one speech that warns you against it. Personally, I do not believe that the invisible forces alone will ever actually cause the loss of life or permanent disability in the absence of any physical lesion. The person who goes out of his mind as the result of a psychic shock would have gone out of his mind if he had been in a railway disaster or any other drastic emotional experience. Unless the psychic atmosphere indicates otherwise, it is not necessary to do any banishings or take precautions against obsession, because the power has dispersed itself in the very act of inflicting the shock. During my days of occultism, I developed my powers very rapidly because I recovered the memories of previous incarnations in block, and with them the capacities acquired in previous lives, and I shook myself up severely on numerous occasions before I learned the technique of handling the invisible forces. I never experienced any permanent ill effects from my mishaps, though I admit that upon occasion I have been extricated by my friends from a considerable amount of debris. Yeah. So you're kind of bragging there, but you just got through talking about how you were pretty much destroying yourself in nightmares until you called upon a friend. So during the early days of my occult career as a girl was brought to me by a mutual friend who told me that the mother of this girl, an ardent student of occultism, seemed to have a terrible effect upon her daughter. The mother was a widow, and the mother and daughter lived together under very comfortable material circumstances. But whenever the girl made a friend or showed any desire to leave home, the mother performed extraordinary antics, coming to the daughter's room at night and drawing signs in the air about her bed. Yeah, that's the mom afraid the daughter's going to run off and leave her, so she acts crazy, plays on the daughter's heart. The effect of all this upon the girl was most peculiar. She felt unable to free herself from the mental domination the mother had obtained over her, and she was wasting away in a most curious fashion. When I saw her, although able to get about, she looked nothing like I have ever seen, save a familiar victim. My mama said, my mama said I can go out and play. I made a psychic investigation and formed the opinion that the mother was working by means of an entity of which she had obtained possession. How this had been accomplished in the present instance, I do not know, but such things are common in occultism. And I determined to take on the case and to chase and, if possible, break up this artificial elemental. I was away from the group I was accustomed to work with, but among people keenly interested in occultism of every sort, size, and description, and I had no difficulty in picking up a team to help me with the undertaking. I had no qualms about the undertaking. A second-hand elemental directed by a woman with only a rule of thumb knowledge of magic did not appear to me to be a formidable opponent. I had seen a good deal of practical occultism, had lent a hand at a similar operations, and possessed the necessary formula. So I went around the town, asked certain friends to lend a hand and others to come and see the fun. And to be frank, our attitude was that of a party of small boys going ratting. We met at the appointed time and place, formed our circle, and went to work. The method I meant to use made it necessary for me to leave my body, and the group were really there to look after it while I was out of my body, and it came to no harm. I had got out on the astral plane readily enough, did my job, and returned, feeling very pleased with myself, for it was the first time I had operated entirely on my own, without the supervision of my teacher. I had began to recover physical consciousness, which is just like coming around from an anesthetic. I had a sensation of machinery running and felt as if I were lying on something very lumpy. I opened my eyes and saw something brown towering above me to an enormous height. As I gathered my senses together, I discovered that I was lying on the floor, close to the skirting across the feet of an unfortunate man who was thus securely pinned against the wall, and it was he shaking in his shoes that had felt to me like the vibration of machinery. Wait a minute. As I gathered my senses together, I discovered I was lying on the floor, close to the skirting. What happened here? Various other members of the circle slowly and reluctantly reappeared from behind the piano and sofa and other heavy articles of furniture. They had seen some practical occultism for once in their lives, but they did not appear to like it. I wonder what she did here. It appears that after I had gone out of my body and left them with my unconscious body, they got a good deal of phenomena in the way of bells and voices outside the circle. If they had kept quiet, it would have been quite all right, but they lost their heads and scattered. Then the circle had been broken. I began to perform antics, arching up on my head and my heels, and in some way that has never been explained, arriving at the far side of the room at the feet of one of the circle, which of course did not improve matters. Then an extraordinary thing happened. We were just gathering ourselves together thinking that everything was over, when a force of what nature I have never known suddenly rushed around the circle, and one member seemed to take the brunt of it. He went flying across the room and landed, fortunately for him, face downwards in the armchair, and was ill in bed for 3 weeks. The hell. While all this was going on, the father of one of the people taking part became uneasy about her and walked across from where he lived at the far side of the little town to see what was happening. And like most little country towns, this one usually went to bed early. But he told us that he came along, he saw that innumerable windows were lit up, and he heard the sounds of children crying all down the street. That's making the hair stand up on my arms. That's freaky. When I think of the risks I took and the conditions under which I worked in those days, I wonder that I or any of my friends are alive to tell the tale. It is said that there is a special providence to look after fools, drunkards, and little children. I think there must be another that looks after inexperienced occultists and their friends. And that's where we have to lead Well, anyways, hold on. It may be interesting to note that as a result of this operation, which I so rashly undertook, the girl was entirely freed from the domination of her mother and began forthwith to put on flesh and rapidly become normal. The end of it, at least, was successful. Man, if you can picture in your mind what was happening there, that's a pretty freaky thing. I have been practicing ceremonial magic, the basics of it, for a long time, and I've never had anything like that happen. Of course, I've never did any operations like what she's talking about. I've never tried to help anybody remove demons from them or psychic attacks or anything like that. I don't recommend it. Most of the stuff I do is like energy balance. This is pretty freaky. Anyways, we'll continue this text throughout the week. If you guys want to give any feedback, contact at lightingthevoid.com. Stay tuned for the Jess Rogie Show. Good night, y'all. Sweet dreams. Actually, I've been working on trying to put this show into video, and I haven't been able to figure it out quite yet. But we will be having a video broadcast soon, because I've realized that, as much as I love radio, like, I got to get into video somehow. I don't know if I'm going to show my face yet or not, because that, to me, it takes the fun out, right? Like, audio is supposed to be where you use the imagination of the mind. If you can see me, then where's the imagination? Anyways, we'll see. It'll be fun, right? It's something we got to do. So this week, we've been talking about the nature of psychic attacks, and we've delved into a book called Psychic Self-Defense by Dion Fortune, and it's been pretty hair-raising. We've talked about the nature of vampirism, entities, projection of the etheric body. And I think with as much discussion that goes on about magic and the occult and how much people are into it nowadays, that we dive into the source and find out what this stuff is really about and what these people are doing, so to speak, or what they did. Now, a little background on Dion Fortune. I'll tell you that she was one of the first female members of the Golden Dawn. She's got tons of books out. If you guys just check out Dion Fortune, you'll find a lot of good literature by her, but she doesn't really hold anything back. There's another book called The Women of the Golden Dawn. If you're interested in that kind of thing, you should check that out too, because you don't hear a lot about that, right? You hear a lot about Samuel Mathers and Aleister Crowley and Israel Regardie and all these people, but Jack Parsons. But there were a ton of women that went through a lot of crazy stuff in these magical orders, and Dion Fortune was one of them. And so we've been reading this book. Tomorrow night, we're going to have some guests on. We're going to have Juan Ayala, and we're also going to have Thomas Gorentz from Paranoid Americans going to be back. But I wanted to get into this and talk about the nature of psychic attack when it pertains to anything. Because you hear that so many times, so people feel like they're going crazy, and they ask themselves, well, is it a psychic attack? So all of these books that we do the readings through, by the way, are going to be in the member section for, I guess, rebroadcast or whatever. But if you make the live show, you'll catch it. So we're here, 9 p.m. Pacific, Monday through Friday, right here on the Fringe FM Live. The call-in number, you can call in. I know people don't like to during stuff like this, but you can. If any of this stuff has happened to you, you can call in at 1-800-588-0335. That's the call-in number. And in fact, I would like it if you do. It doesn't matter if you interrupt the readings or not, so that we can relate or see if, any of this stuff is real. Because some of this stuff I'm highly skeptical about, too. So where we left off, by the way, the previous night was Dion Fortune had been doing rituals that she learned in the Golden Dawn, and we're talking about the subject of ceremonial magic and some of the paranormal activity that happens during these events. Now, if you have problems with things like this before you sleep, let me know too, because I haven't had anybody give me any feedback about weird dreams yet, but the more I ramble, the less we get to go into this, by the way. So, yeah, the call-in number is 1-800-588-0335. Those lines are open the whole time. You can join the Discord chat at fringe.fm. You can contact me via email at contact@lightingthevoid.com. Make sure you download the Fringe FM app. Leave some feedback there. Take the surveys. Hell, use it for an alarm clock. Some people do. So she goes in to talk about the mysterious death of a student of magic, Miss N. Forniero. And she was receiving the attention of the authorities at the present time. She was found lying nude on the bleak hillside in a lonely island of Iona. And round her neck was a cross secured by a silver chain, and near at hand lay a large knife which had been used to cut a large cross in the turf. Now, this is kind of the stuff you see in movies, but this stuff really happened. So, on this cross, her body was lying, a resident of London. Miss Forniero seems to have made her way to Iona for some purpose connected with occultism or magic. One of the servants at her house in London stated that a letter had been received saying she had a terrible case of healing on. One newspaper report alludes to mysterious stories on the island about blue lights having been seen in the vicinity of where her body was found, and there's also a story of a cloaked man. Occultists, no less than the general public, will await with interest any disclosures that may be forthcoming concerning this occurrence. But no disclosures were ever forthcoming, however, and conjecture alone can work upon the case. But one detail, Dion says, that she can add to this is that it's a brief, comprehensive report of the Occult Review, the body bore marks of scratches. So here she finds this lady, or they found this lady, laying on a cross that was in the turf, nude. She also had a cross, and she's got scratches all over her body. No disclosures were ever forthcoming, but I knew Miss Forniero intimately. And at one time, we did a good deal of work together. But some 3 years before her death, we went our separate ways and lost sight of each other. She was half Italian and half English, of unusual intellectual caliber, and was especially interested in the green ray elemental contacts. Too much interested in them for my peace of mind, and I became nervous and refused to cooperate with her. I do not object to reasonable risks. In fact, one cannot expect to achieve anything in magic worthwhile in life if one will not take risks. Amen to that. But it appeared to me that Mac, as we called her, was going into very deep waters, even when I knew her, and that there was certain to be trouble sooner or later. She, let me fix this. I don't know what's going on with my sound here, but she had evidently been on the Astral expedition from which she never returned. She was not a good subject for experiments, for she suffered from some defect of the pituitary body. See, this is what I'm talking about. Like, here's another case of somebody that they claim left their astral body, but never made it back. So, you know, I mean, how can we say it's totally safe if the people that leave their body that don't come back, we don't hear their stories? So, whether she was the victim of a psychic attack or whether she merely stopped out on the astral too long and her body of poor vitality in any case became chilled, lying thus exposed in midwinter, or whether she slipped into one of the elemental kingdoms that she loved, even as a swinebird swam out to sea, who knows? The information at our disposal is insufficient for an opinion to be formed. The facts, however, cannot be questioned and remain to give skeptics food for thought. It may be as well to say in concluding this that when I speak of the experiments of ceremonial magic, I do not mean ritual initiation. Now, a ritual initiation is, of course, ceremonial magic. And so, for the matter of that, are the sacraments of the church. But the occultist, using his terms perhaps somewhat loosely, does not include the initiatory rituals when he speaks of ceremonial magic. There are many varieties of initiatory ceremonies, but these are all designed to work upon the soul of the candidate only. Ceremonial magic, on the other hand, in the technical sense of the term, is designed to work upon the soul of nature. The two operations, although there are innumerable forms of each, are entirely different in type and aim at and achieve entirely different results. There is a strong prejudice against ritual magic among those interested in popular occultism, owing to the strictures passed upon it by Madame Blavatsky. Now, Madame Blavatsky was trained in the Eastern school and had very little, if any, practical acquaintance with the inner aspects of Western occultism, nor was she a master of its methods. She spoke from an Eastern standpoint and judged Western esoteric conditions by those she had seen in the East, where tantric magic has become depraved in the hands of Dugpas and similar sects. In the dense and materialistic atmosphere of the West, it is exceedingly difficult to get any results worth mentioning without the use of some form of ceremonial magic. Even the Theosophical Society, of which she was the foundress, has unconsciously drifted into Western methods, adopting the Catholic ceremonial and Masonic initiations as side chapels to its main temple. And the mixture is giving trouble. The Back to Blavatsky movement with its ranks may be able to produce a much pure ethical and metaphysical teaching, but I think we may safely prophesy it will produce no practical results in Europe at any rate. Ought we to eschew ceremonial methods because occasionally, in inexpert hands or under unsuitable conditions, they lead to disastrous results? In other words, is she saying, should we exclude ceremonial magic because people that don't know what they're doing cause disasters? Should we to excuse motor racing or mountaineering or flying or research into the nature of radioactive substances? All these take their toll of life each year. There is an unjustifiable risk which no level-headed person will run if they can help it, and there is a justifiable risk which everybody must be prepared to take who wants to come out of the luck. It is not every follower of the inner way who is suitable for ceremonial work, just as it is not every individual who is fitted to handle the controls of an aeroplane. But there are some people, both men and women, to whom a spice of danger is the spur which brings out the mettle of their pasture, and these will always be found in the van of great adventure. So that's the end of that. So she did give us some stories about some things that happened to people that were practicing ceremonial magic, but she's also saying don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So let's get into the distinction between objective psychic attacks and subjective psychic disturbance. So what's the difference between an attack and a disturbance? I know this is probably boring to some of y'all, but this is fascinating to me. Psychism, however, genuine, is a fruitful cause of self-delusion. A psychic is invariably highly sensitive and suggestible. This is the basis of his gifts. Psychism not being a normal development among Europeans at any rate, the psychic is, in the language of nautical engineers, over-engineered for his hull. He is consequently unstable, liable to violent emotional reactions, and in general exhibits those aberrations of conduct we are accustomed to associate with artistic genius. Unless a psychic is trained, disciplined, protected, and watched over by those who understand his condition, his psychism is never reliable because he is blown about by every wind of influence. The psychic and the neurotic are closely akin in their reactions to life, but the neurotic differs from the psychic in that instead of being over-engined for his hull, he is under-hulled for his engines. The result is the same, however, a discrepancy between the force and form with the consequent inability to maintain a central reason directing control. The technique of the occult discipline is largely directed towards maintaining control of the disparate forces, compensating the sensitiveness of the psychic, and protecting him from unwanted impressions. It is never well to learn how to open the door of the unseen unless at the same time one learns how to close it and latch it. As was noted in the introduction, it is comparatively seldom that the unseen comes in search of human beings. As a caterpillar told Alice concerning the puppy dog, "You let it alone, and it will let you alone." But if we begin to study occultism or even to dabble in it, sooner or later we are liable to obtain results, provided, of course, that the system we are using contains germs of efficacy. So, you guys, there's a lot of books that I've read, too, that say the same thing, even by Dr. Stylianos Ateshlos. He talks about this, too, where if you invoke like an elemental, or some people like to mess with demons and stuff like that, you'll find that a lot of the times they're pissed off because you messed with them. Like they were in their natural habitat until you started messing with them. You know, it's kind of like rousting a dog from his house or something. In the case of a person who is coming on to the path for the first time, progress is necessarily slow. What was that? And laborious. That was weird. But a soul that has taken initiation in previous incarnations may reopen the latent psychic faculties so rapidly that the problem of maintaining the harmonized coordination of the personality becomes a serious one. It is exceedingly common for a person who is making his first contact with the occult movement to experience psychic disturbance. I know I did too. This is sometimes attributed to evil influences, sometimes to evil entities. Neither of these interferences may be just. There is a third possibility, which is responsible for, by far the greater percentage of victims, the mere fact that consciousness is being disturbed by an accustomed force. How common a thing it is to see a child feverish and fretful during the first few days of a seaside holiday. It is not necessarily sickening for an illness. The strong air and unaccustomed food and the excitement of its new surroundings are disturbing its sensitive physical equilibrium. So, it is when the neophyte is disturbed at the outset of his occult career, the unaccustomed vibrations are upsetting him, and he is having an attack of occult indigestion. In both cases, the treatment is the same temporary restriction of diet which has caused the disturbance. So, long story short, a lot of times if you're messing with magic for the first time or psychic stuff, you get ill and all screwed up simply for the fact that you're messing with it. Another cause of psychic upset may lie in the partial recovery of the memories of past incarnations, if these include any painful episodes. Especially such are connected with esoteric studies. The entry of occult concepts into the conscious mind tends to awaken the subconscious memory of similar experiences in past lives. The emotion surrounding a memory is invariably recovered before the actual image of the incident. This is one of the best tests for the accuracy of memories of past lives. This foreshadowing emotion may hang about for a long time on the threshold of consciousness before the images clarify sufficiently to become tangible. If the emotion that is rising over the horizon is of a painful nature, it may cause considerable disturbance and in the absence of an experienced advisor may be attributed to an occult attack or to the psychic perception of evil influences in the occult group to which the neophyte is affiliated. So that's weird, right? So if you had past lives or if you've had any past lives with the occult or esoteric or whatever, and you start getting into this stuff, what she's saying is you'll have the emotions of the past life or whatever will make itself present before you ever start to see pictures or dreams or anything that's involved with it. It is necessary to use very great caution in drawing conclusions from the psychic impressions of an inexperienced student who is apt to be as full of alarms as a 2-year-old thoroughbred. On the other hand, the instinctive reactions of a pure and sensitive soul are not to be ignored. There are such things as black lodges and evil entities. Ooh, black lodges and evil entities. That's what we should title this. We must not allow the cry of wolf to make us either callous or careless. In any case, the victim is suffering remedial discomfort. It is an exceedingly difficult thing to determine physically whether the complaint has reasonable grounds for his feelings, for his own imagination will have filled his atmosphere with menacing thought forms. It is no simple matter to decide whether these thought forms are subjective or objective. The wisest way is to rely on such evidence as is capable of objective examination, and inquire into the record of the particular group or occultist against whom the charges are being brought. But it is equally necessary to inquire into the record of the person who is bringing the charges. That person is filled with the loftiest ideals is no proof that he has a level head, a clear and unbiased judgment, or appreciation of the nature of evidence. A person need not be a deliberate liar to make statements that are very far from the truth. And I don't know why. Every time I read, do you guys read occult books? Because every time I do, it seems all of these people, like they say a whole lot of unnecessary things to fill up space, I think. I mean, that whole paragraph was just like, okay, some people are imagining things, some people are lying. You just have to, use reason and scientific methods to kind of figure out what's going on and be objective. I mean, why the hell can't they just say that in these books? That's why I like some of the more modern magical texts, actually. Another factor which has to be reckoned with this is the vagaries of sex instinct in a person to whom that instinct is repressed. Consider the case of a woman, perhaps no longer young, whose circumstances for the first time permit her to follow her own inclinations. A very common case with homekeeping women who have to wait for dead men's shoes before they can set out on life's journey. She takes up occultism, towards which she may always have had a leaning, and then joins some circle for study and possible ritual initiation. The leader of the circle will, in all probability, be a person of strong individuality. The inexperienced, love-starved newcomer is glamored, and ritual is a very stimulating thing, as Anglo-Catholic clergy have found to their cost. The woman, possibly quite ignorant of the facts of life, finds herself strangely stirred. She is frightened. She senses that something of the kingdom of Pan is approaching. Her instincts will usually guide her truly enough in divining the source from which the disturbing influences proceeds. She will point an unerring finger at the magnetic male. She will seldom take into account the reactions of the female in the presence of the male. Interesting. So she's saying that some women, because they're receptive, pull certain things towards them. And then when they see these crazy things they pull towards them, they point the finger at the man who's running the magic show. Basically, it's your fault. If she is a woman ignorant of the facts of life, the charges she brings will usually take the form of an accusation of hypnotic influence. Oh yeah, you put some spell on me. She does not realize that nature is the hypnotist. If she is a woman who knows something of the world, the charge may be of improper advances. One glance at the woman is usually enough to tell us whether there is likely to be any foundation in this charge or not. It is seldom the young and pretty girl, who might reasonably be apprehensive, who is the teller of these stories. It is a curious fact that it never seems to occur to the complaints either to take refuge in flight or purr the matter in the hands of a solicitor. If, at the end of a long tale full of dark hints and unspeakable innuendos, the question is asked, why exactly did he do? The answer usually is, he looked at me in a meaning way. Yeah, I get what she's saying there. When one of these stories is being told, we should be wise to give more attention to the bearing of the person who is telling it than to the facts that are alleged. This will usually yield the more valuable information. It is the most difficult thing in the world to get a genuine victim to speak. A woman who is broadcasting the tale of her own shame is usually a woman scorned, and the reliability of her testimony in the matter is an inverse ratio to her loquacity. Do not let us forget that it takes two to make a scandal as well as a quarrel, and the person who admits a mistake and asks for help to retrace wandering footsteps is much more likely to be worth helping than the one who claims to be even as the angels in heaven, where there is neither marrying nor giving in marriage. So great is the need for caution in assessing the facts in charge of immorality that the law courts will not accept the evidence of the victim, even on oath and under cross-examination, unless it is supported by additional testimony. Equally well does the doctor know the same type of mentality, and a common form of mental derangement is called old maid's insanity, even in the textbooks. I could cite cases by the dozen in exemplification of the preceding statements, but they have not sufficient occult interest to justify their inclusion in these pages. If the leader of the group is a woman, a different set of reactions come into play, though the same causes are at work. It's not generally realized that the fixation or crush of the woman for another is really a substitute love affair, as is proved by the fact that the girl who has plenty of admirers, or woman who is happily married, is never given to them. In this case, just as much as the normal heterosexual attraction, hell knows no fury like a woman's scorn, it is not for obvious reasons possible to bring charges of improper behavior. Yeah, so apparently, I say apparently a lot, right? She's had some experiences with people when they get into these magic circles, that polarity energy between man and woman happens, and then some manic stuff happens, and once, and oh no, you psychic attacked me, or you put a spell on me, or the drama starts, right? Someone will accuse it of a psychic attack a lot of times. Though in one accusation this was alleged against me, and I was accused of being a man in disguise and was attempting to seduce the complainant, and the charge found believers. The charge brought in such cases usually takes one of two forms. The mechanism being either, you don't love me, therefore you are cruel, I've been badly treated. And the most far-fetched instances are raked up in the support of this charge, or, quote, you don't love me, therefore I hate you, the attraction you have for me is hypnotic. Yeah. People have to learn how to handle their own stuff. That's true. Oh, shit. We got to take a break here. Sorry. We're already at the bottom of the hour. I just thought that was interesting to note because anytime you mess with magic or the occult or things like that, or you get into like atmospheres of people that are doing rituals and there's men and women around, there's usually a leader of the group and people get, I guess, have crushes on each other. And then the second they can't handle their feelings, then there's a psychic attack or someone hypnotized them or put a spell on them or something. Yeah. I mean, I get it. I think that's what she's talking about. Hell, I don't know. She could make things simpler. We'll be right back. Sorry, went right over break. This one's quick. A few years back, I dated a girl who, she had one of those, I don't know, I guess you could say narcissistic tendencies of like love bombing, then leaving you, and love bombing and leaving you. And this was like, it did cause me a little trauma, but this was like a few years ago, probably 4 or 5 years ago, I think, if I'm being honest. And every time she would say, well, I'm done, I'm gone, I'd be like, okay. And I would let her go. And then she would come back and say, well, you put some kind of spell on me. And it's like, I didn't even practice magic with this woman or anything. So I see where Dion Fortune's coming from here. It's like, no, I just, when you say I'm done and you want to go, then I'm not going to like stop you. You know, I believe in freedom. Anyways, it's crazy. You can tell, like, this is the third or fourth time that Dion Fortune's brought this up. She's already had one woman chasing her around with a knife. And I think because she's bringing this up again in this book that it keeps happening to her, you know. Let's see. Where did I leave off on here? It's not. Okay, yeah. Okay. Though in one accusation this was alleged against me, and I was accused of being a man in disguise and attempting to seduce the complainant, and the charge found believers. The charge brought in such cases usually takes one of two forms. You don't love me, therefore I hate you, or the attraction for you have for me is hypnotic. That's where we left off. It must be borne in mind in assessing these charges that a trained occultist, especially of a high grade, has an exceedingly magnetic personality, and this is apt to prove disturbing for those who are unaccustomed to high-tension psychic forces. For whereas the person who is ripe for development will unfold the higher consciousness rapidly in the atmosphere of a high-grade initiate, the person who is not ready may find these influences profoundly disturbing. An adept who allows unsuitable persons to enter his magnetic field is blameworthy for his lack of discrimination and discretion, but he cannot justly be charged with the abuse of occult powers. He emanates force involuntarily and cannot help himself. The greater adepts always live in seclusion, for not only do they need solitude for their work, but their influence upon unprepared souls produces too violent a reaction, and it ends in the cross or the hemlock cup. We must not be unmindful of the fact that the person who comes to us with a long tale of occult attack and asks for assistance, especially financial assistance, may be simply pitching a yarn, and should use the same discrimination that we would in listening to any other hard luck story, trying to differentiate between the deserving and the undeserving. I wonder if people really do that. I've been the victim of a psychic attack, and I'm a victim, and I need your money. I knew a man who allowed an alleged adept who was undergoing an alleged occult attack to take refuge in his studio, and returned after a short absence to find that the alleged one had been selling the furniture to buy drink. and there was every reason to believe that the only spirits who were in any way concerned with his troubles had entered the studio in bottles. The complaints of occult attack may have their source in nothing more or less than the delusions of the insane, and it does not necessarily invalidate this fact that a second person can be found to give supporting evidence. There's a curious form of insanity known to alienists called folie de deux, in which two people intimately associated together share the same delusions. It is usually found in such cases that one is definitely insane and the other is of a hysterical type, and has become imbued with the delusions of her associate by means of suggestion. I use the feminine pronoun because this form of insanity is rare with males. It usually occurs with two sisters or two women living together. There is another pitfall for which the inexperienced do well to watch out in their dealings with the person who complains of an occult attack. Insanity may be periodic in its manifestation, outbreaks of acute mania altering with periods of complete sanity. These periodic aspects should always be watched for in the case of women, in whom any temperamental instability becomes greatly exaggerated during the times of monthly periods, at the change of life, during pregnancy, and, in fact, at any period when the sex life is stirred to activity, whether emotionally or physically. So basically, Dion Fortune's saying if a woman is having anything to do, like with her period or sex or whatever, she's liable to be crazy. When it comes to the occult or magic attacks, that's terrible, Dion Fortune. That's nuts. Oh, well, this is coming from a woman. I didn't say it. She said it. It is also well to bear in mind that in pathological cases, the periodicity of a woman's function may be greatly disturbed. Well, maybe because women are more sensitive, you think, to things. I had a sharp lesson in this respect upon one occasion, which exemplifies the need of caution. We had, at the introduction of one of our members, received into one of our community houses a woman whose husband, a well-known man in public life, refused to live with her, so I was told, and he had made several attempts to do away with her, and threatened to have her certified insane if she in any way resisted him. These facts were vouched for by a circle of friends to whom both husband and wife were known. I kept this lady under observation for a month in order to see whether there was anything to justify the charge of insanity, and seeing nothing, took up her case. At the 7th week, however, trouble ensued. She got into a great state of excitement, declared that she was being starved and ill-treated by the person who, in my absence, was responsible for the house. 7 weeks later, we had another bout, in which she said that evil influences were proceeding from a certain cupboard in her room, wandered about the house in exceedingly inadequate apparel, and lost all self-control. This attack also passed off in a few days. It came out in the end that she suffered from chronic appendicitis, which involved the right ovary, and whenever her exceedingly irregular menstruation occurred, she went right off her head for a few days. The position was greatly complicated by the fact that in the interim, she was to all outward appearance perfectly sane. After she left our community house, she told exactly the same stories about us that she had previously been telling about her husband. The out-and-out lunatic is a much less serious problem to society than these borderline cases. They need dealing with extremely cautiously, for they can cause an immense amount of trouble. So she had appendicitis that was affecting her ovaries, and that's what caused her to freak out. And then she freaked out on her husband, then she freaked out on the Magic Lodge, and everybody's out to get her. Ugh. When an insanity has once become well developed, anyone who has had experience of lunatics has little difficulty recognizing it. Each type of insanity has its characteristic facial expression and even gait, but it is not so simple a matter for even the expert to recognize an insanity in its incipient stages. Lunatics are exceedingly plausible, and if they have picked up something of the jargon of the occultist or spiritualist, can make out an extraordinarily good case for themselves. Even the experienced alienist often has to keep a case under observation in order to ascertain whether it's an actual insanity or not. Don says, trust me, some are, but so are some men. I believe you. I believe you, Don. In a field where experts are frequently in doubt, what is the layman to do who finds himself confronted by a case which rouses his suspicions? He cannot be expected to recognize insanity when he sees it, but his own common sense ought to be sufficient to enable him to recognize sanity. In other words, let him suspend judgment upon the alleged facts and concentrate upon the question of motive. It is here he will find his best indication. If a person can offer no valid explanation as to the reasons for the attack that is being made upon him, nor as to its cause or origin, we can probably rest assured that it originates in his own imagination. In one case, which came into my hands for help, the victim declared that he was being persecuted by a telepathic suggestion. You know what this reminds me of? I'm not going to say any names, but I used to listen to this show all the time. And this guy, he kind of does what I do. You know, he did a show every night or whatever, but he did his whole show was based on, like he didn't have advertising and memberships, and at the time he didn't. It was all like, I need this much money a month or I'm not doing my show anymore, right? Which is fine. I think his show was good enough to get that. It really was. I loved the show. But every 3 days, he would come out and be like, he would cough on the mic and be like, or something like, I'm having a psychic attack, or a psychic attack. That was definitely a psychic attack there. So that was a dude, Don, so you're right. In one case which came into my hands for help, the victim declared that he was being persecuted by telepathic suggestion. I inquired as to the origin of this persecution, and he said that some people who lived in the next flat used to sit in a circle and concentrate upon him. I asked him why they did this. He did not know. I asked him how he knew they did it, and he could not tell me. He merely reiterated that they did it, although he admitted that he had never been inside their flat, never, in fact, even spoken to them except to exchange a good morning on the stairs. It was immediately apparent that there was no conceivable motive that could cause these people to go to the trouble of persecuting him. If anyone has ever tried any experiments with telepathic suggestion, they will know what intense concentration it requires and, in fact, what hard work it is, and one cannot possibly imagine anybody putting themselves to the trouble of doing it over long periods of time without a very definite motive. I have, however, heard of a well-authenticated case of a woman who had a liaison with a married man, attacking his wife in this way. I had also myself known of 2 cases in which a certain individual, at one time prominent in the transcendental circles, in connection with what the newspapers impolitely called his prayer shop, and equally well known in the city in connection with his efforts to obtain gold from seawater, used telepathic suggestion in order to induce the signing of checks and documents. Yes, you will sign that check. You know you want to sign that check. Before a visitor was expected for an interview, he would sit down and concentrate upon him. So strong was the influence thus exerted that a man of my acquaintance threw up a post he held under him because of the undue mental influence he felt was being exerted over himself, and another resigned off the board of one of his companies for the same reason. In both these cases, an adequate motive for the mental attack is not far to seek. Compare these 2 cases with the previous one, and the difference can readily be perceived. We should, however, be just as cautious in deciding there is nothing wrong as in accepting at their face value any statements that be made to us. Moreover, we should always bear in mind when dealing with a person who is obviously mentally unbalanced and who alleges a psychic attack, that the mental imbalance may have been induced by the psychic attack. Life is a strange thing at best, and many things that are stranger than usual can happen to those who move in occult circles. So basically, a lot of crazy people say that they're under psychic attack, and they're not. And you need to, I guess she's like training people. If you're going to go out and help people that say they're under psychic attack, you need to look for the motives. And I mean, if you have been in these circles, then you probably know she's right about this. A lot of people will jump to being a victim of some type of magical or psychic attack or some kind of hypnotic thing all the time. All right, here we go. The non-occultist dangers of the Black Lodge. The Black Lodges connect with the underworld, Oh, this is going to get pretty crazy. Should we start this before the, top of the hour here? Yeah, let's do that. The facts considered in the previous chapter, though they should make us exceedingly careful in weighing evidence, must not blind us to the fact that there are black sheep in every fold, and that a fraternity which started out with the best intentions may quite inadvertently, through the ignorance or imperfections of its leaders, begin to drift to the left-hand path. So some people start out like, yes, we're good Masons, or we're good occultists, and leader after leader, slowly but surely they drift over to the dark side. Perfectly innocent people enter it when it is in process of drifting, but not yet avowedly black, and may find themselves in waters that are unpleasantly dirty, even if not actually dangerous. The esoteric dangers will be studied in detail here, but we may very well consider in this place the exoteric dangers which may occur behind the veil of the temple. For human nature is much the same wherever we meet it, and shows little originality in choosing its road to the pit. Absolute power corrupts. Yeah. It might be thought that in such a book as this were no need to touch upon these matters, but if this book is to serve the purpose for which it is intended, it is necessary to do so for 3 reasons. Firstly, because the greater proportion of the students of esotericism are women, and even in these enlightened days, they are usually ignorant of the life of the underworld, and a black lodge leads by a straight and narrow way into the land of Apaches and demi-mondanes, quite apart from its other drawbacks. Secondly, a knowledge of these facts is essential for differential diagnosis. And thirdly, occult powers are not infrequently used to obtain purely mundane ends. Therefore, when the question of ordinary criminality occurs in connection with an occult organization, the issue may be complicated by an admixture of methods that belong to another plane. So there's Dion Fortune for all the conspiracy theorists out there telling you fact to fact that some lodges start out good, end up bad, and are corrupted for reasons unknown, usually either money, power, sex, something like that, you know. We must always remember that a lodge may not necessarily have been formed for the express purpose of evading the law. It may have started with a perfectly legitimate end in view and have been exploited by evildoers for their own purpose. For, owing to the secretive nature of its proceedings, the fraternity form of organization lends itself to various forms of law-breaking. One occult organization is well known to have been involved in the drug traffic, and another is riddled with unnatural vice. A third degenerated into what was little better than a house of ill fame, and its head was an expert abortionist. What the hell? Others have been involved in subversive politics. Those who join fraternities without properly investigating them and the credentials of those who are running them may find themselves involved in any or all of these things. Look at there. So, yeah, I say the same thing to people, and they ask, oh, you know, if you're in Masonry and Rosicrucianism, the Golden Dawn, are they trying to run the world and all this other stuff? Well, no, not originally, but any lodge or anything can be corrupted like this. And they do break laws. Hell, even if you go, I remember, I'm just going to tell you, lodges do this kind of stuff. The first bartending gig I ever got was at an Eagles Lodge, which isn't a freaking, it's just an Eagles Lodge. You know, it's not like a cult or anything. But the fact that it was lodge and you had to be a member and all this stuff, man, they did illegal gambling. I bartended a freaking swingers party once. I didn't even know it was going to be a swingers party. There's some weird stuff goes on behind doors, you know. Behind the veil of secrecy, guarded by impressive oaths, many things may happen, and it is therefore essential to inform oneself most carefully concerning the character, credentials, and the record of the leaders. If these are not readily accessible, something is wrong. The mysterious stranger who has just arrived from the east or the continent, both rather vague addresses, is probably a fraud. If difficulty is experienced in discovering the antecedents of an alleged adept, inquiries could be made of the well-known periodical. However, Truth, formerly of Carteret Street, SWI, stopped publishing many years ago. Truth was originally founded to expose abuses in financial and public life, and for this purpose keeps a blacklist of individuals who are better avoided. It is fair and fearless in its methods, neither a persecutor nor a respecter of persons. It keeps a watchful eye upon the occult field and pillories charlatans, a task for which it should have the gratitude and support of all who have the cause of the wisdom religion at heart. The commonest danger to which a person who gets into company of undesirables is exposed is to be induced to part with more money than is convenient by the time-honored expedients of either swindling or blackmailing, the latter being by far the commonest form of unpleasantness in the black lodges. The one and only remedy in all such cases is to place the matter in the hands of the police. Firstly, it is your duty as a citizen in order that others may not be victimized as you have been. So here Dion Fortune is telling you, if you join a magical society, occult lodge, or whatever, this is coming from the mouth of a magician, and you witness blackmailing, swindling, any kind of crazy crap, go to the cops. Secondly, if you don't, your persecutors will not leave you until they have sucked you absolutely dry, and not even if they can still find a use for you as a cat's paw. A blackmailer is never got rid of by giving him money. It is merely an invitation to call again. Act quickly and firmly and at the outset, and you will soon be at the end of your troubles. Don't give any people that try to blackmail you any rope. Just get them immediately. To demand money with threats is blackmail, and to coerce to any course of actions by threat is also a crime. Any arrangements entered into or documents signed in consequence of threats are not binding. Threats need not necessarily be gross and open, such as the pointing of a revolver. Anything which coerces you against your inclinations may be interpreted as a threat. For instance, supposing it were intimated to you, however tactfully, that if you do not subscribe to the funds of an organization, your interest in occultism would be gossiped about and possibly involve you in unpleasantness with your relatives or your employers. This, in the eyes of the law, would be blackmail. Anything, in fact, which plays upon a person's fears is a threat. Let us consider what is the best thing to do if you are being threatened. It is seldom wise to answer a threat with a threat. The best thing to do is reply that you will think it over and see what you can be done, and then go straight to the nearest police station and tell the whole story. You can be sure of the utmost courtesy, even kindness, and every effort will be made to help you, even if you have to admit that you have not been wholly blameless yourself. In coming to the police and telling them frankly the position of affairs you have, in popular language, turn king's evidence, and the authorities will go a long way to protect anyone who does this. Damn, Dion's saying snitch on them. Do not be deterred by the fact that you cannot bring forward any additional testimony in support of your statement. The police may tell you that there is not sufficient evidence for them to apply a warrant. Nevertheless, they will make inquiries, and the very fact that the police are making inquiries will be sufficient to frighten blackmailers out of their wits and probably out of the country. Nor will they usually stop to make the threatened disclosures en route, but will go while the going is good. Moreover, your complaint will go on to the police records, and a watch will be kept. In due course, another complaint may be made, or, for all you know, may already have been made, and then the net begins to tighten. Just for the record, I've never been threatened in any lodge that I've ever been in any kind of way. I didn't even know. I'm sure that stuff happens, but it's never happened to me. Always remember that the blackmailer has a great deal more to fear from exposure than you do. For whatever unpleasantness may be in store for you, he has to look forward to a long term of penal servitude and possibly the dreaded cat if the case is a bad one. A timely reminder of this fact works wonders with prospective blackmailers. Nor need the fear of exposure of your own shortcomings deter you. The nature of the charges brought against you by the blackmailer will never be mentioned. It is not you who are being tried. Neither will your identity be disclosed. You will be referred to as Mr. A or Mrs. B, far from being treated as an evildoer or having the finger of scorn pointed at you. You will find that you are looking upon a person who is performing a public service, and every effort will be made by those in authority to smooth your path. A determined effort is being made at the present time to stamp out this abominable crime, and judges are given exemplary sentences and protecting prosecutors in every way in order to encourage them to come forward. So this stuff was happening back in the 20s, this kind of like blackmailing and black lodges and stuff. Yeah, we can leave off there. So we're talking about psychic self-defense. This is the classic instruction manual for protecting yourself against paranormal attacks from magicians, from magic, from people that want to hurt you psychically, etc. And I think it's getting pretty interesting. Because if this is happening in like the 20s when, Dion Fortune was talking about this, you can only imagine how thick it gets now. But as I said, I've been in quite a few lodges, probably not as many as Dion or some other people, but I've never been threatened in that kind of way, ever. We'll be right back. Phone lines are open too, 1-800-588-0335. Hell, if you've been threatened, let me know. Just got through talking about black lodges and all their I guess, blackmail and stuff. This is all new to me, too. This is another part of the book I think I skipped over the first time I read it. We have a phone caller for 540 area code. You're on the air. Who are we speaking with?
Yeah, Joe, it's Mike in Virginia.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, you were talking about psychic attacks, and I finally remembered when I was out in Phoenix, Arizona, there was 3 different witches out there, female, and they all had, bookstores you could do readings in. And there was one in Scottsdale, and I had just, it's actually just kind of getting started then with doing the fairs and whatnot. And one of the women invited me over to the store to do reading there on the weekend.
Yeah.
And I had to, they picked a particular place for me to sit. That's kind of odd. I'll sit here. And what I started noticing on a Saturday, I'd fall asleep. I could not stay awake. And there was a spot in the ceiling where you could feel this cold air coming down, but you'd smell a funny odor.
Oh, really?
Coming out of it. Yeah, it was, in the beginning, like, you sort of look around like, what was that, And then on Sunday, and it started getting, the more I did it, the more clear it got to me. But on a Sunday, I'd wake up, and I was doing all these readings. And it was, great. Finally, it's happening. But every weekend, that's what would happen. And what I finally got a clue to, there was a guy there that was doing like massage or Reiki treatment kind of thing. And he stayed real super quiet and off to the corner by himself. He didn't talk to anybody. And what I started noticing was every Saturday, that's what would happen to me. And they always had me sit in that one spot. And then I finally realized that they were using me to ground the place because the women on Saturday were like clicking. I mean, they were just busy. Sunday, they weren't so busy, and I got busy.
Oh, wow.
So to me, it's a form of psychic attack.
Did you smell the odors every time?
Yeah, but I just sort of disregarded it because you have all the incense and all the other stuff in there, and you smell this kind of weird odor come through. It didn't like really smell bad, but it was like, what was that? You know?
Yeah. Did you have any
thing? But I could feel the cold air.
Did you have any bad dreams or anything else that happened with it, or do you think they were just using you for like grounding and that was it?
Well, for that spot, there was there was a store in Sedona, and each time all 3 witches, they used their husbands to ground their energy because they're all after money. So, and all 3 of the husbands were like deathly ill.
Damn.
And when they stopped using them, they completely cleared up and they were fine. There was this one particular store I worked for, and she was a reader at the first store that I just told you about. She started her store, and I was like walking around like, okay, I'll try this store out. And I forgot about it. And I was in there, and those pictures you can take of of your aura?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. There was this one reader in there, and I was talking to him, and he's like a computer operator, but he did programming, and he did tarot readings. Really nice guy. And he showed me a picture of himself, and in the picture, he had a pentagram above his head for protection.
Uh-huh.
And I'm sitting in the store like, okay. And so I have my stuff there, and I wasn't there for very long. The woman there was trying to find out, because I'm clairvoyant. I don't use cards. I'm clairvoyant, so it's just all visual. And she was trying to figure out how I read, right? So I was there for maybe 5 weeks maximum, And the last weekend I was there, but no, it was the weekend before. There was like 5 weekends. So the 4th and 5th weekend, in between those 2 weekends, I had this dream where I was in this house, and it was just a bare house, like it was a vacant house, no window panes or anything, but you see the window frames. And she's standing in the window looking off away from me, but she dyed her hair red and it was mousy brown, right?
Okay.
So I'm in this house, like I see her, and then all of a sudden I had a long-haired orange tabby when I had him at home. And suddenly I turned around, and his legs are pinned up against the wall, and he's been gutted.
What the hell?
Yeah, and then I was like, what? That's Joshua. What? I look down, all of a sudden I see all these cats that look exactly like him running all around my feet, around my legs. I'm looking around, and that was the end of the dream. And when I got out of it, she was trying to copycat how I did readings, but she was trying to disembowel me psychically to find out, because that was a signal I was getting. It's like, that my cat, but all these other cats. So I went in that weekend, just grabbed her stuff, and I left. And she owed me like $15 or something. But she tried that. And let me see, the last one was up in Sedona, and her husband was ill too. He had cancer, and she was using him to build her store up and make money. The last one was in Sedona, and she she had like 4 shops. I mean, she was after money. She was from LA, or had a place in LA and Sedona.
Yeah.
And she would sit there, and she dyed her hair red. And I just walked in thinking, it'd be really cool to do readings up here, And the girl there was at the register. She was real nice. She was just got there from Hawaii and also found the place, and she was a Reiki practitioner. So we got to talking, and so the lady said, well, come up on the weekends, but I only want you to do 15-minute readings. Okay, and I don't really get along with 15-minute readings. So, okay, and I figured I'd change it when I got there. Well, her husband was down in Phoenix, Arizona. He was bleeding to death. The doctors couldn't even figure out how to stop the bleeding. So this one particular weekend, because I did it for a while, because it was horrible. She was there, so I did the 15-minute thing. Well, she took off for the weekend down there because he was just start bleeding. They didn't know what to do. And she was using him desperately for that, for rituals, to use his energy to manifest money. We were there, and I started doing like 45-minute readings, making all this money, and so it's great. And Sunday came. It was getting close to closing. She had called up and threatened the girl over the phone that whatever I was doing, I was to stop it.
Why? Why did she say that? Did she tell you?
No, because she knew I was pulling the energy into place, I guess, and doing my, just reading whatever, 45-minute read, whatever. But I think she sensed that I was, starting to pull. And before I was being like meek and mild, like I would do a little reading, a little visual, and then I got into it. And so she called the store, and she said, shut down the store and we'll pay him in a money order. And so the girl was there. Right. And she said, I'll pay you money order. She said, how many readings did that, tickets and all that stuff. And so she paid me out of the cash register. And she said, you got to go. She's on the way up here. So, okay. So I left, and I talked to the girl like 3 a.m. She finally called me. She was crying. And apparently the woman got in the shop and just ripped things apart and locked her in and wouldn't let her out till she was finished with her.
Wow. Really crazy stuff happening in Sedona, huh? That's pretty interesting, man.
She was just, yeah, she was nuts, but
right.
Yeah, those things. You were talking about psychic attacks, and I thought, oh my God, I have been attacked.
Well, I mean, that's and thanks for calling. I appreciate you sharing that with us. By the way, thank you. Yeah, that's pretty interesting that you say that, because I've lived in Sedona for a little while, and there were some spots there. I got to tell you, a beautiful country, but walking in that downtown area where all the shops and stuff are. There are some spots there where I got some pretty weird vibes myself too. So, I mean, you just never know what you're dealing with, I guess.
If you go to the Y, did you take a right?
Well, I don't know it that well, because I mean, there was a few Ys that I crossed through. I only lived there for like 4 or 5 months, I think. So
Okay, yeah. If you come in from the south and it's 2 T stops, you take a left and you go to Crystal House, and if you go up further, it's another T stop. And you go to the right, that's the downtown area. I don't like it. It was just too.
Yeah, there's some weird vibes in there. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. Hey, and thanks for calling. Thank you, because I wanted someone to call and talk about this stuff, so I appreciate it, brother. Thanks.
All right.
You have a good one.
All right, bye.
See, the odors and stuff that Dion was talking about, he had that. Yeah, there was some, and I went with Jose one night to Sedona, man, and there's a lot of weird stuff there. Also, Jerome was pretty weird too. They got a haunted. Well, I'll tell that story some other time, but it's like in a movie. Anyways, back to this, right? So she's talking about what people do in these lodges. What she says, lodges or black lodges that kind of start to be coerced to black magic or do certain things that they shouldn't do. So she goes on, it says, it goes without saying that no rightly conducted organization would consent to augment its funds at the expense of the ruin of one of its members. It must, of course, equally protect itself against capriciousness and spite and the machinations of the kind of mentality that tries to buy influence by subscriptions. It has always been our custom in the fraternity of Inner Light to insist that any woman who proposes to give a large donation should consult her financial advisor before doing so. For one reason or another, we have refused upwards of £25,000 during the last 7 years, nor have we had any reason to regret having done so. So, just so you guys know, Dion Fortune, she's not alive now, but she started the fraternity of the Inner Light, which when she got out of the Golden Dawn, a lot of these people started their own organizations. And she's telling you right here that apparently people would try to give her money too and blackmail her and stuff. So there it is, right? The strength of an occult organization does not lie upon the physical plane. It is well known that there are various drugs which can be used to exalt consciousness and induce a temporary psychism. It may not be equally well known that most of these substances come under the regulation of the Dangerous Drugs Act, and that to obtain them from irregular sources or even to be found in possession of them, save for a legitimate purpose, is to render oneself liable to prosecution, and in this case, to the authorities are exceedingly alert and the magistrates exceedingly drastic. Well, back then, I'm sure they didn't have like mushrooms, and I mean, I know they did, but it's a little more freely nowadays. But all initiates of the right-hand path agree in declaring that to exalt consciousness by means of drugs is a dangerous and undesirable proceeding. There may be research workers who, for legitimate reasons, wish to undertake experiments, but I cannot conceive of any legitimate reason for introducing a neophyte to the drug habit. In any case, if such experiments are undertaken, they should be conducted under the supervision of a qualified medical practitioner who will be in a position to prevent catastrophe or deal with it should it arise. The drugs that alter consciousness also affect the heart, and hearts are not always all they should be. Moreover, the composition of rare drugs is not standardized and varies enormously. They are liable to contain various impurities, and samples may turn out to be unusually toxic. The unpleasantness of having upon one's hands an unexpected and unaccountable corpse is only exceeded by the unpleasantness of becoming the corpse oneself, either of which eventualities may happen when people begin to experiment with drugs that, quote, unloose the girders of the mind. The morals of mankind in general leave much to be desired from the point of view of the purist and the occult organizations, occupying as they do the seacoast of Bohemia, leave more than usual. A few of the best, maintaining that occultism, essentially a religion, uphold a high standard. The remainder are blessed with a kaleidoscope collection of soulmates. This need not concern us here. If people choose to kick over Mr. Grundy's apron strings, that is to their affair. Nor need we at the moment consider the occult abuses of sex force, which will require detailed consideration in their proper place. Yeah, be careful you don't join a swingers club and they're calling themselves magicians, right? All we need consider in this chapter is the purely normal form of loose living, which is camouflage under a pretense of magic or occultism. Of this, I have seen numerous cases. The head of one group systematically seduced his pupils under the pretext that it was part of their initiation, and the group accepted the situation in a spirit of the purest self-sacrifice. What a bastard, right? That's a piece of shit. Several others sailed unpleasantly near the wind, with the result that crushes and the subsequent nervous breakdowns were very prevalent. It ought hardly to be necessary to say that such methods form no part of the right-hand path. It's kind of like Waco. I'm sleeping with all of your wives for you so that you don't have to be sinful. I'm making the sacrifice here. I'll sleep with everybody. Crazy some bitches. Let's say, it is amazing to what an extent women of the highest ideals and of good family and wide culture can be induced to accept such theories and practices. The danger of membership of such a group to young girls or unsophisticated women can be readily imagined. I have often been accused of being narrow-minded in my attitude towards groups in which such happenings are allowed to go on. But the cost in human suffering is so great and the general demoralization so sordid that tolerance comes perilously near to cynicism. I may not generally be realized, but there is such a danger of corruption in a Black Lodge for boys and youths as there is for women. There have been a number of cases so flagrant that the police have intervened both here and abroad. In ancient times and among primitive peoples, human sacrifice was a common incident in connection with occult practices. It is not unknown in Eastern Europe, even at the present day. The nursery story of Bluebeard has its own origin in the practices of the infamous Gilles de Rye, Marshal of France and comrade of Joan of Arc, who slaughtered innumerable children and youths in connection with his magical experiments. I've never heard of a case in England, but there have been, at various times, some curious killings reported from the United States, which look suspiciously like ritual murders. But in the absence of adequate information, it is possible to come to a final conclusion upon them. There recently came into my hands, however, a book upon magic published for private circulation, in which the statement is made that the ideal blood sacrifice is a male child. The charge of revolutionary activities is one that has been frequently made against the occult movement. There are certain things, however, which must be borne in mind when assessing the truth of this charge. Firstly, the occult movement is not a homogeneous whole. It is totally unorganized and unregulated, and may best be likened to the state of England before the Norman conquest. Conditions in the various groups and associations vary widely, and what is true of one may not be true of another. There can be no doubt whatsoever that various organizations at various times have been implicated in politics, as witnessed the Theosophical Society's association with Indian political movements. But we must bear in mind that one's generation revolutionaries are the next generation's reactionaries. After all, politics are a matter of opinion, and even the people we disagree with may turn out to be right in the end. I personally am of the opinion that an occult fraternity is extremely ill-advised to concern itself with politics for reasons which I have stated in another one of my books, Sane Occultism, and which I will not enter upon now as they are not relevant to these pages. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I dipped out myself, because of the politics that were going on. But as folk from time immemorial have banded themselves together for political action, we cannot very well take exception to what law permits. People who join an organization established for political work join it with their eyes open and presumably for the purpose for which it was founded. Grounds for objection arise, however, when an organization is founded for non-political pursuits and subsequently the leaders, without consulting or even informing their supporters, take up political activities on their own account and use their organization for the purpose, thus involving their followers with their consent and whatever complications may arise, and using money contributed for a specific purpose for ends other than the donors had in view. I've seen that happen too. Yeah, come join our magical society and then follow our Republican movement that you didn't know that was going to happen, or a Democratic movement. It may be wondered what use, at the present day, revolutionaries can make of the occult organizations. Within my personal knowledge, they have used or attempted to use them for the purpose of getting letters to people whose correspondence is being watched. And I myself once received a request to allow a person who had been deported to return to the country under an assumed name and reside in one of our community houses as a member, and was offered some hundreds of pounds for doing so. Needless to say, the correspondence was sent straight to the authorities. The problems which we have considered here are not peculiar to occult fraternities, but are common to any organization which does not discriminate to its members. The organizations which advertise must perforce take all comers and sort them out in the light of subsequent experience, and some of these experiences can be very queer indeed. One cannot blame an organization that picks up an occasional black sheep, only takes exception if it retains an accumulation of them. A lodge of dubious whiteness can be readily recognized by the type of people who belong to it, who may best be described as the seedy adventurer type with a sprinkling of smart society folk, who often have a taste of crude flavors in the way of sensation. The really black lodges are carefully guarded as the high-grade white lodges, and no outsider can gain entrance to them. The serious student of black occultism is out for knowledge and magical experiment, and he is going to waste his time on Tyro. Those who choose to graduate into a black lodge after serving their apprenticeship in the outer court of a white lodge do so with their eyes open, and experience must be their teacher. One cannot feel that they deserve much sympathy if the experience is a painful one. The person I am out to help is the person who is a victim, not the one who is hoist with his own petard. The man or woman who, rejecting the steady grade of the way of initiation, chooses to go up with a rocket had better come down with a stick. Any request for a large sum of money should always be regarded as a danger signal. It is one of the strictest conditions of initiation that occult knowledge may never be sold for you or used for gain. I know of an occultist who charges £300 for one of the initiation he confers, and he will give it to anyone who has £300. In my opinion, the person who pays out £300 for such a purpose deserves the kind of initiation he's going to get. It is also a bad sign when an occultist makes free with the signs and wonders before the uninitiated. No genuine adept ever does this. The person who reads your past incarnations describes the aura. Whoa, that was weird. Describes your aura, rolls up his eyes, twitches, and gives you a message from your master as soon as he is introduced. That is a person to be avoided. The more I see of the occult movement, the more I'm amazed at the things people can say and do and get away with. The average person is out of his depth when he deals with psychic matters. He usually goes through 3 phases. Firstly, he thinks it's all superstition and fraud. Secondly, his skepticism being breached, he will believe anything. And thirdly, if he ever gets as far as thirdly, he learns discrimination and distinguishes between the black fraternities, the white fraternities, and the fatuous fraternities. I always wondered what they were talking about, black and white lodge, this or that, but I guess it's all a matter of how you conduct your lodges, I guess. Anyways, we're going to get out of the politics between white, black magic, white and black lodges, and obviously Dion Fortune's opinions of everything. And when we come back, we're going to talk about the psychic element and mental disturbance, personality, reincarnation, hysteria, all kinds of stuff, man. The Qliphoth, the blood. I don't know if we're going to get too far into it. Also coming up shortly, the Jess Rogie show right after this. Stay with us. This, you have to take into account too that this book was written, back, I guess, in the 20s. I didn't really look, but yeah, just take that into consideration anytime you hear something weird. Call-in number for tonight, 1-800-588-0335. That is going to be the call-in number. Also for the Jess Rogie show coming up here on the Fringe late night. This stuff is getting weird. But once we get past how to figure out what a psychic attack is and isn't, and we're getting through it, then Dion's going to go into and tell us how to protect ourselves from it. Now, tomorrow night, we will not be into this book. We're going to have a guest on. We're going to have Juan Ayala and Thomas Gornitz from Paranoid American and the One-on-One podcast with Juan Ayala, and it's going to be awesome, so don't miss that. All right, here we go. Let's get back in this with what little time we got left. So we've seen in previous spots or previous chapters in this book that nervous and mental disorders can stimulate a psychic attack. So doesn't always mean it's coming from somewhere else, right? Especially if the subject is familiar with the terminology of occultism. We must also consider that the part played by psychic attacks and nervous and mental disorders. But before we can embark upon this section of our studies, we must give a brief explanation of the nature of nervous and mental disturbances and the distinction between them. We will not go into academic considerations, for these pages are not written for the orthodox professional psychologist who has an abundance of text tools at his disposal, but for the person whose interest is primarily in occult matters and who comes to the study of the subject unequipped with the technicalities of psychology and psychophysiology, two sciences of which at least a working knowledge is exceedingly necessary in the pursuit of practice occultism. So there you go. Before you even practice magic, you should study psychology and psychophysiology. I think Israel Gardy says that too. In the course of an incarnation, the mind is built up on the foundation of the traits of the higher self or individuality, which is the immortal soul that develops in the course of an evolution. The mind, therefore, is part of the personality, the unit of incarnation, commencing at birth and dissolving at death, its essence being absorbed by the individuality which evolves thereby. The mind is essentially the organ of adaptation to the environment, and it is when the adaptation fails that neurotic and hysterical troubles begin. Each living creature is the channel for a current of life force which proceeds from the Logos, the creator of the universe. The current is divided into three main channels represented to us as the three great natural instincts: self-preservation, reproduction, and the social instinct. These are the mainsprings of our lives. The pressure of life itself is behind them, and if they are thwarted beyond their power of compensation, considerable as that is, they are likely streams whose channels are blocked, and which in consequence overflow and make a morass of the adjacent land. Emotion is the subjective aspect of an instinct. That is to say, when an instinct is at work, we feel emotion. Every emotion we feel can be referred to one or other of the instincts. Our resentment of a slur upon our dignity has its roots in the instinct of self-preservation. Our love of art has its roots in the instinct of love, beauty, and creative expression, which upon its lowest arc is called sex. Each of these instincts has its high spiritual aspect and its elemental physical aspect, and transmutation from one plane to another takes place freely, so that unless we understand the significance of these manifestations, we shall be misled, and their understanding is the key to the science of life. If one of these great instincts is so thwarted that all attempts at compensation break down, or if the temperament is so unelastic and unaccommodating that it will not modify its demands, the ego makes a final desperate attempt at adjustment, which goes outside the limits with which its harmonious relations with the environment can be maintained. Communications with the environment break down, and the mind has, in part at least, quitted the sphere of reality for the sphere of imagination. The sense of fixed values is lost, and things assume a symbolic importance. This breakdown may be partial, relating to certain aspects of the life only, or it may be total. In hysteria, the dammed up forces of life remain in the channel, but spurt with concentrated force through any slice that may be open to them. Consequently, instead of the river below the obstruction being a smooth flowing body of water, it descends in rapids and whirlpools difficult and dangerous to navigate, so that the bark of life makes shipwreck therein. The surrounding country, too, is reduced to a morose, neither land nor water. In other words, the temperament becomes tempestuous and unduly emotional, and the non-emotional factors of the mind, such as judgment and self-control, are demoralized. Such a temperament must of necessity be perpetually in difficulties with life, and periodically the repressed emotions boil over in fits of screaming, crying, and convulsive muscular movements, which act as safety valves and relieve the pressure temporarily. Well, she has a way of like picking apart people's brains and emotions here, doesn't she? I don't think she's got a degree in psychology, though. I'm just saying, even though she studied it. The neurotic differs from the hysteric in certain well-marked ways, which need to be carefully borne in mind, as they are very important from the practical standpoint. The troubles of the neurotic start in the same way as those of the hysteric, being due to repressed emotion and failure to adapt to environment. But in his case, the life force is set to work to cut fresh channels for themselves that shall circumvent the obstacle which blocks their path. Consequently, we get what the psychologist calls displacement of emotion. Some comparatively innocuous matter becomes the object of an outpouring of emotion, which is in no way concerns it, for it has been made a substitute of something else. It is this curious underground tracking of emotion in the mind which causes so much trouble, for the sufferer is not insane, and yet certain section of his values and reactions to life are perverted. He's an extremely tricky person to deal with because he is given to unexpected and quite irrational loves and hates and fears, and acts accordingly. Similar conditions prevail in the organic insanities. The psychological results are the same. But because the origin is physical, not mental, they are but little amenable to psychotherapy. Certain things can be done to alleviate them. However, if they are not entirely curable, therefore let us consider them from both the psychophysical and occult standpoints. Let's consider it. The body is the vehicle of the mind. If the vehicle be faulty, the mind cannot express itself accurately. Its reactions will be distorted. Orthodox science says that the brain is the organ of the mind, but esoteric science says the brain is the organ of perception, of sense impressions, and coordination of efferent impulses. It is the telephone exchange of the nervous system. It is only one of the points where mind touches body, the others being the ductless glands of the endocrine system, the pineal, pituitary, thyroid, adrenals, thymus, and gonads, to which may be added the solar plexus and the sacral plexus. The student of tantric physiology will be very dull if he has not observed that the chakras coincide in their physical location with the endocrine organs. Now, the endocrines have for their task the maintenance of the chemical composition of the blood. They pour into their secretions, called hormones, in certain balanced proportions. If the balance is in any way upset, either by an overplus or of one secretion of shortage of another, profound changes in metabolism take place. The whole of the life processes are regulated by the endocrines and can be speeded up or slowed down in different aspects as the balance of the endocrines alters. This endocrine balance is known by physiologists to be intimately associated with emotional states, and especially with alertness or stolidity of the temperament. Psychologists do not sufficiently appreciate the importance of the recent work upon the endocrines, but occultists have a knowledge of this aspect of psychophysiology as a part of their traditional teaching. Do you guys remember when I read The Occult Anatomy of Man? So Manly P. Hall talked about this in his book, how the endocrine system was like going to be the new evolved thing once the world comes into understanding the metaphysical world, right? So at least Dion Fortune's trying to go into it a little bit more. The breathing exercises of the yoga system are based upon this knowledge and are exceedingly potent, as are all occult practices which are brought through correctly to the physical plane. In fact, we may say that no occult process is really potent, nor can it be said to have completed its circuit unless it has a point of contact with dense matter, a point which many occultists leave out of their calculations. Occultism, though primarily a mental process, is not a purely mental process. It is both spiritual and material. In the great majority of cases of insanity, organic brain changes cannot be demonstrated, but alienists are more and more coming to recognize that they may look for the clues of Hecate in the blood. They're looking for the clues of the god Hecate in the blood? Okay. Its chemical composition may depart from normal, whether owing to a change in the hormone balance or to the byproducts of disease. The change in blood chemistry is immediately followed by a change in the emotional tone. It may become over-emotional or depressed, apathetic, or irritable. The ancients described these conditions admirably as the four humors, the sanguine, the bilious, the lymphatic, and the choleric. It has been abundantly demonstrated by physiologists that emotional states affect the chemical composition of the blood. It is gradually being realized that these changes are brought about through the mediation of the ductless glands, which may be called the emotional brain, just as the gray matter within the skull may be called the sensory motor brain. It follows, therefore, that if some interference with their functioning, the glands produce a blood composition corresponding to that produced by them when a particular emotional state is given its special stimulus. The individual will experience the physical sensations associated with a corresponding emotional state. His mind will proceed to adjust itself to these conditions by accounting for them through the imagination as best as it may. So that if there is a state of the blood characteristic of the condition of fear, fear images will arise in the mind. It is upon this basis that the organic insanities produce their characteristic mental states. Didn't know all that stuff was going on in the blood when you got crazy, did you? Whether the emotional state be due to a mental cause or physical cause, the result is the same for the patient. Organic insanities are distinguished from functional ones solely by their origin. And organic insanity tends to depart further from the normal than a functional nervous disorder because in the latter, a considerable degree of compensation takes place. For the patient can, to a great extent, pull himself together and keep himself from going to disastrous extremes. This is not the case with an organic insanity, which proceeds to its logical conclusion. It is for this reason that a neurotic, although he may suffer severely, seldom has a complete breakdown unless he is sure of the necessities of life. The self-preservation instinct keeps him on his feet. Having considered the physical and subjective cases of mental disturbances, we are now in a position to assess accurately the part played by the unseen. What happens when a neurotic takes up occultism? We can best answer this question by considering what happens when a normal person takes up magic or occultism. He learns for the first time of the existence of the invisible worlds and begins to think about them. Immediately he does this, he comes into touch with them. And at first he may not be able to perceive them consciously. Nevertheless, he is feeling them subconsciously, and they are affecting him. His life shows this to the close observer in 1,000 ways. There are great forces moving like currents in the unseen, and we are drawn into these according to our temperamental affinity for them. The violent personality is drawn into the current of Mars, the emotional, suggestible one in the sphere of Luna, or the moon. The influence of these spheres may play upon them. And now the occultist working under a proper system, knowing that he has got to meet these forces sooner or later, picks up on them one by one voluntarily and by means of the appropriate rituals and synthesizes them with his own nature. He knows, too, that each aspect has its obverse. The Virgin Mary is reflected in Lilith. The older faiths knew this, but popular Christianity, which has no roots in tradition, has forgotten it. Protestant Christianity threw away its occult aspect at the Reformation. All the pagan pantheons have gross aspects of divinities as well as ethereal ones. We need to search the refuse heap of history for the lost parts of our own tradition if our faith is to be complete. And the most profitable line of search is in the Kabbalah and the Gnostic literature. The literature of the Gnosis has been largely destroyed by systematic persecution. But in the Kabbalah, there is still left for us a complete system. The Jews, being strictly monotheistic, did not speak of gods, but they recognized a hierarchy of angels and archangels, which is the equivalent of the pagan pantheons. It is through these ethereal messengers that the All-Father formed the worlds. I mean, I can see that too. If you read a book, there's a book called is it The History of God? I think it's A History of God. It's on the tip of my tongue, and I've already read it right before I said it. I think it's A History of God. I'll find it and I'll put it in the show links. But it goes into this, like even our Old Testament names for God that were written in Hebrew, and the Canaanite ones and all this stuff, like El Shaddai and all these gods, they came from older things. You just have to, I think it was A History of God. Man, what is Karen Armstrong? That's the name of the author. You check out that book. Let us consider once more the Kabbalistic doctrine of the Qliphoth, which is the evil tree, so to speak, for it has an intimate bearing upon the problem of insanity. The doctrine of the 10 holy Sephiroth, arranged in their correct pattern to form the tree of life, is invaluable in enabling us to conceive the invisible. The first Sephiroth is concentrated out of the unmanifest, the point within the circle. This emanates the second, which in its turn emanates the third. As soon as one has emanated another, these two are said to be equilibrated or balanced. But when emanation is in process, there is a period of unbalanced force. This, as it were, goes off by itself in the cosmos and establishes a sphere of its own, unconnected with the cosmic system. Consequently, each sphere of the cosmos has its counterpart in chaos. In miniature, it is true, but nevertheless potent and functional. Each sphere and the course of its evolution builds up an oversoul, which is called by different names in different systems. In the Kabbalistic system, we call them the archangels, the spirits before the throne. The sphere of the sun is represented by Raphael. The sphere of the moon is represented by Gabriel. The obverse Sephiroth or Qliphoth build up in exactly the same way. In the habitations of hell, these two are known as the disputers and the obscene ones, whose names sufficiently indicate their characters. The sphere of the sun is also the point of manifestation of the Messiah or Savior upon earth. The Prince of Peace has his obverse in the disputers. Who that has had the vision beautiful does not know the reaction that follows it, and the need of wisdom, self-control, and patience to deal with the forces that are released not only in the soul but in the environment. It is for this reason that the periods of purgation and discipline precede all revelations. We must keep the vigil before we can sit at the feast. Consciousness released from the sphere of earth rises straight upwards to the sphere of the moon. This is the negative, feminine, receptive, psychic sphere. From thence it passes onward to the sphere of the sun. This is the positive, masculine sphere of the higher consciousness. The vision of the seer, as distinguished from the psychic. Upon either hand, the path is flanked by the spheres of hermetic wisdom and elemental beauty. These spheres, which have to do with the grades of initiation, need not concern us in the present pages. We shall only have to do with the sphere of the moon. Oh man, I only got a couple minutes left. Let me see if I can finish this one, and then we'll talk about this later. Luna, the mistress of the lunatic. Now, Luna was represented by the ancients under diverse forms as Diana, the chaste huntress, symbol of sublimation, and Hecate, patroness of witchcraft and childbirth. We have already noted that the Qliphoth of the sphere of Luna are called the obscene ones. Hence, it is that when the unstable soul advances by the path of Saturn that bridges the astral and enters the sphere of the moon, he touches her Hecate aspect and finds himself in rapport with the obscene ones, whose chief is Lilith, she who gives lustful dreams. Need we then wonder that Freud finds the dreams of the neurotic filled with sexual images in their most perverted and debased forms? The rabbis knew their psychology just as well as he does. As already been noted, the neurotic is very often psychic, and the psychic is very often neurotic. What may we expect to happen to the soul that has taken initiation in a past life retains subconsciously the psychic development thus conferred and finds itself incarnated in a neurotic personality in this life? Maybe. He will come under the dark dominion of the moon, and Lilith will be his mistress. Through the ill-fitting doors of the neurotic temperament, the forces of the abyss find ingress. The dissociated complexes of the microcosm are reinforced by the dissociated complexes of the macrocosm, for that is precisely what the Qliphoth are. Ooh. Yeah, this stuff gets kind of deep and dark after this, but we got to roll out. If you guys want to check out this book, you can download the free PDF just about anywhere, but it's called Psychic Self-Defense, the Classic Instruction Manual for Protecting Yourself Against Paranormal Attack. We'll pick up here on 131 Friday night. And thank you guys for calling in. Thank you for joining the chat. Thank you for listening. Interesting, weird kind of stuff. Tomorrow night we'll have a break from this and have guests on. What do you say? Fringe.fm. It's Friday night, June the 24th. Heading on into the 25th here live. The call-in number is 1-800-588-0335. Hopefully you downloaded the Fringe FM app. But if you're listening on TalkStream Live or TuneIn, welcome. And I want to thank Juan Ayala and Thomas Gorence for coming on the program last night. And so we're going to continue the psychic self-defense craziness. All of the, anytime that we do readings like this stuff will be archived for the members. But if you happen to catch the show live or you get involved with it, that's how it's going to be. Because it's cool, right? Because we get to go into these kind of weird and strange books and talk about all this stuff. But we do it more like in a discussion. So that means on a Friday night, you can call in at any time. It doesn't matter. Interrupt the reading, whatever. Because if you've had any of these types of experiences, I want to know about it. So we've been talking about psychic self-defense, the classic instruction manual for protecting yourself against magic and paranormal attack and what's called psychic self-defense from Dion Fortune. And Dion Fortune was one of the original members of the Golden Dawn in 1888, along with Crowley, Mathers, and all these other people. Pretty hair-raising stories that she's given us so far. And we're picking up off where she starts to get into all the different things about what psychic attacks could be, etc. We've talked about vampirism, I guess you could say parasitism, entities, different types of things that happen during what's called psychic attacks. So from my understanding, after reading this text, you have weird dreams, you have sleep paralysis with things like sitting on your chest. There could be other things like weird smells, abnormal smells, slime, blood, and she even talks about fires, right? But also gets into lots of the things that a psychic attack isn't. And we've gotten into the tree of life and what's called the Qliphoth, which is the reverse tree where all the demons from hell supposedly live. And then when we left off, she was talking about Luna or Hecate or even Lilith. And this is a little dark sometimes, and you have to understand this is coming from her, not me, all right? So just remember that. But before this is over with, hopefully we'll be able to understand a little bit more about the psyche, the unconscious, ceremonial magic, psychic attacks, and kind of how we can go about protecting ourselves if you're into this kind of thing. If not, then just enjoy it here on the Friday night. If you want, you can join our Discord server too at fringe.fm. She talks about Luna, the mistress of the lunatic, and we were talking about the moon before we had to get off of this Wednesday night. And she says that Luna was represented by the ancients under diverse forms as Diana, the chaste huntress, symbol of sublimation, and Hecate, patroness of witchcraft and childbirth. And we've already noted that the Qliphoth of the sphere of Luna are called the obscene ones. Hence it is that when the unstable soul advances by the path of Saturn and bridges the astral and enters into the sphere of Luna, he touches her Hecate aspect and finds himself in rapport with obscene ones, whose chief is Lilith, and she who gives lustful dreams. Need we then wonder that Sigmund Freud finds the dreams of the neurotic filled with sexual images in their most perverted and debased forms? The rabbis knew their psychology just as well as he does. And, you know, when she said that, it made me think about all the crazy dreams I had when I was a kid. A lot of them are pretty dark, actually. So here we go. As already been noted, the neurotic is very often psychic, and a psychic is very often neurotic. What may we expect to happen to the soul that has taken initiation in a past life, retains subconsciously the psychic development thus conferred, and finds itself incarnated in a neurotic personality in this life, perhaps? He will come under the dark dominion of the moon, and Lilith will be his mistress. So, according to her, if you're a psychic that's lived a past life as a psychic or was initiated into magic or the mysteries, more than likely, you're going to have your run-ins with Lilith here. He will come under the dark dominion of the moon, and Lilith will be his mistress. Through the ill-fitting doors of the neurotic temperament, the forces of the abyss find ingress. The dissociated complexes of the microcosm are reinforced by the dissociated complexes of the macrocosm, for that is precisely what the Qliphoth are. Occultists that are ignorant admirers, the superstitious, have always held that insanity had to do with demonic possession. Modern medicine disputes this and declares that various manifestations of the diseased mind be due entirely to subjective psychological processes. At present, these two schools of thought, like two armed camps, draw up for battle and shaking their weapons at each other. Each is too sure of his own ground to be willing to give the other hearing. So here, she's saying it's good to have a balance between understanding psychology and the occult. It is my belief that a common ground can be found for the meeting of these two opposing viewpoints. Psychology demonstrates the mechanism of the mind and can explain the mental processes whereby the ideas of the deranged assume their ultimate form. It can show the connection between these ideas and the dreams of the normal mentality. What it cannot explain is the fundamental difference between these subjective states and the normal waking consciousness. It is here that the occultist can tell the psychologist something that it is worth his while to hear, for he can show how these visions can be produced experimentally and will by means of ceremonial magic. So I guess she's saying, like, hey, if you're a psychologist, I can show you how to do ceremonial magic and get the same things to happen to people, which is pretty freaky. And still more important, the occultist can show him how these visions can be dispersed and the psychic faculties closed down and sealed. This brings us to the practical part of our considerations. How far can the methods of ritual magic be applied to the relief of mental disease? They are undoubtedly palliative, but they will not produce a permanent cure unless the origin of the disturbed mental condition is found and cleared up. Unless this be done, as fast as we disperse the phantoms, they will reform because the mental state of the patient is invoking them. Under such circumstances, no magic circle can be kept intact. As far as we break the rapport with the abyss, the patient renews it. But such conditions constitute a vicious circle. The Qliphotic forces, which a contact has been established, will actively develop it and will hold on to their victim when attempts are made to dislodge them. I've said that to a lot of people too. Like anytime you're trying to do an exorcism, or I guess try to get rid of negative stuff, bad juju, it seems like negative energy itself just holds on for dear life. In this rationalistic age, we are apt to forget that there is such a thing as organized and intelligent evil. If the physical causes of this disturbance have been cleared up, the septic focus eradicated, or tumor pressing upon the ductless gland excised, and still the mentality does not return to normal, an exorcism will often produce immediate and marked results. In the case of the neurotic, whose trouble is entirely in the sphere of the mind, an exorcism is of enormous value as a preliminary to the appropriate psychotherapeutic treatment because it clears the ground and prevents reinfection, giving the patient a chance to make a fresh start. It is possible for the Qliphotic demons to gain so powerful a hypnotic influence over a victim that he is powerless to break it by effort of his own. Not can the orthodox type of psychotherapy touch the root of the trouble. The exorcism may have to be repeated 2 or 3 times in the course of the treatment, because the reports may be renewed after they have been broken. But once the patient's complexes have been cleared up, they will not return. In any case, an exorcism produces marked temporary benefit. During the lull, the patient gets a chance to pull himself together and the evil influences are undermined. A courageous patient who is cooperating intelligently will seldom have to be exorcised more than 3 times, provided material conditions are favorable. I've seen cases cleared by a single exorcism and remaining well indefinitely so long as the patient obeyed instructions and had nothing whatever to do with the unseen, neither reading books upon occultism nor associating with people who are interested in the subjects. And I've also seen the abyss reestablish its influence when the patient disobeyed instructions and reawakened the old vibrations. We need to realize that the human consciousness is not a closed vessel, but like the body, has a continual intake and output. The cosmic forces are circulating through it all the time, like seawater through a living sponge. Whatever emotional state may rise within us is reinforced from the outside. The subjective self only has the kindling. The cosmos supplies the fuel. Once the fire is started, the cosmic forces of the appropriate type will stoke it. Just as the devout Catholic is inspired by the influences of his patron saint, invoked by prayer, so the neurotic is hag-ridden by his obsessive demon, invoked by the morbid broodings of the dissociated subconsciousness. The occultist maintains that the generalized principle of evil has its intelligent channels, just as the organized principle of good has its ministering spirits. Any observer who considers the phenomena of mental disturbance will find much to support this hypothesis. The question of obsession is an exceedingly important one. The word is used very freely in occult circles and is held to mean the withdrawal of a soul from its body and its replacement by another soul. But I doubt whether this is a true representation of what happens. It has always appeared to me that in obsession, we have not got the actual replacement of one soul by another, but the complete domination of one soul by another. It is hypnotic domination, and we can explain it in terms of the known psychology of hypnosis, the hypnotist in the case being an astral entity. So apparently these evil entities continuously put people under a state of hypnotic suggestion. Now think about this. This book was written back in 1920-something, whatever. Outwitting the Devil. If you guys ever read that book, he says the same thing. He says one of the biggest tools of the devil is hypnotic suggestion, or hypnotic rhythms too. There's an operation in magic known as assuming the god form, in which the operator identifies himself in imagination with a god and so becomes a channel for its power. It is one of the special modes of Egyptian magic wherein the priest always wore a mask to represent the animal head symbolically attributed to the god he represented. The imaginative identification is a method well known in occultism and is often employed in order to enter into the inner life of a plant or a crystal as a mental exercise. The effects of it are very marked and very peculiar. I am inclined to think that it is this method, combined with hypnosis, which is used by the obsessing entity, which first identifies itself with its victim, and then superimposes its own personality upon his, thus obtaining a vehicle of manifestation. I am also of the opinion, however, that it is only in certain abnormal states, whether induced by disease of mind or body, or by some of the more drastic operations of black magic, that imposition can take place. Imposition. So if you look this up, what she's talking about, and we're going to get into some pretty dark stuff here, because the next section talks about the 12, or not the 12, but the methods that are employed in making a psychic attack. But if you look up any book in magic, if you look up what's called the invocation of God forms or the assumption of God forms, this was something they did all the way back in ancient Egypt, right? So it's like using the imagination, but they really, say, for instance, if they did an invocation of Thoth and took on the assumption of Thoth, they would become Thoth, so to speak. And in Egypt, they would wear their headdresses and all those things. So they really believed that they were. Anyone who reads the old books on witchcraft, usually compiled by the professional witch finders from the confessions of alleged witches extorted under torture, will find that the phenomena described fall into certain broad categories which are so constant in different ages and in different parts of the world that we are left with the impression that there must be some fire behind so much smoke. The state records of witch trials in Scotland, the reports of a priest charged with the task of extirpating witchcraft in northern Italy. He archives of Brittany, the stories of magic in classical literature, and finally travelers' accounts of the practices of primitive people all over the world. All corroborate each other, agreeing as to the phenomena described, the explanations given by the witches of their methods, and the broad divisions into which the phenomena fall. We must first take account of the use of drugs, of which the black fraternity in all ages have possessed a remarkable knowledge. Potions, unguents, and fumigations were used extensively, and among all the weird and wonderful ingredients of which they were composed, we now and again find substances which are known to be medically potent. the poppy, which gives sleep and dreams, hemp, which gives visions, datura, which produces loss of memory, blighting grains, which produce abortion, certain insects, which are a powerful aphrodisiac, certain barks, which are effectively aphrodisiacs, and in the New World, the buds of certain cactuses. All these and many other play their part in the witch brews. Paracelsus earned fame by turning some of the traditional magic brews to medical purposes. The Borghese earned infamy by employing them as subtle poisons, which destroyed the mind without necessarily destroying the body. Some weird stuff happened back in the day with this stuff, didn't it? It is related that the Roman philosopher Lucretius was driven insane by a magical draught given him by his wife in order to restore to her his lost affections. There exists old recipes for witch unguents which contain opium and cantharides. It is not difficult to imagine what manner of dreams would come in the sleep thus induced. C.S. Oliver, in his recent book, Analysis of Magic and Witchcraft, gives it as his opinion that attendance at the Sabbath was often achieved by means of drug-induced dreams. Subtle poisons also undoubtedly play a part in the effectiveness of curses, a favorite method being to make a talisman of brass, copper, or lead and fasten it unconspicuously at the bottom of a drinking vessel or cooking pot. What effect the talisman had is conjectural, but there's no doubt at all about the effect of the steady dissolving of small quantities of lead and verdigris in the food. Poisoning people, man, what the hell? But while all these things were a part, and a considerable part, of the witch cult, they cannot, strictly speaking, be considered a psychic method of attack, and we only refer to them here in order that their effects may be excluded from the diagnosis. There are 3 factors in a psychic attack, any or all, which may be employed in a given instance. The first of these is telepathic hypnotic suggestion. The second is the reinforcement of the suggestion by the invocation of certain invisible agencies. And the third is the employment of some physical substance as point d'appui, or point of contact, or a magnetic link. The force employed may be used as a direct current transmitted by the mental concentration of the operator, or it may be reserved in a kind of psychic storage battery, which may be either an artificial elemental or a talisman. You know, my grandma used to do that, man. She was superstitious about that stuff, and she clipped her toenails. She would make sure that she threw them away or nobody would find them because she was afraid of like witches getting them and stuff. So there's 3 factors in a psychic attack: telepathic hypnotic suggestion, reinforcement of the suggestion by invoking something, an invisible agency, could be whatever, God, demon, you name it. And the third is the employment of some physical substance or point of contact or a magnetic link. Ladies, don't let your hair fall out everywhere, I guess. We have considered in some detail the psychology of suggestion and need not repeat what has already been said, save to remind the reader that the essence of telepathy consists in the sympathetic induction of vibration. Experimental psychologists are already suspecting that emotion is closely akin to electricity. They have proved conclusively that emotional states alter the electrical conductivity of the body. The occultist believes that emotion is a force of an electrical type, and that in the case of the ordinary man it radiates out from him in all directions, forming a magnetic field. But in the case of the trained occultist, it can be concentrated into a beam and directed. Supposing you ain't able to consecrate your whole, I think that's R, that's a typo. Supposing you are able to consecrate your whole attention upon a single feeling, inhibiting all else, you will have achieved a pure emotional state, unadulterated and undiluted. All the life force coming into your soul will therefore flow in this single subdivision of a single channel, instead of in many ramifications of the usual 3 channels previously referred to. The concentration will be terrific, but it will only be achieved at a terrific price. It is in order to achieve this terrible concentration that the saints of the West and the yogis of the East practice a torturing asceticism. You must sell all that you possess in order to purchase this pearl of great price. And an echo of the method lingers in the fairy tale tradition that the person who finds the lucky stone can only have one wish. Such a concentration is good for one purpose and one purpose only. We can concentrate on a healing or on a destruction, but we cannot work at both simultaneously. Neither can we readily change over from one to the other. We cannot combine incompatibles within the limits of a single life. That is to say, if we have concentrated on a work of malediction and death in order to achieve an act of revenge, our rage being satiated, we cannot immediately reverse the spin of the soul and reconcentrate upon works of wisdom and redemption. We may liken the soul moving with the tide of evolution to a wheel spinning clockwise, or diaso, and a soul moving against the tide of evolution to a wheel spinning counterclockwise, or widdershins. The position of the axle can be altered so that the wheel revolves at any angle without the direction of its revolution being affected, but the flywheel has to be stopped before the engine can be reversed, and a big flywheel takes a great deal of stopping. So I guess basically she's saying you can use this focusing of emotional force in either one direction of bad or good, but once you get going, it's like a freight train, right? The normal movement of the soul is diacetyl, forward with the current of evolution. We need to think many times before we undertake to reverse that spin, even momentarily. In order to undertake a work of malediction and death, the old saying, there is the devil to pay, and it's a true one indeed. It is questionable whether there is such thing as a momentary reversal of spin. Momentum has to be checked and worked up again before reversal of spin can even take place. Very great forces can be developed by this subjective concentration of the mind itself, but even greater forces can be rendered available if we apply the mechanical equivalent of gearing. If, in other words, while this tremendous concentration is being held, we pick up the contacts of the corresponding cosmic force. We use the powers of the human mind as a self-starter, and as soon as its lesser driving wheel is flying around merrily, we throw in the clutch of the main engine. There's a brief period of struggle as the little machine forces over the reluctant levers of the great machine. Then the vapor fires, then the engine takes up its work. And after that, it's only a matter of engaging the gears and driving, if you can. So it is with ceremonial magic. Hopefully she's going to talk about how this stuff works, but what I think she's talking about is so you focus on something that you're trying to do in a magical working, whether it be good or an attack, who knows, right? But if you line these things up with maybe elemental or planetary alignments while you're doing them, it gives it even more force. And I think that's what she's going to go into, because I'm already seeing lots of occult things like Mars and stuff like that she's about to talk about. So just in case you want to know the nature of how magicians actually try to psychically attack somebody, that's what the hell we're talking about here on this Friday night. You can call in at any time, too. If you know anything on the subject or anything has happened to you, it's 1-800-588-0335. We're here live. It's midnight 30 on the East Coast. Just another disclaimer real quick while I'm telling you guys this. This is for education purposes only, right? I'm not reading this to teach you guys how to psychically attack somebody using ceremonial magic. Only going through these things so that you may understand it. So like when people talk about it, you'll know what they're talking about because there's so many people talking about it. Right? All right. So we left off here where she says, let us consider, let me make sure you guys are, yeah, you're there. Let us consider a concrete case of someone who wants to avail himself of a fighting force. He would have recourse to a ceremony of the planet Mars. He would therefore gather together in his temple all that was appropriate to Mars. He would drape his altar with a scarlet cloth. He would himself wear a scarlet robe. All his magical implements would be of iron, and his rod of power would be a naked sword. Upon his altar, he would place 5 lights, 5 being the number of Mars. Upon his breast would be the symbol of Mars, and engraved upon a steel pentagon. On his hand would be a ruby ring. He would burn sulfur and sapter in his thurible. Then, according to the work in hand, he would call upon the angelic or demonic aspect of the fifth Sephira, Gabura, the sphere of Mars. He would invoke either the deity name in Gabura, calling upon the god of battles to hear him, or the archdevil of the fifth infernal habitation. Having performed this mighty invocation, he would often offer himself upon the altar as the channel for the manifestation of the force. So there you go. She gives you an example of how a magician would use the law of correspondence, the law of vibration, ebb and flow, all that stuff. This is why you hear a lot of magicians talk about hermetics, because to the layman, it's just some guy in a robe doing silly things, but to what that person is doing to their psyche and calling upon these forces that are in the astral realms, or the egregoric realms, the collective unconscious, whatever you want to call it, that's been existing since the beginning of time. It's kind of crazy, right? That's how they do it. Anyways, I'm going to stop babbling here. There are many formula extent designed to enable a force to be brought through without the necessity of the magician himself being the channel. In my opinion, they are one and all ineffectual. The only possible substitute for the magician himself is being a trance medium. It is for this reason that ritual magic so often fails to come off. You cannot make custards without breaking eggs, and if you mean to be a magician, you have to go the whole hog. In other words, you can't half-ass it. When it is a question of bringing through the angelic aspect of a force, the matter is on a clear footing. To be the channel of such a force is a great privilege and is an initiation in itself. The operator is simply to eliminate from his nature all incompatibles and maintain his concentration without wavering. The worst that can happen is that he should fail to obtain his results. That's if you're doing good stuff, right? But when it comes to bringing through the demonic aspect of a sphere, the matter is on an entirely different footing. Very few people care to offer themselves for the manifestation of such a force as Asmodeus. And I don't recommend any of you sumbitches doing that either. But I do not believe that there is any reliable device for invoking the devils without being obsessed by them, save the method of Abramelin, which involves 6 months preparation and is only operated after the knowledge and conversation of the holy guardian angel have been obtained. The edge of the abyss is well fenced. It is not possible to fire a gun and avoid the recoil. Having invoked and concentrated his force, our sorcerer has next to consider his target. So before I get into this next part, realize what she's saying here. Like, if someone's really going to do a psychic attack on you in this sense, they have to be a real, magician. They've put their life into it. They know what they're doing. They probably put themselves upon the altar. And most of the time, it's not worth it. And more times than not, when people try this stuff, they end up screwing themselves up more than they do anything else. All right, here we go. So having invoked and concentrated his force. Wait, never mind. I think we already read that one. Didn't we? He has to get into No, here we go. Having invoked and concentrated his force, our sorcerer has next to consider his target. He has to get into astral contact with his victim. And in order to do this, he must form a rapport. Not quite as easy as might be imagined. First, he has to find his victim and establish a point of contact in his sphere. And then, working from this base, succeed in piercing his aura. An unfocused force is not very much of use at all. A focus has to be achieved. The usual method is to obtain some object which is impregnated with the intended victim's magnetism, a lock of hair, nail paring, or something habitually worn or handled. Such an object is magnetically connected with its owner, and the sorcerer can work upon the trail and thus enter into the sphere of the victim and establish a rapport. He then proceeds, as does any other practitioner of suggestion who has succeeded in getting his victim into the first stages of hypnosis. By means of the magnetic link, he has gained the psychic ear of his victim, who will hear his suggestions subconsciously. It now remains to be seen whether the thought seeds thus planted will strike root or be cast out from the mind. In any case, the victim is rendered disturbed and uneasy. If a magnetic link cannot be obtained, the practitioner of black magic has to fall upon other devices. One of the most common is that of substitution. Something is chosen and by means of ceremonial is identified with the intended victim. For instance, a small animal may be baptized with the victim's name and then immolated, usually with torture. The operator, meanwhile, concentrating upon the personality of the original. Jesus, that's terrible. The old device of making a wax image and melting it before a fire, or driving nails into a wooden statue, baptized with the name of the victim, are frequently met within the records of witch trials. The actual driving of the nail has no conceivable effect upon the victim, but it helps the concentration of the operator. The talismanic method in various forms is also employed. A talisman is a symbol representing a certain force or combination of forces, depicted upon a suitable substance and magnetized by ritual. It can be made from anything which will retain magnetism. Metals, precious stones, or parchment are usually employed. Paper is less effective unless it be enclosed in a metal case. Water and oil can be effectually magnetized but soon lose their potency. A talisman is made by invoking the requisite force, as already described, and then concentrating it upon the prepared object, which is placed ready upon the altar before the evocation begins. A talisman thus made has next to be brought into the magnetic sphere of the victim. It is related that Lady Burton, anxious to convert her free-thinking husband, the famous Sir Richard Burton, the great explorer, used to get her priest to bless little statues of the saints and then put them in pockets of his clothes. A similar device is used by the workers of black occultism. Magnetized objects are placed in the rooms habitually occupied by the victim or buried in his path so that he must pass over them frequently. These talismans of evil not only work by their own power, but also serve the sorcerer as a point of concentration for his meditations. Harmful effects are also produced by objects which have been used in black magic and have become impregnated with the forces they were employed in generating. Odds and ends of magical equipment turn up in some queer places. I was present at an auction in a country town when the 12 signs of the zodiac, neatly painted on a blackboard, came up for sale. Various of my friends have picked up magical treasures, such as altar lamps and incense burners, that obviously came out of the ritual lodges. But the prize of the collection was a magical rod that was put up to auction along with a bundle of fire irons. Large crystals for scrying are frequently seen in these antique shops, and all such things need carefully demagnetizing before they are brought into one's psychic sphere. I was taking part at one time in a series of psychic experiments which had been going on very well, when for no apparent reason things went wrong and there was a considerable upheaval. We did not know at the time, but we learned later, that the owner of the flat where they were being held and obtained possession of a floor cloth that had been used in ritual magic by an occultist whom only the utmost leniency could call doubtful. The artificial elemental is really the basis of the efficacy of curses. In this case, no physical substance is employed, but a portion of the akasha is molded into a definite form and held thus by the will of the operator until, as it were, set into this mold is poured the concentrated energy of the operator. Something of his own self goes into it, basically. This is its soul, and it is like a self-steering torpedo which is set to move in a curve towards a chosen mark. Or, the operator, if an expert magician, may deliberately ensoul this thought form with elemental essence, which is the raw, undifferentiated substance of life drawn from one or another of the elemental kingdoms. It is in order to do this that the curse is invoked in the name of some being. The cursor declares, "I curse you by so-and-so." This is the form of evocation which calls the ensouling essence into the thought form, thus making an artificial elemental which is endowed with an independent life of its own. If we want to know something of the efficacy of curses, we have only to consider the record of the men who were connected with the opening of the famous Tutankhamun. Yeah, the Tutankhamun tomb. There are many other cases equally well authenticated. One can become exposed to occult unpleasantness either by thwarting or in some other way falling foul of an unscrupulous occultist. or by getting oneself involved with a dubious occult fraternity. In the case of a quarrel with an occultist, unless you're like, I guess, battling magicians or whatever, in addition to the ordinary human motives for an abuse of power, one has to reckon with the fact that an adept who is not of the widest nearly always suffers from that unpleasant psychic disease of hypertrophied ego. Hypertrophied ego. I never heard it called that. I always called it megalomania. He will love power for power's sake and take any defection on the part of an erstwhile follower or any resistance to his imperious will as a personal insult or even injury. Yeah, it's like magical, I guess you could say magical narcissists. I don't know. With a trained mind, an angry thought will do damage. And I have known cases of occultists who, out of pure pique, went to extraordinary lengths of spite. One can only hope that they did not really believe in the efficacy of what they did, and they were merely playing to the gallery and ensuring loyalty among their supporters. Another thing which is particularly disliked by this type of adept is any attempt on the part of a pupil who has broken with him to make use of what he has been taught. There seem to be no links to which a jealous guru will not go in order to smash his cella physically. In one case which came to my knowledge, a concert singer had a, quote, treatment for the improvement of her voice from an adept of sorts. So, yeah, in other words, she went to a magician to help make her voice better. She finally decided that she would spend no more money on this enterprise and told him so at the visit, which she had decided should be the last. He then concentrated his gaze upon her and told her that if she broke with him, as soon as she went on the concert platform, she would see his face in the air in front of her, and her throat would close, and she would be unable to utter a sound, and that this horrible experience would occur every time she tried to sing until she returned to him and continued to have, quote, treatment. What a bastard, right, to even say that. This potent hypnotic suggestion proved effective, and her career was at an end until the spell was broken. Yeah, but that's, I don't know about that. It might have been effective because she believed in it so much too, you know. The following letter contains a very illuminating experience and is of value, not only for its account of psychic attack, but also for its description of the manner in which the attack was combated. So here comes the letter. Are you guys ready for this? I know this is like the really freaky stuff I was telling you about. In the winter of 1921 to 1922, I was told from the inner planes, we see your initiation into the Order of the Christ. I did not understand very clearly, and so I waited. In June 1922, an Oriental, the head of a great religious order, came to see me. I was living in Switzerland. We will call him Z. I expected great things from him and looked on him as a sort of master. And knowing that he had met Abdul Baha, I thought to please him by putting AB's photo on my walls. But when Z entered my room, I saw at once that he didn't like it. We conversed for a while, and he asked me several questions. Suddenly, he offered me initiation into his order. I was taken aback and did not feel the inner consent. I said I must reflect. And later on, an inspiration came to me, and I said, "Is your order the Order of the Christ?" He answered, "It is." I told him of my experience, which related above, and accepted initiation. But I had the inner conviction that all was not right. So she met this dude. He's trying to initiate her. Her intuition, her gut is saying something's not right here. But still, yet she's telling him all the stuff that's happened to her in the astral plane, which is not something you should do. Let me continue this. I felt no inner response to several incidents during the initiation, and I began to call mentally and earnestly upon the Christ, and kept on doing so until the end of the ceremony. I learned afterwards that he had told one of his disciples that I accepted initiation, but not the master. It would take too long to relate other less important details, so I go on to our second interview, during which he asked me several times to leave the town where I was and to join him in active work. This time I heard the inner voice clearly. It said, "No." This has to be a woman. Women feel this stuff like immediately. It said, "No." Suddenly he said, "Sit in front of me and I will heal you." I was in a very bad health at the time. and he fixed his eyes on mine, and with a strong commanding gaze, mentally I called on the Christ, and I felt form all around me a sort of shell. And there he said, "I have healed you." The inner voice said again to me, "No." Well, he went away, and I had a bad time, for I had the feeling that all was not right, though I had no suspicion of evil, nor I have now. I wrote an account of this interview to a friend and a letter from her crossed mind. She told me that about the time of my interview with Z, of which she was unaware, she was told to join our spiritual teacher in helping me. She withdrew from the outer planes, and then she realized that strong hypnotic forces were playing upon me in waves. Again and again, she had to use all her spiritual power to help me withstand them. But finally, we stood on a rock, bathed in light, and free. My letter gave her the key to it, but she replied, "Take care, Z. We'll try again." He realized that he was baffled. He will try on the inner planes next time. I don't get that. I guess they're battling on the astral planes or something. Now comes the great experience. A few weeks later at night, I had a very vivid vision, it seemed, but it was a real experience. I was in the middle of a group of 7 or 8 persons, of whom I saw 2 people clearly. On my left was a woman entirely veiled in black, but she made a startlingly clear figure for all that. On the right was Z. He said, "Now I will give her the higher initiation," and he seized my right arm with force. But I disengaged myself, and standing straight and calm, I said, "I can hear myself now." Before the ceremony proceeds, I wish to make a statement. I can allow nothing and no one to come between me and the Christ. There was a howl, a tossing of hands, and everything disappeared. So this is probably happening to her on the astral planes in her dream world, and she's staying close to that Christ spirit that's her intuition is telling her to. Soon after I tore up my initiation card, I put Z out of my mind and have had no conscious personal experience of him since. But I had introduced him to a young French musician of high school standing whom he found much to his taste, and we will call him F. There's a close relationship between F and me, and at the time, he needed some Oriental music for one of his compositions. On the other hand, he might have been extremely useful to Z, towards whom he felt strongly attracted. After my own experience, I began to be much alarmed, but felt that I was not big enough to deal with the situation. So I said nothing to F, but prayed that he might be protected from all evil. Shortly afterwards, F told me in his letters of various astral experiences. In his dreams, he was going through all sorts of disagreeable things, and voices kept asking him or saying to him, "Ask Z to help you. He will help you." Then he became conscious of my presence and began calling on the Christ, all this in his dream, and everything vanished. This happened more than once. Only when I met him again did I tell him of my own experience. So there's a synchronicity they both had with this guy, right? I must also add that a friend with psychic power came to see me at this time and said, "This last week at night, I've seen you 3 times. You asked me to help you. You save a young man who was in danger. What did that mean?" And now the synchronicities are getting bigger, right? The above case indicates clearly that the deliberate use of mental power by Z, his pretense of spiritual healing, being an obvious attempt at hypnosis. My correspondent says definitely that she has never suspected him of deliberate evil. Rather, was he acting rightly according to his lights? I maintain, however, that any attempt to dominate others or in any way to manipulate their minds without their consent is an unwarrantable intrusion upon their free will and a crime against the integrity of the soul. Amen to that. How can we judge the intimate spiritual needs of another, especially if that other has not elected to confide in us? What right have we to invade his spiritual privacy and thrust our tampering fingers into the wheels of his innermost being? It is so common a practice to send the names of people to healing circles with a request they should be concentrated upon, without taking the preliminary precaution of asking their permission. That I have heard it announced from the platform of a large spiritualist public meeting that only those cases could be taken up which gave their written consent. Fortunately for all concerned, the proceeding at such healing circles are usually so futile that nobody need mind being concentrated upon by them, even if they were attempting murder. The principle, however, remains, and I can only record my opinion once more, as I have already recorded it many times, that such a proceeding is an outrageous breach of good manners and good faith, and contrary to all occult tradition. I think I can honestly say that I have never wished to direct the great currents of destruction upon my fellow occultists, but there are some of them I would like to get face downwards across my knee. Oh, Dion's pissed a little bit. So there's some actual real examples of magicians doing psychic attacks on people. Some of them claim that they're, or believe that they're spiritual gurus helping other people. Some of them are like prayer circles, but she says those people don't really, I guess, affect people that much. What I gather that she's saying here is that if you're going to mess with somebody spiritually, whether it be for good or for bad or whatever, you're going to try to do any kind of stuff on the astral plane or spiritual plane, it's best to get their consent. And I kind of agree with her on that, because you never know what you're messing with. A lot of people think they do, right? So, yeah, it's pretty trippy. Asmodeus. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Asmodeus was Don Rickles' name in Wild Wild West from yesterday. Yep, that's a synchro right there. So, yeah, we're at the top of the hour. And then we're going to get back into this and talk about the motives of psychic attack. And eventually, she'll get into how to actually protect yourself from this stuff. But as you can see, your intuition already and people's faith in Christ, say if you're a Christian or whatever, because Christ was definitely one of the children of God. We know that for a fact, right? So this woman had an intuition to call upon Christ when all this stuff was happening. So take note of that too. I don't care if you're Christian or not. I'm just saying, think about it, you know. Sounds like I'm pushing it though, aren't I? All right, we'll be right back. 1-800-588-0335. Stay with us. Call in and remain anonymous if you want to do that too. You don't have to say your name or whatever, but we're talking about the nature of psychic attack here with Dion Fortune's book. And I think it gets, I told you guys this stuff would get a little dark, right? So you just got to kind of be prepared for that. And I keep repeating the same things, but I just think it's important now for you guys to know how some of this stuff is actually done with as much people that talk about magic and the occult all the time. So here we go. She's talking about the motives of psychic attack. So here we go. We've noted in a previous chapter that the simplest way to find out whether the victim of an alleged psychic attack is romancing or not is to seek for motives, and if they are not discernible, to give imagination the benefit of the doubt. The commonplace motives of greed, lust, revenge, and fear of betrayal do not need psychic discernment for their discovery, but are perceptible to the naked eye. There are other motives, however, that may be operative in occult circles, but which would be passed by unsuspected by the ordinary investigator. The old charm books that have come down to us, mostly via the servants' hall, are replete with recipes for securing the love of the opposite sex. Here we go. We're getting into love spells now. The ancient grimoires supply more elaborate ritual prescriptions, and the reports of witch trials contain frequent indictments of the wise woman who, for consideration, undertook to direct people's affections towards persons for whom they apparently had no natural predilection. Are such operations to be taken seriously, or should we class them with the anti-fall or the anti-fat pills that reduce without dieting? All right. We have already referred to the old love philtres. The ancients were well acquainted with the aphrodisiac drugs which excited sexual passion, nor are the moderns altogether ignorant of them, as carefully worded advertisements in certain astrological publications reveal. You guys remember when we were talking about that twin flames thing too, right? There are firms in France which specialize in the manufacture of chocolates which contain mass doses of these drugs. Publicity was given to their production recently, owing to the death of 2 girls and a man through taking overdoses. There are cocktails in use in this country containing so-called tonic ingredients whose effect is well known. If these are not love filters, then what are they? We're not concerned in these pages with methods that belong solely to the physical plane, but these matters call for mention because there are grounds for belief that upon more than one occasion, even in this country, aphrodisiacs have been employed as an adjuvant to occult practices. There was a certain firm which began to advertise extensively and was building upon a nice business in what might be called occultist sundries. Among other preparations which they supplied was incense for the operation of Venus. However, the firm came to an untimely end through the intervention of the police, both partners going to jail. But apart from the use of purely material means, it is not difficult to see what use could be made of mental influences in this direction. I've seen several cases that looked extremely suspicious, but in these matters it is very difficult to get the facts. The manner of attack is intangible and leaves no trace, and the victim may be unsuspicious and entirely ignorant not only of the psychic side of sex, but also of its physical and subtler emotional aspects. Moreover, those who have suffered most usually talk least. One may occasionally hear of the attempt which was frustrated. The attempt which was successful very rarely comes to light because the victim is just as much a motive for concealing it as the aggressor. So it's kind of like, well, if you've been psychically attacked, I guess she's saying, and it was successful, most of the time you don't hear about it because it's embarrassing, right? When we come to purely occult practices, there are two ways in which the desired end can be achieved. Psychic pressure may be brought to bear upon the desired person so that he or she shall come under the influence of the operator, or the psychic operation known as wingressus subtilis may take place. What exactly is congressus subtilis? We shall have to know a good deal more than we do at present about the occult side of sex before we can answer the question. In the first place, what are the facts or alleged facts of the matter? The ancients held very different beliefs upon the subject, and the beliefs can very often afford us a clue, even if we do not accept the very anthropomorphic explanations by which they are accompanied. It was believed that the archdemon Lilith had a very great deal to do with these matters. According to the Kabbalists, Lilith was the first wife of Adam, who used to visit him in his dreams while she was yet alone in the Garden of Eden. And the Lord God became so perturbed at these goings-on that he created Eve as a counter-attraction. Witches were the recipients of similar attention from the devil. Saint Teresa of Avila records that the Godhead itself visited her. The Virgin Mary received the Holy Ghost. Saint Anthony was tempted by apparitions of beautiful female demons. There are many cases on record of whole nunneries being attacked by the devil who visited their members. George Moore, in his exceedingly interesting study of convent life, Sister Teresa, gives an account of an outbreak of counterparts among the younger nuns in which they formed liaisons with angelic lovers who were supposed to be the souls of those who were drowned in the flood. Jesus. All right. We read in Genesis and in the book of Enoch that the sons of God mated with the daughters of men, and that the demonic race was the result. The folklore of every country contains instances of the mating of humans with elementals, usually with disastrous consequences. Classical literature is full of these stories of the visits of gods and goddesses to humankind. What shall we say of all these stories? Is there any element in them beyond fairy tale and wish fulfillment? We can readily understand the motive of the nuns who, wishing to conceal the identity of her paramour, declares herself to be with child by the devil. Yeah, no, the devil did it. We can equally understand the psychology of the rest of the convent that take up the story and see the devil in every corner. Could it be Satan? Let me cite certain cases which have come within my personal knowledge and see whether in the light of these we can sift fact from fantasy. There came to visit me once a young man who was in love with a married woman. He told me that upon several occasions he had a very vivid dream of visiting her, and she had simultaneously dreamed of receiving his visit. He was anxious to perfect the technique of this operation, hence the visit to me. I am afraid I was unsympathetic, and consequently I did not obtain any further information concerning this curious experiment. An even more curious case came to my knowledge some years ago. A woman told me that in the days of her youth, She had been engaged to marry a man to whom she was very deeply attached and who was murdered while working as a missionary in West Africa. Having lost the only man she felt she could love, she consented to marry a second cousin who had long been in love with her and who was a semi-invalid. What does that mean? Who was a semi-invalid? Whenever she had relations with her husband, she always visualized the form of her first lover. She herself was short, dark, and petite, and her husband, a blood relation, was similar in type to herself and a weed into the bargain. But her 3 sons were tall, upstanding blond men of the Nordic type, bearing a strong resemblance to the dead man. The truth of this story was vouched for to me by a friend of the family. Huh. That's weird. I have known personally 2 alleged changelings. The male had the pointed ears of Pan, and if anyone was ever a son of the devil, he was. The female was a curious and fascinating creature, essentially non-human, and when her child was born, it came into the world with no more trouble than a kitten. Both these beings were conceived when their mothers were under the influence of drink, and both of them were characterized by marked callousness, which is one case developed into deliberate cruelty. Although very peculiar to look at, neither of them was in the least defective, both being, in fact, possessed of considerably more than the average share of brains. So Dion Fortune saying she knows that she actually met a couple of changelings. That's kind of out there, but maybe she did. Anyone who has any knowledge of the esoteric aspect of sex knows that union is as much etheric as physical. It is this fact which constitutes the real difference between normal union and self-abuse, and explains why the former is vitalizing and harmonizing, and the latter is exhausting and nerve-wracking. May we not conceive it possible for anyone who can project the etheric body, or a being whose densest vehicle is etheric, to play a part in unions under certain conditions. And if we accept the theory of mediumship or of obsession, which is a pathological form of mediumship, what shall we say concerning the possibility of a union while one or other of the partners is under control? What manner of soul might come through into incarnation under such conditions? My point exactly, guys. If it ain't love, be careful, right? Because you don't know what you're going to bear. That's a pretty messed up thing to say, though, I think. She's just saying don't take a chance. But you got to remember, too, like back then and even earlier, they actually believed women couldn't get pregnant unless you were in love, too. So you got to think about Dion Fortune. What was she brought up and how was she brought up? Medieval tradition recognized 2 classes of demons which invade sleep and called them incubi and succubi. These were held to be responsible for lascivious dreams. Modern psychology discounts their services and looks nearer home. The psychic, however, is of the opinion that there is something in the old belief, and that the lustful imaginings of men's hearts, and women's too for that matter, do indeed produce artificial elementals according to the method described in a previous chapter, and that these elementals are something more than subjective images and have an objective etheric existence and play their part in genesis of certain experiences. For instance, a person may have dreams and fantasies of a lustful nature, and these may give rise to their characteristic thought forms. These thought forms, now existing independently of the mind that originally conceived them, and being in the aura of that person, give him suggestion as any other thought forms projected telepathically from the mind of another person might do. We little realize the extent to which we give ourselves telepathic suggestion by means of extruded thought forms. We are, in fact, insphered by our own atmospheres, emanated by ourselves. I remember being told as a child that if a bird cage were hung immediately under the canopy of an old-fashioned 4-poster bed, the bird would be found dead in the morning, poisoned by the carbonic acid gas exhaled by the sleeper lying below. We little realize the extent to which we are physically or psychically poisoned by our own emanations of unguarded and unpurified thoughts. I think we're all kind of guilty of that, though, Dion, and I bet you are too. I'm just saying. It is well known that the orgasm takes place in dreams accompanied by appropriate dream pictures. The ancients believed that such an experience was due to the action of demons. Moderns believe it to be due to physical tension. It is not so generally known that there are people, both male and female, who can produce the same reaction at will solely by means of daydreams, but may we not ask ourselves whether it cannot also be produced by means of telepathic suggestion, and whether this may not have played a part in the operations of many covens? There is another curious phase of this aspect of the left-hand path, which was brought to my knowledge through a case which came into my hands. A young girl, simple-minded and unsophisticated, living a very isolated life with a widowed mother, went to consult a well-known psychic whom we will call Mr. X. In the circle in which both Miss Y and Mr. X moved, there was another and prominent figure whom we will call Mr. Z, who had a reputation for a knowledge of magic. Mr. X told Mrs. Y that he had read the records of her past lives and that there was a karmic tie between herself and Mr. Z, and that she could help him in his work by pouring out upon him her love and magnetism. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yeah, let me absorb your love, baby. I'll get you away from that guy. It's just a bad past life. I got you. She was instructed to meditate upon Mr. Z. I mean, come on, girls. This girl must have been dumb, right? Meditate upon me. I'll fix it. She was instructed to meditate upon Mr. Z every night as she lay in bed until she fell asleep. This poor girl, lonely and unsuspicious, gave herself up unreservedly to this task. Presently, however, she began to grow uneasy. Her common sense asserted itself. She found the meditations she was required to perform were having a very disturbing effect upon her. But Mr. X allayed her fears and recalled her to her allegiance by assuring her that he had looked into the future and seen that eventually Mr. Z would marry her. By now she had upon her hands a heartbreaking love affair which was making her very unhappy and unfitting for her work. A number of letters upon the subject were exchanged between Miss Y and Mr. X, which I've seen. I did my best to persuade her to drop the whole affair, and Mr. X succeeded in persuading her to go on with it, playing upon her feelings and telling her how terrible would be the plight of Mr. Z if she withdrew her psychic support, and renewing his assurance of a karmic tie, which would result in an ultimate marriage if she were faithful. Miss Y, pitifully distressed and bewildered, betook herself to certain of the leaders of the organization to which all three of them belonged. These people seconded my advice that she should discontinue these practices, but persuaded her to surrender the very compromising letters which were in her possession. Having secured these, they declared that the whole transaction was imagination on her part, and instead of turning this choice pair of scoundrels out of their ranks, let them continue to function as usual. This is crazy, man. Sounds like something that is in like a B film on freaking Netflix or something. This would be a strange enough case if it were an isolated one, but it's not. Another woman came to me about this time in a state bordering on insanity, and she told me that she too had been consulting Mr. X, who had told her that she had already received initiation on the inner planes, though she might not be conscious of it, and that her psychic faculties were on the point of opening, a stock remark of his. But if she wanted to make real progress on the path, she must cease to live with her husband, and he, Mr. X, would put her in touch with her astral soulmate. Damn. This dude's like a magical gangster player piece of shit kind of guy. The consequence of this precious advice was to break up her home and send her out of her mind. One day, walking in the park, she met Mr. Z and declared him to be her astral lover, a statement which Mr. X confirmed and embellished with the information that Mr. Z was also the master who would initiate her. I tried to persuade her to bring the whole transaction to a summary conclusion and return to her husband, but she replied that she could never do this after the astral experience she had. Mr. X reestablished his influence over her. She left the address at which I had known her, and I have never heard what became of her. Her condition when I last saw her was deplorably emaciated, wild-eyed and twitching with convulsive movements. Would anyone believe this story of such a woman? Obviously no one, unless they had seen the letters that I saw. Nor is this the only case. A fellow worker of mine told me of two precisely similar ones which had come to her knowledge in connection with Mr. X. This dude gets around. It is cases such as these which make an honest investigator of occult phenomena thankful that there is upon our statute book a law which enables magistrates to deal effectually with occultists who prostitute their powers. It is so generally known that no initiate may use the occult arts for gain that it is difficult to sympathize with people who pay some advertising occultist his half-crown or half-guinea and then find themselves let in for unpleasantness. That's true, too, because I remember when I went through this, they made sure, like, that was part of the initiation, that when you said those things, that you were never to use any of this stuff to hurt, use, persuade, or just do people wrong to begin with, in that kind of sense, against their will. And this dude's already, like, done this to 3 or 4 women. What conclusions may we draw from the incidents that I have related, for the facts which I can vouch from personal knowledge? 4 women are persuaded to embark upon a meditation process whose aim is to pour out force. The nature of the force is to be poured out. It is indicated by the fact that the married women are instructed not to live with their husbands, and the unmarried girl is encouraged to fall in love with the man who is made the focus of the operation. These were I'm sorry to say, these are 4 very dumb girls. The man is the head of a group of people known to be occupied with practical occultism and ceremonial magic. The conclusion I draw is that an occult experiment was afoot, and that regardless of the consequences to them, these women were being made use of in order to carry it out. The producer being the well-known psychic Mr. X, and the operator the notorious Mr. Z. The same group have to their credit a recurring series of scandals in connection with an unnatural vice. If this were merely vice as such, it would not come within the purview of these pages, but it appears to be used systematically as a means of obtaining occult power. Those who have knowledge of the deeper aspects of occultism know that sex force is one of the manifestations of Kundalini, the serpent fire that, according to tantric philosophy, lies coiled at the base of the spine, or in terms of Western occultism, the sacral plexus. The control and concentration of the Kundalini force is an important part of the technique of practical occultism. There is a right way of directing it through thought control, the technique of which I have explained in my little book, The Problem of Purity. But there is also another method, which consists in stimulating this force and then directing it into abnormal channels where it will not be absorbed, but remain available for magical purposes. It is for this reason that, in certain forms of the Black Mass, the altar is the naked body of a woman who may either be still living or have been slain sacrificially. A.E.W. Mason gives an account of such a transaction in his book, The Prisoner and the Opal. Y'all writing these books down? Less expert operators, however, cannot control this form of force as soon as they generate it. It has to go to its logical conclusion. They therefore employ another type of stimulus, not the woman, but the boy or youth. The practice of pederasty in connection with occultism is very old and was one of the causes of the degeneration of the Greek mysteries. And it's still happening today, as sick as it is. I have dealt with these subjects in some detail in another book of mine, Sane Occultism. Particulars of the actual cases can be found by reference to the Files of Truth, the journal already referred to. So a lot of the stuff that we've talked about on the fringe when it comes to what people would call conspiracies are not conspiracies at all, according to Dion Fortune. This stuff's very real, right? And has been since the beginning of time. And it definitely gives people that are trying to study the occult and the esoteric for good reasons, for healing reasons, for loving reasons, a sick and bad name. And it pisses me off. I hope you guys are learning something, because I know I am, right? We'll be right back. Also, coming up is the Just Rogie Show. We got one more segment here on Lighting the Void live here on Friday night. It is 1:30 here on the East Coast. We'll see you guys in just a moment. Stay with us. If you guys want to check out this text, it's called Psychic Self-Defense, the Classic Instruction Manual for Protecting Yourself Against Paranormal Attack by Dion Fortune. The good news is, I'll tell you guys, is that for the most part, unless people really, really know what they're doing, that it's not going to be effective. And most of the time when people try to hurt you or trick you or do anything like that, unless they are really an adept or they really know what they're doing, they're going to end up hurting themselves 9 times out of 10. And I mean, Dion Fortune has talked about it too. So don't let this stuff freak you out too much. All right. So we got a little bit left here before the Jess Rogie show. So it's a matter of general knowledge among occultists that it is not a pleasant thing to fall out of an occult fraternity of which one has been made a member by means of a ceremonial initiation and to which one is bound by oaths. Figured we would talk about this at some point. As we've already seen, the malignant mind of a trained occultist is a nasty weapon. How much more so the grouped mind formed out of a number of trained minds, especially if concentrated by means of ritual. So in other words, if one person can do a ton of damage to you, think about a group of trained occultists, what they could do. But in addition to the individual mental force of the members of a fraternity, and in addition to the collective force of its group mind, there is another factor to be reckoned with when a genuine occult organization is concerned in operations of either protection or destruction. Every occult organization depends for its power to initiate upon what are called its contacts, that is to say, upon one or more of its leaders being physically in touch with certain forces. If, in addition to this, the organization has a long line of tradition behind it, a very potent collection of thought forms will be built up in its atmosphere. Every initiation ceremony contains in some form or the other the oath of the mysteries, which binds the candidate neither to reveal the secrets of the mysteries nor to abuse the knowledge they bestow. This oath always contains a penalty clause and an invocation where the candidate submits himself to a penalty in the event of a breach of faith and calls upon some being to exact that penalty. That happens in Masonry, Freemasonry, the Golden Dawn. You pretty much, it happens in all of them. Some of these oaths are most formidable affairs, and they are administered with every circumstance of solemnity that stage management can devise. The way in which the occult fraternities have succeeded in preserving their secrets shows how seldom these oaths are broken. In the event of a dispute with an occult fraternity, the force invoked in this oath may come into action automatically. If the brother is in the spirit of the tradition and in his chiefs who are at fault, the power invoked in the oath will be a potent protective influence with which the chiefs themselves will collide. If, on the other hand, he breaks faith with the mysteries, this avenging punitive current will come into action, although his defection may pass undiscovered. I was informed by an eyewitness of an incident which took place at an initiation, in which the candidate, a man to all appearances normal in every way, after taking the oath in the usual manner, suddenly screamed most terribly, startling everyone, and was ill for some weeks as if from a severe nervous shock, and never had anything more to do with occultism. No explanation of the incident was ever forthcoming. I was present myself upon one occasion when a batch of 3 candidates was being done, and it was suddenly noticed in the course of the ceremony that the number of the candidates had become reduced to 2. Inquiry elicited the fact that the third had taken fright and fled. What happened in these 2 cases, I do not know. Whether there had been a breach of good faith or whether one was intended, no one can say. But something put the fear of the Lord into these 2 individuals pretty effectually. That no such shock is inherent in the ceremony is proved by the fact that these are the only 2 cases in my experience, and I've seen a very large number of ceremonies. Personally, when I took my own initiation, I felt as if I had come into harbor after a stormy voyage. I did too. I felt safe after I did it, not scared. Another man who was intimately known to me as an advanced occultist was turned out of the order to which he belonged. Why, I do not know, but from what I saw of him, I should imagine there were plenty of reasons. In defiance of his initiation oath, he began to work an independent lodge. He was warned to desist and did so, dismantling his temple. But he immediately began to get together another temple in a carefully concealed place. And this time he was more ambitious, for he made ready to attempt the greater mysteries. He was an exceedingly clever craftsman and made all the equipment of the temple with his own hands so that no one should know what was afoot. Concealed behind Nottingham lace curtains in a mean street in West London was a beautiful little temple of the greater mysteries. He completed this work after some months of arduous toil, no one knowing of it save those in his immediate confidence. But before commencing the actual ritual work, he went away for a short holiday at the seaside, and there he was seized with a heart attack while sitting on the beach and died in 4 hours. The order's secrets were not betrayed. Another man who had had a dispute with the same famous order printed and published their secrets as an act of revenge. He was a man of good social position, considerable wealth, and brilliant literary abilities, already making a name for himself as a writer. From that moment, he began to go downhill and came to poverty and disgrace. The curse of Asuresis seemed to be upon him, and he was hounded from country to country, finding no abiding place. No publisher will handle his books, and no paper will review them. Let me finally tell of my own experience in an astral skirmish. I wrote a series of articles on the abuses prevalent in occult fraternities, and these were published in the Occult Review. My writing is largely inspirational, a great deal coming through, of which I have no previous knowledge, and in this particular case, I evidently shot a great deal better than I knew, and got myself into serious trouble. My first intimation of it was a sense of uneasiness and restlessness. Next came a feeling as if the barriers between the seen and the unseen were full of rifts, and I kept on getting glimpses of the astral mingling with my waking consciousness. This, for me, is unaccustomed, for I'm not naturally psychic, and in the technique in which I was trained, we are taught to keep the different levels of consciousness strictly separate and to use a specific method for opening and closing the gates. Consequently, one seldom gets spontaneous psychism. One's vision resembles the use of a microscope in which one examined prepared material. I guess I'm trying to think. The reason why I keep stuttering is because I know, like, all these people were original members of the Golden Dawn. I know they all took oaths. I know Crowley broke his vows for sure because a lot of the original members talked about it. I know his life went downhill, but I don't know if it's because of that. Dion Fortune left the Golden Dawn and started her own order, but a lot of people did that. So I don't know. Maybe she's a little scared that it happened to her. The general sense of vague uneasiness gradually matured into a definite sense of menace and antagonism. And presently I began to see demon faces and flashes, resembling those picture images which psychologists call by the unpleasing name of hypnagogics. Flashes of dreams which appear upon the threshold of sleep. I was quite unsuspicious of any particular individual, though I realized that my articles had probably stirred somebody up pretty thoroughly. What was my surprise then to receive from a person whom I looked upon as a friend and for whom I had the greatest respect, a letter which left me in no doubt whatever as to the source of the attack and what I might expect if any more articles were published. I can honestly say that until I received this letter, I had not the slightest suspicion that this person was implicated in the scandals I was attacking. Yeah, so that was probably their Golden Dawn, because I know that I know her, Israel Gardy, Aleister Crowley, and a couple other people started, like, revealing stuff. I was in a somewhat difficult position. I had fired off a charge of shrapnel on general principles and had apparently bagged a number of my friends and associates and fluttered the dovecote generally. My position was rather complicated by the fact that I did not know nearly as much as they apparently suspected me of doing. I had, of course, known that these abuses existed sporadically about the occult field, as everybody in movements knows. But to know in this vague way is one thing, and to put one's finger on specific cases is another. I had evidently blundered into something much more considerable than I had bargained for. I felt like the small boy who, fishing for minnows, has hooked a pike. I had to decide whether I would try and get my articles back from the Occult Review, or whether I would let them run their natural course and take the consequences. I had a very strong impulse to write those articles, and now I began to see why I'd had it. I shall have something to say in another chapter concerning the Watchers, the curious section of the occult hierarchy which is concerned with the welfare of nations. That's weird. A certain section of their work is apparently concerned with the policing of the astral plane. Very little is actually known about them. One comes across their work sporadically and pieces the bits together. I've crossed their trail on several occasions, as I will tell later. Whenever black magic is afoot, they set to work to put a spoke in its wheels. Be that as it may, I came to the conclusion that, in the view of what had now transpired, the impulse I had to take in hand this piece of work might have emanated from the watchers. At any rate, the work obviously needed doing. Someone had to tackle these plague spots if they were to be cleared up. So I determined to stick to my guns and see the matter through, and so left the articles in question to run their course. Very soon, some curious things began to happen. We became most desperately afflicted with black cats. They were not hallucinatory cats, for our neighbors shared in the affliction, and we exchanged commiserations with the caretaker next door, who was engaged in pushing bunches of black cats off doorsteps and windowsills with a broom, and declared he had never in his life seen so many, or such dreadful specimens. The whole house was filled with the horrible stench of the brutes. 2 members of our community at the time went out to business every day, and their offices in different parts of London. They found the same penetrating reek of the tomcat. At first, we attributed this persecution to natural causes, and concluded that we were near neighbors of some fascinating feline female, but incidents succeeded each other, which made us feel that things were not quite in the ordinary course of nature. We were getting near to the vernal equinox, which is always a difficult time for occultists. There was a sense of strain and tension in the atmosphere, and we were all feeling decidedly uncomfortable. Coming upstairs after breakfast one morning, I suddenly saw, coming down the stairs towards me, a gigantic tabby cat, twice the size of a tiger. It appeared absolutely solid and tangible. I stared at it, petrified for a second, and then it vanished. I instantly realized that it was a simulacrum. A simulacrum? It was a thought form, or that one that was being projected by someone with occult powers. Not that the realization was any too comforting, but it was better than an actual tiger. Feeling decidedly uncomfortable, I asked one of my household to join me, and we sat in my room meditating. We heard the cry of a cat from without. It was answered by another and another. We looked out the window, and the street, as far as we could see, was dotted with black cats, and they were wailing and howling in broad daylight as they do on the roofs at night. I rose up, gathered together my paraphernalia, and did an exorcism then and there. At the end, we looked out of the window again. There was not a cat in sight, and we never saw them again. The visitation was at an end. Only our normal population of local mousers retained to us. The vernal equinox was now upon us, and I must explain that this is the most important season of the year for occultists. Great power tides are flowing on the inner planes, and they are very difficult to handle. If there is going to be astral trouble, it usually blows up for a storm at this season. There are also certain meetings which take place on the astral plane, and many occultists attend them out of body. So y'all heard that, right? This was a question that Nate Garcia asked me about magicians and occultists, and there she's saying it. There's certain meetings which take place on the astral plane, and many occultists attend them out of body. In order to do this, one has to throw oneself into a trance, and the mind is free to travel. It is usually to get someone who understands these methods of work to watch beside the body while it is vacated to see that it comes to no harm. In the ordinary way, when an occult attack is afoot, one clings to waking consciousness at all costs, sleeping by day and keeping awake and meditating while the sun is below the horizon. As ill luck would have it, however, I was obliged to make one of these astral journeys at the season. My attacker knew this as well. I therefore made my preparations with all the precautions I could think of, gathered together a carefully chosen group to form the watching circle, and sealed up the place of operation with the usual ceremonial. I had not much faith in this operation under the circumstances, for my attacker was of a much higher grade than I was, and could come through any seals I might set. However, it afforded protection against minor unpleasantness. The method of making these journeys is highly technical, and I cannot enter upon it here. In the language of psychology, it is auto-hypnosis by means of a symbol. The symbol acts as a door to the unseen. She's talking about using scrying with symbols is what she's talking about. According to the symbol chosen will be the section of the unseen to which access is obtained. The trained initiate, therefore, does not wander on the astral like an uneasy ghost, but comes and goes by well-known corridors. My enemy's task was therefore not a difficult one, for she knew about the time I must make this journey and the symbol I must use in order to get out of the body. I was therefore prepared for opposition, though I did not know what form it would take. These astral journeys are really lucid dreams in which one retains all one's faculties of choice, willpower, and judgment. Mine always began with a curtain of the symbolic color through whose folds I pass. No sooner was I through the curtain on this occasion than I saw my enemy waiting for me, or, if another terminology is preferred, I began to dream about her. She appeared to me in full robes of her grade, which were very magnificent, and barred my entry, telling me that by virtue of her authority, she forbade me to make use of these astral pathways. I replied that I did not admit her right to close the astral path to me because she was personally offended, and that I appealed to the inner chiefs to whom both she and I were responsible. Then ensured a battle of wills in which I experienced the sensation of being whirled through the air and falling from a great height and found myself back in my body. But my body was not where I had left it, but in a heap in the far corner of the room, which looked as if it had been bombed. By means of the well-known phenomena of repercussion, the astral struggle had apparently communicated itself to the body, which had somersaulted round the room while an agitated group had rescued the furniture from its path. See, this is crazy, man. I was somewhat shaken by this experience, which had not been a pleasant one. I recognized that I had the worst of it and had been effectually ejected from the astral paths. But I also realized that if I accepted this defeat, my occult career was at an end. Just as a child who has been thrown by his pony must immediately get up and remount if he is ever to ride again. So I knew that at all costs I must make that astral journey if I were to retain my powers. So I told my group to pull themselves together and reform the circle because we must make another attempt. I invoked the inner chiefs and went out once more. This time there was a sharp struggle, and I was through. I had the vision of the inner chiefs and returned. The fight was over. I have never had any trouble since. But when I took off my clothes in order to go to bed, my back felt very sore, and taking a hand glass, I examined it in the mirror, and I found that from neck to waist I was scorned with scratches as if I had been clawed by a gigantic cat. I told this story to some friends of mine, experienced occultists who at one time had been closely associated with the person whom I had this trouble, and they told me that she was well known for these astral attacks, and that a friend of theirs, after a quarrel with her, had an exactly similar experience, and she too had been covered with claw marks. In any case, however, she had been ill for 6 months and had never touched occultism again. There's a curious epilogue to this story, which may or may not have any bearing upon it. I've already told the story of the mysterious death that took place on Iona, how the body of this unfortunate girl was found lying naked on a cross cut out of the turf. No cause of death could be found, and the verdict was that she died of exposure. But if she were lost, how did she come to lie down to die in this ritual manner instead of wandering about? Why had she taken off all her clothes before leaving her house, covering herself only with a black cloak? And why did she take her large knife with which she cut the cross in the turf? I do not know her later history, for I had lost sight of her during the last 2 or 3 years of her life, but at the time I knew her, she was associated with the woman I have referred to. The only marks found upon her dead body were scratches. Yeah. So there you go. Astral wars between warring magicians, both of them women, fighting each other in the astral realm, sicking cats on each other. And she's right. Like, she talked about that lady that they found, Iona, on that cross way, way earlier in the book, if y'all remember. So that's a pretty big synchronicity that tells her what's going on there. Anyways, we got to roll out of here, but there's still more to talk about, the physical aspects of attack and defense. Some of the stuff is rather interesting. It doesn't mean you have to buy into it, but at least you know, right? So, you guys have a good weekend, and it's weird to even say this, but sweet dreams. Good night, y'all. So we'll be opening up the phone lines once again for that. Mary Ducina is going to be with us here tomorrow night. Even though the new moon is, according to the calendar, is setting in tonight, tomorrow night's going to be the show. So make sure you show up for that. It's live. We're going to be taking unscreened calls for live readings with Mary. She's going to give the forecast. That's how we're going to do it. So, yeah, other than that, I think I'll just be giving you guys the what's up throughout the week. So, for about a week now, we've been getting into the book, the Psychic Attack book, right, by Dion Fortune. And believe it or not, I've gotten some pretty good feedback about it. So we've talked about the signs of a psychic attack, the analysis and nature of a psychic attack. We got into witchcraft, projection of the etheric body, vampirism, hauntings, the pathology of non-human contacts, the risks incidental to magic and ceremonial magic. And then we got into like the really philosophical stuff in the text where it talks about the distinction between psychic attacks and subjective attacks, non-magical and occult dangers, the Black Lodge, so to speak, the psychic element and mental disturbance, and even the motives of what psychic attacks were, why people would do them to begin with. A lot of the times it was revenge, either for revenge, protection, or to do something to a wanted lover or things like that. And we're just now getting into the methods of defense. So I have no idea. Like, I've only read this book. I read this book, to be honest with you, a couple of times a long time ago, and I brisked through it because it was old, and I was like, well, this is supposedly the psychic attack manual, so I guess I'll just kind of flip through it. So this is the first time I've read it word for word, verbatim with you guys, and we're almost done with it. So don't forget that any of the books that we read on this show are going to be backlogged for the members. With all the commercials cut out and everything like that. So they're kind of audiobooks, and this is for fair use for research principles only. But just a little side note here. You have to know that as like a radio host, I work out everything, and you guys need to understand this about me. Like, I really need you to understand this part. I'm not here to gain a million listeners. I don't care. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to compete with anybody. I'm not here to do anything other than talk about what I feel like is in the void and to go on this ride with you. That's it. That's what I love to do. I'm only here for that. As far as the station is concerned, I like to help people make their dreams come true with their radio shows and podcasts. That's the other thing I like to do. Those two things I love to do. Everything else is just kind of whatever, right? So I want to make that clear because there's a lot of crap going on. I'm sure we're going to talk about it too tomorrow night during the new moon. So this is why, one of the reasons why I wanted to read this book about psychic attacks, to let everybody know that a lot of the times, some of the things that we have happening in our life, it's not necessarily coming from an outside psychic attack. And if it is coming from some type of paranormal or magic or whatever kind of attack that we always think it could be, that we at least know what to look for. Because I can't think of a better person to read, even though some of this stuff is biased and it's back in the 20s or whatever. But there are a few other things that I will tell you to look into. Frederick Xavier has a psychic self-defense course you can get. I don't know if I'll have to check that out. I think it's still, I wonder if it's fringe.fm lightingthevoid.com/Xavier. I don't know if some of you have gotten a couple of those. Yeah, hold on. Let me make sure that link. Yeah, that link still works. And it sends you to all of his courses, Advanced Tarot, God Forms, The Law of Riches, The Laws of Magic. But there is the first one that I ever started promoting was protection and defense. And the reason why I did that is because I thought it was the most important. We're so quick to make ourselves victims that I think we honestly psychically attack ourselves most of the time. There's a lot, even though I think we're progressing from this, there are still a lot of negativity and crap out there that's being pushed upon us from outside sources. So by the way, like if you want to, these are the courses on magic that I recommend if you want to go get them. And they're basic, right? You got the God Forms, the Laws of Riches, Finding Your Path and Purpose, Magic for Health and Well-Being, the Laws of Magic. There's 2 volumes of that. You get a lesson each week. Psalms, Magic of the Old Testament. And then there's Protection and Defense, Thought Forms and Servitors, the 7 Planetary Powers, Fire and Water, Words of Power, Manifesting in Reality, the Complete Sigil Magic Course, and the Secrets of Wealth. All of that stuff. If you go to fringe.fm/Xavier, he's a friend of mine, and I promote him for a reason. It's because that's pretty much where I started and learned everything, and it's helped me get to where I am. But every magician knows this book, the Psychic Self-Defense book. It doesn't matter if you're a magician or not. Even if you're into the paranormal, this is the kind of stuff that you want to study if you're going to do any kind of spiritual cleansing, things like that. You can do prayers too. Prayers are always, especially Psalms. We've also talked about that too. Remember, Psalms is a book of magical prayers. They're Shemush Tehillim. That's what it is. And it works. It works a hell of a lot better if you have faith, but I'll let you learn that from Frater Xavier. So let's get into this because I've already wasted 20 minutes here. The physical aspect of psychic attack and defense. So now that we've distinguished the various types of psychic attacks, we've described the methods that can be employed in carrying them out, and we've also noted the various forms of delusion, fraud, and autosuggestion that may complicate the issue. We're now in a position to discuss the question of diagnosis. So let us consider the whole matter from the practical point of view. Supposing a stranger comes with a story of a psychic attack, what should be our procedure? So if you're a practicing magician and someone says, "Hey man, I'm under psychic attack, this is what's happening to me," we must first of all bear in mind that there's a great need of caution in presuming that a psychic attack is being made. Psychic attacks are comparatively rare things. We must not assume we are dealing with one until we have excluded the other thing or all the other possibilities. Not so long ago, I came across a ease of alleged obsession, which turned out to be neglected constipation, and which was effectually exorcised with castor oil. If there are any physical symptoms at all, even if there are no more than a bad color or bad breath, a diagnosis ought to be made by a qualified medical practitioner. That's kind of obvious, right? For even if the trouble have a predominating psychic element, its origin may be physical. Septic foci are really centers of decomposition, and such they open the door to low forms of elemental life whose function is to assist in the return of dust to dust. Impurities in the bloodstream may poison the brain. New growths or abscesses may derange its functions. These things can only be recognized by the man who understands the body. Other things being equal, the trained man is the better man, and the man with the best training is the best man. And the only place where an adequate training and diagnosis can be obtained is a general hospital. I mean, maybe back in the day, I don't know about that now, but she was probably right back then. Moreover, should things turn out badly, the only person who can pull the chestnuts out of the fire is the person whose signature the authorities will accept on a certificate. Supposing the patient turns out to be a lunatic, what is the unqualified practitioner going to do with him? A very large proportion of the cases of alleged psychic attack turn out to be lunatics and hysterics. Incipient lunacy is a very hard thing to detect. Hysteria is a very cunning and plausible thing, and a doctor is handling human nature in bulk every day of his life will detect either of these two conditions much quicker than the layman who has never met them before. It may be objected that it is a very difficult thing to find a doctor who will have a sympathetic attitude towards magic or occultism. To argue thus is to misunderstand the position. The doctor is not being asked to cooperate with any occult operation, but to examine the physical disease, and if he finds it, to treat it. He's no more concerned in the occult measures that are taken for the benefit of his patient than he is in the church of his patient's needs. And, you know, a lot of people say that if you have a physical ailment, like, and I'm sure if you guys are into holistic medicine or things like that, you'll read this. If you have a physical ailment in your body, there's usually an underlying spiritual condition that's either related to the chakra that's related to that system or organs in your body or something like that. So people that doesn't mean you're under psychic attack, but people that have a lot of repressed emotions usually have a lot of internal things going on. People that have manic or really high levels of stress or anxiety usually have nervous conditions that happen, or vice versa. You just got to keep looking into it, though. Maybe go back to that book, The Occult Anatomy of Man. If the doctor finds no evidence of organic disease or some complaint such as varicose veins, which can obviously have no bearing on the mental condition, the case may be held to have passed the first test, and we may feel that it's worthwhile to proceed to the psychic investigation. If the case is a bad one, or the trouble is of a long standing, the doctor will probably find that the patient is debilitated, even if there's nothing definitely amiss, and will proceed to treat the condition accordingly. This is all to the good, for the better the physical condition of the patient, the more mental control and stamina he will have. So basically, take care of your body, take care of your mind, they work together. Sleeping droughts, however, should be avoided if possible, and if they have to be administered, then the patient should be watched while he sleeps by someone who knows how to sleep, or how to keep an occult guard, and the room in which he sleeps should be purified and sealed. And we'll get into that shortly, how she does this. So, in the ordinary way, if a person who is out of the astral meets with an occult attack, he bolts back to his body like a rabbit to its burrow and wakes up from it as a nightmare. But if the sleep is made unnaturally deep by a sleeping drought, he cannot wake up and is locked out in the astral, as it were, which is the last thing one wants in the case of a psychic attack. So remember that. If you think you're under psychic attack, or you think someone else is under psychic attack, the last thing you want to do is mess up their sleep cycles, or drain them of sleep, or put them in a really, really deep sleep, is what she's saying. If a sleeping drought is considered essential, for it is possible to go without sleep indefinitely, is it? The person who is watching beside the sleeper should observe carefully any signs that the sleep is being disturbed by dreams. And if he observes muttering or twitching, should immediately perform the necessary banishings and whisper into the ear of the sleeper soothing and reassuring suggestions, such as Qliphoth recommends should be done in the case of young children. I used to do that to my son when he was having bad dreams. I would just whisper in his ear and tell him he's okay, I'm here, I love you. One of the most distressing features of a psychic attack is that the victim fears to sleep because he feels that in sleep he is defenseless. Those who have read Kipling's terrible story, The End of the Passage, may remember that the victim of the occult attack therein described always went to bed wearing spurs in order that he might rowel himself and so wake himself up if he were struggling with his invisible enemy during sleep. Sleeping with spurs on. That's a good trick. There's a great deal that can be done upon the physical plane to help the person who is suffering from a magic attack, and we may as well consider these physical methods while we are upon the subject of the part that can be played by a doctor in dealing with the case. Sunlight is exceedingly valuable because it strengthens the aura and makes it much more resistant. People are often advised to go away into the country on this account, but for the victim of an occult or magic attack, to go into the depths of the country may not be the wisest thing, because elemental forces are much more potent away from towns. And if he or she is threatened by an uprush of atavistic forces, he'd better cling to the haunts of men. The sea, too, is an elemental force that is best avoided, for water is an element intimately associated with psychism. Large bodies of water and high mountains should be avoided in choosing a health resort for a person suffering from psychic trouble. The best place is an inland spa. Games, physical training, massage, anything that improves the body condition are invaluable. But long, solitary walks should be avoided because there is often a risk of suicide. The person who is the victim of an occult attack should at all costs avoid solitude. There is another very simple measure which gives immense relief in the case of psychic interference. It is obvious that the attack is made through the psychic centers. Therefore, anything which closes those centers will render the victim comparatively immune. It is well known how the stolid, materialistic type of person can live with impunity in haunted houses that drive the sensitive to madness and suicide. It is also well known that the psychic work cannot be performed if there is food in the stomach. The best results are always obtained when fasting. They say that too when you do ritual, like if you do long rituals, to do it on an empty stomach or eat really light. The obvious corollary of these facts is that if we can, or if we want to keep the psychic centers closed, we should not allow the stomach to become empty. The person who is facing a psychic attack should not go more than 2 hours without food. Certain important psychic centers are in the head. One of the simplest ways of checking their activity is by drawing the blood down from the head. This can be done effectively by a hot bath or putting the feet in hot mustard and water. Hot mustard and water. Damn, that's old school, right? Another important center is the solar plexus. During a psychic attack, this is often felt to be tense and distressing. A large hot water bottle, well filled so that it is heavy as well as hot, laid upon the solar plexus, which is the handbreadth between the pit of the stomach and the ribs, will effectually relieve tension in the spot. Indeed, pressure without heat will give relief, and I have known cases where a firm pad held in place by a belt or corsets gave much comfort. Above all things, the bowels should be kept freely open while facing a psychic attack, because there is nothing that puts one at so great a disadvantage as the accumulation of effete matter within the body. All these simple physical remedies are readily available. They will not afford a cure for psychic pathologies nor a complete defense from psychic attack, but they can give great relief from distress. They enable the victim to put up a much more effectual resistance. So I guess this is all the stuff you need to do before you get into the fight. And by relieving the strain, they increase the endurance. In many cases of psychic attack, he who endures longest wins. Psychic attacks by human beings are not things which can be maintained indefinitely because they use up too much energy. So there's going to be a winner and a loser eventually. There is an old adage, never use a big spade if a little spade will do. Physical methods of defense involve much less outlay of energy than psychic ones. Therefore, it is physically economical to make as much use of them as possible. Why trouble to exercise the earth elements with a ritual if you can do it with a pill? The question of diet also requires to be considered in this connection. The widespread propaganda of the Theosophical Society has caused vegetarianism to be regarded as sine qua non of occult training, or sine qua non of occult training. This, however, is not the case. So you don't have to be a vegetarian to be spiritual. The Western esoteric tradition does not make vegetarianism any part of its system, but teaches that a man should partake sparingly and temporarily of the food of the land in which he finds himself. Personally, I am inclined to think that occultism and vegetarianism are apt to be an injudicious mixture for an European. The result being a hypersensitiveness that makes life very difficult in our hard-driving civilization. I heard that. Vegetarianism has to be thoroughly understood and exceedingly well done if it's to be successful, and even so, there's a goodly portion of people who are incapable of digesting vegetable proteins, which are not nearly so easily dealt with as animal substances. Nothing but experience and experimentation can show whether a vegetarian diet suits a given person. Indigestion is not the only indication that all is not well. loss of appetite, loss of energy, loss of weight, or a flabby stoutness are all danger signals which, if disregarded, will cause chronic ill health. Vegetarianism may agree with a person well enough at first, but after a considerable period, possibly years, they may find that they're becoming subject to neuritis, neuralgia, sciatica, or one of the other nerve pains. Oh, sciatica. Yeah, no doubt. Okay. This is a sure indication that a vegetarian diet is affording insufficient nourishment, not because it does not contain the necessary food units, but because the digestion is unable to assimilate them and they are passing out of the body unchanged. Wherever there's a history of neuralgic pains complicating a case of psychic disturbance, I should be inclined to suspect chronic malnutrition as the cause of a hypertrophied psychism. In such cases, it will probably be, that's hard to say, probably be. In such cases, it will probably be found that a gradual return to nourishing mixed diet will bring about a reduction of the hypersensitiveness. The undesirable contacts that have been formed will fade and the condition return to normal. The change of diet, however, should always be made gradually, lest the digestion be upset. Anyone who is having trouble with psychic disturbances should immediately discontinue all magic, all occult practices, everything, and should exchange his habitual meditations for the prayers of his childhood. So this is important, okay? I think this is important. This may be outdated by now, but this really does work. So if you feel like you're under a psychic disturbance, like if you really believe you're under a psychic attack, or you're diagnosed with it by someone who knows what the hell they're doing, you need to stop practicing any occult stuff and go back to the prayers of your childhood. In other words, the faith that you were raised up in, that you still believe, quite possibly rebel against in your heart for whatever reasons, it doesn't matter. There's something about that faith, whether it be Christianity, Catholic, Muslim, whatever, Jewish, when you go back to it, it recenters you for some reason. Or she's saying if you don't want to do that, then you can try some new thought methods, but don't go back to the occult practices at all. It's no time to open up the psychic centers when there's astral trouble. The thing to do in such cases is to get back on the physical plane and stop there resolutely. There was a picture in an old number of Punch, which, to my way of thinking, exactly expresses the correct attitude for the person afflicted by psychic trouble. In front of an old-fashioned four-poster bedstand stands a ferocious female armed with a rolling pin, and from under the valance protrudes the head of her spouse, who says, "Ye may whack me and ye may thwack me, but ye cannot break my manly spirit for all no camoot." If the victim of an occult attack or magic attack concentrates on mundane things, he is a heartbreaking proposition for any sorcerer. What is the sorcerer to do at the time when he is operating the black art if his victim is at the local cinema roaring at the antics of Charlie Chaplin? There's an old saying that one nail drives out another. If in fear of invisible dangers, take up a spot with an element of risk in it. So go make yourself happy. Go do physical stuff. Go live in the real world. Forget about it, basically, right? At least I think that's what she's saying there. All right, so the next part, we might actually finish this damn thing today. I don't know, but the next part is the diagnosis of the nature of an attack. So how do we diagnose if someone's under a psychic attack? According to this book by Dion Fortune called Psychic Self-Defense, the Classic Instruction Manual for Protecting Yourself Against Paranormal or Psychic Attack. It's the real deal, Holyfield. It's like the first one we're reading. We'll be right back. The old sound clips and promos and stuff that we all did just to see. And there's so many that I don't have enough on the soundboard for, so I figured I'd play with them. All right, so thanks for joining us live. The call number is 1-800-588-0335. Now, if you've had an incident with any of this stuff, definitely call into the show. We've got 5 lines. They're always open. If it's not something that you want to talk about, right, like if you don't want people to know who you are, then you could just leave whatever name you want to leave. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow night on the broadcast, we're going to have Mary Ducina at Cosmic Conditions live here with the live readings, our live astrology forecast. Make sure you show up for that. So we're back into Psychic Self-Defense, the classic instruction manual for protecting yourself against paranormal attack by Dion Fortune. And she just got through talking, which was kind of rather boring, but basically said if you think you're under a psychic attack, take care of your body, get plenty of sleep, get plenty of sunlight, and stay away from hardcore elementals, especially in the physical realm. Don't go to large bodies of water. Don't, just get some sunshine. Find a balanced area. Because a lot of this stuff can just be knocked out with balance. So you don't have to do anything crazy. And don't try to cure it by yourself after you go to the doctor, etc. So we got to remember that too. Like she said, most of the stuff is really rare. So you guys remember telling you a story about the dude that used to say everything was a psychic attack on his radio show. But these things are rare. And most conspiracy radio hosts are usually under attack. They'll let you know they are. But these things are really rare. But if you find yourself in this situation, always, rule out all medical stuff first and make sure that someone's just, balanced and healthy. All right. So the diagnosis of the nature of an attack. So having considered, which we talked about earlier, the purely physical factors in a psychic disturbance, we may now come to the consideration of its genuinely psychic factors. We must always bear in mind, however, that because physical disease is found, it does not necessarily eliminate the psychic factor. Now, did we already read this? Because I feel like she said the same thing at the beginning of this one. Yeah, she kind of did, but she's saying it again. It's redundant. A physical condition, such as an abnormal state of blood, may cause a low form of psychism and put its victim in touch with evil astral conditions. So now she's saying, now look, if you are sick, or you're disturbed, just sick, and to begin with, you're at a higher chance to come in contact with, astral stuff. So it's kind of a catch-22. Science may call it delirium or hallucination, but the occultists call it pathological psychism and can do a great deal to relieve it, either by closing down the psychic centers or by excluding evil psychic influences from the environment of the patient so that the spirit he sees shall be angelic instead of demonic, and cause him happiness instead of distress. The psychic centers forced open by a diseased bloodstream perceive anything that comes within their range of vision. Therefore, let us ensure that nothing save what is pleasant shall come near them. So just be around happy stuff. Therefore, let us ensure that nothing save what is pleasant come near them. We may not be able entirely to keep him off the astral, but at least we can ensure that his wanderings shall be in a safe and pleasant part of the astral. People do not realize the extent to which the wanderings of delirium can be directed and controlled by suggestions whispered into the ear of a sick person. We can companion the sick man in his astral wanderings and make our voice heard among his visions, by our knowledge driving away the evil presences that threaten him and guiding his dreams into the way of peace. At the commencement of our diagnosis, we must distinguish between three broad classes of psychic disturbance: those which are a byproduct of physical disease, those which are due to malicious human action, and those which are due to non-human interference. The first type should be readily picked out by the doctor if, as has already been advised, recourse has been had to him as the essential preliminary. Moreover, he will also be effective in eliminating the frauds, for people moving in psychic circles and familiar with their terminology may simulate a psychic attack, either in order to borrow money or obtain hospitality, or out of pure love of notoriety, a far commoner motive for human aberrations that is generally realized. So some people just like to go around and simulate psychic attacks to get notoriety. Okay. Frauds usually either fade away or recover quickly when treated with a physical overhaul. Those who decide to chance their luck are pretty quickly caught out by the man who has served his time in the outpatient department of a general hospital. The diagnosis, which the occultist has to make, therefore, lies in distinguishing between the attack of an incarnate mind and the attack of a discarnate mind. There are two ways in which he can do this, and he ought to use them both, so they countercheck each other. He ought to get at least two independent psychics to psychometrize the case, and he himself ought to make his own diagnosis entirely from the case history, interpreted in the light of the first principles. So there's her second rule, right? Don't just diagnose somebody and try to treat them. If you're into this stuff, get two outside opinions from people that actually know what the hell they're doing. And not just because they're your buddies or you think they know what they're doing. It is a great mistake to mix the psychic and the scientific. They are apt to neutralize each other. Let one person do the psychism and the other observation. And let proper precautions be taken to prevent the results of a clairvoyant investigation be vitiated by suggestion or by the thought reading of previously conceived opinions held in the mind of any of the persons concerned. It is therefore a good thing to send off the specimens for psychometrizing at the commencement of an occult investigation before any opinions have been formed. It is not the simplest matter in the world to take psychometric specimens properly. I've seen a man bring a lock of hair belonging to someone else out of his pocket where he had carried it about for a couple of days and then handed over for psychometry. It was, of course, so thoroughly impregnated with his own emanations as to be useless. A psychometrical specimen should be some object thoroughly impregnated with the vibrations of a person. A garment recently and habitually worn, or a lock of hair, or a piece of jewelry, all these can be made to serve provided they are properly preserved. Crystalline substances such as precious stones hold magnetism better than anything else. Metals are also good, whether precious or otherwise. A pocket knife, for instance, will hold magnetism well. Wood holds it badly, and so does paper. Wool, cotton, and artificial silk, especially the latter. Silk and linen are good. Yeah, so in the Golden Dawn, they tell you to wrap your tools in silk to protect it from energy, too. India rubber is useless. Glass depends for its holding powers upon its form. If it is cut so that it will refract light, it can be very good. If it is flat and purely transparent like window pane, it's almost useless. Stone is fair, earthenware poor. An elaborate article is not as good as a simple article. For instance, a Marquise ring is not as good as a signet ring. Letters are apt to be misleading because they often contain nearly as much of the magnetism of the recipients as of the writer. Some psychics can work from a photograph, but this method is not, strictly speaking, psychometry, for the mental image evoked by the photograph is used to pick up the corresponding image in the reflecting ether. See, this stuff gets complicated, man. Go get this book if you want to read this again, if you're into this stuff, by the way. Because I'm not rereading that. Great care should be used in taking psychometric specimen, for it is readily contaminated by the magnetism of anyone who handles it, who is in proximity to it, or even thinks about it concentratedly. For instance, if while packing up such a specimen for sending off, you're brooding over the problem it presents and working out your own theory, the psychometrist may pick up your thought form instead of reading the conditions of the person to whom the object belongs. The material which are used for packing should also be free from magnetism. I knew of a case wherein the psychic said that a certain trinket belonged either to a nurse or to someone who had to do with hospitals, and as a matter of fact, it belonged to neither, but had been packed in surgical cotton wool. When packing up a psychometric specimen, do it as expeditiously and with as little handling as possible. Take a piece of virgin black or white silk, not colored, large enough to serve as a wrapper. Throw it over the article and bundle it up rapidly, handling it through the silk. In an occult sense, virgin means something that has never been used for any other purpose. For instance, you should not use part of the old dress or a cushion cover. An article which does not lend itself to handling by this method can be picked up with sugar tongs or the point of a pair of scissors and laid on the square of silk in which it is to be wrapped. Pack the wrap article in a wooden box, being sure that any padding which is used is also virgin. The report of a single psychometrist should not be relied upon. Specimens should be sent to 2 at least. I guess she's calling a psychometrist or a psychometrist is like people that do this stuff for a living, you know, like cast out psychic attacks, spiritual cleansers, people that are really good at it, adepts. It is also well when sending specimens, and especially when sending a birth hour for a horoscope, not to allow the name to be known. Let gossip should spread about. Astrologers are much too fond of handling around charts and discussing them. I've known some very unfortunate things to come about this way. A horoscope from someone who understands the nature of the work in hand is of great value, for the position of the planets in heavenly houses not only serves as an aid to diagnosis, but is a very important guide to treatment. It is best, therefore, to explain to the astrologer the nature of the case and the kind of information that is wanted, so that he can examine the chart accordingly. A horoscope is to an occult therapist what an X-ray photograph is to a doctor. So while awaiting these returns, and while his mind is still influenced by them, the occultist should make his own independent diagnosis. In order to do this, he should have at least 2 interviews with his patient. In the first, he should hear the case history, allowing the patient to present the facts in his own way, without guidance or leading questions. Immediately, the patient is left, the operator should write out the case history with as much detail as he can recall. It is exceedingly undesirable to take notes in the presence of a patient, because it makes him nervous, for he feels that in the words of the police court, everything he is saying will be taken down and used as evidence against him. Yeah, it's kind of like that Seinfeld episode, right? When they kept writing stuff down. He's like, what? Every time he answered a question, he'd write it down. He's like, what do you write? And it just kept made him more nervous. It's kind of funny. In preparation for the second interview, the occultist should study his record carefully and have its points and sequences clear in his mind. Now is the time to question the patients concerning any discrepancies or hiatuses. The proceeding will reveal the liar, whether deliberate or hysterical, quicker than anything else. For the discrepancies of his second statement will be clearly revealed against the written record of his first. If he's telling the truth, the 2 statements will be in agreement. And if he is distorting the facts, he will soon contradict himself. And if you've ever been to catch a liar school, that's usually the first thing that you do right there, right? Like you have them tell a story when you ask them questions, or you interrogate them. And then later on, you interrogate them about the same thing. And if they give you 2 different stories, it's usually a clue. Remember that you are dealing with a person who has something of either the psychic or the neurotic, or very likely both. And his disposition, and that your attitude towards him and even your unspoken thoughts will influence him profoundly. If he feels that you're doubting his veracity, he will lose his self-confidence and begin to think that his experiences may, after all, be the fruits of his own imagination. So consequently, he will suppress things which may be all important from the diagnostic standpoint. It is in this outpouring of relevant and irrelevant detail that you're going to find your clues. So don't ask questions in an assuming nature. Just find the facts. There are certain landmarks which you want to look out for in taking this case history, but you do not want to let your patient realize that you are looking for, because if you have won his confidence, he will be very apt to take on your viewpoint. And if he sees you have formed any opinion, he will unconsciously twist incidents so that they fit in with that opinion. Do not allow him to guess the bearing of your questions, and then you will obtain from him an unbiased response. In order to prevent his guessing what you are deriving at, do not ask a series of questions elucidating information on a specific point. There will be probably several points on which you want information. Ask questions upon first one and then another of these. For instance, if you suspect the trouble may be due to the house in which your patient is living, the last thing you want to do is rouse his suspicion in this respect, lest you should be on a false scent. And even if you should prove to be on the right track, you do not want to disclose the facts to him until you're ready to act. For by increasing his apprehensions, you will increase his sufferings. If you suspect that sex plays a part in the trouble, and he guesses the trend of your questioning, he will immediately cover his tracks, and you will find it very difficult to get the facts at all. Well, how are you supposed to do that? So What did you have to eat yesterday? Potatoes? What time was dinner? Have you been to the doctor lately? Is there anybody that you've had sex with? Like, how are they not supposed to, like, not cover that up? You couldn't ask a series of questions to prevent that. Whereas if his suspicions are not aroused, he will reveal himself to an astute and experienced questioner who approaches him indirectly without realizing that he's done so. By approaching this indirectly, you do not only get the real facts of the case, but spare his feelings. And that's kind of true, right? So I wanted to ask Dark Waters about this, like when he investigated people or took stories or questions about the people that had dogman sightings and stuff like that. A lot of times if you start asking questions, people are always judging why you're asking what, and most people are emotionally driven. They just are. I mean, 90% of the time, most people do everything based on their emotions. So if they're affected by the truth, or they're trying to hide a truth, or trying to be dodgy, I guess you could say, they're going to be looking for a pattern in your series of questioning, you know. So let's see. In taking a case history, you want to look for correlations between your patient's psychic experiences and the circumstances of his life. Dates and places, therefore, should be sedulously sought for. When did the trouble start and where? Having obtained as detailed information as possible on these points, set out to see whether any occult significance is to be found in it. Note the dates carefully and turn them up in an ephemeris of those years, and observe how the moon stood in relation to them, also the planets. So if you guys don't know what an ephemeris is, you can go buy one. It just is like an almanac of, so to speak, all the planets, where they are, what hour they're in, what sign they're in, just all that stuff. I think you can pick up an ephemeris of, like, I think which one I got. It's like from 1950 to 2050 or something like that. And it just pretty much tells you where all the planetary positions are. So she's saying to look for the moon position and the phase of the moon and all that stuff. Observe whether they fell on or about the equinoxes or solstices first. Note also the days of the week upon which they occurred. If you found that all the crises of the case occurred on Thursdays or round about the vernal equinox or at the full moon, you would have a piece of information which was considerable significance. You would be sure of one thing, at any rate, that you were dealing with a case in which the invisible psychic tides played a part. Information should also be sought concerning the place or places in which the different crises of the trouble took place, and especially the circumstances attending its first onset. It is exceedingly useful, if possible, to visit the place and sense its atmosphere. A very great deal can also be learned from visiting the place where the patient is living. Now, we're learning how to play psychic attack occult detective here. Having obtained such geographical information as you can, study it carefully in connection with a large-scale ordnance map. Access to this and to relevant information desired can readily be obtained at any public library. Note whether there are any prehistoric remains in the neighborhood, and if so, how the house bears in relation to them. Observe not only whether it's near any of them, but whether it's in a direct line between any two of them. Look up the history of the district and see whether it affords any further information. Roman remains are often at the bottom of the trouble, for the legions brought some very queer cults with them in the days of Rome's decadence. Druid remains also, too, should be suspect if they are neighbors. So she's talking about in Europe. I think the only thing we would look for over here that we're aware of, is probably like tribal stuff, Indian stuff. Inquire also concerning any unusual objects in the house, such as images of the deities of primitive cults or savage weapons. It is quite possible that powerful elementals are attached to these. Inquire whether the trouble seems to lift when the patient goes away or to another place. If the reply is in the affirmative, it may safely be presumed that local conditions are at the bottom of the trouble. So this is pretty clever. So she's like looking at the moon, where it is, and then investigating the location, if not going there, getting records on the location, And then she's starting to move into objects and then starting to ask, okay, how do you feel if you go here? Or did you feel it when you went there? You see what I mean? It may be safely be presumed that local conditions are at the bottom of the trouble if this happens. But if the reply is in the negative and does not necessarily follow that opposite in the case, it may also be that the trouble does not depend upon the place, but upon some person residing at the place. Never forget that in the great majority of the cases, the person's harmful influence is due to an unfortunate psychic makeup rather than deliberate abuse of occult knowledge. Be very slow to accept the latter hypothesis, for its occurrence is comparatively rare. And even if the person is suspected or known to have occult knowledge and can be proved to be antagonistic to the patient, it does not necessarily follow that the attack is conscious and deliberate. It may be unconscious and reflex. It is quite true that an occultist ought to have sufficient control over his vehicles to prevent them from acting independently of his will and consciousness, but this is not always the case. People are at many different stages of development. There's always a difficult period between the awakening of higher powers and their full control. So what she's saying here is most people, even if you're dabbling in the occult or you get into magic or whatever, somewhere down the line while you're working on these awakenings, I mean, you're kind of apt to a psychic attack of some sort, a paranormal attack at any point. And anybody that's been practicing magic for a while, even if you go back and listen to some old shows, they'll tell you the same thing. Inquiries should also be made concerning the nature of the dreams and whether the patient is subject to nightmares apart from any question of an occult attack. Also, whether he has ever had any other psychic experiences, and if so, of what nature. Finally, a careful inquiry should be made concerning the patient's associates as to whether any of them are psychic or students of the occult. Be very careful, however, not to cast suspicion upon any person unless you have conclusive evidence, and it is essential to do so in order to save the patient. Remember, it's always possible that you may be mistaken. A case was reported in the papers not so long ago of a man who committed suicide because a doctor told him that he had organic heart disease and ought not to marry the girl he was engaged to. At the post-mortem, it was found that there was nothing, whatever the matter, with his heart. Imagine the feelings of the doctor had given this rash diagnosis. A person already upset by a psychic attack will be in a state to jump at shadows. He must be handled very discreetly. Be very chary of announcing your suspicions until they are conclusively verified. When all is said and done, the main object is a cure, not an explanation. It is of little value to your patient to fix the blame unless the matter can be cleared up. So don't get blame happy. Focus on the solution. He is considerably worse off if his suspicions are turned towards some person in his environment from whom he cannot escape than if he be left to attribute his trouble to unidentified psychic influences. Where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise is truer in psychic matters than anywhere else. So, I mean, even if you figure out it's coming from somebody else, you probably still shouldn't tell them that because it's liable to get worse. Better to focus on the solution, right? Never open the eyes of your patient to a danger for which you cannot give him an effectual defense. The surgeon who's about to operate covers his instruments with a cloth so that the patient shall not see them. The wise occultist does the same. Do not forget that the unseen is always suspect to the uninitiated. Having conducted an inquiry along the lines laid down in the previous pages, you should have acquired a considerable amount of material for investigation. Examine it carefully for correlations of cause and effect. Note if any exacerbation of the trouble is regularly associated with any incident, place, or person. Consider also the various type cases that I've given as examples in the previous chapters, and see if you can find any that resembles the case you're investigating. Note the explanations given, and see if they throw any light upon the problem or suggest lines along which inquiry might be pursued. Working in this way, you ought to be able to arrive at a tentative diagnosis. If this is confirmed by the findings of the psychics to whom you have sent specimens for psychometry, then you may feel confident you are upon the right track and go forward boldly. Remember, However, although the psychics ought to agree as to the main points of their investigation, you cannot expect any complete agreement as to details. They are inspecting a composite photograph of the patient's entire life. And there is so much to see that no one person is likely to see everything. The things in which they confirm each other may be held to be established, but the things which the one sees and the other does not are not necessarily illusionary. So that's pretty cool. I mean, if you're into that kind of thing, Dion Fortune just taught you how to investigate. Investigate, I guess you could say, someone claiming that they have been psychically attacked. All the methods. I mean, she didn't go in real detail, but she broke it down pretty basically, right? So you don't screw yourself up or the so-called patient or whatever. Next, we're going to get into the methods of defense. I know this is what you guys have been waiting for, right? Like, what do I do to defend myself from psychic attack? We'll be right back with that. Stay with us. Oh, we just had a blackout there. Sorry about that. But we're back. So we're going to get back into the methods of defense. And this is chapter 17. Now, I think this is really cool, right? So I'm not making suggestions that you guys go out and start defending people or investigating psychic attacks or anything like that. This is simply a study for us here to come to terms with, is psychic attack real? If it is real, what's it about, etc., right? Then what do you do? And then how do you defend yourself? And everybody that gets involved with this stuff should learn these fundamentals, whether you want to get involved or not. Take note, though, that she did say, and remember this, and I think this is very important, that no matter what's going on, right? And this was earlier, she said this. If you feel like you're around a psychic attack, or let's just say negative energy, or you're feeling like shit, and we don't want to feel that way. We want to be positive, happy, hopeful, abundance, optimistic. That's what we want to feel. When that becomes hard, then the best things to do are to go back to your faith, right? The prayers of your faith, of your childhood. Get back into just taking care of yourself. Get back into just doing regular day stuff. As boring as that sounds, it's the best thing to do. Pretty funny that I would say one of the great occultists actually recommended that. So, or I consider her an occultist. So here we go. Methods of defense. In writing for the general reader an account of the methods to be used in combating a psychic attack, I am reminded of those excellent manuals upon medicine and surgery which an enlightened board of trade insists shall be provided for the captains of ships, and together with a cupboard full of remedies, harmless and otherwise. When an emergency arises, the worthy skipper reads through the chapter he believes to bear upon the case in hand and goes to work as best as he may. On these occasions, the personal factor is a large one. So, it isn't dealing with psychic trouble. Wide experience is needed for diagnosis, and specially trained faculties and specially developed powers are needed to cope with the conditions that may be found. This book is more in the nature of a manual of first aid than a treatise on treatment. We must bear in mind that just as a potent drug is effectual in the hands of the expert but dangerous in the hands of the amateur, so do the more potent occult formula need special equipment for their use. Moreover, a formula that is used indiscriminately by the uninitiated is apt to lose its potency and become useless. The popular expletive which GBS introduced into polite society in his play, A Pygmalion, is the worn-out remnant of the once powerful adjuration by Our Lady. Moreover, no two cases are alike, and the clear-cut typical case is a rarity and treasure. Common sense, natural aptitude, and experience are the exorcist's best equipment. So this is like the modern day, if you would say, I can't think of it, man. I had it in the tip of my tongue. Constantine, right? This is the modern day Constantine training manual. There are other books too I'll recommend when we get to the end of this, by like, oh man, what's his name? I know Gordon White talks about a lot of this stuff. So does Jason. We've had him on the show as well. There's some other books that you can read about this stuff too. So don't think this is the only one. Prater Xavier, Psychic, Self-Defense, etc. Having made his diagnosis and being ready to proceed to the handling of the case, the exorcist has to achieve three things. He must repair his patient's aura, clear the atmosphere of his environment, and break his contact with the forces that are causing the trouble. I'll read that again. The exorcist has to achieve three things. You must repair your aura, clear the atmosphere of his environment, and break his contact with the forces that are causing the trouble. These three things are interdependent, and not one of them is first or last. It is next to impossible to get a damaged aura to heal if you do not clear the atmosphere, nor will the atmosphere remain clear for long if you cannot break the contacts. Theoretically, the ideal thing to do is to break the contacts as a start. But unfortunately, in actual practice, these often take a good deal of finding and a good deal of handling after they've been found. Meanwhile, something has to be done to keep the patient going. The exorcist has got to clear himself a place in which to work. Or if the victim of the attack is defending himself single-handed, he has got to throw up some temporary defenses while he digs himself in. The first thing to do when dealing with an occult attack is to make a temporary clearance of the atmosphere and so gain breathing space in which to reform the shattered ranks. This is more readily achieved by an organized ritual than by unaided willpower. Any act performed with intention becomes a rite. Listen to this, guys. If you don't think you do magic ritual every day, listen to what she's saying. Any act performed with intention becomes a rite. We can take a bath with no more in mind than physical cleanliness, in which case a bath will cleanse our bodies and no more. Or we can take a bath with a view to ritual cleanliness, in which case its efficacy will extend beyond the physical plane. We therefore perform certain physical actions not only as a means of clearing etheric conditions, but also as a means of definitely affecting astral ones, which through the imagination, a very potent weapon in all magical operations. Physical objects become impregnated with etheric emanations and retain them for considerable periods, as a knife will retain a smell of onions and taint everything that it's cut with. These emanations, magnetism as they are called in the terminology of occult science, profoundly affect any sensitive person who is in contact with them. There is something in the old superstition that it is unlucky to place boots on a table. It is equally inadvisable to place outdoor garments on a bed. You do not know whom you've had rubbed shoulders with in bus or train. So why give their magnetism a chance to contaminate your sleeping space? Never thought of that. Make sure you switch out of your daily clothes into your jammies before you go crawling into bed, folks. Especially if you've been bumping up against a lot of people. Fortunately for all of us, magnetism is a very fugitive force, and although it may be potent when fresh, it soon fades unless it has been deliberately created by means of ritual. The terrible atmosphere that surrounds the victim of an occult attack and permeates all his belongings is not difficult to get rid of, though it will rapidly reform unless the conditions which gave rise to it are cleared up. The most effectual way of getting rid of magnetism is to move to a fresh place, taking nothing of one's old belongings with him. This, however, is a counsel of perfection for most people. Fortunately, there are other devices which enable us to attain our ends nearly as effectually. If it be in any way possible, let the victim of an occult attack move temporarily to another environment, taking with him as few of his belongings as possible, and let him make the move in new clothes, or in clothes that are just back from the cleaner. Let him, moreover, keep his whereabouts as secret as far as it's convenient for him to do so. There's an old superstition that a witch can be thrown off the trail by crossing running water. It is my opinion that many of these old folk beliefs have a basis in fact, however overlaid by superstition they may have become. I once had a curious experience which gives support to this. I was about to take part in an important piece of occult work to which I knew there would be an opposition. A friend who was concerned in the matter asked me to dine with her on the night before the day fixed for the proceeding. We were both conscious of tension in the atmosphere, and she suggested that I should remain the night at her flat instead of returning to my own, informing no one of my whereabouts in order to throw the attack off the trail. The man, Ovre, was not wholly successful, and we had a rather trying night, and I was conscious of a good deal of psychic tension the next day. I decided, therefore, to walk to the appointed place across Hyde Park in order to refresh myself. When part of the way across, I suddenly felt that the tension relaxed, and I was able to go through the work in hand without interference. I told my friend of this experience, and she questioned me as to where I was when it took place. We looked up the spot on a map and found that I had just crossed the underground conduit which takes the overflow from the Serpentine. I did not know of the old superstition concerning running water, and neither did I know of the existence of the conduit. Nevertheless, the sense of relief was sufficiently marked to cause me to mention it when I saw my friend again, and to be able to indicate the spot where it had occurred. So cross some water, cross a stream, huh? That'll get off the witch's scent. Oh, we're getting into it now. We have very little exact knowledge concerning these subtle forces, which are the basis of occult attack and spiritual healing, but we have good reason to believe that in their nature they are closely analogous to electricity. They are not inanimate forces, however, but have in their nature something that is akin to life, though of a low type. It has been my experience that if we work on a blended analogy of electricity and bacteriology, we get pretty near the facts, as near, at any rate, as our present state of knowledge permits. In other words, if we act as if thought possessed the combined qualities of electricity and bacteria, we shall have a sufficiently accurate method of steering by dead reckoning in the absence of certain knowledge and actual sight. Okay, so she uses a lot of big fancy words, right? She's from England, but I think what she's saying is a lot of psychic attack and magnetized negative forces, so to speak. If you work as in a way that it acts like electricity in bacteria, then you're on to it, I guess. If we consider the various methods used in folk magic of all ages and races, we shall observe that they are in agreement with these hypotheses. Running water, we know, has peculiar electrical qualities, as is witnessed by its effect on the divining rod in the hands of a sensitive person. Whatever it may be that affects the diviner is probably the same thing that affects an occult attack. When we recall, moreover, that running water will throw hounds off the scent just as effectually as it will the alleged witch, we may feel that we cannot be accused of gross superstition if we give the old folk tradition a trial and note the results. I think Night Stalker would be interested in this too. Water, again, is the vehicle of purification. Water is the vehicle of purification. It is used in the rite of baptism by the church and the preparation of the place by the occultist about to perform a ceremony. Strictly speaking, there should be a trace of salt in the water thus employed, and both salt and water are blessed with powerful invocations when the priest is preparing holy water, whether for a baptism or for placing in holy water stoup for the use of the congregation. You could just go into a church just for the public, like they did on Lost Boys, and just get you a little bottle, go find the stoup, and just fill it up. I'm sure, I know the priest wouldn't like it, but there you go. As far as the occultist is concerned, salt to him is the emblem of the element of earth. It is also a crystalline substance, and crystalline substances in their different forms receive and hold etheric magnetism better than anything else. Water, on the other hand, is the emblem of the psychic sphere. These two realms between them contain by far the greatest part of occult evil. It is rare, indeed, that spiritual wickedness in high places will reach up as far as the airy realms of mind or the fiery realms of spirit. It is rare indeed that spiritual wickedness in high places will okay. If we want to get in touch with or operate upon a particular sphere, we use as base a substance appropriate there too. Consequently, a solution of salt and water makes a better base than either salt or water could do separately, because it enables us to cover the whole of the sphere of probable operations in a single attack. It may be interesting to note concerning the magical properties of crystalline substances that crystals are used in wireless apparatuses to pick up the subtle vibrations of the ether. Once again, we are close upon the trail of our electrobacteriological analogy. Okay. It is an excellent plan when trying to break an undesirable psychic contact to immerse oneself in a bath of water that has been especially consecrated for the purpose, redressing in new or at least clean clothing afterwards, and if it be by any means possible, moving into a different room. If this cannot be done, move the bed into a different position, taking care to turn it at a different angle. That is to say, if you've been in the habit of sleeping north and south, place your bed so that you now be lying east and west. Okay, Constantine, here we go. Now go get a mirror. The following prayers may be used for the blessings of the salt and water. Pointing the first and second fingers at the salt, you say this: I exorcise thee, creature of earth, by the living God, by the holy God, and by the omnipotent God, that thou mayest be purified of all evil influences in the name of Adonai, who is the Lord of angels and of men. Extending your hand over the salt, you say, creature of earth, adore thy Creator, in the name of God the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, and of Jesus Christ, his Son, our Savior. I consecrate thee to the service of God, and in the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen. Pointing the first and second fingers at the water, you say, I exorcise thee, creature of water, by the living of God, by the holy God, and by the omnipotent God, that thou mayest be purified from all evil influences in the name of Elohim Sabaoth, who is Lord of angels and of men. Extending your hand over the water, you say, creature of water, adore thy Creator, in the name of God the Father Almighty, who decreed a firmament in the midst of the waters, and of Jesus Christ, his Son, our Savior. I consecrate thee to the service of God, and in the name of the Father, and the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. Then you cast the salt into the water, and then you say, we pray thee, O God, Lord of heaven and earth, and of all that in them is both visible and invisible, that thou mayest stretch forth thy right hand of thy power upon these creatures of the elements, and hallow them in thy holy name. Grant that this salt may make for health of body, and that this water for health of the soul, and that there may be banished from the place where they are used every power of adversity, and every illusion, and every artifice of evil, for the sake of Jesus Christ our Savior. Amen. The water thus consecrated may be used as a bath, or for making the sign of the cross upon the forehead, or for sprinkling about a place. When thus using it, the following prayer may be employed. This is getting pretty intense, I told you guys. So now, before we do the, when you're sprinkling the water, whatever, we'll do the prayer thing when we come back. Look this stuff up too, and look at the old Latin priest invocation for holy water. It's long, really long. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anything like it, actually, but yeah, we're getting into some real life, like Constantine stuff here. This book you can grab on the Audible. You can grab it anywhere. It's called Psychic Self-Defense, the classic instruction manual for protecting yourself against psychic and paranormal attack. Hopefully we won't have a commercial blackout again. Stay with us. I'm pretty sure we're going to have to do replay for Jess Rogie tonight. I think she had a family emergency, but I'm sure she will be back. And so we're into like the methods of exorcism, so to speak, talking about that with Dion Fortune here, and I'm sure some of you guys are lovers of that movie Constantine. That's why I keep bringing it up. I wish I had sound clips to play. Maybe next time, huh? So we went through the consecration of the holy water, and she says that the water that's consecrated may be used as a bath for making the sign of the cross upon the forehead, or for sprinkling about a place. When using it, there's a prayer to speak. Now, if you're Catholic or whatever, and you don't believe that you can do this yourself and you need a priest, I'm sure that's fine too. You could do that as well. So while you're doing this, she says to say, in the name which is above every other name, and in the power of the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost, I exorcise all influences and seeds of evil. I lay upon them the spell of Christ's holy church, that they may be bound fast as with chains and cast into outer darkness, that they trouble not the servants of God. And pointing or making the sign of the cross, the first and second fingers are extended, and the third and fourth are bent towards the palm of the hand, and the thumb laid upon their nails. When the hand is extended in blessing over the salt and water, it is held flat, fingers together and parallel, the thumb stretched at right angles to the forefinger. If there is sufficient occult force at work to produce physical phenomena, it is very advisable to take precautions to prevent materializations taking place. The physical phenomena are several types. So as soon as you start doing this, these things may happen, according to her. They may take the form of noises, usually creakings, thuds, or more rarely bell-like notes or wailing sounds. If actual words are heard, auditory hallucinations should be suspected. For in the absence of a medium, spirit messages are given to the inner ear, not to the auditory nerve. Lights may also be seen, usually taking the form of dim balls of luminous mist drifting like soap bubbles. They may be any size, from mere points of light to considerable dimensions, some 6 feet or more in diameter. In these spheres of dim luminosity, psychics can generally see forms, sometimes human, sometimes from the animal kingdom. Whitish gray clouds can also sometimes be seen, rising pillar-wise from the floor like smoke. These are usually fixed to one place and do not move about the room as do the spheres of light. Such movement as occurs being with themselves like the eddyings of smoke caught under a tumbler, and more rarely a distinctive odor may be noticed, and still more rarely there may be precipitations of powdery substances or slime. Light objects also may be overturned or thrown about the room. There are certain substances which experience has proved to be effectual in preventing the condensation of etheric energy from taking place. Consecrated salt dissolved in vinegar and placed in saucers about the room will cope effectually with low degrees of force. But for higher potencies, nitric acid is the best thing to use, a small quantity being poured into a saucer and exposed to the air. It is best to use it well diluted to prevent accidents, for it is not the strength of the acid in the saucer that is effective, but its evaporation into the air. And it will evaporate just as well when diluted as when neat. In what manner it works, I have not the slightest idea, but its value is well known among psychic experiments. The methods of occult attack employed in modern Europe are exclusively mental, so far as my experience of them has gone at any rate. There's to say, they work by the mind on the mind and only affect physical conditions incidentally. In the East and among primitive people, however, other aspects have to be considered. As much more etheric type of magic is in use under primitive conditions of life and upon virgin soils. For these etheric operations, material substances are required in order that the magnetism attached to them may be made use of. Hair combings, nail parings, cast-off clothes, objects in familiar use all contain magnetism. Consequently, care should be taken to see that such things are effectually disposed of when discarded. Combings and nail parings should be promptly burnt. Cast-off clothing should never be allowed to go out of the possession of the owner till it has had at least 3 days exposure to sun and air in the open. The magnetism will be more effectually dispelled if the garments be laid on the earth, especially freshly turned earth that have hung on a line, or than if you hang it on a line. The same applies to furniture. The chair that has been the accustomed seat, and above all, the bedding, should be thoroughly aired and sun-dried before they are parted with. The same precautions are useful if any second-hand article has been purchased. The disposal of night soil should also be carefully arranged for and entrusted to reliable servants, abundant disinfectants and deodorants being constantly in use. Precautions should be observed to prevent any native obtaining access to fresh excrete. After the animal heat has gone out of it, its magical value has greatly decreased. What? A dirty handkerchief, too, is an effectual magnetic link, and so are dressings from a wound. anything, in fact, that bears traces of any of the byproducts of the body. But apart from any question of psychic attack, there are two substances which are especially prized for purposes of magic, and these are seminal fluid and menstrual blood. Eesh. The former is used in fertility rites, and the latter in certain forms of evocation. These substances are exceedingly hard to come by in primitive lands because the natives, knowing their significance, guard them most scrupulously. But the Memsahib has no suspicions and allows stained garments and bed linen to go into the hands of the washerman to be disposed of at his discretion. Satisfied, so long as the garments themselves return safely at the end of the week, and never thinking to inquire what becomes of the water in which they were washed. There are many parts of the world in which the sale of these magical substances is a profitable sideline of the laundering business. In Europe, menstrual blood and feces are part of the magical substances of the black mass, being made up into patterns with wheat flour. That is forking disgusting. Dude, if any black magicians are listening and you're doing that stuff, what the hell, man? That's disgusting. A time-honored method of clearing a bad psychic atmosphere out of a house, and one which I have known in my own experience to be effectual, is to strew garlic about the place. Leave it overnight, and then take it up and burn it. Among country people, an onion is sometimes placed in a vase on the mantelpiece as if it were a hyacinth bulb when unpleasant visitors are expected, and solemnly burnt in the kitchen fire as soon as they have departed, it being believed that the onion tribe have the property of absorbing noxious emanations. It is curious to note in the respect that in one coal mine, to my knowledge, that miners are forbidden to take onions down into the workings as part of their dinners because the onions absorb underground gases and become poisonous. My informant told me that he and others had smuggled onions down and learnt from the bitter experience the wisdom of this rule. Okay, methods of defense, part 2. Here are two types of practical psychic work which may be used separately or in combination. The latter method, in my opinion, gives by far the best results, though the exponents of each are apt to decree the other. The method, which we will distinguish as meditative method, consists of meditation upon abstract qualities such as peace, harmony, protection, and the love of God. It is the method of the New Thought School, and its value lies in the harmonizing effect it has upon the emotional state and its counteracting of harmful autosuggestions. The other method, which we will call the invocative, consists in the invocation of external potencies and the employment of formal methods for the focusing of their force. This method has many gradations of complexity and an infinite variety of technique. It ranges from the simplest prayer, which calls upon Christ with the sign of the cross, to the most elaborate rituals of exorcism performed with bell, book, and candle. The essence of the system lies in the attempt to dissect out from the general force of good the particular aspect of energy that is needed, and the use of some symbol to act as the magical vehicle of that force upon the plane of form. This symbol may be a mental picture of the blue robe of Our Lady. It may be the action of making the sign of the cross. It may be the consecrated water sprinkled for token of cleansing, or it may be some object specially magnetized to act as a talisman. In the invocative method, the aim is to concentrate the force, and therefore some symbol of form has to be employed. In the meditative method, the aim is to escape beyond the bounds of form into the atmosphere of pure spirit, too exalted for evil to enter, and therefore the use of any form or formula is eschewed as calculated to prevent the soul from rising into this pure air. In my opinion, with all due respect to the practitioners of this latter method, much better results would be obtained if the invocative method, with its utilization of the efficacy of formula, were used to enable the mind to climb into the pure air of spiritual consciousness, where no evil is. It is only those who are highly trained in meditation who can rise on the plains unaided. It is exceedingly difficult to take off from sense consciousness without the use of some kind of psychological device to act as a springboard. There seems to be little object in refusing for purely academic reasons to avail ourselves of a method of proven efficacy. If we realize that the use of forms and symbols is merely a psychological device to enable the mind to get a grip on the intangible, we shall not fall into the error of superstitious observances. A superstition has been defined as the blind use of a form whose significance has been forgotten. On the other hand, we shall be unwise to rely exclusively upon formal or ceremonial methods unless at the same time we use meditative methods in order to purify and harmonize our own consciousness. If we neglect this aspect of our work, we shall reinfect by our own vibrations the magic circle as fast as we have cleared it. It is not much use sealing a circle with the protective names if we allow a panic-stricken imagination to run riot, picturing every conceivable kind of evil and leaving blank spaces for the possibility of inconceivable kinds. Equally, however, we shall find it very much easier to perform the harmonizing meditation if we are working within the protection of a magic circle. So make the circle first, meditate in the circle. To attempt to perform the work of exorcism solely by means of meditation is like raising a weight by the unaided effort of our own two hands. The employment of the magical methods resembles the use of a lever or a pulley and a block. Our muscles are still the sole source of energy, but the utilization of mechanical principles we have redoubled there. Let us then in meditation use symbols to concentrate our attention. We shall find this much easier than meditation in terms of abstract thought. I don't know why she has to explain it like this, though. It's so crazy and boring and dull to just keep using big words to say the simplest shit. I'm sorry. It is, though. Like, don't just use magic in a circle. Don't just use meditation. Don't just use the symbols, right? Like, if you want to condense this thing, make the circle first, get in the circle, do the operations, then do the meditation into, like, you know, good consciousness, God consciousness, spirit, whatever. Why can't she just say that? Indeed, in times of stress and crisis, abstract thought may be impossible for us unless we are very experienced in its use. But we shall seldom reach a state when we cannot picture the cross and call upon the name of Christ. Occult attacks may be divided into two types, those which take place by means of thought forms, and those which operate by means of a current or force. If you guys want to look into thought forms or any of that stuff too, I mean, obviously, Daskalos is something to read about elementals, the esoteric teachings, but also thought forms by Annie Besant, and really like look at the pictures while you're reading the book too. So occult attacks, sorry, I just had to say that. Occult attacks may be divided into two types. Those which take place by means of thought forms and those which operate by means of a current or force. But even in the latter case, the current of force soon gathers to itself or germinates thought form congenial to its nature. So even if it's currents, they'll start making thought forms. Therefore, in every psychic disturbance, the thought form is a factor which has to be considered and dealt with, and which, in fact, forms the readiest means of diagnosis, for it is by the perception of the associated thought forms that the experienced psychic is able to detect the nature of the attack. Thought force is a thing which has no relation to geographical position, but is a matter of pure consciousness and of tuning into its key note. We can pick up the forces of dead face 1,000 years after the death of their last votary, and upon the opposite side of the globe to that in which they flourished. But thought forms are a different matter. They have position in space, and although they can be moved about with the speed of thought, and can be withdrawn to the subtlest level of the astral and their anchor to an idea, and thus prevented from impinging upon the planes of form for all practical purposes, nevertheless, although they do not occupy space, they can be referred to definite positions in space. Okay, we get it. Thought forms can pretty much be everywhere, or, you know, they need to be defined, I guess. They can, for instance, be associated with a particular object and will follow that object about, remaining within its magnetic field. The immediate magnetic field is anything from 12 to 30 feet. How the hell do they figure that? The remote magnetic field from 100 to 300 yards. Powerful holy centers like Glastonbury or Lourdes have a bigger magnetic field than this, extending possibly to a couple of miles. They are also interconnected among themselves by lines of force. These things have to be taken into account in practical occult work. So what about the big, like, monasteries that have all the geometrical shapes that are, 10 blocks big? I wonder how far out their forces go. When we are confronted by a disturbing influence emanating from a focus of power, such as the site of an old temple, we have got to deal with the remote magnetic field by means of ceremonial. As this is a method that can only be used by a high-grade initiate, we will not consider it here. For all practical purposes in a psychic attack, it is the immediate magnetic field that has to be considered. The best method to deal with this is to make a magic circle. Who knew? A mere banishing by itself is not so effective as a banishing performed within a circle, because the circle will effectually prevent the banished forces from flowing back again. There are various methods of performing this operation, but the principle of all valid ones is the same. The more potent conjurations cannot be given in these pages because their effective use depends upon the grade of initiation possessed by the person who proposes to use them, and to possess a formula without the grade to which it belongs is as unsatisfactory as possessing a gun without any knowledge of shooting. So, more redundant information. The formula I will give will be found effectual for all ordinary conditions. Extraordinary conditions can only be dealt with by a purpose or a person who has had experience. Okay. Let's see if I can get this out before we got to get out of here. In making the magic circle, the operator stands upright facing east. He faces east because the magnetic current on which he proposes to operate runs from east to west. His procedure must be to steady his own vibrations and purify his aura. In order to do this, he makes the Kabbalistic cross on the breast and brow. Touching his forehead, he says, "To thee, O God." Touching his solar plexus, "Be the kingdom." Touching his right shoulder and the power. Touching his left shoulder and the glory. Clasping his hands together and the end of the ages. Amen. Well, they do it in magic. They say, Ata, Malku, Vegavura, Vegadula, Leolam, Amen. But you can say it in English, I guess, doesn't matter. By this formula, the operator affirms the power of God as sole creator and supreme law of the universe to which all things must bow. And he establishes this formula magnetically in his aura by the action of making the sign of the cross upon himself. This sign is not an exclusively Christian symbol and can be used as readily by the Jew as the churchman, for it is the equal limb cross of nature that is being used, not the Calvary cross, of which the shaft is double the length of the crossbar, and which is the symbol of the sacrifice. The equal-limbed cross refers to the 4 quarters of the globe and the 4 elements, and the formula associated with it proclaims the dominion of God over these, and thereby occultly formulates his kingdom within the sphere of the operator. The operator next imagines himself to be clasping in his right hand a large, cross-handled sword, such as depicted in pictures of the Crusaders. He holds the point upright and says, "In the name of God, I take in hand the sword of power for defense against evil and aggression," and imagines himself to be towering up to twice his natural height. A tremendous armed and mailed figure vibrating with the force of the power of God, with which he has been charged by his formulation of the sword of power. He now proceeds to draw the magic circle upon the floor with the point of the sword of power, and he should see in his imagination a line of flame following the point of the sword, consisting of small flames, such as a spring up when methylated spirit is split and ignited, but of a pale golden color. A little practice should enable the circle of light to be formulated effectually. Keep on going around the circle until it is formulated. The circle should always be drawn diaso, that is to say, from east to south to west to north, in the same way the hands of a clock would move if the clock were face upwards on the floor. Clockwise, I guess. The contrary way is Widdershins, the way in which the witches danced at the Sabbath. The diaso movement affirms the rule of God's law in nature because it is the way of the sun. The Witterson movement repudiates God's rule over nature by moving against the sun. In resisting an occult attack, the whole formula should be tuned to the keynote of asserting God's dominion over all existence. The aim of the operator being to align himself with the cosmic law and the power of God to deal with the interference. So there you go. So if you're a Christian, listen to this. She's just telling you how to make a magic circle by invoking God, and the whole operation itself, the cross, the circle, and everything, is an understanding that the only power that anything comes from is God and God's law. So I don't know what all the fuss is about. Anyways, the circle being formulated, the operator ceasing to visualize the sword, but still visualizing the circle, clasp his hands in prayer and raise them above his head toward the east, prays, "May mighty Archangel Raphael protect me from all evil approaching the east." Turning to the south, he repeats the same formula in a prayer to Michael. Turning to the west, he invokes Gabriel, and turning to the north, he invokes Uriel. Facing to the east again, and thus completing the circle, he repeats the formula of the Kabbalistic cross. The formulation of the magic circle is especially valuable for protecting the sleeping place, the circle being drawn around the bed. It is not necessary to move about the room or shift the furniture in order to draw the circle. It will be formulated wherever it is visualized to be. Oh, man, we got to get out of here. All right, look. I mean, we're getting down into the, I guess you could say, the middle of it, the meat of the exorcism, and we got to go here. But if you want to read this ahead of time, all you have to do is find the book, Psychic Self-Defense. I'm sure there's plenty of free PDFs online. You can go check it out. And go to page 183. That's where I left off. We'll pick this back up on Wednesday, gentlemen, ladies. And if you want to call into the broadcast, you can at 1-800-588-0335. That is the call-in number for this show. Always is, always will be, hopefully. And you can contact me via email at contact@lightingthevoid.com. And yes, I'm getting the archives caught up, including Mary's show. I've been in bed all day. My stomach has been sick. I've had the worst. I don't even know how to explain it. I've had the worst sickness my stomach has ever had in a long time. I want to send a prayer to Jess Rogie's family. I believe Jess lost her mom, and it's really sad. I know that I have a feeling she'll be back, but I think we just need to give her whatever time that she needs. So please send your prayers out to her and her family. Monochrome, that's funny. He's got the rave music going. So I want to get back into this psychic self-defense. I mean, we've already almost damn near finished this thing, but you have to remember that when we go back to the front of this, that we started this whole manual to understand the nature of psychic attack, and that's it, according to Dion Fortune. So we discussed the signs of psychic attack, the analysis and the nature of it, witchcraft, the projection of the etheric body, vampirism, hauntings, non-human contacts, the risks of ceremonial magic. And we also talked about distinguishing the difference between, the white lodge, the black lodge, the psychic element and psychic attack, and the motives of psychic attack. I guess you could call it magical attack or whatever. And then I think we left off before Mary's show. We got into methods of defense, which it's the more you read this manual, the more it's like going into, it's almost like being in an episode of Constantine, I guess. And so I'm pretty sure where we left off, where she was talking about the two methods of psychic attack, or psychic self-defense, after we already talked about consecration and holy water. So we're basically getting into the exorcism side of things. And she's talking about moving the bed around. I think this is where we left off, right? Because I went back and kind of listened to it where we we left off, and she was talking about how things occupy a space, and I think I might actually start somewhere before that. I think, if I remember correctly, I think she was talking about moving the bed around. Like if your bed was facing north or south, then you'd move it east to west and all this other stuff. So I'm trying to find a good restarting point here. See, the sword of power. Where were we? Keep on going around the circle until it's formulated. Yeah, that's just kind of where we were. So we're getting into the real act of an exorcism, according to Dion Fortune. And she said that the circle should always be drawn clockwise, not the other way, and that's Widdershins. And then I think we got into this prayer. Yeah, we did that. Sorry, I'm finding it. So let's just start here. It is necessary to reaffirm the circle each time the tides change. That is to say, a circle made after sundown will hold good till sunrise, and a circle made after sunrise will maintain its potency until sunset. After the circle has been affirmed a number of times in the same place, its influence will persist for a considerable period. And this is kind of like why a lot of magicians kind of keep their same work in the same place, right? But it's advisable to reformulate it morning and evening during the active phase of an attack. Incense burnt within the circle is very helpful, but take care that has to be exercised in the choice of an incense. Joss sticks of unknown composition should never be used, as they are usually compounded with a view to assisting manifestation. Good quality church incense, such as can be bought at most church furnishers, is safe and satisfactory because it's compounded according to its traditional recipes. So in dealing with elementals, and these are what she considers non-human entities, the pentagram, or pent alpha, is the best weapon. This is a 5-pointed star drawn in a particular way, pointing the first and second fingers of the right hand and folding the others into the palm and touching their tips with the thumb, proceeding to draw the pentagram in the air, keeping the elbow stiff and swinging the arm at full length. Start with the right arm across the body, the hand about the level of the hip, then extend the fingers pointing downwards and outwards and swing it upwards as if drawing a straight line in the air until the fingers point straight above the head at arm's length. Now, sweep it down again, keeping the elbow stiff until the hand occupies the corresponding position upon the right side, so that from which it started to the left. You now have drawn a gigantic upside-down V. Next, swing the hand across the body on a rising incline until it is stretched on a level with the left shoulder pointing to the left. Bring it back across the body horizontally in the same position on the right, fingers pointing away from the body. Now swing it downwards across the body. So you can see she's making a big pentagram from hip to hip, shoulder to shoulder. This is an exceedingly potent sign. The value of the 5-pointed star, the symbol of humanity, is widely known among occultists, but its potency depends upon the manner in which it's drawn. The method I have given is the correct one for banishing. The potency of the sign may be illustrated by an experience of my own in using it, which the skeptical are at liberty to doubt if they wish. I merely mention it for the sake of those who may be interested. I was taking part in some work with an Indian occultist when I became suspicious that all was not as it should be, protested, and was asked to withdraw. I did so, determined to watch proceedings from a distance, and if my suspicions were confirmed, to have an expose. A few days later, I was sitting in my room one afternoon chatting with a friend, and it was just getting dusk, and we were talking by the light of the gas fire. Suddenly, we were both aware simultaneously of a presence in the room, and it turned spontaneously, and we both turned spontaneously in the same direction. My friend sensed an antagonistic presence, and I, being more psychic, saw who it was, and had no difficulty in perceiving the form of my Indian associate in an egg-shaped sphere of misty yellow light. I told my friend to quit the room and wait in the hall, and as soon as the door closed behind her, I made use of the pentagram. I have described together with certain names of power that are unsuitable for disclosure in these pages. Immediately the appearance in the corner by the door shattered and vanished, and at the same time there was a resounding crack, which my friend heard in the hall. I called to her to return, and as she entered, she exclaimed, "Look what happened to the door." And we found that one of the panels had split clean in two. It was this that had evidently caused the loud crack we had both heard. I offered no explanation of this incident for good and sufficient reason that I do not know what the explanation may be. I merely state what happened. My readers can explain as they please. So, I guess they were all doing an exorcism, and this Indian guy told her to quit. And so she quit. And then she was talking to her friend, and this dude just shows up in a yellow sphere, and she draws a pentagram and gets rid of him. This sounds completely wild. I've never seen anything in physical form like that, but maybe they can. When it is not possible to seal the room, it is a very useful thing to be able to seal the aura. Stand upright and cross yourself by touching the forehead, breast, right shoulder, and left shoulder, saying, "By the power of the Christ of God within me, whom I serve with all my heart and with all my soul and with all my strength." And extend your hands forward as far as you can reach at the level of the solar plexus, fingertips touching. Then sweep them round to the back and touch the fingertips together again behind you, saying, "I encompass myself about with the divine circle of his protection, across which no mortal error dares to set its foot." This is an old monkish formula. It's very effectual, but its potency only lasts about a few hours. Sounds like a occult world video game, doesn't it? There are various other devices which are useful, not only in dealing with psychic attacks, but in any case of undue influence or domination. If you have to interview persons whose influence you find overwhelming, imagine that they are separated from you by a sheet of plate glass. You can see them and hear them, but their magnetism cannot reach you. Visualize the sheet of glass until it appears to you to be honestly tangible. If you have to associate with persons who distress you, but are not actually interviewing them, imagine they are separated from you by a brick wall, and say to yourself, "You just aren't there. I can't see you or hear you, and you simply don't exist." When dealing with a person who saps your vitality, interlace your fingers and lay your folded hands upon your solar plexus, keeping your elbows pressed against your sides. Keep your feet touching each other. You have thus contacted all your own terminals and made of your body a closed circuit. No magnetism will go out from you while you maintain this attitude. Your friend will probably complain of your lack of sympathy, however kindly you may speak. So this is usually when you get around someone who's trying to drain you, like, I guess they act like you don't care or whatever, but you do. It's just draining the hell out of you. If anyone tries to dominate you by gazing intently into the eyes, do not attempt to return gaze for gaze, for this only leads to an exhausting struggle in which you may get the worst of it. But look steadily at the spot just above the base of their nose, between the inner ends of the eyebrows. If you're merely dealing with an ordinary bully, you will immediately have the upper hand. Ooh, that's a good one. So basically stare at their third eye. If, however, your antagonist has knowledge of mind power, you may not be able to dominate him or her, but he recently will not be able to dominate you, and the result will be a stalemate. Do not attempt to dominate him. Merely keep your eyes on the spot and wait for him to weary of his attempt to dominate you. You'll not have to wait long. So if any of you guys got a bully in your life, try that out. Call me. Let me know. 1-800-588-0335. An upside down V. Yep. All right. By the use of the methods described in the preceding pages, any person of normal courage and mentality, providing he avoids drugs, alcohol, and long periods without food, can, if he does not lose his nerve, wear down an ordinary psychic attack. Or in the case of attacks of abnormal potency, can at least ensure himself time to make good his escape and seek help. The sacraments are also a most potent source of spiritual power, and a church where the blessed sacrament is reserved, or which is sufficiently old to have been consecrated before the Reformation, is an effectual sanctuary. So there you go, church folk. Psychic trouble not infrequently arises owing to the formation of an undesirable rapport. In order to understand the nature of this problem, we must consider the whole subject of rapport. We have already considered in some detail the question of telepathic suggestion. Rapport might be considered as the passive aspect of that which telepathic suggestion is the active aspect. It forms, in fact, the basic condition necessary for telepathic suggestion to take place. Two people who are in rapport might be described as astral Siamese twins. Although the physical bodies are independent units, the astral bodies are linked in such a manner that there is free circulation of astral force between them, just as the circulatory system of the mother is connected through the umbilical cord with the unborn child, and the same blood circulating freely through both. This fact explains many important occult phenomena. It is the real key to marriage and explains many facts in the relationship of parent and child. It also accounts for some important aspects of the relation of pupil and teacher. But not only is it possible for a rapport to be established between two individuals, but between an individual and a group. This fact plays an important part in all fraternity work. It is also possible to establish rapport between human beings and other kingdoms of nature, with disincarnate entities, superhuman beings, and in fact, with any form of life with which an individual can form a sympathetic understanding. There must be some ground for sympathy, or of sympathy, as the basis for the formation of rapport. But once it's formed, it can be developed almost indefinitely. It is a curious fact that if rapport is long continued, the persons thus united gradually come to resemble each other. We all know the, quote, horsey type of man, also the son of the soil, whom it was expressively remarked, father's in the pigsty. You'll know him by his hat. I don't know what in the hell is she talking about. We all know the horsey type of man, also the son of the soil of whom it... What is she talking about? That one's over my head. When two human beings are in rapport, the less positive of the two tends to lose their individuality and becomes the pale reflection of the other. It is for this reason that the Western occultist, who values individuality highly, does not take personal pupils in the same way as does the Eastern guru, but prefers to work through ritual with a group because this method is more impersonal. But even so, the individual members of a group will undergo certain changes whereby they tune into the group tone, so that there will be a certain common denominator which they all possess. Who cannot recognize the sign manual of the Christian Scientist, the Theosophist, the Quaker? Any system which has group meditation rapidly puts its mark on its members. In fact, of course, lies much of the value of association with a worthy group. Be careful about your groups. And it equally lies the detriment of association with an unworthy group. Let us consider what happens when a person of ordinary good character becomes associated with a group of degenerates that have a degenerate moral tone. He will either find himself in such sharp antagonism to the group mind that he will have no option but to withdraw, or he will rapidly but unconsciously be tuned to the keynote of his new associates. I guess it's true when they say you do become somewhat the people you hang out with the most. Without his being aware of the fact, his moral sense will have become blunted, and he will accept a matter of course that he would originally have turned down from disgust. Yeah, don't get yourself caught in that. Rapport, once established, other things besides the general feeling tone can be shared. Actual ideas can be transferred from one mind to another as in telepathy, and in the same way vital force can be transmitted. It is this fact which is the explanation of certain types of spiritual healing. When etheric vitality is being transmitted, it is necessary that a person's concern should be within the immediate magnetic field of each other. But when astral force is in question, this isn't necessary. Transmission is independent of space. We are now considering the legitimate use of this force for healing, or for teaching and developing neophytes, so we will not, Therefore, consider its modus operandi in detail. Enough has been said to show in what way it works, so let us now proceed to the consideration of the practical methods of breaking such a rapport, if for any reason it is desired to continue its use. All right, so let's say for instance, if you've built a rapport with somebody and you have this energetic connection and you're done with it, I guess. All right. To astral vision, the telepathic link appears as a ray of light, a shining cord, or some similar thought form, because it is in this form that it is usually formulated by the person who is making the magnetic link. It sometimes happens, however, if the operator has a high grade of initiation, that instead of connecting the ray direct to the person with whom he desires to be in touch, he will formulate an astral animal at the end of it, to which he transfers a modicum of his own consciousness. This animal form is called a watcher. It does not act on its own initiative unless attacked. When it defends itself according to the nature of the species in whose likeness it is made. The use of a watcher is to obtain a record of what is transpiring without the necessity of focusing consciousness thereon. When the psychic substance of the watcher is reabsorbed by the adept, he becomes aware of the content of the watcher's consciousness. The disadvantage of this method lies in the vulnerableness of the watcher to psychic attack and the fact that its projector is affected if it is injured or disintegrated. So these cats are making like astral watchers where they come like watch you and then just keep a record of everything you're doing. That's pretty damn creepy. In dealing with a thought form, always bear in mind that it is the product of the imagination, and it is in no sense self-existent. What the imagination has made, the imagination can unmake. If the maker of a thought form has thought it into existence by picturing it imaginatively, you can equally well think it out of existence by picturing it clearly and imagining it bursting into 1,000 fragments, or going up in flames, or dissolving it into water and being absorbed by the soil. That which is thought into existence by the imagination can be thought out of existence by the imagination. If what was taken for a thought form resists destruction by this method, it is probably an artificial elemental. Now there are two such elementals, one kind being ensouled by the invocation of elemental essences into a thought form, and the other by the projection of something of the magician's own nature into it. If it is ensouled by elemental essence, the use of the pentagram will serve to banish it. But if it is the kind that is ensouled by the magician's own force, another method must be used, known as absorption. Now, absorption is a very high-grade method, and its successful use depends upon the state of consciousness of the user. Each individual has to decide for himself whether in any given case, at any given moment, he is in a fit state to attempt it. Unless he can completely steady his own vibrations and arrive at a state of perfect serenity and freedom from all sense of effort, he should not make the attempt. Absorption. We will now, however, describe the method for the benefit of those who care to try it. You know, I think people are probably going to hate me for reading this book on the air, but this is for research purposes only, right? So we're going to talk about absorption right after this quick break right here on Lighting the Void live on the Fringe FM. You can join our Discord chat too by going to fringe.fm, click on the Discord channel, or call in tonight at any point in time, 1-800-588-0335. If you know anything about this, experienced anything like it, or whatever, right? Like, we're going to talk about this method of absorption. I told you guys this was all in the astral realm. I told you, didn't I? It's all astral stuff. Be right back. So maybe my computer's under a psychic attack. Anyways, we're back. We're going to go into this method of absorption, right? So we got to learn to absorb this thing. So we had another blackout again. I apologize about that. And I don't know what was going on. I think my playout system got stuck, so I started playing some old stuff here. All right. So we're going to talk about describing the method of absorption. See, I told you guys, like, all of this stuff was astrally done, right? Like, this is the this is, I got people trying to figure out what that paragraph meant in the chat room, but this is what I meant when I said this stuff on the show, that 99% of everything that magic is about is in the astral realm. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to ramble if I don't shut up. So harmonizing himself by meditation upon the Christ, the adept, as soon as he is satisfied that his own vibrations are steady, proceed to call upon before his astral vision the image of the form he intends to destroy. He sees it clearly in all its details and sinks to the divine its nature. Whether it is a vehicle for malice or lust or vampiric action, these are the three most common, and it can almost certainly be assigned to one or the other of these classes. Having discerned the type of the force with which he has to deal, he then proceeds to meditate upon its opposite, concentrating upon purity and selflessness, if the force be lust, compassion and love, if it be malice, and upon God as the creator and sustainer of all life, if it be vampiric. So if you see a force and you meditate upon it, and it's a force of lust, you have to concentrate upon purity and selflessness. If it's a force of love, then, malice, then compassion and love. And if it's a force of vampiric force, like it's trying to suck your energy, then you should meditate upon God as the creator and sustainer of all life. So he continues this meditation until he feels himself suffused with the quality upon which he is meditating, until he feels it so imbued with purity and selflessness that lust causes him to feel nothing but pity. Malice causes him to feel nothing but compassion, and in regard to vampirism, he is so assured that his life is hid with Christ in God that he would willingly let the vampire finish its meal in peace if he could thereby help it. In fact, the adept who proposes to perform a magical absorption has to reach the point where he has clearly realized the nothingness of the evil he proposes to absorb, and no longer has any feeling towards it but pity for an ignorance that thinks it can gain any good thing for itself in this way. He desires to uplift and educate and free the misguided soul from its bondage, until he has arrived at the point when he has no other feeling than this towards his persecutor. It is not safe for him to attempt an absorption. So until you can get past being the victim of all this stuff, whether it's lust, malice, vampiric stuff, and you can have like total compassion for it, and you can visualize that stuff, don't do it. And this is probably, like, if you read any of Daskalos's books, man, he talks about the same stuff. He does. Having satisfied himself that he is ready for the attempt, he proceeds to draw the thought form towards him by pulling in the silver cord that connects it with his solar plexus, if it be vampiric thought form, or by opening his aura to it and enfolding it, if it be one of the other two types. He literally sucks it in. This process should be done slowly and gradually, taking some minutes in the doing. If it be done suddenly, the adept may not find it possible to keep his own vibration steady, and then he will indeed be in an unpleasant situation. As the thought form is absorbed, the adept will feel a reaction in his own nature corresponding to the type of the thought form. If it's a lust force, he will feel desire rise within him. If it's a malicious force, he will feel anger. And if it's a vampire, he will feel bloodlust. He must immediately overcome this feeling and revert to his meditation upon the opposite quality, maintaining it until his vibrations are once more fully harmonized. He will then know that the evil force has been neutralized and there is much less evil in the world. He will immediately feel a great access of vigor and a sense of spiritual power, as if he could say to a mountain, "Be ye cast into the sea," and it would be done. It is this sense of spiritual exaltation and power which tells him that the work has been successfully accomplished. It is, however, advisable to repeat the meditation at intervals for 2 or 3 days in case another thought form is formulated and sent after the first. As for the sender of the thought form, when the absorption takes place, he will feel that virtue has gone out of him and may even be reduced temporarily to a state of semi-collapse. He will soon revive, however, but with his power for evil of this particular type considerably reduced for some time to come, And if he has the possibility of reform in his nature, it may even be that he himself will be permanently freed from this type of evil. The great advantage of this method is that it actually destroys the evil, root and branch, whereas the mere destruction of a thought form is like cutting off the top of a weed. On the other hand, it can only be done by an advanced occultist keyed up to the highest pitch. If one is disturbed or harassed or has in any degree lost his nerve, do not attempt it. If the report is perceived as a line of light, a cord, or any similar form attached to the solar plexus, the forehead, or any other part of the body, the best way of severing the rapport is to forge a magical weapon and cut it. In fact, if a rapport is felt, the first thing to do is visualize the cord and try to see where it attaches. The solar plexus is the most common. Next, formulate the cross-handled sword, as we've already described, and invoke God's blessing upon it. Then visualize a flaming torch and invoke the power of the Holy Ghost, whose symbol it is. Now with the sword, hack through the cord or ray until every shred is severed. Then sear the stump with the consecrated fire of the torch until it shrivels up and falls off from its point of attachment to your body. After such a severing, one must, of course, take the ordinary human precautions to prevent the link from being reformed. Refuse to meet the person responsible for its formulation, or to either read or answer letters from them. In fact, cut off all physical communications as thoroughly and resolutely as one has cut off astral ones for a period of some months at least. And this is wild stuff, y'all. It's wild. There are occasions, however, when a person is so completely overshadowed and dominated that he cannot perform this operation for himself. The magical operation of substitution can then be performed, if he can find a friend ready to undertake the task. In order to perform this operation, the two friends agree that it shall be done, but the one who is to become the substitute does not tell the original victim when he proposes to undertake the operation, lest the latter should be so completely in the hands of the dominator that he should give the game away involuntarily. Choosing a time at which he is sure his friend is asleep, the substitute concentrates upon him and imagines himself to be standing beside him and visualizes the cord or ray of the rapport stretching from his friend out into space. If he can visualize its other point of attachment in the dominator, that's even better. He then formulates the sword and the torch as above described, and with these in his hands, he imagines himself stepping right through the line of rapport so as to break it with his body. He must not use either sword or torch for this process, but break it with his own flesh, as it were. And then, having thus severed it from his friend, he should then go for it with the sword and torch with all his strength as it tries to enwrap him, as it assuredly will do, for it resembles nothing so much as the tentacle of an octopus. Have any of you guys ever had any type of experiences of these cords or rays or octopus stuff trying to wrap around you? This is wild to me. He should go for it, hammer and tongs, making up in zeal what he lacks in his knowledge until he has had enough and begins to curl up and withdraw. The combat, of course, takes place in the imagination, but if a clear and vivid image is produced, it will be effectual. In illustration of this method, I may mention a case I once handled by its means. I was asked if I could help a woman who had been a lifelong invalid, but whose case the many doctors she had consulted were neither able to diagnose satisfactorily nor to help. So the doctors couldn't do nothing for her. They all agree that there was nothing organic in the matter with her, and after trying in vain to get her better, they generally united in saying that it was pure hysteria. She suffered from a chronic condition of exhaustion, indigestion, attacks of vomiting, blinding headaches, and palpitations of the heart. She was, however, not in the least of a neurotic disposition, but a quiet, sensible, intellectual woman bearing her sufferings with fortitude. I made a psychic diagnosis and came to the following conclusion: that for many past lives she had been upon the path, and that in her last life, a male incarnation. In order to speed up her progress, she had traveled in the East and eventually took initiation into one of the Tibetan orders. which unfortunately turned out to be upon the left-hand path. Here she learned the Hatha Yoga, which gives control over the functions of the body. In her present life, she retained the powers her training had given her, but not the memory of its technique. Consequently, her emotional states affected those automatic systems of nervous control whose functions are normally not under the direction of the mind. Whenever, therefore, she was emotionally disturbed, her subconscious mentation overflowed into the automatic mind and threw certain of the functional systems of the body out of gear. It is my belief that this explanation affords a key to a good many cases of functional disorder. Many people in the course of occult meditative practices obtain control over the automatic mind, which controls the function of the bodily organs. It may be recalled that the famous scientist Sir Francis Galton, the founder of the science of eugenics, experimented with mental control of respiration, and having obtained it, found that the automatic function had fallen into abeyance, and he had to spend 3 anxious days breathing by willpower and voluntarily attention until the automatic function was reestablished. Damn, that's pretty scary. I've never heard of that, but imagine that, like, you focused on breathing so much that you don't automatically do it anymore. And for the next 3 days, you have to, like, breathe on your own. It's not automatic for it to actually pick back up to be automatic. That's trippy. And that is pretty scary. In this particular case, however, there was more than a disturbance of function. There was this peculiar and very marked chronic exhaustion. I formed the opinion that a rapport still existed between her and the Tibetan order of which she had been an initiate in her previous life. As is well known to occultists, one returns life after life to the order of which one is an initiate, the rapport being a very strong one. This is one of the reasons why the great mystery schools have no need to make themselves known by advertising. They know their own and pick them up on the astral plane. But while it is an invaluable thing to be under the steam, I guess, I don't know how to say that word, of a reputable order, it is an exceedingly unpleasant thing to stand in a similar relationship to a disreputable order. In this particular case, it was my opinion that the order to which this lady had belonged in her previous life had sunk to a very low ebb indeed, and its leaders were deliberately drawing upon the vitality of its members. Acting upon this hypothesis, I projected myself astrally in the way I have already described, and visited this lady at night. I perceived that from her solar plexus, as she lay asleep there, stretched a black, elastic, stringy-looking substance that resembled nothing so much as a stick of Spanish licorice that has been well chewed by a small boy. Licorice. Why did she made that in 2 words, I'm sorry. This went off into space. Upon trying to see its further end, I had a brief and far-off vision of a monastery with a Chinese type of roof perched on a crag among vast mountains. I tackled the situation by the simple expedient of passing in my astral body athwart the line of black substance, thus breaking it. It immediately transferred itself to my solar plexus, and for a moment I felt a surge of tempting thoughts urging me to get this woman under my thumb and exploit her to full financial capacity. I cast these out and went for the rope of astral licorice in the manner I have described, casting it off and searing the stump, and had the satisfaction of seeing it curl up and disappear into the darkness. I then fell into what I considered a well-earned sleep. Man, this is weird. I told this lady nothing of my ideas because I wanted to see whether I could clear up the case by working solely on the occult hypothesis without any admixture of suggestion. Next morning, I visited her to see how she was getting on, and found her sitting up in bed, eating a hearty breakfast and looking an entirely different woman to the gray-faced, exhausted creature I had seen the day before. Without waiting for any inquiry from me, she said, "I don't know what has been done, but I feel as if something has been broken, and I am free." And after breakfast, she got up, went for a stroll, and met the doctor who was attending her in the street. So great was the change in her appearance that he failed to recognize her until she spoke to him. I told her that, in my opinion, she ought to have nothing whatever to do with occult studies lest she reform the magnetic link with her old order. and also taught her how to prevent her subconscious mind from giving disruptive suggestions to her bodily systems of functional control. For some years, she remained in good health, but later, unfortunately, took up the study of occultism again and relapsed into a condition approximating to her previous one, having presumably reforged the contacts with the Tibetan Brotherhood, which had proved so disastrous to her. Oh my goodness. Listen, we're still all right. So we're still talking about methods of psychic self-defense. So she's talking about, in whole, in part, astrally projecting, whether it be on yourself, upon somebody else, or whatever, and, you know, forming an imaginary sword and torch, the sword representing the Father, the torch representing the Holy Spirit, right? And cutting these cords and searing the stump. Now, I think this is completely wild. This is definitely like Stranger Things or something like that. All done in the astral or the upside down, whatever you want to call it. Whatever's cool to you. But if you read enough of these books, these theosophical books, Doxkalos, even Manly P. Hall, a lot of this stuff is going to start making sense. Especially how she's talking about how the mystery schools are actually in the astral realm, not on Earth. The real ones are in the astral realm. The Earth ones are just symbolic forms of them, even the temples. And that if you've been initiated into them in past lives, you end up with them for lifetimes. It's pretty crazy, right? So anyways, we're going to keep talking about these methods of psychic self-defense, which I think is trippy. We're going to get into guardian angels, the good and the evil angel of the Kabbalah, the higher self, the Christ force, the occult police. What else are we going to talk about? The hunting lodges, curious manner in which information is obtained, how occult police can be contacted. There are occult police. Well, this is cool. We got to get into this. The occult lodges have no central organizations, movements that are not controlled by Jews. And remember, this is all by Dion Fortune, not Joe Roop. All right? Just remember that. 1-800-588-0335. We'll be right back.
Just a touch, baby.
Yes, and I will get the archives caught up. Remember that any of the audio books that we do are for study purposes only, but they'll also be in the membership section, which is kind of a paradox. I just don't see the point in putting up like 9 episodes of a book reading anywhere but the members. And the members archive is always commercial free. You can grab stuff from the shop there too. All right? So remember that. So we're back into the methods of psychic self-defense. And this is, I guess we're going to get into this stuff. Now, I know this stuff is weird, all right? But, like, I also know that a lot of you have had experiences with this stuff, too, in some form or the other. But we're going to get into this. Guardian angels, the occult police. What is she talking about here? So let's get into it. Dion Fortune continues. Oh, yeah, you can join our Discord, too. Go to fringe.fm. That's our website. There are so many stories of the appearances of guardian angels at moments of crisis that even the most skeptical must admit that there is a case to be answered. There is a tradition and a Devon that if Drake's drum, which is preserved at Buckland Abbey near Tavistock, is beaten in a time of crisis, Drake himself will return to lead the fleets of England. Is she talking about Drake the rapper? Newt Bolt has immortalized this legend in his famous poem, "Take my drum to Devon, hang it by the shore, beat it when your powder's running low. If the dawn sight Devon, I'll quit the port of heaven and drum them up the channel as well as drum them long ago." Oh, she's definitely not talking about the rapper, I don't think. The idea of the hero who returns to lead his people, the guardian angel that appears in times of crisis, is sealed deep in the hearts of all nations, and nothing will eradicate it. Innumerable instances were reported by the men returning from trenches during the war. Let us again refer to the ancient wisdom of the Kabbalah, the storehouse of occult knowledge. We learn here of the good angel and the evil angel of the soul of man, who stand behind his right and left shoulder, the one tempting him and the other inspiring him. Translate the dark angel into terms of modem modern. I think that's modern thought. And we have the Freudian subconscious. But the Freudians fail to realize that there is also a bright angel who stands behind the right shoulder of every man. This is the mystic superconscious, or consciousness, or in other words, the higher self, the holy guardian angel, whom Abramelin sought with such ardor and effort. And the whole order of the Golden Dawn talks about the holy guardian angel, by the way. And yes, the operation of Abramelin is to get in touch with your holy guardian angel. We all know that when caught off guard, there comes a dark temptation from the depths of our lower selves. Something atavistic stirs, and we think thoughts or even do deeds of which we would never have believed ourselves capable. We have heard the voice of the dark angel speaking. Equally in times of dire stress, when we have our backs to the wall and we are fighting for more than our physical lives, another voice makes itself heard, the voice of the bright angel. I've never known this to occur when a man was fighting simply for his physical life. To those who see beyond the veil, death is no great evil. But in times of spiritual crisis, when the very self is being swept away, then it is that the cry of the soul is heard, and something manifests out of the mists of the unseen, manifest in a form that is comprehensible to the one who calls. Whether intense stress induces a temporary expansion of consciousness, a fugitive psychism, or whether a being of its own volition passes through the veil and manifests, I do not know. There are never any details available of these incidents. They take place only in times of dire stress and go as swiftly as they came, leaving no trace except upon the soul. I maintain that even the lower self can rise up in moments of temptation, so can the higher self descend in moments of spiritual crisis. It is the aim of the mystic to live exclusively in the higher self. It is the aim of the occultist to bring the higher self through into manifestation in brain consciousness. In my flesh shall I see God. Just as surely as the lower self can rise up and betray us to some horrible deed, so can the higher self come to the rescue, terrible as an army with banners. I've already told of the mysterious voice which instructed me how to extricate myself from grave psychic danger. Upon other occasions of stress and strain, I have experienced a sudden expansion or shifting of the level of consciousness. The higher self has descended and taken control. From being in the midst of turmoil, one is suddenly raised high above it and sees all the circumstances of one's life spread out like a bird's eye view, as one might see the land from a high place, and one knows intuitively the outcome of the matter. All emotional turmoil ceases, and one is like a ship hove to, securely riding out the storm. When this occurs to me, the memory of my past incarnations is always vividly present also. It is this simultaneously awakening of the past which makes me feel that the voice is that of my own higher self and not of another entity. It is my belief that in times of spiritual crisis, the man that has faith in the law of God can rise up and invoke its protection, and a seeming miracle will be performed for his benefit. Yet there can be no breach of natural law. Therefore, such a miracle must simply be an example of the working of a law with which we are yet unfamiliar. Just as an eclipse appears to the savage as a miracle, but to the astronomer as a natural phenomena which he can forecast with accuracy. What is it that induces this change of control in our lives? We are familiar with the fact that the engine of a car has 3 speeds and a reverse. May it not be that our minds are also geared, and that it is changing of gears which induces psychism? Are there not times when we get into reverse and the ape and tiger within us take charge? Behind the physical planes lies the astral plane, and behind the astral plane lies the mental plane, and behind the mental plane lies the spiritual plane, and each plane acting as a plane of causation to the one beneath it, and each in turn being controlled from the subtler plane above it. When we change gear, consciousness is shifted from a denser to a subtler plane, and we begin to move among remoter and remoter causes, of which the happenings upon the physical plane are the end results. We manipulate these causes, and the results are immediately affected. When we change gear from the physical to the astral, we find ourselves upon the plane of psychic consciousness and the lesser magic. Supposing a psychic combat is taking place between two magicians, if one of them is such of a grade that he can change gear again so that consciousness is lifted from the astral to the mental plane, he will be in the sphere of the greater magic and be in full control of the situation. The other can make no stand against him. But what happens in the case of the rare and mystic soul who can shift consciousness once again and engage the gears of purely spiritual power? He has outclassed the adept. There are many souls who have this mystical spiritual consciousness, although they have no occult knowledge. Between the higher and the lower modes of thought, there is a great gulf fixed across which they leap precariously. If in a time of crisis they are able to rise up in faith and enter into this mystical consciousness and be still, they will have the upper air of any occultist who relies upon nothing save the technique of occultism. Keep the faith, y'all. The question of mystical consciousness is, however, outside the scope of our present inquiry, which is concerned with psychic methods and the traditional technique of the occultist. Different temperaments will employ different methods, and the mystical methods do not appeal to everybody. The occultist does not ignore the Christ force, however. He recognizes it as among the hierarchy of supreme forces of the universe, although he may not be prepared to assign it to the exclusive position which it occupies in the heart of the Christian mystic. In the Western tradition, it is symbolized by the Tiferet, the central sephira of the 10 holy sephiroth of the Kabbalistic tree of life. The Christ force is the equilibrating, compensating, healing, redeeming, purifying factor of the universe. It should be invoked in every operation of psychic self-defense where any human element, incarnate or disincarnate, is concerned. Where non-human elements, such as elementals, thought forms, or the Qliphoth, have to be dealt with, it is the power of God the Father as creator of the universe that is invoked. His supremacy over all the kingdoms of nature, visible and invisible, being affirmed. God, the Holy Ghost, is the force that is employed in initiations, and it should not be invoked during times of psychic difficulty, as its influence will tend to intensify the condition and render the veil yet thinner. There is a very curious aspect of the occult field concerning which something must be said in the present pages, though not a great deal can be revealed, and to be frank, I do not know a great deal about it myself, but only such aspects as I have actually come across. Oh, here comes the talk of the occult police. I knew it. I have heard it called the occult police. Others may know it by different names, but I believe it to be a very real and concrete thing. Though its organization is not upon the physical plane, nor, so far as I know, are its mundane activities gathered up into any single pair of hands. I've crossed its trail upon a number of occasions and played my part in its activities, and I have talked with others who have also been concerned in it. And they have always said, as I do, that it is the inner voice and circumstances that direct our activities when we cooperate with this mysterious organization. I think myself that it is organized in national units, for people seem to go in and out of jurisdictions or to be passed on from one to another. In my experience, it has no particular political bias, but concerns itself solely with occult methods applied to criminal ends and offenses against society. Is she talking about occult police in the astral realm or in the physical realm? This is weird. Okay. One or two illustrative cases may help us to make the matter clear. Some complications arose at one time over an Indian occultist who was visiting this country in order to find a school. He was deeply involved in the politics of his own country, and there could be no doubt about it that he disliked the English and all their ways very much. I think that I was the only pure-blooded Anglo-Saxon who was in touch with him. As far as I know, he did not concern himself with mundane, plain political activities. His idea being to organize a meditation group which should pour the regenerative spirit force to the east into the group soul of the British Empire, which he declared was in a very bad way. I maintained, however, that the group soul was not dying, as he held, but very tired, for it was immediately after the Great War. Moreover, I could not see how anybody who disliked it so very much was going to be able to regenerate it. nor was I sure that the regeneration was going to be to our taste if we were to get it. This man, whom I will call X, was of an intense spiritual pride, and his root idea was that England must acknowledge the spiritual supremacy of India and take her spiritual inspiration from the East. I was young and inexperienced at the time, but I began to ask myself what manner of spiritual force was going to be poured in through the channel we were constructing, supposing during the Great War a group of English occultists had tried to perform a similar service for Germany. What line would they have taken? Would they have not tried to influence the German group mind to give up its militarist ideals and concentrate on the League of Nations? Was it not more than likely that our Indian friend was trying to disabuse us of our imperialistic tendencies? Would it not appear to him, smarting as he was under the race prejudice of the white man, that the world would be a much better place for humanity if English cultivated their own garden and let other people alone? I got more and more uneasy, and X, being a good psychic, detected my uneasiness, and I was asked to withdraw from the group he was organizing. I think this goes back to our other story, too. This is the third time she's mentioned this Indian guy, I think. I felt quite convinced that something sinister was being attempted against the group mind of my race, but I had no means of gauging its extent or potency. This is not the kind of tale one could take to Scotland Yard. Moreover, several of my personal friends believed in the bona fides of X and were taking part in the group he was organizing, and I was very anxious not to involve them in any unpleasantness. In my perplexity, I resolved to do nothing upon the physical plane and invoke the masters upon the inner planes. At the time, I was not of a grade which is supposed to have direct access to the masters, but I determined to try and get them telepathically, though I did not know whether those to whom I was trying to telepath were human or non-human, incarnate in physical bodies or discarnate entities, for at the time I was not very advanced in my occult studies. That's crazy. The Golden Dawn talks about coming in contact with the master chiefs all the time. And I'm not talking about Halo either. Maybe it's the same thing. I don't know. All I had to hold on to was an abstract idea that the knowledge that in previous difficulties I had been able to get in touch with something on the inner planes which had proved a powerful friend. In telepathing, the usual method of getting in touch is to visualize the person you want to communicate with and call them by name. I had nothing I could visualize, and I knew no names. However, I determined to make the attempt as best as I might, and metaphorically speaking, I put my head out of the window of this fleshy tabernacle and called for the police. And I got an answer. The inner voice replied to me very clearly and distinctly. You are to go to Colonel Y. I was taken aback at this, for Colonel Y was a rather eminent person to whom I had once been introduced, and the last person in the world one would invite to go mare's nesting. I had no desire to make myself ridiculous by bearding this formidable warrior in his den. My psychological studies had made me familiar with the workings of the subconscious mind and what it can do when disassociated, and I felt that the situation required handling with considerable caution because the results of a misstep might be unpleasant. I therefore replied to the inner voice, I cannot trust you unless you will give me a sign. The reply came through, Colonel Y will be at your next lecture. Tell him then. To this I replied, I know that Colonel Y cannot be at my lecture because his regiment is ordered abroad and he will have left before it takes place. The answer came back, Colonel Y will be at your next lecture. Very well, I said, that shall be my sign. If Colonel Y is there, I will tell him, and if not, I shall leave the affair to take its course. So she's trying to talk to the master chiefs of the police of the occult world or whatever, and a voice comes through and says that this colonel, who she's not telling us who it is going to show up, just in case you're not getting all this. And this guy's abroad, so she don't think it's going to happen. The day duly arrived when I was to give a public lecture at a certain town. I arrived at the hall in due course, and the first thing I saw was Colonel Y, going up the stairs. So I determined to take the bull by the horns, and immediately after the lecture, I went straight to him and said, "I've got a message for you." "I know you have," he replied, "for I've been told to expect it." That's crazy. It appears that he was sitting in his quarters one evening with his 2 dogs. They suddenly became disturbed and began to investigate something that wasn't there. He heard a voice saying distinctly to his inner ear that I should come and ask his help, and that he was to give it. He was so impressed by this occurrence that he went to a mutual friend and asked her whether I was in trouble of any sort. At his request, she wrote to me to inquire how I was faring, but mentioned no names, and I, not realizing the significance of the incident, returned a non-committal answer. I want to be able to do that. Can I do that with y'all? Like, can we talk to these voices and then y'all tell me what's up later or something? He heard my story and told me to leave the matter in his hands, which I did. This is a queer enough story of coincidence, but the sequel is even queerer. After leaving Colonel Y, I inquired once more of the unseen whether I should take any further steps. The reply came through that for the present I was to do nothing, but that I would be told when further action was to be taken. I learned afterwards that the Indian guy that we're going to call X had left the country a few days after my interview with Colonel Y. Nothing happened for about 5 months, and then one evening when I was sitting over my fire in the dusk, I distinctly heard the inner voice telling me that now was the time to make a move in the matter of X, and that I was to go to Mr. Z and tell my story. Now, Mr. Z was a very eminent person indeed, whom I knew of as being an advanced occultist, but whom I had never met. I replied to the interior voice that for me to approach Mr. Z was impossible. I should merely be shown the door, and that unless they could open up the way from their end, I did not see how it was to be done. And the answer came through very clearly that a way would be made plain, and it was. A couple of days later, a visitor was announced, an old friend whom I saw occasionally. And after the usual greetings and exchange of news, he said, "I should very much like you to meet a friend of mine who I think would be interested in your work. May I take you to see him? His name is Mr. Z." Needless to say, I agreed. When I came to the appointed meeting, I said to Mr. Z, after I had been introduced, "I've got a message for you." Thinking I might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb, he listened attentively, and when I mentioned the name of the Indian, my friend who was present exclaimed, "It is a curious thing that you should be moving in this manner at the present moment. X landed in England a couple of days ago. It will be noted that as soon as X left England, I was instructed to hold my hand. Instructed to hold my hand, and as soon as he returned after an absence of 5 months, I was instructed to commence action again. Unless we are prepared to pull the long arm of coincidence clean out of its socket, we must conclude that some directing intelligence was at work. This is but one among many instances in my experience. Limitations of space forbid me to mention any more." Well, that's pretty freaking weird there, Dion. In addition to the occult police, whose function solely on the inner planes, there also exist certain groups of occultists who have banded themselves together for the purpose of combating black occultism. I suppose they give themselves different names, but I do not know what these are. I've always heard them referred to generically as the hunting lodges. Upon various occasions I have skirmished on their flanks and looked on at some lively forays. I imagine them to be organized in conjunction with the occult police, and they certainly possess means of obtaining information which point to cooperation from the inner planes. Well, doesn't that make you guys feel good? Doesn't it make you feel good to know that there are occult police and magical police and all these crazy master chiefs in the astral realm trying to protect us? If she's right. If she's not, this is all completely whack. They appear to possess alliances in unexpected quarters and to be able to pull a remarkable number of strings. What psychic weapons they use, I do not know, but upon the physical plane, they appear to rely largely upon newspaper exposés and upon keeping undesirables on the move, never allowing them to settle down and organize. Knowing what I do of their methods, I have from time to time recognized their sign manual and various transactions for which decent citizens have every reason to be grateful. What is going on? I came across them in a matter which serves to illustrate the way in which occultists can call for information they must be in need of, and the fortuitous train of circumstances that will supply it. As a young girl, at the commencement of my interest in occultism, I came in touch with an adept whom I soon realized to be on the left-hand path, and with whom I soon served my connection. Shortly after I broke with him, I was watching a gymkhana in company with some friends, among them a student of occultism, and we began to discuss matters of mutual interest. Impelled by I know not what impulse to confide in him what I had never told a soul, I told him of my experiences with the adept I have referred to. To my surprise, he knew all about him. It seems that my new acquaintance was connected with a group of occultists who had taken for their work the hunting out of black lodges. They had already crossed the trail of my black adept and had compelled him to close down, and he had sworn not to reorganize his order. They had had reason to believe recently that this oath was not being kept and that he had again organized a lodge and was working his rituals, but they did not know where to lay their hands on him. Then here came I, a bit of human floatism tossed up on a sports field to give them the information they needed at the very moment when they needed it. These are all like really big synchronicities to her, I guess. These things happen too regularly in occultism for one to be able to look upon them as chance. It's my belief that if it is possible for anyone who has need of them to get into touch telepathically with this occult police force, the symbol I was taught to use was a black cavalry cross with a circle on a scarlet ground. This is pictured in the imagination, and while gazing at it mentally, the call is sent out into the unseen, projecting it from the center of the forehead. So there you go. That's how you call the occult police. A black cavalry cross with a circle on a scarlet ground. Various attempts have been made to prove that the occult fraternities are all directed from a single headquarters, said variously to be situated in Germany, Tibet, Mongolia, and South America. Personally, I do not believe it. I suppose that I have a pretty varied acquaintance with the inner workings of the occult movement, and I've never seen anything whatever that indicated any centralized control, whether for good or for evil. Everything, in fact, points the other way, and indicates that there is no connecting link save that of a common literature, a common idealism, and a set of symbols, which, if not common to all sections, are readily translatable by means of well-understood equivalents. The position in the occult field is I can't even read tonight. Analogous to that of a Protestant Christianity, not Roman Christianity. Occultism has no pope. So I guess what she's saying there is there's no, like, new world order in the occult that's running it from anywhere. Nor do I think that Bolshevism has ever gained any foothold in the lodges, though I believe it tried. Has witnessed the application to my own fraternity. The average occultist is not interested in politics. His concern is with things invisible. Moreover, the occult fraternities are too uncoordinated and scattered to be formidable political weapons, even if they were imbued with Bolshevism. It has also been said that the occult fraternities are controlled by the Jews in the interest of Zionism. This is untrue. There are very few Jews in the occult movement. It is true, however, that the Kabbalah, the traditional mysticism of the Jewish race, is one of the principal sources of Western occultism, and that any occultist workings on the tradition must know at least enough Hebrew to be able to translate the Hebrew script. The study of the modern mystical Kabbalah is almost exclusively at the hands of the Gentiles, and Orthodox Jewish scholars know little or nothing of its literature and nothing whatever of its mystical significance. No one has said harder things of the occult movement than I have. And I have, well, maybe back then, Dion, but they're saying a lot more about it now. And if I have thought that there were any organized systems of evil influence, I should not hesitate to say so. For I have the integrity of the movement very much at heart. But I honestly do not believe that there is any generalized organization of the occult movement whether for good or for evil, whatever may be one's conception of good and evil. One can, of course, only speak of which one has seen, but I think it would have been impossible for me to have been as intimately associated with that movement as I have been, and have never crossed its trail at any point. I have crossed so many trails and seen, I will not deny it, so much that was evil. But this particular evil I have not seen, and I do not believe it exists outside the imagination of people with bees in their bonnets. The true nexus of the occult movement is devotion to a common ideal, but this ideal is approached by an infinite diversity of paths, as many as the breaths of the sons of men. Ooh, okay, so we get it, Dion. There's no new world order in the occult world. I was thinking we were going to finish this text tonight. We might. I think we are. I think we will. But I hope that you've learned quite a bit about, well, occultism, the nature of psychic attack, all this stuff that happens on the astral planes, and how these some bitches go at each other, at the very least. Stay with us. She's ran into several evil occultist left-hand path people that had a terrible nature, I guess, when it comes to this stuff, but never did she ever run into any one single organized organization of evil or good when it comes to the matters of the occult. Should we take her word for it? I don't know. Let's try to get done with this text. Do you want to? And she says, I'm sorry for the hypothetical person who has the task of organizing the occult movement. For occultists of different schools cannot be induced to cooperate. That's true. I've seen it myself. Any technique which differs from that which they are used to is suspect, and any unfamiliar contact is black. The great majority of the heads of schools that I have known have set each in his own circle of light and damned everybody else. Like the old lady who watched her son march past with the territorials, they exclaim, "They're all out they're all out of step except for our jock." Well, what she's saying is everybody has their occult hero, but people don't trust anybody, not even in the occult world. So I had once dreamed of a federation of occult societies with an annual convention, but I soon realized that it was unworkable. If occultists cannot be got to organize to serve their own interest, it is very unlikely they would ever be got to organize to serve anybody else's. The most prevalent abuses of Western occultism are immorality, drug-taking, and the bamboozling of silly women. So there she's telling you right there, the worst case scenario of magic or the Western occultism is drugs, immorality, drugs, and trying to sleep with women. Its worst faults are credulity, I can't read. Credulity, a slipshod scholarship that verges on illiteracy, and a widespread sappiness of intellect. Fortune-telling in all its forms and some very spurious spiritual healing constitute another slur upon what should be holy ground. It is she's telling the truth right here, man. It's difficult to do justice to ideals which one does not share, but it has always seemed to me that the highly colored humanitarianism with which certain sections of the movement are soaked is not an ornament. By their fruits ye shall know them, and such fruits of this as I have seen have appealed to me to be somewhat overripe. The finest minds in occultism are totally unknown outside their orders. A very common clause in initiation oaths binds the candidate not to reveal the names of his fellow members. If this oath were broken, the general public would get some surprise. Occultism not being in good repute with the general public, men in public positions cannot afford to have their names associated with it. Their interest is therefore carefully concealed, and they only speak of it to those upon whose sympathy and discretion they can count. Those who know not what to look for, however, can pick them out readily. Anyone who is accustomed to the analysis of literary style can detect the regular reader of the Bible. Anyone knows the occult rituals will detect their flavor and the literary or oratorical style of a man who is habituated in their use. Perhaps at this length of time I may be forgiven if I break the oath of the mysteries that binds to secrecy concerning the names of initiates and suggests that the key to the Bacon-Shakespeare controversy may lie in the fact that Bacon and Shakespeare were members of the same order. All right, we're at the conclusion. Maybe we'll get through it. In the preceding pages, I have endeavored to discharge a difficult task, one that is almost impossible to discharge satisfactorily. Limitations of space prevent me from explaining my concept step by step and offering proofs thereof. To have done so would have required a library, not a book. I've had to presume in my readers not only an acquaintance with the literature of occultism, but what is much rarer, some experience of its practice, and at the same time I've endeavored to offer sufficient explanation as I went along to make my pages comprehensible to those whose acquaintance with the subject is but cursory. This book is not, and cannot be, a satisfactory handbook for the treatment of psychic disorders. All it can do is to point in directions where inquiries might be pursued with advantage. If it serves to direct attention to certain subjects that badly need investigation, it will have fulfilled its purpose. I may be charged with having revived the superstitions of the Middle Ages. To this charge I must plead guilty. But I must put forward as a counterclaim the plea that there could not be so much smoke without some fire, and that the superstitions of the Middle Ages may repay examination in the light of the recent discoveries concerning the psychology of the subconscious. Whoever is familiar with the literature of psychic research, abnormal psychology, and the baser aspects of movement which took its rise from the inspiration of Christian Science and spread into 100 uncontrolled cults cannot fail to be struck by the fact that the old witch finders were getting exactly the same phenomena as we meet within all these different movements and fields of thought. It has been said that since we find the stigmata of hysteria liberally distributed among those unhappy beings charged with witchcraft, that the witch cult is explained and disposed of. But we may find that a study of the real motives underlying the witch cult would throw light on hysteria and the allied mental states. It has also been said that history moves in cycles. At the present movement, we are seeing a great revival of the interest in psychic and occult subjects. We shall not have to look very much further to find that there are also very promising beginnings of a witch cult in our midst. Let it be remembered that the cases I have quoted in these pages are from the experience of a single person, and I am by no means exceptional in the range of my experience, though I may be less cautious than most in committing myself to paper. If one dip of the bucket reveals so much, what might not be brought up by systematic dredging? Since my treatment of subject must necessarily be cursory, I should like to direct the attention of my readers to certain books which throw a great deal of light upon the question from various angles. Not only occultists, but psychologists, alienists, and students of psychic matters owe an immense debt of gratitude to the scholarship of the Reverend Montague Summers and the enterprise of Messrs. Rodker for making available exact complete translations of the principal books upon witchcraft that were written by the men who were actually concerned in stamping out the witch cult and had first-hand knowledge of its nature. In addition, I would direct my readers' attention to The Projection of the Astral Body, which was written by Weiser in 1968, by Muldoon and Carrington, which throws a very interesting light upon the manner in which genuine witches attended Sabbaths. I do not mean by these words to imply that Mr. Muldoon is addicted to wizardry, but he certainly possesses the traditional powers, and if he can do these things at the present day, why could not the witches have done them in the days past? At any rate, I do not think there's much doubt that the Holy Inquisition would have paid him the compliment of burning him if he had lived during its heyday. She also talks about this book, 30 Years Among the Dead, Health Research 1996 by Dr. Wicklund, is another book which gives chapter and verse for personal experience instead of citing authorities and theorizing about them. It is the record of an asylum doctor whose wife is a trance medium and who made a most remarkable series of investigating concerning the nature of obsessing entities. Also, in Dr. Moll's book, Hypnotism, Da Capo of 1982, some remarkable phenomena are recovered, such as do not find their way into modern books, whether because the investigators are less expert at eliciting them or more cautious in communicating them, having profited by the experience of the early investigators. Some of the earlier books on hypnosis and mesmerism yield some very interesting reading to the psychic investigator. Also, Dr. T.W. Mitchell's Medical Psychology and Physical Research. That's in 1922. I'm not going to keep reading this stuff because we're at the end of this here. Myers' Human Personality, Ayer 1975, is a classic, she says, with every student of psychic phenomena ought to be familiar. And Nicole's Dream Psychology, Weiser 1979, and Haar's Psychology of Insanity, Cambridge University Press 1923, are two exceedingly illuminating little books, both written for the layman and readily comprehensible by him. They throw a great deal of light upon the mechanisms of the mind, and no one should attempt to deal with a psychic attack unless he understands those mechanisms. And my own little book, Machinery of the Mind, Weiser 1980, written under my maiden name of Violet M. Firth, will, I think, be found a useful general introduction into modern psychology. Let us approach the subject of modern witchcraft neither in spirit of incredulity nor of superstition, but from the standpoint of the psychologist, seeking to understand the workings of the mind and prepared to discover much that had hitherto passed unsuspected. The end. So, yeah. We talked about a lot of stuff, man. We talked about Dracula, dreams, elementals of all different kinds, invocations, you name it. Astral projection. And see, I told you guys all this stuff happens in the astral realm. Even though she spoke of the mental plane and the spiritual planes in this book, I think it's revealing. And that's kind of another reason why I wanted to read it. Because everywhere we go on the internet, it doesn't matter who we're talking to, but mainly the conspiracy people, they always want to know, like, how does magic work? What is it? They talk about dark art, occultists and stuff. But the truth is these bastards have been around forever, dark art occultists, and she validated it. But most of the stuff that they do, pretty much every operation that they do, has to do with the inner planes. And I, for one, I think it's a very good practice to do rituals before sleep. Because, you know, they call 3 or 3:30 or whatever, 3:33 in the morning, the witching hour, or 3 o'clock. It doesn't matter what you do, but I think you should do something before you go to sleep. I was taught as a child to say prayers every night. That was the thing. Pray before you go to sleep. My dad would do the Lord's Prayer, but you can pray whatever you want. And some people can do whatever you want to do. They put crystals at the foot of their bed. My point is like, we need to stop pretending that the dream world is in the mind and that the astral realm is somewhere separate from us. We're all connected in this place. And let's see. If we look at Dion Fortune, when she died, when did she die? Dion Fortune. She was born Violet May 1st, December 6, 1890, and died January 1946. A British occultist, ceremonial magician, novelist, and author. Co-founder of the fraternity, the Inner Light. So that was back in like the 20s when she was talking about this stuff. Violet May 1st. And she said that the occult movement was rising back then. Boy, I wish people could see it now. I mean, I'm sure if you showed these people a cell phone back then, they would think you were crazy or an alien from outer space. But all you have to do is get on YouTube and see just how popular it is now. But also, you got to take into account that Dion Fortune claims that she was contacted by the ascended masters, including Jesus, and she also underwent trance mediumship to channel the masters. And she said that her book, The Cosmic Doctrine, was translated to her through them. This is something that I find, whether it's like these magical orders or people in general, Crowley, whatever, the orders themselves, they all have claimed to, and I'm just going to make a point here, they all claim to have channeled these things through spirituality, these books where they make their doctrines and dogmas and things from like, and as crazy as that sounds, especially if you're Christian, I want you to think about this. Is that so crazy? The Holy Scriptures of the book that you hold to be true every day were made that way by the same types of people who, because they say the Holy Spirit have given them authority, wrote the same books. So I find it funny when I hear people talking on podcasts, especially major Christian movements or even pagan movements, like whichever one, will push the idea of the other books that are written by spirit and written by men who claim to have talked to God are laughed at by the pagans. And the Christians laugh at the pagans for writing books who had people claim to talk to them through their gods or whatever. And it's all the same stuff. The question is, do you believe in the inner planes? And I think, for one, there's no way to know the truth about this without practical investigation. I'm starting to come to the conclusion, though, is for many people that ask me about practicing magic, even though I do, that there are safer ways to do this. You don't have to practice magic to see what lies in the inner planes, and you don't have to do it to get out of body. You can simply study Robert Monroe or William Buellman's work and find your way through there, Robert Bruce, etc. Of course, I think it would be cool if you do find yourself out of body one day, watching yourself sleep or floating about in the astral realm. Take note of what you see and then start reading what the magicians write about, and you'll start to see some very parallel things, I guess you could say. Things that cannot be a coincidence, because these people did not talk to each other. In fact, Robert Monroe called them the underground, or the underground, yeah. I don't know what that, I had a dream the other night that I lost my leg. I keep having really sad dreams. You know, that last week I had a dream that my dad died. And then this week I had a dream I lost my leg. Like I was riding a bicycle back home and I lost my leg, and I was like, I didn't even feel it. I don't even know how it got cut off, but I watched it get cut off. And then someone put a plastic leg on it. And I'm thinking, oh, you know, that's just the dream world, although I'll journal it. But something's going on there with me, right? Like, for sure. Because even the out-of-body stuff that I'm trying to do, and I need to talk to my members about this, I'll get out of body, and then I'll be able to, like, see, and this has happened lately, half of my face is, like, I can see my room with half of my face, and the other half is, like, blurry. Like, I can't see nothing. It's like I only have half a face or something. It's really weird. A lot of weird stuff's been going on, and I think it might have something to do with why I feel bad, because I simply could not get out of bed today. My stomach had been hurting all day. But I like Dion Fortune's work because how honest she is, right? And how she doesn't take a biased approach to a lot of things. So if you want to read about the Kabbalah and how it's used, she has a book called The Mystical Kabbalah, which I think is pretty good too. You guys make sure that you download the Fringe FM app. Make sure that you pray for Jess and her family because she lost her mother. Losing a mother is no small thing. It is not a small thing. Whether you have a good relationship with her or not, it hits right to the heart and soul. So everybody, if you can, pray for Jess. All right? I'm going to get out of here. Good night, you guys. Have sweet dreams, and hit me up if any of this stuff makes sense to you at all. Contact@lightingthevoid.com. Good night, y'all.